Where are Tang Yu and Dafu? Hua Mi took Yu Mengmeng to the outside of the RV and asked Yi Rong, who was busy inside. Yi Rong raised her head and glanced at Yu Mengmeng, hauling oranges in the basement garage. Hua Mi had called them before and asked them to drag the oranges to the roadblock outside the city entrance to sell them. Then, Yi Rong looked at Yu Mengmeng's belly again and asked Hua Mi, "Who is this?" "I just met her in the emergency room. She was looking for a job, so I brought her back." Hua Mi waved her hand and turned back to signal Yu Mengmeng, "Look at me. What can you do here?" Yu Mengmeng rolled up her sleeves, ran to the next bus, and began to take care of the 3 lifeguards with swift hands and feet. Not to mention, she seemed quite professional. After all, she was the top nurse in the nursing home. Hua Mi had just turned around and hadn't even taken a breath after settling Yu Mengmeng down. "I received a text message from Gong. What are you doing in the emergency room? Are you sick?" Hua Mi, "No, I just went to see a friend. Don't stare at me. There is no SOS outside the city. There have been fewer and fewer emergency rescue operations in Xiangqing recently because everything that could be destroyed by the earthquake has already collapsed. The fact that nothing was collapsed by the earthquake proves that the quality of the project is really up to standard. From now on, no matter how big the earthquake is, this kind of construction quality will not collapse." Therefore, the rescue team focused its main energy and time on searching for survivors outside the city. Gong, how come there isn't? A large number of survivors are walking to Xiangqing, and there are always some unexpected situations on the way. But I've been promoted, so there are some things that I don't have to do in person. Can I buy you an orange? In fact, he had been notified early on about his promotion to the Xiangqing Garrison Command. A few days ago, he was still outside the city sending SOS messages because there was still some final handover work to be completed. Now that he is free, he has sent more messages to Hua Mi. But asking Hua Mi to eat oranges? Hua Mi wanted to beat him to death. "Hua Mi, thank you, but it's not necessary. I'll treat you. I'll ask Tang Fong to bring you 666 kilograms of oranges. Congratulations on your promotion." 666. Gong, At the city gate, Gong was standing in the rain supervising the garrison repairing the iron gate. He took the time to lower his head, looking at his phone and smiling. Just then, Tang Yu came out dragging a truckload of oranges. There was a layer of plastic shell on Tang Yu's face, which was the reaction after the hemostatic gel solidified. He leaned on the driver's window and raised his hand to Gong, "Boss. Sister Hua asked us to drag the oranges to the city gate to sell them." Originally, Tang Yu was worried that Sister Hua had bought too many oranges and would suffer a loss, but after arriving at the city gate, he felt relieved. There is not a single stall here, and there is absolutely no competitive pressure. Moreover, the garrison will give them the green light. There is a huge difference between setting up stalls inside the city and outside the city. Sure enough, Gong waved his hand, and the garrison opened the newly built iron gate and let Tang Yu and Dafu out. After a while, when Tang Yu parked the truck full of oranges, he told Dafu to start selling oranges with banners. He jumped down from the driver's seat, walked to Gong and took out 2 oranges. "Boss, do you want some oranges?" Gong glared at Tang Yu fiercely and pointed at a mobile home next to the iron gate. Tang Yu looked over. A bright orange rolled out from the crack in the door. Roll right into the mud. There is a QR code posted on the door of the mobile house, which is the public account of the rescue team. There was a note next to it, "Handle the garrison welfare oranges, guaranteed to be sweet, 9 yuan / each." Tang Yu was petrified. He was too naive. The reason why there was no competitive pressure outside the gate was because the garrison had set up their own stalls and did not allow anyone to set up stalls outside the city to steal the garrison's business. The next moment, Gong patted Tang Yu's shoulder heavily. You also know that the brothers have had a hard time recently. Since your sister Hua asked you to come out and sell oranges, the boss will give you all the welfare oranges of the brothers now, and you can exchange some money for the brothers to live a better life. Look at what the garrison has been forced into. The heartless woman really was stuffing oranges into the garrison's supply warehouse every day. 100 oranges were simply too much for each person to finish. So these 2 days, the garrisons at the city gate have been secretly buying up oranges. This has seriously affected the discipline and style of the garrison. After Gong discovered this, he asked them to pile the oranges in the mobile cabin. Any survivor who wanted to enter the city could just scan the code and take the oranges. The price is based on Hua Mi's RV supermarket. Oranges cost 9.9 yuan per piece, which is considered affordable in the current environment. Chen Who blinked in disbelief. The hand on his shoulder seemed to be the unbearable weight of his life. However, facing the boss's trusting gaze, Chen Who still nodded and said, "Okay." Fortunately, oranges are not difficult to sell. There were also many people who traveled through mountains and rivers to come to Xiangqing. Especially after the Xiangbi Expressway was cleared, the survivors of the entire B city all drove to Xiangqing with their families. Someone stopped the car, pointed at the banner Dafu had put up and shouted in disbelief, "Hurry up and look, they really are like what they say on the internet in Xiangqing. You can buy oranges with money." There are also many posts about the prices of goods in Xiangqing posted online. Although there was a previous post saying that the medical supplies sold by the Xiangqing Garrison Material Office were as high as thousands. Not long after the post was published, the social trend changed. They went from scolding the Xiangqing Garrison to praising it. Really, right now, money is as cheap as paper. Anti-inflammatory drugs are available at thousands of dollars a pill. The medical supplies stationed in Xiangqing are capped at thousands of dollars, which is really the most affordable of the affordable. In the past 2 days, Xiangqing's oranges have once again become a hot topic. At the beginning, the oranges cost dozens of yuan each, and everyone was praising them. Let alone fresh fruits these days, ordinary people can't even see the shadow of any fruits, let alone oranges that cost dozens of yuan each. As long as it can satisfy their cravings, they are willing to buy oranges even if they cost several hundred yuan each. Later, the price of oranges dropped to 9.9 yuan each, which was simply unbelievable. People on the internet are praising Xiangqing like crazy. These oranges are so cheap, they can't be bad, right? The person in the car got out, looked at Dafu, and asked, "Oranges aren't poisonous, right? They won't kill you if you eat them, right?" Dafu was a very cheerful little boy. He peeled one and said, "Uncle, look, I'll give you a slice first." As he said that, he threw a slice of orange directly into his mouth. "It's okay. I'm not dead, I'm not dizzy, and I don't have diarrhea. What's the problem? Are you really alright?" The man standing in front of Daifuku waited for a moment in shock, hesitating whether to buy it or not. Next to him was a survivor who had come to Xiangqing. Before he even entered the city, he was already shouting anxiously, "I want to buy 1,000. Quick, where can I scan the code? My child has been thirsty for 4 or 5 days." Everyone swarmed over to the big truck and scanned the codes. In a short while, all the oranges that Chen Who dragged out of the city were sold out. Dafu dragged a large trash can in his hand and shouted to the survivors who were eating oranges on the ground, "Help me. My sister doesn't allow littering. Put the orange peels in the trash can for my sister. I will blacklist those who litter. Don't buy oranges from me in the future." The child's voice was drowned out by the boiling noise of the crowd. More and more people gathered at the gate of Xiangqing, and when there are too many people, it is easy to get chaotic. Fortunately, Gong is a ruthless person. He either doesn't set up obstacles, or if he does, he will make the obstacles the most stubborn. At the first checkpoint in Xiangqing, Gong equipped the garrison with live ammunition. Some people bought oranges, carrying big and small bags of them, eating them while queuing to pass the customs. Someone whispered to Dafu, "Kid, are cars from city be allowed to enter here?" Cars can enter the city, but there is no gas in the city. Dafu didn't know much, but the palace garrison commander didn't say that cars were not allowed to enter. The city's oil supply had long been exhausted. According to gossip, all the oil in Xiangqing was bought up by Sister Hua, but no one has any evidence on this matter, and Dafu is unlikely to tell everyone about it. So, can you really use money in Xiangqing? What can you buy with money? Others were also asking quietly, but there was nothing they could do, as they had just arrived and were very nervous. Dafu thought about it and said honestly the cheapest thing right now should be oranges. The temporary rescue center provides 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, but the portions have been getting smaller recently. This is a very grim fact. Many people say that Xiangqing's material supply chain has been cut off and material trucks cannot enter Xiangqing. Of course, the same is true for other cities. Therefore, the food supplies needed by Xiangqing were never shipped from other cities. Rumor has it that the 3 meals a day and 2 snacks at the Xiangqing Rescue Center are a serious burden. We have now started eating the city's food reserves, so gradually, the food supply to the Xiangqing Rescue Center will become less and less. After hearing what Dafu said, the people around who came from City B secretly made a calculation in their hearts. It seems that Xiangqing is just like their City B. Material supply has become a big problem, and money is no longer money. An orange costs 9.9 yuan, and each one is as big as a fist. An adult can eat 2 of them as a meal. If there is a food shortage in Xiangqing, I will eat oranges with every meal 3 times a day, 6 oranges a day, which will keep me full and replenish my water. Well, after eating oranges, you can even have a lot of mineral water left over. At this time, Tang Yu called and asked the factory manager to drive another truckload of oranges out of the city and give them to Dafu to sell. Seeing the truck full of oranges, the survivors in City B shouted, "Then give me another 10,000 oranges and I'll scan the code right away." I want 20,000. They are rushing to stock up while Xiangqing is having a big sale on oranges. Stock up, stock up, stock up. In less than half an hour, another truckload of oranges was sold out. Tang Yu had to urgently adjust the goods. The oranges in the RV wall warehouse were emptied, and the oranges in the Garrison material department were also urgently pulled out. Even the tangerines that the garrisons had placed in the mobile cabins at the city gate were taken out and sold. Hua Mi has a lot of oranges, but the market demand is even greater. Finally, Tang Yu had no choice but to call Hua Mi and ask her to quickly get the oranges out of the city to sell. At this time, Hua Mi had already left the emergency area and returned to Lianhua Xingxing supermarket. After hearing what Tang Yu said, she couldn't help but laugh like crazy. Okay, have someone come to the underground garage next to my supermarket. There are plenty of oranges and water. Do you want mineral water? It's 5 yuan a bottle. I have plenty here. Tang Yu ended the call in silence and looked at Gong Yi, who was holding a telescope and looking at the survivors outside the iron gate. Boss, how many oranges and water did Sister Hua get? Where did she get the channels? The amount is so excessive that if they are sold this way, even if ordinary giants have a lot of oranges in stock, they will all be sold out. Even if there is still a lot of stockpiled goods, seeing the panic buying, people should at least have a sense of crisis and raise prices where necessary and limit quantities where necessary. But Sister Hua was not panicked and even felt vaguely happy. Gong Yi, holding a telescope, moved his cheeks. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Life is a rare opportunity for ignorance. Do you understand? There is something wrong with this woman, but Gong Yi is not stupid. But Gong Yi never asked so many questions. He treats Hua Mi with extraordinary patience and Buddhist attitude. Putting down the telescope, Gong Yi glanced at Tang Yu and spoke earnestly and with warning. "You, as long as you and our brothers are alive, it's good for no one to find out what happened to her." Tang Yu stood up straight immediately. "I understand, boss. I will keep the secret for Sister Hua." Gong Yi raised his hand and patted Tang Yu's shoulder. He turned around, touching his shoulder to Tang Yu's, lowering his voice in a solemn tone. "Don't let anyone touch her." "Yes." A sonorous and firm voice rang out. Outside the iron gate, the survivors from City B had caused congestion at the entrance. Most people will be released into Xiangqing. As long as they have no criminal record, Gong Yi will not deliberately detain them. But it still couldn't keep up with the speed at which the survivors from City B rushed to Xiangqing. After a while, some people began to have respiratory distress. Someone shouted exaggeratedly, "People are dead! People are dead! Why are you garrisons blocking the road? Let us into the city! People are dead! Let us into the city quickly!" The heavy iron gate was made of high-quality steel produced by Garrison Heavy Industry. Even if someone drove an armored vehicle to hit it, it might not be able to be knocked open all at once. On the high ground inside the gate, Gong Yi frowned and picked up the telescope again to look. Behind him, a garrison said. There weren't so many survivors the day before yesterday. I don't know who cleared the road between Xiangqing and City B, and all the survivors from City B came here. Before today, the most that Xiangqing had received were some seriously injured patients from various cities airdropped. There were also survivors from various cities who came here on foot. But they only came in small numbers and had never welcomed such a large number of survivors. These are the survivors of the entire city of B, all of whom came to Xiangqing with their belongings. We took the expressway. Fortunately, the mysterious roadblocker only cleared the expressway connecting Xiangqing to City B, otherwise the entire Xiangqing would be surrounded by the survivors from various cities. It was no big deal that the city was besieged. The key point was that Xiangqing alone could not afford the survivors of two cities. Just eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating can become a big problem. Gong put down the telescope and said, "Close the gates. All survivors should set up tents outside the city and block the entrance to the city. Bring the Xiangqing management commander over to me." The garrisons under his command obeyed the orders, and the gates were closed in less than a minute. Before that, Dafu was carried into the gate by the garrison, and a truck full of oranges was also driven into the gate by the garrison. Of course, the survivors outside the door refused to give in. They carried oranges and swarmed to the iron gate, shouting that they wanted to go in. Gong held up a loudspeaker, stood on the high ground, and shouted to the survivors in City B below, "Don't worry, you guys should eat and drink outside. I will talk to the management commander, and then make arrangements for you." After saying this, he didn't care how the people outside the iron gate howled, and waited for the Xiangqing management commander to come with a frown. At this time, the mysterious roadblock worker Hua Mi was still lying on the supermarket counter, looking at the two babies on the ultrasound pregnancy test report. Giggle, the agricultural trade tycoon called. It was agreed that he would deliver a batch of live fish to Hua Mi today, and Hua Mi's fish pond had already been dug. But his car was stuck on Hunanbi Expressway, and he couldn't move. This time it was not stuck by a mudslide, but by traffic. Hua Mi sat in the supermarket, looking at the ultrasound report, frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that you had frozen meat and live poultry in City B, so I cleared the road between Xiangqing and City B for you? How come the frozen meat and live poultry haven't arrived yet, and the road is still blocked?" Sister Hua, you also said that if I get stuck again, I'll call you and ask you to clear the way for me. Look at what this has caused." The two people, separated by a telephone line, sighed heavily. The initial wishes were all very good, just to let the garrison have meat to eat. But things turned out like this. The meat from City B didn't arrive, but the people from City B arrived first. Outside the supermarket, Hu Jing shouted loudly, "Miss Hua, I heard that Captain Gong closed the iron gate to Xiangqing City, and he was scolded by the people of City B." What? Hua Mi couldn't sit still any longer. She took out her phone and said to the agricultural trade giant on the other end of the line, "Just be patient, I'll find a solution." After hanging up the phone with the agricultural trade giant, Hua Mi put on her raincoat and walked out of the supermarket. She said to Hu Jing outside, "Notify the clearance team to go to City B." Hu Jing stood in the rain and was shocked. Go to City B? Why go to City B? Seeing Hua Mi walking quickly without looking back, Hu Jing hurriedly followed her and said to Hua Mi, "But the road out of the city has been blocked by Commander Gong." "It's okay. I'll go there by the garbage dump. I have something to do there too. Ask the tow truck team on Xiangbi Road to gather in City B." Hua Mi said as she jumped into the black nanny car parked outside the supermarket and threw a cartoon patch to Hu Jing. "Here's the universal signal connector for you. Call me if you have anything." Before he finished his words, the black nanny van rushed into the rain and fog, heading towards the garbage dump. Gong, he only had about 3,000 to 4,000 garrisons at most. It was impossible for them to join hands and surround Xiangqing without any blind spots. There is no need for a complete enclosure. Because all the roads around Xiangqing were collapsed by the earthquake, Gong only needed to set up roadblocks on the only road available for vehicles to enter and exit. The garbage dump outside Xiangqing gathered all the garbage in Xiangqing, including the garbage that Hua Mi asked Hu Jing's relatives to clear out, all of which were piled here. No one would go in or out of Xiangqing through here because the road is blocked and too smelly. Hua Mi was driving, and before she even got close to the garbage dump, the faint stench in the air irritated her stomach lining. She quickly stopped the car, opened the toilet of the nanny car, and lay on the swivel toilet, retching for most of the day. At this moment, Hua Mi couldn't even tell whether this was her pregnancy reaction or the stink from the garbage dump in front. After her retching finally subsided, Hua Mi sat powerlessly in the small toilet, took out her cell phone, and called Gong. "Hello? Boss, are you okay?" There was constant abuse on the other end of the phone. Gong laughed softly. "I should be better than you. Your voice doesn't sound very good." Hua Mi said weakly, "I'm not kidding you. I did this."
"I'm sorry."
She was responsible for her own actions. It was she who cleared the Hunan-Bi Expressway, and it was also she who caused Gong to be scolded. She did not shirk her responsibilities. The agricultural trade magnate said he had a way to sell frozen meat and live poultry in City B, so I helped him get the connection. "You just cleared the way for him?" Gong repeated Hua Mi's last words. He stood on high ground, holding a cell phone in one hand and a gun in the other, watching the two garrisons and the Xiangqing management commander coming over. Gong gritted his teeth and asked, "Hua Mi, are you still drunk from that night? Does she know what she is talking about?" She said lightly that she opened the Xiangbi Expressway. There were mudslides everywhere outside the city, but she said it was possible, so she built a highway connecting the two cities. Guess what? Does Gong believe it or not? Should he believe it? Yes, I have a clearance team that has been working hard these days to clear obstacles. Hua Mi explained perfunctorily, got up from the toilet floor, put on a respirator, and opened the car door. "Start recycling the trash you see on the roadside." Then he said to Gong, "I have put a lot of oranges and water in the underground garage next to my supermarket. Ask Tang Yula to sell them and see if he can relieve your pressure. The survivors are only complaining about insufficient supplies and problems with food, drink, defecation, and urination. If you can survive in a place like City B, you shouldn't demand too high a living environment when you come to Xiangqing." Gong took a deep breath, looked at the Xiangqing management commander who had approached, and asked Hua Mi, "Okay, I'll let Tang Yu do it. If you're not feeling well, just take a rest. I'll come to see you after I'm done with my work here." After hanging up the phone with Hua Mi, Gong tilted his head, looked at the survivors outside the Iron Gate, and asked Yu Guanglin, "All the survivors from the entire city of B are here. Tell me, should I open this door or not?" Yu Guanglin, the commander of Xiangqing management, laughed and said, "The order of Xiangqing is still decided by Commander Gong. Why ask me about this?" Before he could finish his words, the gun in Gong Yi's hand was pressed against Yu Guanglin's forehead. He said angrily, "Yu Guanglin, don't play your management tricks on me. I won't accept it. Everyone is outside the door. My brothers can still hold on now. Let's try in a few days. You either die today or come up with a plan to properly resettle the survivors of City B. Respirators save lives." This is Hua Mi's deepest feeling at this moment. Wearing a respirator produced in a level 9 factory, she stood in front of a garbage dump that was as high as a tsunami and as big as a lake, and took a deep breath. The air was fresh, as if she was in a forest oxygen bar, which reduced her morning sickness a lot. After the morning sickness stopped, Hua Mi collected the garbage much faster. All I could see was large pieces of garbage disappearing from the garbage dump that was as wide as a lake. The energy bar of the level 9 factory increased by plus 1%, plus 2%, plus 3%, plus 15%. By the time Hua Mi had cleaned up the entire garbage dump and created a 2-lane road, the energy bar of the level 9 factory had increased to 98%. You know, when Hua Mi's factory is upgraded to level 9, the green energy bar becomes longer and becomes more and more difficult to fill. In other words, 98% of the energy bar means that a lot of materials can be produced. Many. Hua Mi continued to clean up the garbage and charged the energy bar of the level 9 factory to 100% in one breath. Unlock the second level of the garbage recycling station and get a sweeping robot X1 when a lucky draw X1A row of prompts popped up, and Hua Mi was surprised. Can this garbage collection also upgrade the recycling station? Does this mean that every time you recycle garbage and fill up the factory's energy bar, you can upgrade the garbage recycling station? What the Hades is this sweeping robot? Hua Mi took out the sweeping robot from the recycling station from the level 12 warehouse. It was no different from any other sweeping robot bought online. She put the sweeping robot on the ground and was still studying it when the round sweeping robot made a few clang sounds, grew 4 thin legs, and ran towards the garbage pile nearby. It recycles garbage bit by bit in the mountains and seas of garbage dumps. Hua Mi stood in the rain and looked at it. Pieces of paper were stuffed into its stomach, broken glass was stuffed into its stomach, and feces were stuffed into its stomach. A small sweeping robot seemed to have an infinitely large garbage bin, because the sweeping robot can only eat so much at a time. Hua Mi looked at it for a while, but there was no time to clean up the remaining garbage. She also ignored the sweeping robot that was eating the garbage slowly. Just throw it into the garbage dump, turn around, get in the van, drive through the garbage canyon, and go straight out of the city. Along the way, recycle plastic bottles and convert energy to 0.0, recycle moldy bread, convert energy 0. 0 recycle plastic bags, convert energy 0.000. Although the energy is small, it can't stop you from brushing and brushing without stopping. Hua Mi thinks this sweeping robot is extremely useful. Ordinary sweeping robots are not so diligent, nor can they eat everything. But she would like to call her sweeping robot the chosen one in the garbage recycling industry. Although people eat garbage slowly, they keep eating it. In the misty drizzle, a black nanny car was speeding on the national highway to City B. Hua Mi walked very slowly along the way. Although this was a national highway, every 2 steps she would encounter a mudslide that had collapsed on the highway. Occasionally there would be various collapsed houses, and the road gave Hua Mi a sense of vicissitudes. At this time, in Xiangqing, Yu Guanglin, under the gunpoint of Gong Yi, wrote furiously and came up with a plan on the spot to properly resettle the survivors of City B. His forehead was full of water, and he didn't know whether it was sweat or rain. After handing the plan to Gong Yi, Yu Guanglin took out a handkerchief from his raincoat and wiped the water off his forehead. Most of the buildings in the city have collapsed. We don't know if the remaining half will collapse. Let the clearance team clear a piece of open space in Xiangqing. People from City B can live in tents or their cars first. As for supplies, there aren't many in Xiangqing right now. We really don't have the ability to solve the food, drink, defecation, and urination problems for so many survivors in City B. Commander Gong, you have 10 billion in your hands. We all know that you have been purchasing supplies. What Yu Guanglin meant by this was that he wanted Gong Yi to take out the food from the garrison supplies department. Gong Yi glanced at him coldly. You think I don't dare to really kill you, do you? If a loaf of bread is divided into 10 portions, it can sustain a person for many days. But if you eat without a plan, you will soon starve to death. He had embezzled 10 billion yuan and also entrusted Hua Mi to buy supplies for the Xiangqing garrison. But now less than 500 million of the 10 billion has been spent. Hua Mi bought a lot of supplies, but how long will this chaotic situation last, and when will it end? Neither knows. No one can guarantee whether money can still buy things in the future. Nowadays, in many cities, money is no longer money. No one can say for sure whether the 10 billion will become a long string of numbers in the future. Gong Yi raised the gun and put it against Yu Guanglin's forehead again, with murderous intent evident in his eyes. It has only been a short time, and the garrison supplies have to be used. Have humans run out of ammunition and food to such an extent? If even the garrison supplies have to be used first, then in the days to come, the garrison's morale will collapse and they will die of starvation and thirst before all the survivors. Who will guarantee order? A city manager whose legs tremble when facing a gun? Or are there only a few police officers? I still have a way, I still have a way. Yu Guanglin's forehead was sweating again. He stood shivering in the wind and rain. Of course, if the garrison here can't bear the pain and bear some of the burden, we can only think of a way to contact the management of City B. City B should also have food reserves, but it's in a mess. At this time, the relevant person in charge is not at work due to an accident, so no one thinks of this matter. The administrative headquarters building of City B collapsed on a workday. So more than half of the entire management system was paralyzed. Naturally, there is no need to mention the issue of food reserves. In fact, every city has food reserves, and Xiangqing has quite a lot of them as well. If we can transport the food reserves in City B to Xiangqing, we will have more time to combine the strength of the two cities and resume production. Yu Guanglin seemed to have a brain that was turned on. When he wasn't passing the buck or trying to trick Gong Yi, his IQ was still pretty good. He just said, "Commander Gong, if you let me go, I will immediately summon all the administrators of Xiangqing's management level to find out the location of the food reserves in City B." "Okay, you find the location, and I'll contact the garrison commander of City B." After seeing Yu Guanglin off, Gong Yi called Hua Mi. It was quite quiet on her end, with only the sound of rain. "Where?" Gong Yi frowned. "Where have you been again?" "I'll go to City B to help you solve the problem." Hua Mi answered very straightforwardly. There was another pile of mud ahead, and the car definitely couldn't pass through. She could only get out of the car and continue to recycle the mud into the garbage station. She didn't know how many times she stopped and walked along the way. Gong Yi's sword-like brows furrowed even more tightly. "What problem can you solve? Come back quickly." After a pause, he raised his gun and asked again in disbelief, "How did you get out of town?" The only lane out of the city was blocked by him. How did Hua Mi get out of the city? Go through the garbage dump and go around to the national highway. Hua Mi collected the mountain of mud in front of her and put it into the garbage station, then turned back and continued driving towards City B. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm so busy here.
I'm busy clearing obstacles."
After saying that, she hung up Gong Yi's phone impatiently. This man is good in every way, except that although he is a career-oriented person, he is a bit fussy. After hanging up the phone with Gong Yi, Hua Mi called Chi Chuan again. "Chuanzi, where are you guys?" In the drizzle, Ikegawa and his friends, each carrying a large bag of banknotes, used mountain bikes to carry several sacks of banknotes and were struggling to trek towards Hunan B Expressway. We are almost at the Hunan B Expressway. There are still a few kilometers to go. Oh my god, this road is really difficult to travel. Chichuan shouted at the top of his lungs. He felt something was strange, because they had no cell phone signal at all during their previous journey. Why is Sister Hua's voice so clear now? "Don't go back to Xiangqing. I'm on my way to B City. Go to B City and help me sell oranges and water." Hua Mi briefly explained her plan. Anyway, Chichuan and his friends can go back to Xiangqing now. The entire Xiangbi Expressway is blocked and the traffic conditions are quite complicated. There is no difference between them selling supplies in City A and selling supplies in City B. Chi-Chuan agreed immediately and turned around. His eyes were so wet from the rain that he couldn't open them. He could only squint and say to his friends who were dragging sacks behind him, "Sister Hua asked us to go to City B. She dragged some oranges and water to sell in City B. Let's go to City B." The friends immediately took out a wet map, gathered together, determined the direction, and immediately headed towards City B. It is closer to City B from their location than to go directly to Hunan B Expressway. But Hua Mi still arrived in City B before them. She drove the nanny car all the way to City B. The decadence of City B was even worse than that of Xiangqing. In Xiangqing, there are still a few tenacious buildings standing still, but the entire city of B was shaken to pieces. There is no intact house. There were cars on the road, driving out of the city and heading towards Xiangqing. Hua Mi simply parked the car next to a pile of ruins and waited for Chi-Chuan and the others in the nanny car. The rain outside was hitting the car window. Hua Mi pulled up her shoulder-length hair and pinned it on top of her head with a big clip. She got up and cooked some noodles in the kitchen area of the car. After thinking about it, she added 2 eggs to the noodles. She ate noodles with 2 kids and an egg each. On the muddy road outside the window, cars from City B were dented by the earthquake, but they were still tenacious and passed by her car one after another. Hua Mi was not in a hurry. After she was full, she had a good sleep in the nanny car. A few hours later, Chi-Chuan and others appeared outside Hua Mi's nanny car, covered in mud and water. "Let's get started." Hua Mi stood up and stood at the door of the nanny car. The moment she opened the door, a car full of oranges rushed out from behind her and hit Chi Chuan all over. There are too many oranges. Please sell as many as you can. Hua Mi smiled and looked at Chi Chuan, who was almost knocked down by Zhu Lang, with some embarrassment. The orange was still rolling out, and behind Ikegawa, his friends, who were in a mess, widened their eyes in shock. Someone picked one up secretly, and, without caring whether there was mud on the orange peel, he just broke it open and started eating it. I'm so touched. They never had a full meal in City A. They traveled through mountains and rivers all the way and were so thirsty that they could only drink rainwater. Now I have such sweet and juicy oranges to eat. I am so happy. Before everyone had finished being moved, a car stopped on the side of the road, seemingly observing the nanny van and the oranges on the ground beside the car. A man got out of the car and looked hesitantly at the oranges on the ground. You have so many oranges. Are you selling them? Sell, of course. Ikegawa reacted and immediately started selling oranges with his friends. The price is the same in both cities, 9.9 yuan each. Because Xiangqing's oranges have become a hot topic online, everyone in City B knows the price. Oranges cost 9.9 yuan each, and in Xiangqing, you can get as many as you want. However, without going to Xiangqing, I was very surprised and touched that I could buy oranges at this price at the gate of City B. The man who was driving turned around and ran back to the car and asked the woman in the passenger seat, "Honey, how much savings do we have?" "Hundreds of thousands, what's wrong?" The woman propped her head up and looked at the nanny car outside the car. The man pondered, "Are we going to Xiangqing? Let's not go there yet. Let's take out the money, buy tens of thousands of oranges, and sell them in the city." City B is very big. They came out of City B and know the situation inside. Many people went to Xiangqing, but there were also quite a number of people who had no cars, and their cars were crushed under the rubble. So I could only walk to Xiangqing. Some haven't even left the city yet. It happened that their car was quite big, so they bought tens of thousands of oranges and sold them along the way into the city. They didn't sell them at a high price. I bought them at 9.9 each, and they sold them at 10.9 each. If I don't just resell it, I'll make tens of thousands of dollars, right? The woman in the passenger seat hesitated. What if it can't be sold? If you can't sell it, you can eat it yourself. The man seemed to be very angry. At this moment, he would sell anything as long as it was edible. The money in City B is no longer money. What is it? It is paper. It's a string of numbers in the phone. He said to his wife, "Listen to me, honey. The money in Xiangqing is still useful. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars in our hands. I'm afraid we won't be able to buy much supplies in Xiangqing. We might as well double it and take a chance before going to Xiangqing." The woman thought about it and looked back at the child sleeping in the safety cradle behind the car. She nodded. "Let's do this. Fill the trunk first." Their car is not big, just a city SUV, and the trunk certainly cannot hold tens of thousands of oranges. But the man was diligent. He dragged the oranges in the trunk and planned to return to City B to find a proper place to store the oranges. As a result, the oranges in the trunk were sold out before the place was found. The man, his wife, and the child in the safety cradle in the back car hurried out of the city. Along the way, the woman was still complaining, "The roads in City B are not smooth. Why are there so many people buying oranges?" It was really exaggerated. They were dragging a trunk full of oranges, and they were less than a kilometer away from Hua Mi's nanny car, but they were already shouting out their wares along the way. Immediately, a group of people gathered around to buy oranges. If they were selling so well, wouldn't the oranges in the nanny car be sold out quickly? Yes. No matter how many oranges there are, the demand is huge. When the couple drove to the gate of City B, the road there was already blocked. Ikegawa and his friends tried their best to sell oranges, but they were still far from meeting the demand. Even if the oranges on the ground were covered in mud, no one cared. 9.9 What if an orange is covered in mud? Xiangqing's oranges have no flaws, they are sweet and juicy, and there is not a single bad fruit. No landmines at all. Looking at the people from City B gathering together, Ikegawa looked worriedly at the nanny car that was almost empty. He looked up. Where was Sister Hua? Chi Chuan quickly handed the scene over to his friend, squeezed out of the crowd, and walked to the periphery to call Sister Hua. The call was quickly connected, and Chun asked anxiously, "Sister Hua, where are you? The oranges are all sold out. If we go down like this, we won't be able to get out at all." He is not exaggerating. Look at this nanny car. It is surrounded by 3 layers of defense inside and outside. It is good enough that people can get out, but the car definitely cannot get out. By then, their cars wouldn't be able to move much, so they would have to walk back to Xiangqing. Inside City B, come here. On the phone, Hua Mi's voice was very calm, asking Chun to keep going forward. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere in City B. Some cars are buried in the rubble and no one knows where the owners of the houses and cars have gone. Some cars were in good condition, but the roads in front and behind were blocked and they couldn't get out. Chun ran all the way, bypassing the deserted streets, and just saw Hua Mi wearing a raincoat and flat-heeled boots, standing cleanly on the gravel street. He ran over, hurriedly urging Sister Hua, "We have to leave quickly. I think all the survivors left in City B have gathered around the nanny car. If they can't buy oranges, we will be beaten to death." Ikegawa is quite experienced. This happened in City A. Because they could not buy water, the survivors gathered around and vented all their anxiety and worries, as well as their dissatisfaction with the management system on Ikegawa and others. Otherwise, how did their car heading to City A get lost? Because he couldn't drive out of the angry crowd, he had to abandon the car to save people. Hua Mi stood there without moving, her hands in the pockets of her raincoat. She looked at Chun and smiled. She turned her head and motioned Chun to look over there. The fog in City B is just as heavy, with visibility no more than 10 meters. Due to the terrain, the water vapor concentration in the air is slightly lower than that in Xiangqing, and no one has suffered from respiratory distress so far. But it will be soon. Chun looked in the direction Hua Mi pointed, and saw a mountain of oranges lying in a depression in the mist, piled up high. Compared to the small nanny car, it is much bigger. He widened his eyes in shock and didn't react for a long time. "Sister Hua, when were so many oranges transported to City B? While you're drawing fire from the survivors?" Hua Mi smiled and pointed to the mountain of respirators and mineral water in the corner of the ruins. "Sell it and attract all the survivors heading to Xiangqing back." "Oh!" Ikegawa let out a cheer and rushed towards the piles of supplies. He liked the feeling of embracing everything and making a fortune every day.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Chun start to call his friends to come over, Hua Mi called Chun, Chuanzi. Ikegawa in front turned around and saw a bag flying towards him. He caught it reflexively and heard Hua Mi laugh. It contains a universal signal connector. You and your friend will each have one. This will make it easier for you to communicate in the future. She has always been generous to those who work for her. When Ikegawa took out a chibi Morocco-chan patch from the bag, he looked up at Hanami in confusion. She had turned around, and her figure disappeared into the rain and fog. The clearance team composed of Huijing's relatives had already arrived outside the city, but was blocked at the gate leading to City B. They could only drag their small garbage trucks and move into the city little by little. Hua Mi had to hurry to meet them. At this time, inside Xiangqing, Yu Guanglin, under the gunpoint of the garrison, gathered all the Xiangqing administrators, racked their brains, and finally found out the location of the logistics department in City B. Facts have proved that as long as everyone does the job with heart, the efficiency is still very high. After getting the location, Gong took a small garrison and prepared to leave the city. He divided the Xiangqing garrison into 3 parts. The largest part stayed in Xiangqing to maintain stability, and about 1,000 garrisons joined the rescue team, responsible for rescue inside and outside the city. He went to City B with only 50 garrisons. Fong and Tang Yu both rushed over. They both had injuries on their bodies, and the membranes on their faces were beginning to peel off and looked like they were about to fall off. I don't know what the 2 of them looked like after they fell off, but in this state, they definitely can't follow Gong to carry out the mission. Fong said anxiously, "Boss, the checkpoint is completely blocked now. How are you going to get out? It is really too difficult. In Xiangqing, you can't go out without wearing a respirator. The heavy water vapor has caused breathing difficulties for many people." Fortunately, Sister Hua had enough respirators in stock. She had a whole basement garage full of respirators, water, tarpaulins, and oranges. Gong assembled the gun in his hand and put on a raincoat over his combat uniform. Go to the garbage dump. Garbage dump? Tang Yu and Chao Fong looked at each other in bewilderment. How could they get out of the garbage dump? Not to mention humans, even ghosts wouldn't go there. Gong Yi, who had already packed up, turned around and patted Tang Yu and Chao Fong on the shoulders. Okay, you two take care of Xiangqing. I'm going to go to B City to get supplies. And to bring back a certain woman who was wandering around. After saying that, Gong Yi didn't waste any time. He took his fully armed team and drove the Garrison armored vehicle all the way to the garbage dump. On the way there, Gong Yi received a call from the Garrison headquarters. As soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end started cursing. You put a gun to Yu Guangling's head? Did you also pry open the Xiangqing armory? You want to kill me, don't you? How dare you break into the armory without reporting it? Where are the armored vehicles? Why are you driving 10 armored vehicles out for a stroll? The sound was too loud, so Gong Yi moved the phone further away, his eyes still fixed on the map, refusing to admit it.
Who reported me? What?
The Xiangqing armory was pried open? This must be the case of the thief crying, "Stop thief." Please stay calm at your headquarters and tell me who reported me. I'll find out and call you back. Hello? The signal is bad. Gong Yi hung up the phone at headquarters. Sitting in the armored vehicle, I looked up and saw the mountain of garbage in front of me, as if it had been split in half like someone splitting the sea. The two-lane road in the middle, although full of mud, seemed exceptionally flat compared to the bumpy mountain of garbage. Is this something a human can do? The deployment of armored vehicles. Please ask Gong Yi for instructions. Boss, shall we go?
Pass.
Although the scene in front of her was a bit strange, if Hua Mi could get through it, why couldn't Gong Yi? This allowed the fully armed Gong Yi to pass outside City B. Gong Yi. The smoothness of the process made him feel weird. There were no roadblocks caused by mudslides on the road. Although there were some small fallen rocks, they were not a big problem for armored vehicles. It was obvious that the road ahead had been cleared. But just outside of City B, Gong Yi's armored convoy was blocked by traffic. Someone stationed on the communicator said, "Boss, the survivors on the Hunanbi Expressway are flowing back to City B. Boss, someone is selling oranges, respirators, and mineral water at the entrance of City B." Needless to say, this must be Hua Mi's work. Hua Mi and Gong Yi arrived in City B one step ahead and had already started to resell supplies in City B. Gong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, lowered his head, took out his cell phone, and called Hua Mi. "I'm outside of City B. Where are you?" "I'm clearing the road. You do your thing and I'll do mine. I'll call you when I'm free." On the other end of the phone line, Hua Mi seemed very busy and had no intention of meeting Gong Yi at all. After she finished speaking, she simply hung up the phone and took her tow clearance team with her to clear the long street in City B bit by bit. The towing team arrived a little faster than Gong Yi because they were originally on the Hunanbi Expressway. At Hua Mi's request, they had nothing else to do every day and towed a small garbage truck, driving back and forth to clear the gravel on the ground. Everyone was gathering in City B. Someone asked curiously, "Miss Hua, why don't we help Xiangqing's management system clean up Xiangqing? Instead, why are we coming to City B to help clean up City B?" Some people found it puzzling before that instead of clearing the obstacles inside Xiangqing, the police went outside Xiangqing to clear the Xiangbi Expressway. However, since they were all relatives of Hujing and were all begging for food under Hua Mi, no one said anything. Although I was curious, it was just curiosity and I didn't dare to have any opinion. Hua Mi waved her hand and looked at the devastation of City B with a serious expression. "You have a narrow vision. Isn't City B our home? If you don't sweep City B, how can you sweep the world?" You see, although City B also has its own tow removal team, and they are professional, the will of City B's tow removal team is weak and they soon collapsed in the chaotic world. Such a broken city can only become better with the help of our amateur tow removal team. How great you are. They just want to make a living, so we can't have too high expectations of their awareness. But after Miss Hua said so much, What else could everyone say except applauding? Then Hua Mi said, "You have cleared all the roads in City B, whether it is the streets or the alleys, and you have thrown all the garbage into the City B garbage dump. I'm going over there to take a look now." After giving the instructions, Hua Mi ran away quickly. After tasting the sweetness of success at the Xiangqing garbage dump, Hua Mi also set her sights on the garbage dump in City B. Before going to the B City garbage dump, she had to use up all the energy in her level 9 factory. So, Hua Mi was frantically clicking on the control panel of Apocalypse Supermarket all the way. Mineral water, tarpaulins, respirators, orange juice, all produced at X100,000. Feeling that the energy consumption was not enough, Hua Mi simply spent money to upgrade the level 9 factory to a level 10 factory. Level 10 factory. Water bottles, all specifications. Mineral water, all specifications. Waterproof tarpaulins, all specifications. Self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirators, all specifications. Orange juice, specification 1L. Ethanol limited production. Painkillers X60,000. Sterile gauze X50,000. Hemostatic gel X40,000. Goggles X30,000. Condoms X20,000. Semi-finished pickled fish X10,000. Seeing this limited production category, Hua Mi was so moved that she just wanted to cry. Finally, I gave her some help. The semi-finished pickled fish was just right for her as a pregnant woman to nourish her body. She made all X10,000 copies, took a pack out from the level 12 storage, and looked at them as she walked. It's a big bag of pickled fish, vacuum-packed, with all the sauces and soup packets. You just need to find a pot to heat it up, and you can eat it. Otherwise, why not find a place to park a nanny car, heat up the pickled fish, and eat before working? Thinking of this, she climbed up the ruins, looked around, and pushed open a broken door. The door was pushed open and Hua Mi was stunned. God, a room full of kids. The children in this room were all covered in black, with messy hair covered in dirt. Suddenly, a stranger broke into their dark world, and they all curled up into a ball. Just like an abandoned kitten, he opened his innocent and ignorant eyes and looked at Hua Mi warily. A gun was pressed against Hua Mi's lower back. "Don't move." Hua Mi didn't move. She asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Why are there so many children here?" The man behind her did not answer her, but reached out and snatched the pickled fish from her hand. After a while, the man asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Although his tone was cold, there was no obvious malice in it, nor was it fierce. Hua Mi asked, "I came from City A to sell supplies. Why are there so many children here? Why don't you go buy supplies?" Before she met the clearance team, she knew that the survivors of the traffic jam on Hunanbi Expressway were moving towards City B one after another. In City B, the survivors who could not walk or had no car to leave had already gathered at the city entrance and rushed to buy supplies. There really shouldn't be so many hungry children here. Looking at those pairs of eyes filled with innocence and fear, Hua Mi smiled slightly. Suddenly, she turned around and grabbed the wrist of the man holding the gun behind her. The next moment, a kitchen knife appeared from nowhere and was held in Hua Mi's hand. She placed the kitchen knife across the man's neck and smiled awkwardly. "I wanted to be more heroic, but I only have this kitchen knife in my hand. I feel comfortable talking like this, so let's talk like this." "I'm sorry." Hua Mi doesn't like being talked to with weapons pointed at her. She feels like she can't have a good conversation this way. She likes to chat with a knife on someone's neck. Yang Honglin had never expected that a woman would hold a knife to his neck. His eyes darkened, and he pursed his lips with a hint of sarcasm. "People from City A come to us to sell supplies? The roads in City B are blocked. For such a large city, the distance between the south and the north seems to span mountains and seas. Moreover, there is no signal in City B now. At the end of the street, you can't even tell what's happening on the street. What's more, this place is on the edge of a garbage dump, and no one would deliberately come here to tell them that there are people from City A selling supplies at the city entrance. Why can't people in City A come to you to sell supplies? Don't you know that City A has abundant supplies? Hua Mi squinted at the skinny children in the room and said, "Tell me, why are you a police officer here? What are you going to do with these children? What can I do with them? These are orphans. No one cares for them. If no one cares for them, then I will." Yang Honglin took 2 steps back and put away the gun in his hand. A few days earlier, he learned from his mobile phone that medical supplies in Xiangcheng were being sold at sky-high prices. But during this period, as the power storage of his mobile phone was exhausted, the power banks he found ran out of power one after another, and his access to the internet became intermittent, until the signal in City B was completely destroyed. Yang Honglin was completely in the dark. He didn't want to find out what was going on outside, but these kids kept him from leaving. Every day after going out to look for supplies in the ruins and garbage dumps, I had to hurry back to take care of the children, and I had no time to care about what was happening in Xiangcheng. Seeing this, Hua Mi did not threaten with a knife. She put the knife away and took 2 steps back. After Hua Mi found a place to sit down, she said to Yang Honglin, "Did the parents of these children die in the earthquake?"
Yang Honglin nodded silently.
His police uniform was already dirty and messy, and he looked much more relaxed and gentle. According to him, City B had been in chaos a long time ago, and the situation was much more serious than that in City A. The garrison in City A did not respond in a timely manner, and the garrison commander lacked courage. From the very beginning, there was no garrison in City B. When the chaos broke out, no rescue team was sent out, so the police in the city temporarily acted as the rescue team. But the police were just a handful of people, and they were busy with rescue operations, so no one was caring about the situation in the city. The entire urban environment quickly fell into disorder. At that time, Yang Honglin was the only police officer responsible for taking care of the children rescued from the earthquake. This care continues until now. They didn't originally live near the garbage dump, but moved here gradually. Because only at the garbage dump can you find something to eat. Hua Mi glanced around at the children and asked Yang Honglin, "There are no police officers in your City B anymore, so why don't you leave? You can still survive if you leave alone, and don't worry about these children." No one can tell exactly how the police disappeared. There are a few policemen in Xiangcheng now, but as more and more people left Xiangcheng at the beginning, all the people in Xiangcheng ran to the rescue center to set up tents. There are only garrisons in Xiangcheng, and the police presence is getting lower and lower. But the profession of police in City B did not disappear naturally, but most of them died in various rescue operations. As communications were cut off, perhaps a small number of police officers survived, but City B was too hopeless, and the few police officers followed the survivors and set out for Xiangcheng. Yang Honglin scratched his hair anxiously. "I can survive, but these children will die. Children here is only a few months old and is being looked after by the older children. The oldest child is less than 10 years old. They grew up in a peaceful and happy world. How could they have experienced such misery? If he left, he could live, but how would these children live?" A heavy and depressing atmosphere echoed in the broken house. Hua Mi held a kitchen knife in her hand and stood there for a while, looking at the room full of children. According to her experience, after continuous natural disasters and man-made tragedies, out of billions of humans, only 1 million will survive in the end. It's a miracle to survive, but it's normal not to survive. She was as hard as iron, but she still pointed Yang Honglin in a direction. "Here, did you see that? Take the child and go in that direction. Find a man named Chun. He's selling supplies there. You can buy them by scanning the QR code with money. Money? It is the least valuable thing now. Yang Honglin can make money no matter what." Hua Mi turned and left the shabby house. Before leaving, she took out a large bag of oranges from her big bag and put it on the ground, then left in silence. Yang Honglin glanced at the bright oranges on the ground, chased after Hua Mi, and asked, "Are you serious? What were you doing at the garbage dump?" Hua Mi didn't look back or answer him, and continued walking forward. Yang Honglin asked again in a hoarse voice, "What's your name? We met by chance, call each other whatever you want." She walked very quickly, and soon her figure disappeared into the garbage mountain. Hua Mi didn't take this episode to heart. People like Yang Honglin are rare, but they are not the only one in the apocalypse. In the last days, such people are the kind who die quickly but do not live long. They have good hearts but lack the ability. If Hua Mi meets her, she will help if she can, but it's okay if she can't help her. She just felt it was very strange. According to what Yang Honglin said, the garrison in City B should not have appeared at all. So where did the garrison in City B go? Her level 10 factory quickly ran out of energy under her attack, and Hua Mi did not delay. After she was out of Yang Honglin's sight, she began to produce materials and recycle garbage at the same time. Collect the oranges, by the way. He also called Gong Yi and told him about his encounter with Yang Honglin. Gong Yi was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. I have contacted the garrison in City B. The garrison commander is dead. He shot himself. The earthquake in City B occurred during the day on a weekday. The management headquarters building collapsed. The entire management level of City B was paralyzed immediately. No one reported the disaster to the higher-ups. Without orders, the garrison would not move easily. The commander of the B City garrison waited for 24 hours, but the garrison headquarters had not given him any instructions. By the time he realized what was happening and wanted to act on his own, the city was already littered with corpses. His parents, wife, and children were also killed in the aftershocks. The commander of City B couldn't bear it anymore and chose the easiest and quickest way to end his pain. The garrison in City B is now in a state of disarray, and no one knows what the situation is. It remains to be seen by Gong Yi himself. Hua Mi stopped recycling the garbage and didn't know what to say for a moment. Hua Mi cleared her throat, stood in an empty garbage pit, and asked Gong Yi on the other end of the phone, "You are lucky to have received a call from the garrison headquarters as soon as possible." She still remembers that during the first earthquake, her supermarket was buried in rubble. It took less than 10 hours for the rescue team to open the door of her supermarket. When the Xiangqing garrison had not yet moved, he led the rescue team. So now the garrison headquarters is very annoyed with him because he has done too many things on his own. If these things that he did on his own were printed out on A4 paper, they would probably circle around Xiangqing. Hua Mi was delighted when she heard this. "Okay, big brother, keep it up. I support you. When your crime is exposed and the garrison headquarters wants to execute you, I will come to the execution ground. Who would believe you if you were so smiling? You have no credibility in my eyes." On the phone, Gong Yi glared at Hua Mi and asked, "Where are you? Come with me to find the supply depot in City B and see for yourself." "No, I want to be the street cleaner of City B and clean up all the garbage in City B." Hua Mi didn't want to join in the fun, as she couldn't put the supply warehouse found by the garrison into the level 12 storage in public. It's boring. She should just recycle the garbage and produce supplies from the level 10 factory. Hua Mi continued to move, recycling garbage while opening a level 10 factory to produce supplies. The small sweeping robot placed in the Xiangqing garbage dump continues to eat garbage and has no way of keeping up with Hua Mi's consumption. Unlock storage level 13, space 13 by 1. When a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X5 because of the crazy large amount of production materials in a short period of time, plus each harvest was 1 million oranges, Hua Mi's level 12 storage was successfully exceeded and directly soared to level 13 storage. She looked at the X5 lottery opportunities she had accumulated and continued saving. It is estimated that the level 13 storage cannot be upgraded any further as the supporting facilities cannot keep up. So far, the black soil has only been upgraded to level 5. This really cannot be blamed on Huijing and his team being too slow, but rather the workload of building a bunker for Hua Mi was too huge. But Hua Mi suddenly thought that the project was too large and she could find some smaller jobs. Last time, we built a wall around the 2 square meters of black land for the RV warehouse, which was also considered a security and defense project for her. Next time she gets black soil, she will ask Huijing's engineering team to build a wall for her. A few square meters of land is surrounded by a wall. As soon as this thought came to mind, a subtitle appeared.
Turn on security scan.
Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Engineering Rating. Clearing Hunan V Expressway Rating. Intermediate Protection Project obtained 6 square meters of black land. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X6, Hua Mi asked in a panic. Wasn't the Hunan B expressway cleared by her a long time ago? She quickly called the leader of the clearance team, Hu Jing's 8th uncle, and asked, "Hey, 8th uncle, what did you do?" Before she left the clearance team, she gave each member of the clearance team a universal signal connector because she knew there was no mobile phone signal in City B. Anyway, there are not many members in the clearance team, only about 10 people in total. After all, this tow clearance team will be running back and forth on Hunan B Expressway in the future, so they can contact each other if anything happens. It is also easier to contact family members. When the 8th uncle heard this, he was terrified and said timidly, "Miss Hua, didn't you ask us to clear the obstacles?" When Hua Mi left, she did not tell them which road in City B they should clear the obstacles on. It just means that all the streets and alleys in City B have been cleared. So they all got together and decided to start clearing the obstacles from the end of Hunan B Expressway. Because the tail section is connected to the garbage dump, only after clearing the obstacles at the tail section can they use cars to transport all the garbage out of City B. After saying this, Hua Mi suddenly understood that the so-called Xiangbi Expressway does not refer to the expressway from the gate of Xiang City to the gate of B City. The last section of Hunan B Expressway goes around most of City B and passes directly by the garbage dump in City B. Only when a highway is completely cleared from the beginning to the end can it be considered a safety defense project. Hua Mi finally understood. Oh, please don't fire them. They have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and they also have wives to support. Thinking back to the beginning, they came to work for Hua Mi just to get some medical supplies. But gradually, the lives of the people around them became increasingly difficult, and their own abundance of material goods became apparent. Any intelligent person would know that if things continue to develop in this way, life for mankind will become increasingly difficult. Then I can't lose Miss Hua's job. Hua Mi laughed while holding her phone. It's not a failure, it's not a failure. Just keep working. It's a good thing. I'll find Boss Gong later and give you an award for the best street cleaner. The awards issued by the garrison are of great value. No matter what era it is, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. 8th uncle immediately smiled happily, hung up the phone with Hua Mi, waved his hand. 9th brother-in-law, 10th brother-in-law, keep working hard. Miss Hua said that Boss Gong is going to give us an award. Sure Diadia's hands were shaking with excitement, and she sent a message back. Sure Diadia? Old lady, Miss Hua said that as long as I work hard, Boss Gong will give me a year-end award in person. After sending the message back, Grandma Ten told everyone that her old man and Gong you were close friends regardless of age difference. After calling the tow removal team, she thought about it and decided that she still had to go back to Xiangqing to settle the newly acquired 6 square meters of black land. The black soil that has been settled in front has been harvesting straw, fruits, and rice. Although the number is not as many as oranges, it is still much faster than the normal growth rate in reality. A little bit of sand makes a tower. Now, except for oranges, the quantity of every kind of fruit is tens of thousands. Hua Mi took out an apple, washed it with mineral water, took a bite, walked around casually, and returned to Xiangqing Lianhua Xingxing supermarket. As soon as she left, Yang Honglin, wearing a torn raincoat, climbed over the entire garbage mountain, stood on the top of the garbage mountain, and shouted, "What, kind-hearted person? Kind-hearted person?" He didn't know Hua Mi's name, he just saw her coming in this direction, so he came over to see her. He planned to take the children to the entrance of City B and wanted to ask Hua Mi if she wanted to go with him. As a result, I almost fell. Yang Honglin looked down and saw, oh my God, in front of him, a deep depression appeared in the ocean of garbage. In the not-so-big garbage pit, there was a little mud and water accumulated underground because of the rain. I thought there was too much garbage piled up, and more garbage kept rolling into this depression around. Where did this come from? Yang Honglin was shocked. He had been living with his children near the garbage dump for almost half a month, and had never discovered that there was such a deep depression here. The children behind me were also wearing tattered raincoats. Each of them was holding a few bright yellow, fresh oranges in their hands, and they were trudging through the garbage mountain with difficulty.
Plea.
Yang Honglin turned around in a hurry and shouted loudly, "Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Let's go. I'll take you to the city gate first." He has his duties. Although he is the only policeman left in City B, he still has to stick to this duty and uphold this honor. Yang Honglin planned to take the children to see if there were any supplies for sale at the city entrance, then come back to find that kind girl. Otherwise, it would be very unsafe for such a beautiful girl to wander around City B alone. He planned to go down the garbage mountain, take a group of dirty children, each of them holding a few oranges, and start the hike. Hua Mi, who was supposed to be in City B, had already returned to Xiangqing. As soon as she returned, even though she was wearing a waterproof tarpaulin raincoat, she could still smell the thick, sticky moisture in the air. The terrain of Xiangqing is lower than that of City B and City A. Water vapor will fall downward along the terrain. Gradually, even if it does not rain in Xiangqing, it will become a depression where water vapor gathers in various cities. What's more, such water vapor is not ordinary at all. She frowned, standing at the entrance of the supermarket, looking at the pitch-black gray mist ahead. In this kind of environment, if you don't wear goggles and a respirator, you will die. Putting on goggles, Hua Mi saw Hu Jing walking towards her. He looked like he was walking in water, with sticky ripples all around him as he walked. Hua Mi couldn't help but call Ko Minghong. "Mr. Ko, what's going on with the moisture in Xiangqing?" Ko Minghong sighed on the phone. "It's getting thicker and thicker. I'm beginning to wonder if Xiangqing will eventually become the bottom of the ocean. Look at this state. Does it look like we've gone back hundreds of millions of years, when the planet's terrain changed and the dinosaurs became extinct? Isn't it said that the extinction of dinosaurs was caused by the change of terrain after the planetary collision, with oceans becoming mountains and highlands becoming valleys? These frequent earthquakes have changed the terrain, with Xiangqing becoming lower and lower, and the surrounding cities becoming higher and higher. The water will flow towards Xiangqing and will soon be submerged." Hua Mi frowned and thought for a while. This really didn't happen in her previous life. She also sighed and advised, "I think it could be worse. Mr. Ko, look at this vapor. It's different from ordinary vapor. It's more viscous. You can't go out without a respirator." Yes, fortunately there is Hua Mi's respirator and dehumidifier. Speaking of this matter, Ko Minghong asked hurriedly, "Xiaohua, I'm really embarrassed about something. Can you help me out?"
What?
Hua Mi didn't understand. "What are you looking for?" Ko Minghong was even more embarrassed and whispered, "I'm being held by the garrison now. I know you have a good relationship with the garrison. Can you get me out? The emergency department can't do without me."
I'm Buse.
Hua Mi frowned when she heard this. "Wait a minute. Don't be anxious. Let's start from the beginning." At this time, Hu Jing trudged to Hua Mi, and Hua Mi gestured to him, asking him to wait a moment. She turned around and said to Ko Minghong on the phone, "Begin to speak." Because of the generosity and selflessness of Xiangqing's management, more and more seriously injured patients are airdropped into Xiangqing every day. The emergency area can no longer accommodate so many people, so it has no choice but to expand it. Therefore, emergency areas need a lot of dehumidifiers. There is also an unlimited supply of respirators, especially respirators, which have become an indispensable medical supply. Otherwise, something big will happen in the emergency department. Ko Minghong saw the seriousness of the problem. He felt that no matter how much supplies Hua Mi had, after continuously supplying medical supplies to the emergency area for such a long time, they should be almost empty. If he asked Hua Mi for medical supplies again, he was afraid of delaying the garrison there. After all, everyone can see what is happening now. There are more and more people in the rescue center. If it weren't for the garrison to maintain order, how chaotic would Xiangqing be? But without a respirator, all the people in Xiangqing would die. The kind where not a single one is left. So after searching everywhere and finding no one to turn to, Ko Minghong went to the Xiangqing management to ask for a respirator. He wanted to ask Yu Guanglin where he could find a respirator and a dehumidifier in Xiangqing, especially a large number of respirators. Before he even opened his mouth, Yu Guanglin asked Ko Minghong for 50,000 respirators. The first thing he asked for was 50,000. Ko Ming-hong started fighting with Yu Guanglin on the spot. When the earthquake first started, all the original Xiangqing residents who could escape ran away. Now, I don't know if there are more than 50,000 people left in Xiangqing. Although there were survivors from City B, the 50,000 respirators that Yu Guanglin requested were not for the survivors from City B at all. He is stocking goods for the entire Xiangqing management level. How many people are there in the management level of Xiangqing? Even a gentle man like Ko Ming-hong couldn't bear it anymore and had a fight with Yu Guanglin. Yu Guanglin pulled out all the hairs on his head. In the end, Ko Ming-hong and Yu Guanglin were successfully taken away by the Xiangqing garrison and are now being held in a mobile cabin next to the management headquarters building. Hua Mi didn't know whether to laugh or sigh when she heard this. She held the phone in one hand and put one hand on her waist. You are too serious. Yu Guanglin wants a respirator. As long as he pays for it, you can sell it to him. Didn't you ask him for funding before and he just laughed it off? This time you are blocking him. Ko Ming-hong is an honest man who takes things very seriously, but when honest people are pushed into a corner, they can do things that surprise people. Without waiting for Ko Ming-hong to speak, Hua Mi continued, I still have a lot of respirators and dehumidifiers, enough to last forever, but you don't have anything to exchange with me, mister. Ko, you need to stand up. Think about it yourself. Instead of fighting with Yu Guanglin, it's better to make him uncomfortable, right? After hanging up the phone with Ko Ming-hong, Hua Mi called Gong again, told him the whole story, and asked Gong to release Ko Ming-hong. Gong laughed out loud when he heard this. This old man is quite stubborn. Not only do we have to make Yu Guanglin pay for the respirator, but we also have to make Yu Guanglin pay for Ko Ming-hong's hair transplant. Yu Guanglin was too cruel. Just think about the few hairs on Ko Ming-hong's head. There weren't many in total, but he actually had the heart to pull them all out for Ko Ming-hong. Hua Mi was standing in the rain, listening to Gong Yi's hearty laughter on the phone, and her eyebrows couldn't help but curve up. At present, Xiangqing's management system and garrison system have not been separated. Both parts are closely related. In all cities, the management system is definitely higher than the garrison system. Garrisons at the same level must listen to administrators at the same level. However, due to Gong Yi's rebellious nature, the management system cannot suppress the garrison system. Now there is a subtle sense that the garrison is counterattacking the administrator. The detention of Yu Guanglin, the top commander in charge of Xiangqing management, is very telling. Hua Mi once again felt that it was a great fortune for the entire Xiangqing that Gong Yi was able to survive. She handed Ko Ming-hong's matter over to Gong Yi and was about to hang up the phone. The other end asked again, Are you done with your work? Not yet. Hua Mi didn't dare to tell Gong Yi that she had already returned to Xiangqing. Before, this man had so earnestly invited her to go visit the material storage depot in City B together. He always thought that Hua Mi was in City B. Do you want me to find someone to help you? Gong Yi seemed very enthusiastic. He had no intention of prying into Hua Mi's secret. He just wanted Hua Mi to finish her work quickly. He wanted to take her to see the material storage depot in City B. But Hua Mi refused directly. No. You can't help me. Okay, I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now. After ruthlessly hanging up Gong Yi's call, Hua Mi turned around to look at Hu Jing and asked with her eyes, What's the matter? Hu Jing filled a plastic bag with some water and said exaggeratedly, Miss Hua, look.
What?
Hua Mi tilted her head and looked into the plastic bag. Inside was a ball of clear water. She asked in confusion, What do you want me to see? Look at this water, Miss Hua. This water looks like my child's jelly. Just a little more runny than jelly. To be precise, it's a bit like unsolidified jelly. Seeing that Hua Mi didn't believe it, Hu Jing took a spoon, scooped a spoonful of water from the plastic bag, and then shook it. Only then did Hua Mi see clearly that the water was solidified, but because the solidification effect was not obvious, it looked thin. Her expression froze on her face as she asked, How is this done? I didn't do this. I put a basin on the ground and collected rainwater overnight. When I woke up, the water in the basin looked like this. Hu Jing was a little anxious and didn't explain himself clearly. In fact, the water in the basin would just disperse once poured out, and there was no sense of solidification, but he just thought it was quite novel, and couldn't help but scoop up a plastic bag of water and show it to Hua Mi. Hua Mi pondered for a moment. I don't know why this happened. When Kuming Hong comes out, I'll ask him for a scientific explanation. Now you should decorate my supermarket inside and out with tarpaulin, including the roof and the floor. You have to be careful too. The rain keeps falling, and when it gathers together, it becomes condensed, which is definitely not good for your respiratory system. Bring some tarpaulins home and insulate your home. After explaining these things to Hu Jing, Hua Mi sent the discovery to Kuming Hong, Yi Rong, Gong Yi, and Shi Chuan respectively. Even the gas station relative and the agricultural trade giant, Hua Mi gave them both a send-off. Hua Mi was not too worried about Gong Yi. He was now in City B, which had a higher terrain than Xiangqing. But people in Xiangqing should be careful. After all, if a person lives in water mist, he can still survive with the help of a respirator, but if he lives in jelly, he will most likely turn into a granular orange. After sending the group message, Hua Mi asked Hu Jing to go about his business, while she went to the back of the supermarket to settle down the newly acquired 6 square meters of black soil. Then he planted bayberry, watermelon, cantaloupe, loquat, strawberry, and tea trees on the 6 square meters of black soil. She planted all that could be planted, and under the circumstances, the yield of these fruits was enough for her to eat until the end of time. Even if we add the stomachs of 2 more cubs in the future, it will be enough. Hua Mi has no shortage of food. What she lacks is quality food. After planting the black soil, Hua Mi turned around and walked out of the barbed wire and went to the underground garage again. The room has been completely renovated by Hu Jing and the contractor, and a layer of waterproof tarpaulin has been added to prevent water seepage. The entrance was enlarged a bit, and a canopy was built using cement and tarpaulin provided by Hua Mi. The exit at the other end of the garage has been tightly sealed, also using Hua Mi's cement. In this way, there is only one entrance and exit to the underground garage to prevent thieves from entering through the exit and stealing supplies. Because she was worried that the supplies would get damp, Hua Mi later instructed the contractor to put up another layer of waterproof tarpaulin in the underground garage. Sure enough, when Hua Mi went in, it was very dry and the air humidity was very low. It's just that supplies are consumed faster and faster. Now, the people who come to this underground garage to drag supplies include the Garrison Supplies Department and the RV supermarket. Tang Yu would occasionally send some garrisons to carry away a lot of oranges and sell them at the city gate. Hua Mi emptied a small half of the oranges in the level 13 storage outside and almost occupied the entire underground garage. She also stuffed all the materials she produced into the underground garage. The materials were piled all the way to the awning at the entrance of the underground garage. It seemed that they could not be stacked anymore, so a lot of them were left in the rain, just waiting for Tang Yu, Yi Rong, and others to come and drag them away. Just as Hua Mi was busy putting supplies into the underground garage, a large number of people in Xiangqing with respiratory distress poured into the emergency area. A large proportion of them are survivors from City B. They had just arrived in Xiangqing and were not used to wearing respirators. Some also wore respirators, but the quality was poor and was far from as effective as the respirators provided by Hua Mi. Yu Guanglin and Kuming Hong, who were still being held in the mobile home and whose conflict was being mediated by Chao Fong, received the news at the same time. Yu Guanglin, who was sitting on a small stool, frowned at Kuming Hong and asked, "Why are there so many people suffering from respiratory distress? Why, what is going on?" Kuming Hong, who was also sitting on a small stool, had a shiny bald head and rolled his eyes at Yu Guanglin. "Didn't I report this to you a long time ago? The concentration of moisture in the air is too high. We need a lot of money to buy dehumidifiers and respirators." Yes, but Yu Guanglin didn't expect the matter to be so serious. He looked at the text message on the mobile phone in his hand. The text message was sent by his secretary. Early this morning, more than half of the people in the entire Xiangqing management system did not come to work. Several administrators collapsed on the way to work due to respiratory distress. Inside the Xiangqing management building, several administrators who were working collapsed. As if they had been hit by some plague, those who survived the earthquake fell one after another. It's not due to any other reason. It's all due to insufficient oxygen supply to the brain and respiratory distress. Yu Guanglin took a look at the temporary mobile house built by the garrison. Throughout Xiangqing, there are garrison patrols on all roads that have been cleared by the clearance team. Gong has a strict control over the order of the entire Xiangqing. Therefore, such mobile cabins are temporarily set up on every street to temporarily detain people who cause trouble. The floor of this mobile home is covered with tarpaulin. In here, Yu Guanglin did not feel any breathing difficulty for the time being. He frowned and said to Kuminghong, "I have too much to do. The garrison is unreasonable and doesn't give me any time at all. So, I just read your report when I had some free time." In fact, Kuminghong made the report more than once. He made it countless times. At first, the matter was reported to Qin Ziren, but later Qin Ziren was transferred and there was no new management commander for the emergency area for the time being. So Kuminghong submitted the report directly to the management headquarters. Yu Guanglin knew it all. But the management also has its own difficulties. They are busy. Many academic reports from all walks of life have been submitted for review. To be honest, Kuminghong's conjecture without any evidence is not worthy of attention. As administrators, they were thinking about how to deal with Gong internally and deduct some supplies from Gong. At the same time, they also had to maintain the glorious image of Xiangqing externally. They took the initiative to invite seriously injured patients from all cities to come to Xiangqing. The most important thing is that when discussing an issue, they often have to discuss it for a long time with big meetings, small meetings, dinners, and creating a workplace culture. Things pile up one after another, so it is difficult to take Kuminghong's report seriously. When Kuminghong heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to explode. He pounded the table and shouted, "You know nothing, and you dare to ask the emergency department to transfer 50,000 respirators just to stock up for your management? Is this too much of an exaggeration?" He thought Yu Guanglin had already paid attention to the moisture in the air, so he wanted 50,000 respirators. Chao Fong sat opposite the two parties and looked at Yu Guanglin with disdain. Yu Guanglin's face was filled with embarrassment. "Well, your supplies are obtained from the garrison anyway." The reason why he asked for such a high price was because of the 10 billion yuan that Gong had snatched away. All the money coming from outside was taken away by Gong at the first opportunity, and the Xiangqing management system did not get a penny. Xiangqing is short of supplies now. Do we have to ask Gong for them? Yes, Yu Guanglin didn't dare to offend Gong. He was afraid that Gong would really pull the trigger of the gun in his hand at him. He didn't dare to ask Gong for food openly. Then we need something else. Respirator X 50,000. Ask the emergency department directly, and then the emergency department will ask the garrison for it. It's the same. Kuminghong was so angry that he wanted to beat Yu Guanglin again. All the medical supplies in the emergency area now were obtained by him in exchange for Hua Mi using the medical supplies that were stuck outside the city. He has paid this price. But he couldn't say it, otherwise he would give Hua Mi away, and who knows how the shameless Yu Guanglin would harass Hua Mi. Kuminghong decided to beat Yu Guanglin up first to vent his anger. But he was pressed down by the garrison behind him. Opposite the two men, Chao Fong, whose face was covered in plastic, looked at Yu Guanglin coldly. The boss said that if your management system wants respirators, you have to buy them from our garrison material warehouse. These respirators didn't fall from the sky. We bought them with real money. You want them just because you say so, but you're dreaming. Kuminghong also pounded the table. Yes, if you want a respirator, you have to buy it from our emergency department. I still need money to buy a dehumidifier. If you don't approve the funds, I will use the money to buy a respirator. This. Yu Guanglin was at a loss. The garrison and Kuminghong were teaming up, right? They were going to rebel. None of them are controlled by the management system, which is against the will of heaven. He slammed the table and was about to stand up, but Chao Fong put his hand on the holster on his waist. Yu Guanglin stopped talking, sat with his head down, and thought about the problem motionlessly. Well, Xiangqing has some capital reserves, but if this money is taken out, it will be very difficult for Xiangqing to restore its former economy when order is restored in the future. In fact, many cities have experienced economic collapse and money is no longer valuable. No matter how much economic reserves Xiangqing has, they are useless now, and maybe even more useless in the future. Yu Guanglin knew that his excuse was ridiculous. He just didn't want to be coerced by others. In other words, he didn't want Xiangqing to be in such a state of disorder as it is now. It didn't matter if a traitor like Gong dared to point a gun at him. Even the head of the emergency department's medical staff dared to do this to him. How can he survive in Xiangqing as a future Xiangqing administrator? Can he still have his former status? Fong shook his pen and said impatiently, "What does that have to do with me? I will do whatever our boss tells me to do, and the rest is your concern and has nothing to do with me." Ko Minghong made up for it in time. "It has nothing to do with me. I need funding. I want to continue purchasing dehumidifiers. If you don't have money, then spend it to buy respirators for the emergency area." The two of them chatted with each other, completely disregarding Yu Guanglin's difficulties. Yu Guanglin wanted to not respond to the two men, but if he didn't take out the money today, he would not be allowed to leave. With so many administrators falling outside, Yu Guanglin felt as if he was being robbed. He frowned and insisted that for economic reasons, Xiangqing's financial reserves could not be touched. After a while, a text message came. Administrator A. Commander, breathing is too difficult. 9 out of 10 people in our office have collapsed. Administrator B. Commander, all the guards in the management building have collapsed and have been sent to the emergency room. I can't hold on any longer. Please arrange for someone else to do the next job. Administrator C. Commander, your sister-in-law and your 2 children are in the emergency room. The moisture is very abnormal today. Wife, your mother is coughing up blood and can't breathe. Come and see her for the last time. Text messages came one after another, and at first Yu Guanglin was still able to remain stubborn. But the last text message directly broke Yu Guanglin's defense. Without a respirator, it really won't work. He can't be detained any longer. Finally, Yu Guanglin was forced to use the city's financial reserves in Xiangqing Bank and bought 10,000 respirators from Ko Minghong at a price of 1,000 yuan per respirator. This is how he was able to escape. As soon as he came out of the mobile home, Yu Guanglin rushed to the emergency area. The Xiangqing management class, which had not collapsed even after such a huge earthquake, is now heading towards collapse at the speed of light. How can Yu Guanglin turn the tide? Yu Guanglin rushed to the emergency area and had a false alarm. His wife, children, and elderly mother were sent to the emergency room and survived. I don't know what brand of dehumidifier is installed in this emergency area. As soon as Yu Guanglin entered, he clearly felt that the air humidity inside and outside was at 2 completely different extremes. The emergency department was doing great. There is no need for any testing. All people who have respiratory distress are suffering from excessive moisture in the air. He told his wife, children, and elderly mother to take good care of themselves in the emergency area and walked out on the waterproof tarpaulin that covered the entire emergency area. As soon as I left the house, the deputy commander of Xiangqing management came with a young man. Commander, great. I finally found you. Let me introduce him. His name is Qin Ziren. He said he can solve the problem of material shortage in Xiangqing. Yu Guanglin looked back. Qin Ziren? He had no impression of him. What's his background? In today's environment, anyone who can loudly say that he can solve the problem of material shortage in Xiangqing must either have a very powerful background or a very ruthless personality. Qin Ziren took 2 steps forward and said to Yu Guanglin politely, Commander, I don't have any impressive background. Compared to Gong, I am not even close. But I know who has been purchasing supplies for the garrison. As he spoke, he handed over a stack of information about Hua Mi, and then said, the reason why the garrison has so many supplies is that this woman has been helping to purchase them. Although I don't know how she does it, I have to say that she is really resourceful and her supply channels are more than you can imagine. The RV supermarket at the rescue center is also hers. She has a lot of supplies, and she can even sell them continuously. No one has ever carefully calculated how much cargo Hua Mi has. Everyone is already living a miserable life. Who has the mood and energy to squat near her RV and carefully calculate how much goods her RV supermarket can sell every day? except for the dead Dai Fong. At Qin Ziren's request, Dai Fong staked out outside the RV supermarket. At that time, Qin Ziren asked her to carefully record the shipment volume of the RV supermarket. Qin Ziren felt a little strange at that time. But Dai Fong doesn't have the brains to think so much. She just felt that Hua Mi's supply was really sufficient, and why was Hua Mi so fond of showing off? All she knew was to give those garrisons and lifeguards some small favors. Haha, hypocrisy. Dai Fong, who had nothing and no way to give small favors to the garrisons and lifeguards, told Qin Ziren about this matter, as if she were complaining. Qin Ziren kept it in mind. During the time when he was dismissed from his post by the management system, Qin Ziren was collecting the shipment volume of Hua Mi. Finally, he used his connections and stood in front of Yu Guanglin with the information he had collected during this period. He said that he wanted Hua Mi to come back to him because among all the women he knew, Hua Mi was the most beautiful and the best one. It is still the most secure one now. Qin Ziren is a favored son of the emperor. He is so outstanding that if he wants a woman, he must have the best one. So, he must fight for himself a good turnaround. Even if this comeback happens, it is likely to bring trouble to Hua Mi. Even if you have to step on flowers to climb up. Yu Guanglin was really interested in the information Qin Ziren handed over. He flipped through it carefully and said to the deputy commander beside him, "How could she ship so much in one day? And she's been selling for so long. Where does she get the goods from?" The deputy commander reminded him, "This woman has a close relationship with Gong. It is said that the entire rescue center garrison listens to this woman." Yu Guanglin considered carefully, rolled up the information in his hand, and said, "Go to that RV supermarket and see if you can talk to this woman." He lifted his foot and stepped down the stairs, only to feel something strange under his feet. He looked down and saw that the water had accumulated very deep, covering his instep. Stepping into the water felt like stepping into jelly.
It was such a great feeling.
Yu Guanglin gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. His body swayed, and he was supported by Qin Ziren beside him. "Commander, be careful." Qin Ziren is a professional when it comes to currying favor with his superiors. Yu Guanglin nodded to the young man, saying that he was very sensible and could be of great use. The group quickly walked to the outside of the RV supermarket. Just as they were about to get closer, Tang Yu appeared and stopped them. The garrison, which was once unrecognizable, now has the plastic shell on its face starting to crack, revealing the fair skin underneath. Tang Yu led a platoon of soldiers and said to Yu Guanglin with a fake smile, "Commander, what are you doing?" In the rain, the jelly-like sticky water has already reached above the ankles. Yu Guanglin looked at Tang Yu seriously. "I'm looking for someone to talk to. There are many things that need to be clarified. Hua Mi has so many channels to obtain supplies. Why does it only purchase supplies for the garrison? Now the Xiangqing management system is becoming less and less useful. Due to the shortage of supplies, the administrators are becoming increasingly passive in the face of garrison. Even to buy a few respirators, they had to be purchased from the emergency area. Even he, a city management commander, has been repeatedly threatened with guns pointed at his head." Yu Guanglin felt unfamiliar with the feeling of being constrained by others. In the eyes of these administrators, the rules of the game are made by them, no matter what, all kinds of people, all kinds of things. Everyone should enter the game according to the rules they set. Yu Guanglin enjoyed being at the pinnacle of power and did not want to admit so easily that in extraordinary times, violence was the only way to gain the right to speak. Tang Yu stopped Yu Guanglin and said to him with a smile, "Commander, our boss said that what you should do now is to focus on restoring urban management, settling the survivors, and avoiding disasters. You don't have to worry about the rest. Our boss has already gone to get supplies back." In the drizzling rain, Yu Guanglin looked serious and angry. "I am the chief of urban management of Xiangqing. I have the responsibility and obligation to plan, manage, and integrate all resources for this city. For the survival of the city, I want to see Miss Hua. Are you going to stop me from making such a small request?" There was a righteous light in Yu Guanglin's eyes as he rebuked Tang Yu. "Or are you so selfish that you not only took away 10 billion but also monopolized all supply channels?" Gong, Yi went to transport the war supplies stored in the material warehouse in City B, but Gong Yi did not bring a Xiangqing administrator with him. I think the retrieved materials will not be handed over to the Xiangqing management for arrangement. In this situation, the management cannot even control the materials, which makes them even more passive. The weather has become much colder again, so everyone remember to put on more clothes. At this time of the year, I guess Little Meme will be on winter vacation. Tang Yu promised his boss that he would not let anyone touch Hua Mi. With a chapped face, he said coldly to Yu Guanglin, "There is no one you are looking for in front. If you want to buy supplies, you can find Ke Minghong or contact the Garrison Supplies office directly. There will be no shortage of supplies for your management level. Why must we find Sister Hua? At this time, as long as we can buy supplies, why must we find the most important person?" Yu Guanglin also looked at Tang Yu with a rather cold gaze. He did not believe that Tang Yu, a mere garrison, could do anything to him. "This is a consideration of our management. I don't need to inform you. I must see the person I want to see today." "Well, I'm sorry, Commander Yu. You can't get through." The entire RV supermarket was protected by garrisons. Since the survivors from City B flocked to Xiangqing, Gong Yi ordered that even the garrisons in Xiangqing be equipped with live ammunition. No one dared to cause trouble outside the RV supermarket. Even under the sight of the garrison, the survivors would line up in an orderly manner to buy supplies at the RV supermarket. In the thick fog ahead, a long queue of survivors formed, which went deep into the fog, and it was impossible to see how long the queue was. Just when the atmosphere was tense between Yu Guanglin and his group and Tang Yu, Hua Mi happened to drive a large truck filled with supplies to the RV supermarket. She got out of the driver's seat of the car and looked at Yi Rong, who was coming towards her. "Yi Rong, what are Tang Yu and the others doing?" Because she was wearing goggles, she could see Tang Yu and Yu Guanglin facing each other very clearly from 20 meters away. Yi Rong didn't have time to ask Hua Mi when she came back from City B. She called Da Fu, Xiao Fu, and A Fu, the factory manager, and Yu Meng to unload the goods, and hurriedly said to Hua Mi, "The person your ex-boyfriend brought here has bad intentions. If the person who came was kind, Tang Yu would not have stopped him." Hua Mi turned her head to look. If she was not mistaken, the people that Tang Yu led the garrison to stop should be Yu Guanglin and Qin Ziren and a few other men, who were probably all management-level people. This Qin Ziren is quite resourceful. He even got in touch with the top leader of Xiangqing's management. After a moment of hesitation, Hua Mi walked forward and called out from a distance, "Ayu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are getting more and more handsome, TSK." Tang Yu turned around and was a little confused when he heard the voice. In fact, he still didn't understand. Wasn't Hua Mi in City B? Yu Guanglin immediately raised his hand and greeted Hua Mi. "Miss Hua, let's chat, Miss Hua." Hua Mi, who was standing behind Tang Yu and other garrisons, frowned. As expected, Yu Guanglin was coming for her. She walked forward and said to Tang Yu in a soothing tone, "I'll talk to him." Tang Yu frowned and reminded quietly, "Sister Hua, these administrators are very cunning and difficult to deal with." Hua Mi nodded, wearing a raincoat and long boots, kicking the jelly water under her feet that had already reached her ankles. Tang Yu and the other garrisons automatically split into two sides to let Hua Mi pass. She walked up to Yu Guanglin. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Yu Guanglin looked Hua Mi up and down. How could such a simple woman, who looked pretty and slim, without any other features, have so many supplies in her hands? He pondered and said, "How about we go somewhere else? Let's talk at the management headquarters." "No need. If you want to say it, just say it. If not, I'll leave." Hua Mi didn't have time to go to the management headquarters for tea and chat, and then slowly explained that this slow process was not suitable for her current pace of life. When she came back to Xiangqing, she didn't tell anyone. She had originally planned to go to City B after delivering the goods. If she hadn't seen Tang Yu and Yu Guanglin arguing with each other, she wouldn't even have gotten out of the car. Miss Hua seems to have a lot of supplies. The ancestral home must have sold for a lot of money. Yu Guanglin began to negotiate, using a very tactful opening. Hua Mi frowned slightly and glanced at Qin Ziren behind Yu Guanglin. All the managers in this row wore respirators, which were produced in her level 10 factory. It seems that Kuming Hong has successfully sold the respirator to Yu Guanglin. She took a deep breath and said to Yu Guanglin, "You guys are meddling too much, really. Look at your feet." Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the jelly water that had reached their ankles. Hua Mi's voice sounded, "Instead of worrying about how much my ancestral home sold for, look at this jelly like water. Is there any way to solve it? Otherwise, if the rain continues to fall, the entire Xiangqing will become the bottom of the sea. No matter how you change power, it will be useless. Commander Yu, we all understand your management. After all, you have been high and mighty for too long. We are used to what you say, and the whole world revolves around you. But in extraordinary times, you should give up power when it is necessary, and there is no need to linger on the past glory. The management will always exist, but it's people like you who won't exist anymore." Hua Mi understood that in peacetime, the management has the power to make rules. When the end of the world begins, the management should lead the survivors to make a peaceful transition and adapt to the end of the world with the least sacrifice. However, without exception, the management class in peacetime all failed to adapt to the climate in the end times. A management style that is polite, circuitous, slow in decision-making, in roundabout ways, hesitant, and unable to get to the point for a long time is not suitable for the jungle law that is full of dangers. She had seen the management of countless cities constantly trial and error, and constantly destroying the lives of survivors and garrisons. In this life, Hua Mi's station is stationed. Give up struggling, accept the leadership of the garrison, do what you are supposed to do, and you can still be of some use. After saying that, Hua Mi turned around and was about to leave. Yu Guanglin suddenly spoke up. "How can you be so sure that everything Gong Yi is doing now is correct? If the world stabilizes soon, what he has done now will be enough to get him shot several times." Hua Mi, who was standing opposite Yu Guanglin, was silent for a moment. In the continuous rain, she suddenly spoke, "Okay, then let me ask you, what do you want? I will provide you with supplies. Will you give me money?" Yu Guanglin smiled. He felt that Hua Mi had loosened up a bit. There was hope in pulling Hua Mi to the management level. "We need to know how much supplies you have, the purchase price, whether the purchase channel is regular, and the profit margin. Considering the current situation, we will not use the market price to buy the supplies you have. In addition, we need to integrate the material resources in your hands so that all the survivors can survive well." As he spoke, he looked at Hua Mi, ignoring the anxious looks on Tang Yu and the others' faces. Gong Yi is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. If you take control of the garrison supplies, you will control the reins in the horse's hands. Gong Yi would not disobey. Hua Mi looked at Yu Guanglin and his group with a cold look in her eyes. "This is the biggest difference between you and Gong Yi. He never controls me, but you are trying to control me. How to integrate resources if all of them are not under your control? How can we control it if we don't look into the details? Once we look into the details, Hua Mi can explain many things clearly. And once you figure out her details, you can control her completely. This is the rule of the game. The management is always at the top. To enforce the rules, they have to control everything." The smile on Yu Guanglin's face slowly fell. "Miss Hua, you need to think clearly. If you can cooperate with the management to integrate resources, your future prospects will be limitless. The management class has great power." Qin Ziren used to work in a purchasing company outside the management class and was paid a high salary right from his debut. If Hua Mi could hand over the supplies in her hands to Yu Guanglin for integration, at this time, she could directly enter the management system as a senior executive. Isn't it better than her standing in the wind and rain now, running around for the garrison? Hua Mi shook her head, thinking that it was pointless to talk any more to Yu Guanglin. It turned out that the administrators of the old era just couldn't adapt well to the new rhythm of the apocalypse. She turned around expressionlessly and was about to leave when Qin Ziren suddenly ran out and stopped her with his hand. "Ami." That sound was full of reluctance and unwillingness. Seeing Qin Ziren, "I can't bear it anymore." Without Qin Ziren's attention, she wouldn't have been noticed so quickly. Hua Mi turned her body to the side and kicked out, sending Chen Ziren flying several meters and falling backwards to the ground. The kick was so heavy that Chen Ziren spit out blood. At the scene, Yu Guanglin and others' faces changed, and they all stepped forward. How do you hit someone? She beat someone right under the garrison's noses, and you garrison didn't arrest her? What about your garrison discipline? It varies from person to person, right? Several administrators came forward talking at once, and the scene became a little chaotic for a moment. Tang Yu led a small garrison and stood directly in front of Hua Mi, Yu Guanglin, and others. The guns were brought up, and the black muzzles were pointed directly at Yu Guanglin and others. Yu Guanglin's face turned pale, not because he was scared, but because he was angry. With trembling hands, he pointed at Tang Yu, who was giving the order. Do you know what the Hades you are doing? What the Hades are you doing here? Are you trying to rebel? What is the nature of this? Does the garrison captain understand it? A team of armed garrison surrounded the top management, the second in command, and the third in command. This was even worse than Gong going crazy and pointing a gun at Yu Guanglin's head. Are they planning a mutiny? Tang Yu pursed his lips tightly, his eyes firm, and said nothing. He didn't want to do anything, and there was no conspiracy in his open mind. He was just carrying out the task given to him by Commander Gong. Don't let anyone touch Sister Hua. This is his mission. Hua Mi originally wanted to continue beating Chen Ziren, but after hearing what Yu Guanglin said, the expression on her face became even colder. Now is not the time to raise her knife and splatter blood on the spot if she dislikes someone. At least don't make garrisoning difficult. She retracted the murderous intent that was spreading in her heart, turned around, and said slowly to Yu Guanglin in a cold tone, "There is an area behind the emergency department in Xiangcheng that has been specially planned out to build a crematorium. Every day, bodies are sent there for cremation. It's hard to count how many bodies are cremated each day. But in City B, there is not even an emergency room or a crematorium. There are many bodies buried in the rubble that have not yet been dug out. The world won't get better, but you can make it better. If you insist on doing this, fighting for power at this time, bullets may come before disaster."
Hua Mi understood.
It was said that at this time, whoever had supplies would rule the world. Yu Guanglin came to her just to get her supplies. The reason why Gong is so awesome is that he has sufficient garrison supplies and does not need the management system to allocate supplies to him. If he cannot ask Yu Guanglin for anything, Yu Guanglin will not be able to control him. But a person like Gong should not be restrained by any external objects. At least from what Hua Mi had seen, every decision Gong made was implemented. The means may be a bit violent, but Hua Mi appreciates it. Chen Ziren rolled on the ground, coughing continuously. He covered his spleen, which might have been broken by Hua Mi's kick, and coughed up some blood. He shouted at Hua Mi, "My mom, Lan Lan, and Uncle Huai have already arrived in Xiangcheng. What do they think when they see you become like this? Hua Mi, how did you become like this? Hua Mi, you were not like this before." His eyes were full of hatred. He thought he could keep Hua Mi and save something. He thought Hua Mi's bad temper was just because of his betrayal. But look at her now. She is a girl, but she treats fighting and kicking people as commonplace, and she will start fighting at the slightest disagreement. This is very different from Hua Mi's original personality. Could it be that Hua Mi was transported through time? Hua Mi pretended not to hear Chen Ziren's shouts. She dealt with Yu Guanglin's group with a cold face. "I don't want to cause trouble. The world is tough. It's not easy to live well, but you will mess things up. From today on, you'd better stay in your management building forever and don't come out to give orders blindly. Otherwise, many people will be killed." So, Hua Mi thought it would be best to lock up Yu Guanglin and others. Of course, this was just her suggestion. Whether Tang Yu would implement it or not was entirely up to him. Yu Guanglin and the others' faces changed drastically, but they saw Hua Mi driving the truck towards the garbage dump. Several administrators chased after her truck, cursing loudly, but Tang Yu and his garrison captured them one by one and dragged them away by the back of their collars. Chen Ziren was still spitting blood and shouting, "My mom, Lan Lan, Uncle Huai." The garrison also lifted him up by the back of his collar and dragged him to the administration building. Hua Mi's truck did not stop. Even though there were ghost howlings behind the car, she heard what Qin Ziren shouted. However, her memory was separated by a lifetime, and she had a vague memory of the 3 people Qin Ziren mentioned. She had no idea what he looked like. All I know is that Lanlan is Qin Ziren's sister, and that Uncle Huai is Fong Xian's father and her uncle. In her previous life, Hua Mi grew up in her uncle's house, and her Stockholm Syndrome was also developed by this family. She was lonely since she was little and lost her parents at a very early age. Her uncle brought her home. The first thing her aunt did when she entered the house was to call Fong Xian and point at Hua Mi and say, "Your sister Amy is a guest in our house.
She is a guest.
You should get along well with your sister Amy in the future. If you have any problems, you can look for your sister Amy. She is a sensible child when she is a guest in our house. She will do her best to help you." Look, there is not a single word to lie to the children. It is all told the truth. This led to Hua Mi always being very clear that she had no home and was a guest, so she had to follow the rules and be polite. The Fong family kept telling her explicitly and implicitly that she was an orphan and that it was a blessing from heaven that the Fong family took her in, so she shouldn't dream about things that she shouldn't. When dealing with Fong Xian, you must respond to her every request. The feeling of living under someone else's roof is very difficult. Being ignored, looked down upon and despised, and being ordered around like a servant are all normal. But they said that since they gave her a bowl of rice to eat and allowed her to complete 9 years of compulsory education, she must not complain and must be grateful. She really had no complaints and regarded the gift from the Fong family as a rare gift in life. Sometimes, when the Fong family gave her a slightly good look, Hua Mi would be in a good mood for a few days. Even Hua Mi herself kept reminding herself that Fong Xian asked her to do things to prove that she was still useful and that Fong Xian still needed her, so she would not lose her only place of shelter. If nothing unexpected happens, Hua Mi Stockholm will be enough for the Fong family to support her for the rest of her life. But an accident happened, and the end of the world came unexpectedly. Hua Mi spent her entire life getting rid of her Stockholm and shaping herself step by step into the personality she is today. In fact, if Fong Xian had not pushed her into the pile of zombies in her previous life, Hua Mi's tolerance and patience towards Fong Xian would have reached its limit. Perhaps Fong Xian herself knew that if she hadn't been the first to push Hua Mi into the pile of zombies, Hua Mi would sooner or later abandon her in the apocalypse. So Fong Xian took the initiative. The car continued to move forward, and the raindrops hit the window, making a crackling sound. Ahead is the Xiangqing garbage dump. The incoming call notification on the cell phone pulled Hua Mi out of the mire of distant memories. Hua Mi undoubtedly received a barrage of phone calls from Gong. "When did you run back again? Jumping around everywhere, can you be a little quieter?" He was so angry that Hua Mi couldn't understand, and as soon as the phone was connected, he started yelling at Hua Mi. Hua Mi had already parked the car next to the garbage dump. She looked around and saw that the 2-lane road that had just been opened was blocked again. The city clearance team has been working all the time. Every day, a steady stream of garbage is cleared from the city and piled up here. She was triggered by Gong's bad temper and yelled back at Gong speechlessly. "Why are you yelling? Can you be a little more patient? I'm just going back to Xiangqing. What's your business where I go?" "Hua Mi, you are looking for death. How can you talk like that? Have some conscience." Gong kicked a stone away in anger. He was waiting for her in City B. He always thought she was busy in City B. As a result, she went back to Xiangqing first and did not tell him. She also gave orders to Tang Yu, and Tang Yu, who followed her orders, staged a mutiny. No, these were all secondary. The main thing was that Gong was still waiting to take her to see the material warehouse in City B, waiting for her to find time to come out. "I'm so furious. Why don't I have a conscience?" Hua Mi yelled at him, but before she could finish her words, Gong hung up the phone. He pressed Hua Mi's profile picture hard, wishing he could put her on the blacklist. What a heartless liar. Forget about him ever talking to her again in this life. If he talks to this woman again, he is a dog. The new year has begun. Let's set a small goal first. This year, I must be happy and live a good life. I must eat well, dress warmly, and spend quality time with my little Mia Mia. It's incomprehensible. Hua Mi looked at her beeping phone. Wasn't it just a return trip to Xiangqing? Was she back? Was she missing Gong Yi's supplies? Or was she on Yu Guanglin's side? Just now she was defending Gong Yi in front of Yu Guanglin. It is Gong Yi who has no conscience. Hua Mi curled her lips, put away her phone, got out of the car, and started cleaning up the garbage. The garbage dump in Xiangqing is bigger than that in City B. That's because Xiangqing's urban clearance team has been working all the time. Considering the size of an entire city, you can imagine how big this landfill is. If Hua Mi doesn't recycle it, it will be useless even if it is piled here for thousands or hundreds of years. Soon, Hua Mi's recycling station was upgraded. Unlock the third level of the garbage recycling station and get 2 sweeping robots when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X7 recycling is the easiest way to get a chance to win a lottery. At least that's what Hua Mi thought. She looked at the 2 newly acquired robot vacuum cleaners and the mountain of garbage in front of her. Last time, she placed a sweeping robot here, but she didn't know where it went. The only thing she knew was that the sweeping robot was still eating garbage because her energy was constantly being converted. Although the amount is small, the important thing is that it is continuous and can eventually build a tower. She thought about it and decided to stop using diesel to generate electricity and instead charge the supermarket to get energy. The oil is used very little. It would be a waste to use it to generate electricity. Moreover, the energy bar charges slowly, not as fast as Hua Mi's garbage recycling. As long as there is enough garbage, she can fill the level 10 factory with energy quite quickly. Having made up her mind, Hua Mi released a sweeping robot. This sweeping robot was just like the previous one. Hua Mi plans to keep the remaining robot in City B and secretly put it into the garbage dump in City B. This way, her original garbage collection speed can be 3 times faster, and the energy conversion will also be 3 times faster. After upgrading the recycling station, Hua Mi drove the truck and continued to City B. The reason why she didn't drive a nanny car was because Hua Mi had to drag the goods in front of people. She had to let many people see her dragging a pile of supplies in a truck to City B. The gate of City B has been under martial law. Ikegawa and his friends have set up a stall to resell supplies at the gate. The nanny car that Hua Mi had stuck at the gate of City B before was also parked there safely. Because of the martial law, the originally crowded and chaotic entrance to City B has become much more orderly. Many people from City B are unable to jump over the traffic and quickly enter Xiangqing, so they can only get off the Xiangbi Expressway and return to City B to buy supplies. Hua Mi parked the truck full of supplies next to the stall of Chi Chuan and others, got out and looked at the garrison under martial law. Chi Chuan came over and took the initiative to say to Hua Mi, "Commander Gong sent people to organize the order. The order at the city gate has improved a lot since he arrived." Well, he is indeed quite capable. Hua Mi expressed her affirmation and then remembered what Gong Yi said about the material warehouse in City B. She told Chi Chuan to unload the materials from the truck. He walked towards the entrance of City B, to the side of a very conspicuous armored vehicle. From a distance, she saw Gong Yi sitting at the door of the armored vehicle, wearing combat uniform, with a tall and strong figure and a fierce aura, fiddling with a garrison scanning device in his hand. Seeing Hua Mi coming over, he raised his eyelids and glanced at her, then continued to look down at the scanner. Talks to her again, he's a dog. Gong Yi is a little cold today. This was Hua Mi's first intuitive feeling. She stood there and thought for a long time. Did she offend him? That won't do. Gong Yi is a golden thigh. This man is so far-sighted now. In the future, he will definitely be either the base commander or the deputy commander of the base. After a few years, the survivors, who had been tortured countless times inside and outside the apocalypse, began to abandon the city as a unit and finally established a survivor base. There are countless survivor bases of all sizes, but the establishment of most bases is led by the garrison, and finally the garrison commander becomes the base commander. If someone like Gong Yi could survive to the end, the base he would build would only be big. Boss. Hua Mi smiled and called Gong Yi. Seeing that he was still looking down at the scanner, she leaned over and took out a bottle of Coke. "I'll treat you to a Coke, boss." Gong Yi held the scanner, leaned sideways, and turned his back to Hua Mi, and did not take her Coke. He definitely doesn't act like a dog. In the car, the radio was beeping. He was causing a mutiny in Xiangqing, and the garrison headquarters was in an uproar. At the car door, Hua Mi sincerely spent 2 seconds thinking about what she had done wrong. Judging from Gong Yi's temperament, he is definitely not a low-level person. She poked the coke towards Gong Yi's arm. Oh, that's right. It's because things in Xiangqing were too busy. I was in a hurry and didn't inform the boss, right? Adults can't always be like children. It's not good to get upset over such a small thing. Gong Yi didn't answer. His handsome face still looked cold. So Hua Mi took the initiative to stuff the coke into Gong Yi's combat uniform pocket and continued with a smile. Boss, you are too angry. You yelled at me for no reason, and I, as a woman, was not angry. Why are you angry? You are pregnant. Pregnant. Gong Yi suddenly tilted his head and stared at her fiercely, right? Now, he is being petty and picking a fuss with a woman, right? No, he didn't talk to her. He didn't want to be a dog. But she didn't understand what he was angry about from beginning to end. Look, your eyes are like a wolf's. So scary. You scare me to death. Being angry is like the devil. Hua Mi patted her chest, and Gong Yi continued to glare at her. Pretend. Keep pretending, you liar with sweet words but a sharp tongue. He pursed his lips tightly and said, Don't be a dog, don't be a dog, don't be a dog. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Hua Mi came closer again, smiling ingratiatingly. Boss, I swear, after you hung up on me, I was so upset that I drove all the way to City B to apologize to you. So now are you going to take me to see the supply warehouse in City B? You're speeding? Gong Yi couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped out of the armored vehicle, glared at her and yelled, Don't you know what the road conditions are like? Are you speeding? The national highway is not easy to drive on. Not only are there falling rocks on the road, but there are also steep sharp turns and no guardrails. Speeding on this kind of road is no different from seeking death. Hua Mi took 2 steps back, uttered an awe, and said as a matter of course, I'm here to apologize to you. I was wrong. I won't drive fast anymore. It was late at night, and it was raining in City B and Xiangqing alike. The garrison set up tents at the city gates and brought powerful searchlights. Ikegawa and others set up a stall under the searchlight to sell supplies. Hearing Gong Yi's yelling, Chi Chuan stretched his neck worriedly and looked in the direction of Gong Yi and Hua Mi. Many survivors waiting in line also turned their eyes over. A little girl, holding her mother's hand, looked up fearfully and asked, Mom, is that garrison uncle going to beat someone up? The mother in line quickly covered her daughter's mouth and picked her up. Shoo, don't talk, or you'll get beaten too. Next to the armored vehicle, Hua Mi frowned and looked up at Gong Yi. He is too fierce. But he cared about her, really, she felt it, cared about her on the basis of her life. Gong Yi wiped the water off his short hair in annoyance and continued to yell at her. Hua Mi, you should be fair. It's been so long. You know what the environment is like outside, right? What about you? You run around everywhere. In the morning, you are in B City, in the afternoon you go back to Xiang City, and in the evening you go to B City again. Are you a monkey? He never showed mercy when he scolded anyone, and he scolded Hua Mi just like he scolded the garrison under his command. A Hua Mi, who was called a monkey, frowned even more. Gong Yi was about to open his mouth to continue his fierce words, but when he saw Hua Mi's expression was not right, he was stunned for a moment, and his tone instantly dropped 10 degrees. What's wrong with you? Is your stomach still not healed? Gong Yi held Hua Mi's arm, put one hand gently on her slender back, patted it gently, and asked, You have so many medicines in your hand. Why don't you take your stomach medicine on time? It's okay. Hua Mi vomited violently, and the bitter bile came out of her retching. I promise to send you a message wherever I go in the future. She gave Gong Yi assurances while retching. Gong Yi frowned tightly. He picked up Hua Mi and ran towards the nanny car that Hua Mi had parked not far away. Okay, stop making promises and get the medicine. Just as Hua Mi was sent into the nanny car, 2 garrisons ran over and said, Report to the commander. The captain of the garrison in City B is here. Hua Mi was placed on a bunk bed by Gong Yi. He frowned and turned his head, glanced at the garrison outside, and then looked at Hua Mi. lying in a ball of soft light, looked pale and haggard, as if she would break if squeezed. She raised her eyelashes and said weakly, "It's fine with me. Go do your thing. Call me when you want to go check out the Beast City Supply Depot." Gong waved to the two guards outside the nanny car and frowned at Hua Mi. "What kind of stomach disease do you have? Why is it so scary every time it occurs?" Well, actually Hua Mi was half lying on the bed, not knowing how to tell the straight man that she was not having a stomach problem, but was pregnant. Is it necessary to say it? She has nothing to do with Gong Yi. Whether she is pregnant or not, it will not prevent her from clinging to Gong Yi, the career expert. Before she could figure it out, Gong Yi pulled the quilt from the bunk bed over Hua Mi. "Okay, I don't mean to be mean to you. You know I'm very busy. I have a lot of things to do and they all involve lives. So I don't have time to take care of you all the time. At times like this, everyone relies on self-awareness. Take medicine on time. If you have any questions, send a message or call me." The captain of the garrison in City B was waiting outside. The entire management level of Xiangcheng was controlled by his garrison inside the management building. Gong Yi didn't have time to be sentimental here. He turned and walked out. When he reached the car door, he turned back and added, "I'll call you when I go to the supply warehouse later." As he spoke, the sharpness between his eyebrows seemed to fade a lot. Hua Mi hummed softly, her eyes drooping, not knowing what she was thinking. After Gong Yi left, she got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into loose and dry clothes, and planned to take a nap. Every time she fell asleep, she would stop harvesting the fruit trees in the backyard with one click. The oranges that hang on the branches every few minutes will fall off automatically when they are ripe. A few hours were enough for the oranges to turn into a wave and bury her supermarket. But Hua Mi also has her own way. In fact, after the underground garage collapses and the garbage is cleared out, there will inevitably be a lot of broken roofs left behind. Hua Mi ordered the contractor to repair the rest of the broken roof, leaving only a big hole under the supermarket's backyard. After Hua Mi's modifications, once the oranges that fall from the orange trees accumulate to a certain number, they will fall into the hole and roll directly into the underground garage. This way, the garbage would not continue to pile up on the ground. Finally, when Hua Mi woke up from a nap, she found that the supermarket was submerged in the orange waves. Tang Yu would send garrisons to the underground garage every day to haul supplies. Hua Mi also called the agricultural trade giant and asked him to stop sending the truck carrying live fish to Xiangcheng and go directly back to City B. In the nanny car, as it was getting late, Hua Mi slept comfortably all night. In the middle of the night, the driver's seat of her RV was opened. Hua Mi suddenly opened her eyes, spread out her fingers under the quilt, and held a boning knife in her hand. There was the sound of someone moving around outside the car window, and the passenger door was opened. Chi Chuan's voice came from the driver's seat. "Captain Gong, do you want to wake up Sister Hua? She's awake." Gong Yi sat in the passenger seat because he couldn't hear Hua Mi's breathing. The most extreme state of hibernation will cause a person to conceal even his breath. Hua Mi must have woken up the moment Chi Chuan got in the car and was ready to hunt. Chi Chuan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned around in confusion and looked at Hua Mi, who was sleeping on the bed behind the nanny car. "Wake up?" "No way." He opened the car door very gently. Then I heard Gong Yi explain from the passenger seat, "Ami, we are leaving for the supply warehouse in City B now. You can sleep for a while. I will call you when we get there." Hua Mi was lying on the bed, motionless, without even opening her eyes. She relaxed her body slightly, and because she was sleepy during pregnancy, she soon fell asleep again. Ikegawa continued to be confused. Gong Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out his cell phone and looked at it, smiling with a curve of his lips. He heard Hua Mi's long breathing, and she fell asleep again. I don't know how long the car drove, but on the dark road, one armored vehicle after another slowly moved forward. The car stopped, and there were the sounds of uniform footsteps outside the window. Hua Mi listened to the footsteps in a daze. Feeling at ease, she turned over and fell asleep again. When she got up after a good sleep, neither Chi Chuan nor Gong Yi were in her car. Hua Mi washed up slowly, used mineral water to cook rice, and then slowly cooked a bag of pickled fish for herself. Enter. Hua Mi walked to the small table where she was doing her homework, holding a disposable bowl and chopsticks in her hand, and served herself a bowl of rice. She then called Chi Chuan, "Have you eaten yet?" Ike Chuan was drooling so much that he was too embarrassed to even mention it. He was just standing outside the door, waiting for Hua Mi to invite him to dinner. He nodded with shining eyes, took the disposable bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Hua Mi, and said, "The road ahead is blocked, so it may not be so smooth to get the supplies. City B can't even provide a decent clearance team right now." Hua Mi nodded, picked up a piece of boneless fish fillet from the small pot with the serving chopsticks. If it had gone that smoothly, the supplies from City B would have been taken away long ago, and there would be no need to wait until now. From Chi Chuan's words, Hua Mi learned that Gong had successfully found a place to garrison in City B. The situation of the garrison in City B was really miserable. When the earthquake first started, the garrison commander of City B committed suicide by shooting himself, and the entire garrison team in City B was in a disorganized state. Each captain did his own thing because the garrison could not enter the city without orders from their superiors and management, so some of them rescued outside the city, while others sneaked into the city to rescue. Some are responsible for both maintaining order and providing rescue services. Very busy. The result is that everyone is like a group of headless flies, with no organization, no plan, and no overall leader. Even the supply of materials became a big problem. As time went on, the entire garrison team in City B suffered the same fate as the police in City B, with fewer and fewer people and a large number of casualties. Even so, there was no effect. City B was still in chaos. Order was not maintained, and not many people were rescued. Even the garrisons, police, and survivors were on the verge of starvation. So, how many people are still stationed in City B? Hua Mi ate a bowl of rice and felt it was not enough, so she ate another bowl. Her appetite was comparable to Chi Chuan's. Chi Chuan sat on the seat next to the door of the nanny car, separated from Hua Mi by a small corridor, and he had finished his bowl of rice. But he didn't have the nerve to ask Hua Mi for a second bowl of food, so he could only blink his eager eyes and continue. "This is a secret of their garrison. I don't know, but I estimate that there are not many people. We were called by Commander Gong to get supplies. It is said that the supply warehouse in City B is very large. It may be even bigger than Xiangqing. So more people had to be found to transport them." Chi Chuan was helping Hua Mi sell supplies at the gate of City B. His small trading gang had a total of more than a dozen people. Gong Yi's idea was to let Chi Chuan explore the way first, and then each of them would drive a supply truck to Xiangqing. But when I arrived, I found that the problem was much more serious than I had imagined. The supply warehouse in City B is now buried under a huge mountain of mud. It has to be dug out. Then I heard Chi Chuan say, "This is not a small project. We're setting up camp here today. Commander Gong has transferred more than a dozen trucks of supplies from Xiangqing to deal with it first. It seems that they are preparing for a long-term battle." Hua Mi threw the disposable bowls and chopsticks into the trash can after eating, frowning. "This doesn't look like it's going to be over any time soon. We have only just arrived at where we are. The location of the material warehouse has not been determined yet. The road is blocked, and several mountains ahead have collapsed. It is a huge project to accurately locate the material warehouse in City B. It would only be worthwhile if there were enough supplies in the warehouse. Gong Yi's excavation, which is costly and time-consuming, would be a big problem if only a tiny bit was found in the end." In the nanny car, Hua Mi fell into deep thought and saw Chi Chuan turn to look at her with eyes full of mockery. Hua Mi felt strange and raised her hand to touch her face. "What's with that look in your eyes?" "No, Sister Hua, your boyfriend seems to be in big trouble. Why aren't you worried at all?" Chi Chuan's face was filled with joy. He couldn't describe what his mentality was at the moment. Seeing that even a big figure like Gong Yi was at a loss when facing the vast mud mountain ahead. Hua Mi is actually in the mood to cook fish here on a rainy day. Is there anything else in this world that can stump Sister Hua? Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him. Hua Mi stood up and walked out of the nanny car and told Chi Chuan, who looked unconvinced, Please notify Uncle Eight's clearance team and ask them to put down everything they are doing and come over here. I have something to do outside." After saying that, Hua Mi hurriedly walked out of the camp. The garrison moved quickly, and a command center had been set up in the camp that was set up here overnight. Hua Mi bypassed the headquarters and sent a message to Gong. "Hua Mi, I'll go clear the obstacles, you keep busy." She didn't send the message because she was afraid that the boss would be angry again. After she walked out of the command center carrying a shovel, she walked onto a path blocked by collapsed rocks and began to shovel the stones on the ground. With one shovelful, all the mud, stones, weeds, and trees that were as tall as a person disappeared. She didn't use any force at all. She just poked the shovel into the obstacle, and everything on the shovel would be recycled into the garbage station. Then it is converted into energy. Gong was in the command center, looking at the sand table with a frown on his face. Standing beside him were 10 team leaders who were brought in from City B. They were all covered in dust and dirt. Some people were even injured. These were the captains of the B City garrison who were called over by Gong. After a chaotic rescue operation, each of them led their own team. It was a blessing in disguise that 10 of them survived. Gong, a tall and strong man, rested his hands on a makeshift sand table, listening to the report on casualties by the captain of the garrison in City B, reporting to Commander Gong. "I am the captain of the 3rd Battalion stationed in City B. Currently, there are 78 survivors in my team, 12 seriously injured, and 41 slightly injured." Reporting to Commander Gong, "I am the captain of the 6th Battalion stationed in City B. Currently, there are 59 survivors in my team, 23 seriously injured, and 25 slightly injured." Report to Commander Gong. It's really amazing. A city is standardly equipped with 5,000 garrisons, and this number is basically never filled up. The actual number of garrisons in each city is about 3,000 to 4,000. City B, together with the garrison which suffered serious or light injuries, was almost completely destroyed, with half of the soldiers killed. Gong Yi's brows were grim, and he cursed. He took out his cell phone, glanced at the text message from Hua Mi, and put it back in his pocket. "All the injured will be loaded onto trucks and sent to City B. You will select 100 people to build a temporary rescue center in City B. Supplies will be transferred from the garrison in Xiangqing." One of the captains of the garrison in City B hesitated. "But Commander Gong, the garrison cannot enter the city without orders from above. I am your direct superior now. Either you follow my orders or you can take off your garrison skin and do whatever you need to do." Before he could finish his words, a garrison outside the command tent suddenly shouted, "Report to the commander. The road is open." No one can explain how the road is connected. The garrison only knew that Hua Mi's amateur tow truck team had arrived not long ago. 10 tow trucks drove onto the path, and soon the path was open. Everyone was very happy, because everyone knows that if they want to take the national highway, they have to clear the collapsed mountain in front. With the current manpower and material resources, even if they work 24 hours a day, it will take at least a week. The key point is that the world is so big and there are too many places that need to be garrisoned. The 2 cities of Xiangqing and City B only have so few movable garrisons in total. Spending a week or so here will delay a lot of things. This is just the first obstacle. There are still many obstacles from here to the material warehouse in City B. Gong Yi looked at the garrison who came to report the news, his face full of joy. Then, Gong Yi silently took out the mobile phone from his pocket and looked at the time when Hua Mi sent him a message. It was undisguised weirdness. She was even too lazy to respond to him perfunctorily. "Commander?" The garrison nearby called out to Gong Yi. He came back to his senses, put the phone back in his pocket, and cleared his throat. This civilian clearance team has gone through untold hardships and finally used their own strength to help us solve the first roadblock. The next battle needs to be fought by ourselves. Tell the brothers to cheer up and never let down those who support us wholeheartedly. In the command tent, all the garrisons stood up straight, stretched their bodies like a flag, and answered in a sonorous and powerful voice. "Yes." The newly built campsite was quickly closed down, and everyone quickly got into the car, took the small road, bypass the first roadblock on the national highway, and prepare to go to the second roadblock to begin the arduous work of clearing obstacles. Just as Commander Gong said, the civilian clearance team used their weak strength to help them get there, and they need to work harder. The armored convoy led the way. Gong sat in the armored vehicle and silently looked at the amateur tow clearance team that had just arrived in front and was happily shoveling mud. The path had been cleared and the lane was not wide, but it was wide enough for an armored vehicle to pass through. Seeing the armored vehicles coming, the uncles and aunts who were widening the lane happily lined up on both sides of the lane and waved to the armored convoy. They were still waiting for the garrison to award them an award. Gong lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. You don't know until you see it. After seeing it, he felt ashamed of himself. Look at Hua Mi's clearance team. The average age of each member is no less than 40 years old, and there is also a 65-year-old Shurdyedia. He was wearing a thin-down jacket for autumn and winter in the south, and a raincoat made of waterproof oilcloth on the outside. He didn't even have a professional tow clearance suit. There are no high-end obstacle removal tools. There are no jacks, tow trucks, or excavators. The only things they had were a few shovels and 10 tow trucks that were cobbled together and had already passed their scrap age. Although this is just a small path, how can an amateur obstacle clearance team clear obstacles faster than the garrison troops? Gong, how do you want me to explain this to the outside world? Hua Mi was sitting at the end of the path at the corner to take a break when she suddenly received this message from Gong. Hua Mi. Looking at the dialogue box between her and Gong, the words the other party is typing were displayed at the top. Hua Mi turned around and released a nanny car from the level 13 warehouse and continued driving forward. Gong, the speed of clearing obstacles is too fast. You should pay attention to the impact. His messages continued to come, which made Hua Mi smile. The man's reaction surprised her. Hua Mi thought about covering up her own supplies under the pretext of stockpiling supplies for the garrison. In fact, she did so, and has been doing well so far. Although Qin Xiren and Yu Guanglin noticed her supplies, they did not suspect anything supernatural. The cover-up was successful. But there is no paper that can cover fire, and she lives among the crowd, so it is impossible for her to cover everyone's eyes. If you hide it from everyone, it will delay things. If she doesn't want to delay things, she has to find someone to cover for her. So it was within Hua Mi's expectation that Gong would discover the abnormality. She had already thought about what she should say when Gong asked her. Yes, so what if she has superpowers? Superpowers are something that not everyone has, but they are definitely not uncommon in the apocalypse. With Gong Yi's physical fitness, there is a high chance that he will have supernatural powers. No, it is very likely that Gong Yi is already in the process of awakening his supernatural powers. She remembered the last time Gong Yi held her down and asked her to sit in the tent to rest and wait to see a doctor. She was completely unable to resist his strength. People with special abilities are much stronger than ordinary people and have better physical fitness. Hua Mi is also very strong now. But there are also differences in power between people with special abilities. So, Hua Mi's strength and LT. Gong Yi's strength. Hua Mi has already thought of disguising herself as a person with spatial abilities. Among the superpowers, the space superpower is relatively popular and is one of the essential members of the team that goes out to fight monsters and search for supplies. She thought of all her excuses and waited for Gong Yi to ask. In the end, Gong Yi didn't ask, but asked her to pay attention to the impact and said in a roundabout way that she was too honest and didn't even bother to use any tricks. Hua Mi did not reply to the message. Instead, she drove the car forward with a smile on her face. She cleared the obstacles along the way. After the obstacles on the small road were cleared, she cleared the obstacles on the national highway. After the obstacles on the national highway were cleared, she took the small road again, until the energy of the level 10 factory is fully charged. Unlock the 4th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X3 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X8. Hua Mi then stopped and placed the 4 sweeping robots in the 13-level storage into the forest where the trees had fallen. She sat in the nanny car, enjoying the conversion of X6 times energy, and slowly began to make lunch. In the armored convoy that had a smooth journey, Gong rubbed his brows with a headache and gave orders with a wireless communicator. Drive slower. Be careful of mudslides. He was afraid that their team was driving too fast, and after catching up with Hua Mi, he found that Hua Mi had 3 heads and 6 arms. Hua Mi did not feel his fear. She sat in the nanny car, eating pickled fish and sending a message to Yirong. Hua Mi, how is the waterlogging in Xiangqing?
Yirong, video me pege Yirong, picture.
JPG from Yirong's videos and pictures, we can see that the water in Xiangqing has already reached the calves. The water became more and more solid, making people feel as if they were standing in thick rice paste. Hua Mi frowned when she saw this and did some searching online, hoping to see if there were any class representatives online who could explain what was going on. Hua Mi, is there any solution for Yu Guanglin? If this continues before leaving Xiangqing, Hua Mi told Yu Guanglin and others that they should pay attention to the accumulated water in Xiangqing. As a result, the water level has now reached my calves. It's rising too fast. Yirong, all management levels are stationed in the management building. Don't you know? You asked Tang Yu to do this. At the beginning, among the garrison, only the team led by Tang Yu defeated Yu Guanglin and a group of Xiangqing senior management officials. Not only was he beaten, he was also locked up. Later, the entire Xiangqing management level jumped out and gathered in front of the management building to demand an explanation. Tang Yu caught 1 whenever he saw 1, and caught 2 whenever he saw 2. He locked them all up in the management building. You have to know that there are thousands of people working in the management building, not to mention those who have run away and those who are providing services on the periphery. Xiangqing is not that chaotic now, everything is still basically in order. So the garrison is indeed a bit abrupt and attracts people's attention. The nearest rescue center was talking about this incident, but because the signal in Xiangqing was intermittent, the news did not spread. Hua Mi was silent for a while, looking at the text messages on her phone. Hua Mi, I don't mean to say that we must distinguish right from wrong in this matter. Yu Guanglin and the others are locked up in the management building. Does that mean they can't do anything? Hua Mi, in my opinion, if they don't wander around, their work efficiency will be improved. In this matter, Hua Mi tricked Gong, but she felt that it was not a big problem. Anyway, this is the historical process of the survivors. No matter how the management jumps around, those who have the advantage in terms of military force will eventually rise to the top. She just accidentally advanced the process by many years. Yirong. That being said, I haven't heard what plan they will come up with yet. Many people in Xiangqing have heard that City B also has supplies for sale, so they are planning to go to City B. Everyone said that the waterlogging in Xiangqing was abnormal, so people carried their supplies and started running towards City B instead of Xiangqing. The Hunanbi Expressway is never smooth. Just when Hua Mi was about to scold Yu Guanglin for staying in the management building and doing nothing, Yirong sent her another video. A magical thing happened. There was no water in the places that were vacuumed, and there was still jelly-like water in the places that were not vacuumed. This makes the entire ground appear uneven. Yirong, look, if this situation is not resolved, it will be too late to find a solution when the water reaches the neck. In fact, it is already too late to realize the seriousness of this problem, because people who are not wearing respirators will, without exception, enter the emergency area due to respiratory distress. Hua Mi's respirators are sold out. Hua Mi, don't count on Yu Guanglin. We should line up and hold on to the garrison. If you have nothing to do recently, just go to the stalls and buy vacuum cleaners, electric fans, and the like when you see them selling them. Hua Mi, you initiate a transfer of 100,000 yuan after Yirong received the money. Hua Mi asked Yirong to pile all the newly purchased electrical appliances in the warehouse behind the RV supermarket. She will collect it later when she returns. Not long after, Hua Mi waited for the armored convoy to arrive. The road ahead is clear. If we continue along this road, we will be out of the territory of City B and past the area of the City B material warehouse. Gong got out of the car and stared at Hua Mi with a pair of sharp eyes, like 2 knives. She was walking around her nanny car in a raincoat. When she saw Gong coming over, she raised her hand and greeted him. Where is the supply depot you mentioned? Pinpointing the dig site. Gong Yi walked up to Hua Mi, opened his mouth, and finally raised his hand and pushed her forehead. Let me see what you are up to. Fortunately, the garrisons under his command kept their mouths shut. The armored convoy led the way, and the hundreds of garrisons from City B that followed behind didn't see what was happening in the front. And the garrison will not talk nonsense. They are genuinely curious, but they also know when to stop and won't ask questions that they shouldn't. Hua Mi's head was pushed back. She laughed and said to Gong Yi, I have something to report to you. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and showed Gong Yi the video that Yirong had sent her. Gong Yi's brows were tightly furrowed. After watching several videos and photos, he turned around, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to make a call. He turned back and told Hua Mi, don't run around, or you won't be able to find your people again. While he was on the phone, he arranged for the garrison to survey the terrain, found the gate of the material warehouse in City B, and began digging. There were more and more garrisons on the national highway. After a while, Chun arrived in Hua Mi's nanny car and Hua Mi's tow clearance team. After Chun stopped the nanny car and jumped out of the car, he pointed to another brand new nanny car on the open space and asked exaggeratedly, Sister Hua, how many nanny cars do you have? If you lose one, you can get another one? Hua Mi Xiao was just about to find an excuse to fool Chun when Gong Yi's roar came from the front. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. You're smarter than a sieve. If you administrators can't come up with a solution before I return to the city, I'll kill you all. He was really furious. He called Yu Guanglin to ask about the serious flooding in Xiangqing. Yu Guanglin told him that they would not do anything unless their administrators were released. Then he argued with him about the right and wrong of mutiny, accusing him of having evil ambitions. Gong Yi had never thought of mutiny, and he was not interested in the top position in Xiangqing, but if Yu Guanglin disobeyed, Gong Yi would not mind making it a reality. On the other end of the phone, Yu Guanglin was angry and afraid. Gong Yi, you finally revealed your true colors, right? The person called Hua Mi was just a cover for you. This was the excuse you instigated. Now, everything is going as you wished. Why didn't I realize that Gong Yi was so insidious before? In fact, it was all a conspiracy. It was all Gong Yi's conspiracy. He had wanted to make trouble for a long time, so he started hoarding a large amount of supplies from no one knew when. Just in time to take advantage of the natural disaster and make the arrangements quietly. And the girl named Hua Mi was just a target released by Gong Yi to attract the attention of the administrators. Since he wanted to prove the mutiny, Gong Yi didn't care what Yu Guanglin said to him. He just didn't want Yu Guanglin to do nothing. If we delay any further, the water in Xiangqing will reach our noses. If it were normal water, you could swim, find some kayaks, or even get a boat and row out of Xiangqing. But even a dog's eyes can see that the water is very strange. The key point is that if they escape from Xiangqing, and after Xiangqing is flooded, there is no guarantee that it will not spread to other cities. We'll all be over. Gong Yi frowned, looked at the misty rain ahead, gritted his teeth, and said hatefully, Yu Guanglin, do something practical. Look outside your window. The world has changed. You are still concerned about who is in power. Why do I keep you here? Keep you here, so that you can eat and not work? What's wasted is just the food I worked so hard to stockpile. Hua Mi frowned slightly and walked towards Gong Yi. In fact, the management is slow in doing things and cannot adapt to the fast pace of the apocalypse. This has occurred in every city in the early days of the apocalypse. That's why she told Yu Guanglin that they should do what they should do, otherwise they wouldn't know which would come first, bullets or disaster. The truth is that in peacetime, the management cannot solve problems quickly enough. Hua Mi could imagine what the procedures of the management were. Initial disaster reports were ignored because of other things, and then, once they were taken seriously, they were repeatedly verified by multiple experts. Then they held various meetings, and when asked, they said they were still studying, investigating, and discussing plans. After repeated discussions on solutions, the golden period has passed, and the perfect solution has not yet emerged. This eventually aroused the anger of the survivors, and countless administrators were killed. Xiangqing hasn't reached that stage yet, but it will probably be there soon. History is always surprisingly similar. In a chaotic world, Nothing works. The barrel of a gun is the most effective. Before Hua Mi could walk to Gong Yi's side, she saw Gong Yi hanging up the phone with Yu Guanglin. He called Tang Yu and said, "Stop feeding Yu Guanglin and his group. If they don't work, let them starve. When they can't stand the hunger anymore, they will naturally start working." Then he called Chao Fong again. "Go and ask Ke Minghong what he needs. Give him whatever he wants. People who are willing to work should be treated well. Also, take control of Xiangqing's reserve funds and material depots by force. The management system is unreliable, and things have come to this point." Gong Yi immediately plans to initiate a mutiny. Directly seize management rights. He does what Yu Guanglin doesn't do. He takes care of things that Yu Guanglin doesn't care about. Hua Mi behind him paused. The boss was indeed the boss. He was very straightforward. "It's only been a few months, and we've reached this stage." Gong Yi frowned and said, "All the professional talents who can be named should be controlled, especially those who have developed literary talent and are good at writing. For example, those online writers are the best at insulting people in a veiled way." Gong Yi wanted to seize the management rights of Xiangqing, and he expected that he would be scolded. A few scoldings would not hurt him much, but in an extraordinary period, he had to convince the people. If he was scolded too much, the survivors would become impetuous. Chao Fong replied on the other end of the phone. "Yes, what if those online writers want to resist? Give him a beating first." Gong Yi hung up the phone, turned around with a stern face, glared at Hua Mi, and asked fiercely, "What are you looking at?" Hua Mi smiled at Gong Yi. "Boss, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." She didn't expect that Tang Yu would listen to her so much. She asked Tang Yu to lock up Yu Guanglin and others, and Tang Yu actually did it. Hua Mi felt a little guilty towards Gong Yi. But just like she said, it's not a big problem. Gong Yi is such a decisive person. He would reach this step sooner or later even without her encouragement.
Gong Yi snorted coldly.
Don't think he couldn't see that although Hua Mi said sorry, her attitude was somewhat smug. "When we get back to Xiangqing, I'll tie you up and send you directly to the garrison headquarters. I'll say that you're the one who did all this and have them shoot you first." He spoke harshly, looking at Hua Mi with a pair of sharp eyes. People with bad tempers are hateful to both God and man. Hua Mi walked over fearlessly. "A little naughty, boss. Don't be like this. I am still very useful. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope now. We share the honor and disgrace, boss." She was not worried that Gong Yi would hand her over. If he was the kind of person who could not take responsibility, Hua Mi would not stand on his side. Moreover, the mutiny in the Xiangqing garrison happened several days ago, and the garrison headquarters has been pursuing the responsibility. If Gong Yi wanted to hand over Hua Mi, he would have handed her over long ago. He would not allow Hua Mi to stand in front of him with a frivolous smile on her face. Not only did he not hand over Hua Mi, but when faced with Yu Guanglin's accusation that Hua Mi was just a cover for him and that Gong Yi had actually been secretly planning a mutiny, Gong Yi did not refute a word. He admitted it. Yes, everything Hua Mi did was instructed by him. Just take care of everything on him. Don't focus on a woman. He's the one who did it. Therefore, it is hard not to make people dependent on a man like Gong Yi. He was as tall as a big tree, standing tall and protecting everyone under the tree. Hua Mi came over, nudged Gong Yi with her elbow, and laughed. "Thank you, big boss." Gong Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. Then he straightened his face, pushed Hua Mi's body forward, and looked disgusted. "Who will share honor and disgrace with you? You are not a garrison under my command. Stand up straight. What are you doing? Everyone is watching you." His voice became smaller and smaller, and finally, he pursed his lips and stopped talking angrily. This scumbag girl used the same trick last time. She coaxed him with sweet words, saying that she fell in love with him at first sight and wanted to date him. She also stuffed a lot of money into his pocket, saying that she wanted to buy him delicious food, nice clothes, and some health supplements. After stuffing the money into his pocket, she hugged him and kissed and nibbled him. He was so excited that he stayed up all night, thinking that he and his dream lover had a telepathic connection. How could he, a hot-blooded man, not take action when being teased like this by his dream girl? He fell into the trap of this bad woman. Not afraid of being laughed at, Gong thought a lot that night and even decided what to name their child. As a result, when they met again the next day, the scumbag girl had completely forgotten about him. Let me tell you, I have a good way to solve the problem of waterlogging in Xiangqing. The scumbag girl next to him suddenly straightened her expression. You don't have to be so anxious. You can do everything slowly. Strawberry flavor. Gong Yi's eyes were deep as he looked at the box of condoms that Hua Mi handed over. She didn't notice Gong Yi's thoughtful expression at all, because Hua Mi was very open-minded and had no thoughts at all. Look, use this thing to put the jelly like water in, tie the opening tightly, and then throw it into the landfill, just like throwing away garbage. She still has more than 100,000 boxes of condoms, as well as any plastic bags, balloons, etc. that can be found in Xiangqing. As long as they are well sealed and do not let the jelly water leak out, they can be used. Gong Yi looked at Hua Mi with an indescribable look. She spoke with great joy, without any shyness at all. Hua Mi forgot. She forgot everything that happened that night. Gong Yi suddenly had a bad idea in his heart and said with revenge, "You suddenly took out this thing, and I thought you remembered what happened that night. I wore it at first, but you were having fun and tore it off yourself. Did you forget it?" After saying that, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked at Hua Mi's reaction with a kind of badness that he couldn't even explain. She was stunned, blinked her fox eyes, and looked at Gong Yi.
Seems a little confused.
Gong Yi's smile got bigger. He came close to Hua Mi and said word by word, "Your idea is great, but are you sure you have that many condoms? With so much water accumulated in Xiangqing, a few condoms won't be enough." Hua Mi's thoughts were still on what Gong Yi had said just now. Did she tear it off herself? What happened that night? Hua Mi tilted her head back. "No way. Daddy duck?" She blurted out, and seeing Gong Yi was stunned for a moment, she shuddered immediately. Why did Gong Yi not do what he wanted to do, as a duck? Did she misunderstand Gong Yi's meaning? Before Gong Yi could speak, she quickly laughed it off. "I have a lot of condoms, hundreds of thousands of boxes, enough to hold a lot of jelly water. This thing can be used in emergencies while you find a way to release the flood. The key is emergency use." After saying that, Hua Mi turned around hurriedly and said, "Think about it. When you're done, come to me to get the goods."
Bye.
She was so scared that she ran away quickly. Gong Yi's obvious and covert hints made her panic. In fact, she had already noticed it, hadn't she? Look at Gong Yi. He had hinted to her several times, but she herself thought it was impossible and didn't associate Gong Yi with the little duck that night. But in this world, what is impossible? Everything is possible, and trying to make things so clear is not necessarily a good thing. Hua Mi fled in panic, completely unaware of Gong Yi's gradually deepening eyes behind her. It was raining in City B, and the rain was thick with fog, so the visibility was only 20 meters. At this time, goggles have become a must-have item for garrisoning. Nowadays, respirators, goggles, and raincoats made of waterproof tarpaulin are standard equipment for garrisons. These things may look small, but it must be said that having these things has helped the garrison a lot. At least in this kind of weather, they can accurately locate the location of the material depot in City B. Joyful laughter broke out in the makeshift command tent. Someone ran into the rain and shouted, "Found it! Found it, Commander! Found it!" In the open space, Ikegawa and the clearance team also laughed happily. A city's material warehouse was stored according to the city's population before the disaster. Generally speaking, it can meet the per capita food needs of a city for half a year. This is without any extravagance. After the disaster, there will definitely be casualties among the city's population. If they can save food, the food will be enough for the remaining survivors to eat for several years. Xiangqing's free 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks are truly luxurious. If the food is eaten the way it is in Xiangqing, even if there are few survivors, they won't be able to survive for long, not to mention that the food is provided free of charge. Chuan followed Gong Yi and walked towards Hua Mi's nanny car. Hua Mi was sitting in the nanny car, taking out a few folic acid pills and vitamins needed during pregnancy. There was a pile of medicine on the table. The world is so big, and she is fully capable of raising her 2 cubs beautifully on her own. Suddenly, Gong was standing outside her car. He raised his head and said, "Let's go to the supply warehouse." Hua Mi's hand trembled, and she looked at the duckling Gong with an extremely awkward smile. Gong watched Hua Mi jumping around with a playful expression on his face. He never expected that the person she thought she was going to have a one-night stand with would show up again. Or the kind she couldn't get rid of. Let's see what she does. Then, Gong looked at the pile of medicine on Hua Mi's table. He frowned and asked, "You need to take so many medicines for your stomach problem?" Hua Mi stood up, put on her raincoat, got out of the car, and looked at Chi-Chuan. Chi-Chuan was standing behind Gong looking at her with an ambiguous expression. "And you still say that there is no relationship between her and Gong? Look how much Commander Gong cares about her." Hua Mi ignored Chi-Chuan's ambiguous look and asked, "Let's go. Where is the supply depot? Let's go and take a look." Gong leaned against the car door, his eyes fell on folic acid, and helped Hua Mi close the door. "Come with me." He took Hua Mi and Chi-Chuan onto an armored vehicle and drove forward until they arrived at a group of hills. This time, out of the 50 garrisons brought by Gong he assigned 20 of them to guard the city gate with live ammunition. The other 30 were all brought here, and were now digging the mud outside the supply warehouse together with the several hundred garrisons in City B. The door is made of thick iron and is extremely tall. At least someone like Ikegawa, who has been engaged in small-time speculation for years, would be shocked when he saw it. In the rain, a heavy sound was heard, as if a sealed space was opened. Several garrisons worked together and shouted as they opened the thick iron door. The B City Supply warehouse officially appeared before everyone. The entire mountain is under the material storage of City B. Gong stood beside Hua Mi, and the two of them faced the deep and seemingly bottomless material warehouse in City B. The fully armed garrison quickly threw a searchlight inside. "No danger, go in." There is a backup power supply inside, and because there is a cold storage, it is also equipped with a large number of generator sets. The lights in the warehouse were turned on. Hua Mi followed Gong into the warehouse. When she looked up, she found that the ceiling of the warehouse was a bit exaggeratedly high. The material warehouse in City B is 10 times larger than the one in Xiangqing. Gong walked in front, explaining, and then turned back to look at Hua Mi and Chi-Chuan, who looked like they had never seen the world. He said, "Now these supplies are in my hands. Next, I need someone to help me transport these supplies away." He needs to transport these supplies to Xiangqing and City B. But Gong did not have enough manpower to transport such a large warehouse of supplies in a short period of time. Especially at this time, the number of garrison troops in Xiangqing was less than 4,000, and most of them were used to maintain public security in Xiangqing. The garrison in City B can be used, but there are only a few hundred of them. After he returned to Xiangqing, he still had a tough battle to fight with Yu Guanglin. There is no time to take care of these supplies. As he spoke, Gong Yi's gaze fell on Hua Mi obviously. He wanted to let Hua Mi handle this matter. No matter how she did it, the fact was that she handled the large amounts of supplies that came in and out of her hands every day with ease. Hua Mi forced a smile at Gong Yi, but was secretly frightened. The level 13 storage doesn't have that much space. If she cleared out some of the supplies in her level 13 warehouse, she could take away the entire B City supply depot in one go. But no, she is also very embarrassed. Oranges took up most of the space in her level 13 storage. Even if Hua Mi squeezed X100,000 orange juices every day, she still couldn't keep up with the increasing number of oranges. The accelerated growth period for oranges is 1 month and only a few days have passed, but now almost everyone in Xiangqing and City B has a bag of oranges. Just eat like this. In fact, people from Xiangqing and B City don't need to eat or drink water at all. I'll feel full just by eating oranges. There are too many oranges, but consumption is not keeping up. Where can we get the space to help Gong transport the supplies from City B and preserve them properly? Gong walked back to Hua Mi, his sharp eyes looking at her intently, as if coaxing her. "If you have any requests, just ask." Well, Hua Mi looked up with an embarrassed look on her face, looking at Gong Yi's handsome face. You garrison, each person eats 10,000 oranges a day. Is this request okay?
Puff.
Ikegawa on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. The gentleness on Gong Yi's face suddenly turned ugly. When he mentioned Jizzy, he and Hua Mi no longer had any friendship. No need to discuss this. I can transfer Chao Fong and Tang Yu over to help you. After saying that, Gong Yi glanced at the multifunctional watch on his hand, and then told Hua Mi, I still have to rush back to Xiangqing. The garrison here will stay to protect you and these supplies. Call me if you have anything. The last remaining food supplies in Xiangqing have been taken control of by the garrison, but Yu Guanglin refused to hand over the account password of Xiangqing's reserve funds. Gong Yi had to go back to Xiangqing to take charge of the situation. Looking at Gong Yi's back as he walked away, Hua Mi stood in the warehouse full of supplies and sighed softly. Sister Hua, are you reluctant? Chun teased her. Let's finish our work here quickly, and we'll be able to return to Xiangqing soon.
Hua Mi glanced at Chuan.
She couldn't explain it to him clearly, right? There was really nothing between her and Gong Yi. Maybe they had that crazy night before. But a one-night stay between adults should not involve any pink bubble fantasies. Hua Mi is no longer at the age of longing for romantic love. After one night, everyone goes their own way, and not disturbing each other is the greatest decency. Get down to business. Hua Mi rolled her eyes at the smiling Chuan. Chuan immediately opened his mouth and took out a notebook and a calculator. Okay, let's get down to business. Sister Hua, should we start counting the number of material warehouses in City B now? We need to figure out how many supplies we have and what they are. We can eat the excess first and find other ways to stockpile the less. Ikegawa is well aware of this. Hua Mi shook her head. Go find a few trucks and haul a few truckloads of supplies to City B to sell. Go to City B to sell? Chuan looked strange. Sister Hua, at this time, are we still making money?
He didn't say that.
In fact, the money in City A is no longer money. The same is true for City B. Except for Xiangqing, everyone treats money as paper. As long as they can buy supplies, money doesn't matter. But this value system still counts in Hua Mi. Chuan even had some vague illusions. He always felt that because Sister Hua could still use money to buy supplies, Xiangqing's value system had not collapsed. But how could she spend all the money she had collected? Hua Mi didn't explain anything, but patted Chuan's shoulder with a serious look on her face, turned around, and walked to the innermost part of the B City material warehouse alone. Gong Yi did not leave her many garrisons, and with such a large material warehouse, the limited manpower was simply not enough to count the number of supplies. Not to mention transporting these supplies out of this warehouse. However, Hua Mi can store the materials into level 13 storage and can directly obtain the types and quantities of the materials. Avoiding Chuan and the other garrisons, Hua Mi put the large wooden boxes in front of him into the level 13 storage. Obtained 25 kg x 50 of Dongting Lake rice, get glutinous rice dumplings x 500, get iodized salt 320 g 50 packs x 10,000. After she collected the wooden boxes, she left a pile of oranges on the spot. After Chuan urgently found a few trucks, Hua Mi called on the garrison in City B for help and shoveled the oranges onto the trucks. Then she called Fong, the captain of the garrison in City B, and Hua Mi said, I heard Commander Gong asked you to set up a rescue center in City B, right? Fong nodded with a straight face. Yes, Sister Hua. He shouted along with the Xiangqing garrison. The Xiangqing garrison all called her Hua Mi, so the B City garrison also called her that. Okay, you are all Commander Gong's men now, so the benefits should be the same as those of the Xiangqing garrison. Let me tell you what benefits the Xiangqing garrison has. Hua Mi seemed very serious and said directly, every garrison in Xiangqing will receive 100 welfare oranges every day. This is specially set by Commander Gong. Being stationed is very hard, and you need to supplement more vitamin C. So from today on, the same applies to you garrisons in B City. I will set up a material storage point next to the rescue center in City B. Each of you can go there to collect 100 welfare oranges every day. The more she spoke, the more Fong Yuqi's eyes widened in disbelief, and then his face turned into ecstasy.
This.
Although they suffered a lot while garrisoning in City B, with most of them killed or injured, they also had to go hungry and save people every day. But does happiness come so unexpectedly? Are 100 oranges a day really free? At this time, Fong Yuqi still felt a sense of joy at having survived a calamity. After all, he had been hungry for so long and had saved so many people like a pile of scattered sand. Not only was there someone to take care of us, but even the problem of food and clothing was solved. Although it's just eating oranges, it's better than eating nothing. Hua Mi added with a smile, 3 meals a day are also provided. Mine is just a welfare orange. Fong Yuqi looked at Hua Mi in surprise. Sister Hua, there's no need to be so troublesome. Supplies are very tight right now. We all know that. We can live frugally. Just give us 1 meal a day. Fong Yuqi understands the current situation better than anyone else. After all, they had experienced hunger and poor sleep when they were stationed in City B. 1 piece of biscuit could last them a whole day, and 1 piece of bread could feed an entire team. Each person took a bite, and everyone was afraid that they would take too much, and the people behind them would have nothing to eat. After going through such hardships, look at the oranges in the material warehouse in City B. Each one is fresh and tender, as if they were just picked from the tree. If a person can get 2 oranges every day, even just 2, they will have nothing else to ask for. So, let's leave the 3 meals a day for those in need. Hua Mi waved her hand. No matter how hard it is, I won't let you suffer. Don't worry, leave this to me. I will be responsible for the procurement of supplies for Commander Gong's team. It will be enough for you to have enough food and clothing. After she said that, Fong Yuqi didn't know what to say. I hope Commander Gong knows what Sister Hua is doing, and it won't disrupt Commander Gong's plans. At this time, Fong Yuqi still didn't have a correct understanding of what Hua Mi said. He was simply following instructions. Truckload after truckload of oranges were sent out from the supply warehouse to Xiangqing and City B and sold to the survivors. It is said that the sales are very good, everyone is eating oranges, and everyone can afford oranges. Soon, the cooking team in charge of the garrison's meals came over, dragging large pots of rice and vegetables. Following the kitchen team were Tang Yu and Chao Fong. They were ordered to come and help Sister Hua, but as soon as they arrived, they were pulled away by Chi Chuan to help count oranges for the garrison in City B. Hua Mi moved the supplies here and there, and except for the rows of supplies placed at the entrance of the supply warehouse, all the supplies were put into the level 13 storage. Then, she filled the supply warehouse in City B with oranges. Ikegawa's friends pulled out the oranges with a large cart and distributed them one by one to the garrison in City B, who were guarding outside the supply warehouse. 100 per person. Standing in front of a pile of oranges, the garrisons of City B were holding a pile of delicious food in their hands. They fell into deep thought. Should they really be given 100 welfare oranges each? But now their stomachs are full, and they feel a little bloated. A garrison officer walked up to Fong Yuqi and said, "Captain, we can't finish all these oranges in one day. Will you really give us 100 oranges tomorrow?" Fong Yuqi looked at Tang Yu in a panic. "Brother, can we refuse this benefit?" "Yes, even if we are full, we can't afford so many oranges." Tang Yu took out a document with familiarity. "Don't worry. There is a process for all your troubles in Xiangqing. This is a document that entrusts the sale of fully oranges to others. Just check who among you wants to entrust the sale of fully oranges and have them sign the document. Everything has to follow procedures. After all, it is a team of more than 5,000 people. Each garrison receives 100 welfare oranges every day, which is actually a disguised way of giving the garrison money to spend." Fong Yuqi took the pen, signed the document decisively, and passed the document to the next brother stationed in City B. He sighed, "Your Xiangqing Commander Gong is really capable." "We are." Thinking of the garrison commander of City B who committed suicide by shooting himself, Fong Yuqi sighed endlessly. When disaster strikes, no one is prepared. Even the garrisons are unprepared. But there is no harm without comparison. The garrison in City B is starving to death, while the garrison in Xiangqing is wealthy and is receiving welfare in disguise. Sometimes I don't want to complain, but when the brothers around me die one by one, Fong Yuqi will also fantasize. If their commander didn't commit suicide, would he try every means to get them material support? Would he also slam the table and fight against the management system in order to save a few brothers from dying? Tang Yu patted Fong Yuqi's shoulder. We are a family now. Whatever we have in Xiangqing Garrison, you will also have in B City Garrison. Our lives will become more and more secure. At the door of the supply warehouse, Ikegawa was squatting and eating with his friends. Some friends were very curious and asked Chichuan secretly, "Why do we have so many oranges in Xiangqing? There are also oranges in B City. The supply warehouse in B City is also full of oranges?" Ikegawa pondered for a moment and said to his friend, "There must have been an orange disaster in the world before the earthquake, so the management of City B could only hoard oranges like crazy." Only this explanation can explain why the entire supply warehouse in City B is full of oranges. Chichuan lowered his head and took 2 bites of rice, then said to his friends, "Don't think too much. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Let's just help Sister Hua sell oranges." With such a large warehouse full of oranges, I wonder how many trips it would take to transport them out. After Hua Mi replaced all the supplies in the warehouse with oranges, she sent a message to Gong and was preparing to return to Xiangqing. Uncle 8 suddenly rushed into the warehouse and shouted to Hua Mi, who was sitting in a rocking chair by the door and looking at her phone, "It's bad, Miss Hua. The mountains on both sides of the supply warehouse are collapsing." Before he finished speaking, Chichuan and his friends rolled in, followed by Chao Fong, Tang Yu, Fong Yuqi, and others who were stationed there. "Sister Hua, let's go quickly, otherwise everyone will be crushed in the mudslide."
Gao Feng spoke anxiously.
They had long thought that the mountain here was unstable. But it was too unfortunate that the mountains on both sides of the material warehouse collapsed at the same time. Hua Mi stood up from the rocking chair slowly. "It's okay, I'll go out and take a look. You guys go, do what you need to do." As she was about to go outside, she was stopped by Tang Yu. He stood up straight and said, "Sister Hua, we promised the commander that we would protect you well. Let's go quickly. There is still time to leave now. The mountains on both sides are moving, but they will not fall down soon." But before Chao Fong could finish his words, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking, and behind Tang Yu and Chao Fong, mud, trees, and weeds were falling down. 2 mudslides and an earthquake did not allow them any chance to leave. Hua Mi just hurriedly shouted to Chao Fong and Tang Yu, "Call all the garrisons in quickly." Fong Yuqi blew the assembly whistle, and hundreds of garrisons emerged from different directions, rushing towards the supply warehouse. When the last garrison rushed into the warehouse, Chao Fong and Tang Yu simultaneously exerted force to close the heavy iron door. Before the door was closed tightly, mud came in from the gap, like a monster extending its tentacles and squeezing the heavy iron door open bit by bit.
"Ah!
Come and help!" Chao Fong shouted, and Fong Yuqi rushed over immediately, and together with Chao Fong and Tang Yu, they pushed the iron door shut. "Everyone come!" Fong Yuqi used all his strength and roared with his teeth bared. Dozens of garrisons rushed forward and held the big iron gate together, trying their best to use their meager manpower to resist the devastating collapse of the 2 mountains. There were still several hundred soldiers stationed in City B who could not squeeze through the iron gate and could only watch anxiously as the mud rushed into the cracks in the gate. Hua Mi stood behind everyone, looking at the magnificent scene in front of her, then lowered her head to look at the mud that had buried her ankles. She moved her feet in long boots, and the mud 1 meter around her was recycled into the garbage station. It was spotlessly clean, without a speck of dust, and even the original color of the warehouse floor was revealed. But soon, new mud covered it, and Hua Mi continued to collect the mud calmly. No one in front noticed her. The gap in the door was getting wider and wider. Tang Yu roared, "Quick! Notify the commander urgently. We are about to be buried." Human power cannot resist the power of nature, because nature is too powerful. But there are still more than half of the oranges in this supply warehouse that have not been shipped out, so we have to notify the commander and dig out the oranges at least after the landslide stops. A garrison standing in front of Hua Mi was holding a radio and preparing to find a safe place to send a message. Turning around, he saw Hua Mi. In the dimly lit warehouse, she stood cleanly and tidily under a dim light, with no specks of dust behind her or under her feet. There really wasn't any mud at all. I have already informed Commander Gong. There is no need to send a telegram. Hua Mi lied with her eyes open and smiled at the garrison carrying the radio. Go and help close the door. Don't waste your time on this. Thank you, Miss Hua. The radio operator didn't think too much about it. Sister Hua said that if she notified the commander, she would definitely notify him. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Who would joke about such a thing? Hua Mi was not joking. She just felt that Gong, he was very busy. Even if she notified him and he rushed over from Xiangqing, he might not be able to solve the current dilemma. Without superpowers, the forces of nature are impossible to resist. After sending the radio operator away, Hua Mi continued to collect the mud. The garrison in front was pushing hard against the door, and a steady stream of mud gushed into the material warehouse. But when the mud rolled to Hua Mi's feet, it stopped completely. No matter how much was squeezed in, she put it back into the garbage station. Not a single piece of mud rolled into the supply warehouse. Fong in front of him was still shouting in worry. This won't work. If we continue like this, the storage will be filled up sooner or later, and we will all be buried in this storage. But what can we do if it doesn't work? As long as the door is not closed tightly, it is only a matter of time before the storage room is filled with mud. Hua Mi, who was standing behind everyone, couldn't help but smile like a mother. Unlock the 5th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X4 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X9 rows of subtitles appeared, and Hua Mi opened the control panel and saw that the energy of the level 10 factory was full again. How did it rush so fast? She didn't collect much mud at all. Hua Mi now despised the energy bar of the level 10 factory, which was too short and not thick. She released 4 sweeping robots and let them run around in the warehouse, cleaning randomly and eating mud. Recover 1G of mud. Convert energy 0.0 recycle leaves X1. Convert energy 0.0 recycle small stone X1. Convert energy 0.0 recycle bark X1. Convert energy 0.0 subtitles like this keep appearing all over the page. Hua Mi has become accustomed to the constant stream of garbage subtitles. Then, she decided to upgrade the level 10 factory. Level 11 factory. Water bottles, all specifications. Mineral water, all specifications. Waterproof tarpaulins, all specifications. Self-priming filter type anti-particle respirators, all specifications. Orange juice, all specifications. Ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze limited production. Hemostatic gel X 50,000. Goggles X 40,000, condoms X 30,000, semi-finished pickled fish X 20,000, chocolate cake X 10,000, resin gloves X 5,000 when a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X 10 huh? Hua Mi looked carefully at the limited production content on the level 11 factory panel. After reaching level 10, each time the factory is upgraded, it can produce 2 more materials in unlimited quantities, or it can produce 2 more materials in limited quantities. She looked at the garrison in front again. A ball of mud squeezed into the crack of the door, burying Fong, Tang Yu, and others in the mud. The mud even overturned and knocked the garrison in the rear back. Hua Mi helped up the garrison at the front. She lowered her head and saw that his hands were covered in mud and there were many cuts on them. It seemed that he was accidentally scratched by the branches in the mud when he was using his hands to block the mud. Here, disinfect it first. Hua Mi took out a bottle of ethanol, a roll of sterile gauze, a handful of painkillers, a tube of hemostatic gel, and a pair of resin gloves. She stuffed all these things into the garrison's hands. Sister Hua. The garrison had a serious look on his face. I don't need any of these things. I still have to save people. He stood at the back of all the garrisons, and there were people buried in the mud in front of him, and he had to drag them out. So he didn't have time to wash his hands and bandage the wound. Hua Mi didn't listen to him. After she stuffed the medical supplies, she turned around, put on resin gloves on both hands, and pulled a garrison out of the mud in front of her. Because it was too chaotic, no one could see clearly, and she pulled people out of the mud very easily. As people move, the mud recedes. The two-way retreat allowed Hua Mi to rescue people quickly. She handed the same medical supplies to the garrison on the ground. Here, clean the wound to prevent infection. Then Hua Mi went to save someone. In 1 second, one person is pulled out, and after that a pile of medical supplies is stuffed in. Unlock the 6th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X5 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X11 in this case. It is very easy to upgrade the recycling station, and Hua Mi continues to release 5 robots. As she dragged people out of the mud, the robots swept past her feet. I have to say, these robots are really powerful. Although they only eat a little garbage each time, they are garbage-eating fighters. As long as they sweep over a place, such as a person, the mud will be reduced by a layer. 1 sweeping robot sweeps 1 floor, and 9 sweeping robots together are enough to sweep a garrison out of the mud. In total, dozens of garrisons were dragged out of the mud. But after these garrisons were dragged out, they still rushed forward and tried to close the door. Hua Mi followed behind these garrisons, collecting mud as she walked. In the chaos, a lot of mud poured into the door cracks, but it was only limited to the entrance of the supply warehouse. The garrisons came together to help, dragging out the garrison in front that was buried in the mud, and then continued to rush forward to help hold up the door. Finally, Hua Mi pulled Fong and Chen Who out from the rolling mud. The 2 men were originally leaning against the crack of the iron gate. When the mudslide came rushing in, they were the first to be buried. As the mudslide continued to pour in, the 2 men were washed behind the garrison team. Fortunately, all the garrisons were in good health and did not fall into coma or die due to being buried for a short period of time. This may also be due to Hua Mi's respirator, which allows the garrison to breathe freely even when buried in the mud. Fong stood up, not noticing the decreasing mud around him. He pushed Hua Mi to Chen Who was climbing up behind him. Sister Hua, move back. Even if the final outcome is death, he will only let Hua Mi die behind him. Hua Mi was pushed to Chen Who's side, and then pushed behind him. Hua Mi, who had originally advanced 2 places, was back to the end of the team. Hua Mi didn't bother with the 2 of them. She stuffed a pair of rubber gloves into the hands of Fong and Chen Who respectively, then bent down again and pulled Fong Yuqi and Chuan out of the mud. It must be magnificent. With such a huge mudslide pressing into the crack of the door, how could the scene not be magnificent? But it was magnificent. The mudslides kept pushing the people in the front back, but no one died. Everyone gradually felt like surfing, moving forward and backward continuously, and then moving backward again. Everyone who was pulled out of the mud by Hua Mi would be stuffed with a pair of rubber gloves. This pair of gloves is really useful. At least when worn on the hands, they not only fit the size of the palm perfectly, but are also very tough and will not cause the palm to be scratched by any hard objects. In the end, everyone was a little tired from the mudslide. Hua Mi grabbed the mentally exhausted Chuan and stuffed 2 oranges into his mouth. She pointed to the chocolate cake on the shelf behind her and said, "I just found this. Eat some before you go block the door." A chocolate cake is 12 inches. Ikegawa didn't care about anything else. He rushed over, grabbed a handful of cake, and stuffed it into his mouth desperately. Several other garrisons also discovered the chocolate cake. They all came over and took a piece and divided it up completely. "Don't worry, there's more." Hua Mi pointed to another shelf. An entire row of shelves was filled with 12-inch chocolate cakes. There aren't many of them, maybe hundreds of them. The sweet, fresh, and soft cake with a slightly bitter taste of chocolate filled every garrison's stomach very well. Then another procedure of surfing was added. Everyone was pushed to the back of the team by the mudslide, so they went to eat cake, and after 2 bites, they went to block the door, and then they were pushed back again. They continued to eat. This cycle repeated over and over again. Unlock the 7th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X6 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X12. The garbage station was upgraded quickly, and Hua Mi released another 6 robots. 15 sweeping robots, running around like little reptiles. After a while, Hua Mi's level 11 factory energy bar was almost full again. Tip: The garbage station cannot be upgraded due to incomplete supporting facilities. When Hua Mi saw this message, she was numb. What slowed down her upgrade was the safety engineering construction. Because the construction speed is too slow, the black soil has only been upgraded to level 6 so far. But the recycling station has been upgraded to level 7, the factory has been upgraded to level 11, and the warehouse has been upgraded the fastest, reaching level 13. From this perspective, the supporting facilities are indeed incomplete, and the grade of the black soil is too low. Hua Mi sighed because she was very worried that if the energy bar of the level 11 factory was full and the recycling station could not be upgraded, she would not be able to recycle garbage anymore. But the situation here made her feel a little weird. Tip: Level 11 factory has excessive energy. The remaining energy can be taken out and used to recharge 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 54%, 99% soon. That removable and usable energy was fully charged. Hua Mi was recovering the mudslide while looking at the level 13 storage on her control panel. In her level 13 storage, there lies a ball of energy. This should be what can be extracted and used energy. Tip: Level 11 factory energy is overcharged. The remaining energy can be taken out and recharged to 1%, 99%. The subtitle prompts continued to sound, and the second energy light ball was also filled. The energy in this energy ball is very small and will be filled up quickly. After a while, Hua Mi's level 13 storage had 20 energy light balls stored in it. She took one out and held it in her palm to look at it, but there was actually nothing in her hand, only a ball of white light. Sister Hua, Fong rushed over and shouted anxiously, "Back off, Sister Hua." When the mudslide came, Fong was afraid that Hua Mi would be buried as well. He saw Hua Mi raise her hand, her white palm turned upwards, as if holding something. Fong immediately placed his hand on Hua Mi's palm and pulled her to prepare. Back he shook madly a few times as if he had been electrocuted. Back Fong's easy roll eyes. Fong, who was already very tired, suddenly felt full of strength. He pulled Hua Mi back urgently, without having time to think. He turned around and rushed up to the mud pile with great vigor. Looking at Fong, who was full of energy, as if he had taken stimulants, rolling up and down in the mud, Hua Mi suddenly understood. It turns out that the properties of this energy ball are just like the crystal core from the previous life. Crystal cores are crystals dug out from the bodies of zombies and mutated animals and plants, which contain rich energy. Psychics need to rely on crystal cores to replenish their psychic energy.
But not now.
The crystal core will only appear when the animals and plants undergo major mutations. Because the energy in the crystal core is violent, ordinary people have no way to absorb and use it. In the hands of ordinary people, the crystal core is just an ordinary crystal. Therefore, later survivors will also use crystal cores as currency. Finally, crystal cores gradually became the common currency among the survivors. Hua Mi took out another ball of energy light from her level 13 storage. In just a short while, her level 13 storage had been recharged with thousands of energy balls. And this kind of energy light ball seems to be able to be used by ordinary people. Hua Mi thought about it because the physique of ordinary people is different from that of people with special abilities. They cannot withstand more powerful energy, so Hua Mi's energy light ball is just right now. Holding a ball of light in her hand, Hua Mi aimed at Yu in front of her.
Yu was exhausted.
The plastic shell on his face had almost fallen off, but because he was covered in mud, you couldn't see his original skin color at all. At this moment, he had just been washed back by the mud waves in front of him. He struggled to get up from the ground, his legs trembling. He staggered for a moment and tried to rush forward again. "I'm so tired. Really so tired." The mud blocked the road for nearly an hour, and all the garrisons were so tired that they were about to collapse. The door had not been closed yet, but because everyone was desperately holding it up, the heavy iron door was not torn open much by the mudslide outside. "We can't give up. If we give up at this moment, not only will everyone die, but all the supplies behind them will also be lost." Yu gritted his teeth, fell to the ground, and stood up again. Hua Mi patted him from behind. Yu in front of him thumped violently twice, as if he had been electrocuted. His spirit suddenly shook and he felt more energized than ever before. Even though he was covered in mud. Sister Hua. Tang Yu turned around and saw Hua Mi standing behind him, smiling at him. Hua Mi asked expectantly, "Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Yu shook his head quickly, with dirt flying everywhere. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable anywhere, he even felt that he could do the job of 10 people. Is this the power of a last gasp? Tang Yu felt like his life was burning. He pushed Hua Mi back anxiously. "Sister Hua, please step back and find a place to hide first. If the boss comes, he will dig you out. There is still a chance. I don't know how much mud has been poured into this supply warehouse, but if Sister Hua finds a sealed place to hide now, the boss will definitely come back eventually. Even if all their garrisons were killed, the boss would dig out their bodies and bury them properly." Hua Mi nodded and didn't say more to Tang Yu. After Tang Yu went to the door with peace of mind, she took out the ball of light again. Seeing that the garrison looked tired and staggered when walking, she went up to pat him. The opponent's fatigue was swept away, and he became as energetic as if he had taken drugs. Soon, Hua Mi shot out hundreds of energy light balls. Several hundred garrisons, together with Chi Chuan and his friends, and Uncle Eight's clearance team, were all full of energy and rushed forward with full strength. Stamping. Seeing that everyone was full of energy, Hua Mi leaned against the shelf in the corner with satisfaction and took a break. She was not afraid of the mud pouring into the deep of the material warehouse. When it was almost reaching her, she would just put the mud back into the garbage station. "Gong, how are you doing over there? Are you okay?" The cell phone rang. It was Gong who was far away in Xiangqing. He was worried about Hua Mi's situation. She took out her cell phone and typed slowly, "Hua Mi, everything went well. Gong, always pay attention to the surrounding mountain environment. If anything seems wrong, leave immediately. Hua Mi, don't worry, I cherish my life very much." She has to take care of 2 little kids in her life, so of course she has to live a good life. How could she joke with her own body? Gong felt relieved and stopped replying to Hua Mi's message. Hua Mi stood up straight and collected some mud again. After getting energy light ball X100000 again, she was bored for a moment and sent a message to Gong to ask, "Hua Mi, how is Xiangqing?" Gong, very good. At this time, Gong was sitting in the office of the management building, surrounded by curses. The people who scolded him were from the management level. They had been scolding him non-stop since he came to the management building. He sat in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, one foot resting on the knee of the other leg, holding a mobile phone in his hand, staring at the chat box between him and Hua Mi. Guanglin led several administrators and rushed over, pointing at Gong Yi's nose and calling him shameless. "You are so shameless. Among all the garrisons in the city, no one has such evil ambitions as you. Gong, you openly rebelled. You will become a sinner for all eternity." Amidst the curses, Gong stood up, put his cell phone in his pocket, clenched his fist, and swung his punch, hitting Yu Guanglin directly on the nose, knocking Yu Guanglin to the ground. "I'll tell you what a wolf's ambition is." Gong clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and walked forward with a look of hostility on his face. Amid the administrator's exclamation, Gong kicked Yu Guanglin in the stomach and kicked him into the corner. Gong said very cruelly, "No city has a garrison like mine because some of them died, some were injured, and the few who were left without wolfish ambitions could not achieve anything. If you don't hand over the account and password of Xiangqing's reserve funds today, you will never be able to walk out of this building alive." Although the economic systems of various cities were collapsing, Xiangqing did not. He couldn't explain why this was happening. If Gong could figure it out, maybe he could become an economist instead of beating people up with his fists here. Since Xiangqing's economy has not collapsed, Xiangqing's urban reserve funds are still of great use. At least she could buy lots of oranges from Hua Mi. At the same time, in the dimly lit material warehouse in City B, Hua Mi looked at the long string of RMB numbers on the cash register system on her control panel. Because people didn't treat money as money and rushed to buy her supplies, she made a lot of money during this period. Upgrading a factory to a higher level only cost a few 100,000 yuan, which was a drop in the bucket for her. However, supporting facilities prevented her factory from taking off. Hua Mi sighed, not knowing what else she could do with so much money, except upgrading the factory. Can this money be taken out from the cash register system? As soon as this thought came to mind, a withdrawal panel appeared. Please enter the withdrawal amount yuan. Hua Mi withdrew 10,000 yuan. After thinking about it, she sent a red envelope of 888.88 to Gong. Hua Mi, hi-oh, boo. I forgot to congratulate you on your promotion. Boss, please accept this small red envelope, and please take care of me in the future.
Gong yi, 888.
88 has been received. Gong. Red envelope. Hua Mi clicked on it and saw that Gong had replied her with a big 250 yuan. Even through the screen, Hua Mi could feel Gong's contempt for her. Okay. She lowered her head and touched her belly. As long as the boss is happy, it's fine. I went out and bought myself a new cell phone today. I didn't have any plans to spend this money at first. For the past 2 years, I have always kept in mind that I am a woman who is in debt and has to work hard to raise a child. But last month you guys were so helpful and I got a bonus of 3,600 yuan. Looking at the money and my own mobile phone with a broken screen that I have used for many years, I really want to splurge. I am not a very talented author in writing. I have been in the industry for more than 10 years, and I have been mediocre. I am very grateful to you for your support. We have all had an extremely difficult time in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, you listened to me talking about trivial matters, accepted all my negative energy unconditionally, and still stayed with me. You have worked hard too. Hua Mi's lower abdomen is no longer as soft as before. Although it looks flat, it feels a little hard. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Hua Mi thought about the pile of newborn baby and monk clothes in her level 13 warehouse and suddenly seemed a little anxious. She has never been a mother, so she has no experience. Should she stock up on some milk powder or something? While thinking about it, Hua Mi saw Fong rolling over because of the mud. Fong looked in a bad mood and looked tired. Hua Mi took out her cell phone to check the time. An hour had passed since she took the photo of the energy light ball for them. So a ball of energy light can only meet an ordinary person's energy consumption for 1 hour? She took out a ball of light from the level 13 storage, and while Fong was not paying attention, she slammed it directly into his body. Hua Mi called Fong again, let's go eat some cake. I think the mudslide is getting smaller and smaller, and we'll be able to hold on slowly. Fong looked at the mud pouring in from the one-person-wide gap in the door, and it was indeed getting less and less. It looks like the mountain outside has completely collapsed and the situation outside is becoming more stable now. As long as they wait for all the water that needs to be discharged, and they are not buried by the mud, they can find a way to dig their way out of the mountain. One after another, the garrisons began to feel tired. An hour of high-intensity work had quickly depleted their body's energy. But no one collapsed from exhaustion, and this supply warehouse, which was of unknown size, was never filled with mud. In the end, everyone was in high spirits, except Hua Mi, who couldn't stand the sleepiness during pregnancy and took a nap in a listless state. In her sleepy state, she didn't know who the person opposite her was. Anyway, when she saw someone passing in front of her, she started to slap the energy ball. Her hands didn't even touch the other person's body. From a distance, she could slap the energy ball in her hand into the body of the person stationed there. How could this be possible? Hua Mi's head nodded, and she almost fell into the mud due to sleepiness. Someone shouted loudly, "Stop, stop." She opened her eyes and saw a huge stone wrapped in the mud outside the door. The stone blocked the door gap, which was as wide as a person, leaving only some tiny gaps, which were spraying mud into the material warehouse like a water gun. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. Ikegawa and the others sat in the mud inside the door and couldn't help but burst into laughter as if they had survived a disaster. Then everyone started laughing too, because no one among them was suffocated to death by the mud, and no one died of exhaustion. Isn't it worth a good laugh to survive a disaster? However, soon, they could no longer laugh. They realized that at this moment, A huge stone was blocking the entrance of the warehouse, and there was no way they could dig a passage out from it. But there is hope. Chuan stood up and said loudly to his friends and his eighth uncle with a smile, "There is food and drink here. As long as we are patient, someone will come to rescue us." So now all they have to do is wait for Commander Gong to rescue them. Everyone forced a laugh again. Although that was what they said, with the current manpower and resources, it was unknown how long Commander Gong would have to wait to dig them out. He will definitely come, no one will doubt it. The original material warehouse was buried so deep in the vast mountainous area, but it was found by Commander Gong. What's more, there are still hundreds of living garrisons in this material warehouse. Fong pushed through the crowd and asked the telegraph operator, "Did you receive the boss's telegram?" "What did the boss say?" The radio operator was confused. He turned around and looked for Hua Mi. Hua Mi stood behind the crowd, raised her hand and said, "Your boss said that he would let you take a rest, and he would get you out in a few days." In a few days? Everyone heard Hua Mi's words, and obviously didn't believe it. The landslides from 2 huge mountains buried them under 2 mountains. It would definitely take more than a few days to dig them out from under the 2 mountains. But as long as the commander replies, it means he is taking action. Now all we have to do is keep a good mood and wait for rescue. Uncle 7 quietly approached Uncle 8 and lowered his voice. "Hey, have you seen disaster movies? I heard that survivors after a disaster will have some kind of stress response." 8th uncle turned his head and looked at 7th uncle in the dim light. "Nonsense, I think you are mentally healthy. How do you know if I will become a psychopath if I am trapped for 10 days or half a month?" Uncle 7 was very unconvinced and said with his neck stiff, "You know what a psychopath is? It's when people are in a repressive and cramped environment and have nothing to do. They tend to daydream, and they tend to become perverted if they keep thinking about this and that." Before he could finish his words, Sherdyedia came over with a club and hit 7th uncle on the head. "I think you are a bit perverted now. What nonsense you are talking about affects morale." Afterwards, Sherdyedia kicked 7th uncle again and was about to continue beating him when Hua Mi came over. "I think what you said makes sense." Hua Mi stopped Sherdyedia from kicking Uncle Chi. She pulled out a snakeskin bag from behind and said seriously, "I have some toys here to kill time. If you don't mind, play with them first. When Commander Gong rescues us, we won't have to worry about psychopaths anymore." Several people came forward and peeked into the snakeskin bag. Inside were some fluorescent sticks, fluorescent dentures, and fluorescent devil horns. The workmanship was particularly crude. Such cheap toys were often seen on street stalls before. In the dim light, the pile of things emitted a strange green glow. Sherdyedia took out a fluorescent skull mask and looked down at it speechlessly. He felt that playing with this kind of toy in this kind of environment might make it more likely to develop psychological problems. Overhead, the lights in the supply warehouse flickered due to unstable voltage. Watching everyone start distributing fluorescent toys, Hua Mi looked back at the door blocked by a huge rock. She had to find something for the people inside to do. Otherwise, everyone would be staring at the door of the warehouse, and how would she clear the passage later? Then, Hua Mi focused her attention on the garrisons that gathered in groups of 2 or 3 between the shelves. She called Fong and Tang Yu, "Let's organize some entertainment activities. Otherwise, everyone will quickly become depressed, which is not good for their physical and mental health." Fong wiped the mud off his face. "Sister Hua, what kind of entertainment activities should we organize?" "It's all up to you." Hua Mi pointed to a projector, DVD, screen, and a pile of CDs at her feet. She bought them secondhand when she was shopping at a street stall, and they were now useful. No matter how abrupt it was, for the sake of the hundreds of people trapped in the supply warehouse in City B, Tang Yu and Fong seriously played the movie. Fong Yuchi led several hundred garrisons in City B, sitting cross-legged on the dry, clean, spotless ground. After playing a few powerful military songs, everyone started watching TV series. He loves her, she loves him only, but she is forced to marry him. She finally can't stand his tyranny, so she can only escape. The strong garrisons, men forged from the steel furnace, stared at the TV series on the screen. Sherdyedia asked Chuan in a low voice, "Why did she run away again?" This man gave her 1 million a month and even used an atomic bomb to set off fireworks for her. Why did she run away again? Ikuoa frowned and thought for a moment. Maybe because of love? Ten Dia. While everyone was immersed in this melodramatic love drama, Hua Mi's 15 sweeping robots had already cleaned every corner of the supply warehouse exceptionally clean. She stood alone by the iron gate of the warehouse, watching the streams of mud spurting out from the tiny cracks in the boulders. The mud fell on the ground and disappeared as soon as it got 1 meter close to Hua Mi. It looked like there was a transparent circle around Hua Mi. It was a bit difficult for Hua Mi to recycle both mountains into the garbage station at one time. She was worried that recycling so much would seem too abrupt. So, Hua Mi collected them bit by bit, observing the level 11 factory on the control panel while staring at the recycling bin. Ever since the level 11 factory was charged with excess energy, Hua Mi has been producing supplies again, and the green energy bar above the level 11 factory has not decreased. It is impossible to achieve 100% recharge again, and the recycling bin cannot be upgraded. But in the level 13 storage, energy light balls X10000000 have been stored. As Hua Mi continued to recycle the mud, the gaps between the boulders became smaller and smaller. Those gaps were blocked by small stones or dry mud. When the mud was fully squeezed out, only dry residue was left in the entire debris flow. After the stones and dry mud completely blocked the door of the warehouse, Hua Mi decided to take a nap first. After she was refreshed, she would collect the supplies bit by bit and get herself and the hundreds of people out.
Turn on security scan.
Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Engineering Rating. Construction of the outer wall of Lotus Xingxing Supermarket completed rating. Advanced Protection Engineering obtained 7 square meters of black land. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X13 when Hua Mi, who was curled up in a dark corner, woke up, she found that her black soil had been upgraded. She hurriedly climbed out of the warm sleeping bag and looked around, but there was no one around. Everyone was at the other end of the warehouse, watching the million-dollar bride of the rich president. Hua Mi pondered for a while and received a reminder. A level hidden danger was found. The black soil was endangered by water accumulation. Hua Mi frowned and wanted to go back to Xiangqing to check on the situation of the jelly water, but she couldn't release the hundreds of people in the supply warehouse all at once. Moreover, she teleported back to the supermarket and could no longer teleport back to the supply warehouse. It would be great if the newly acquired 7 square meters of black soil could be cut, so that she could leave 1 square meter in this material warehouse as a teleportation point outside City B. As soon as this thought came to her mind, a sub-interface of black soil popped up in front of her. A piece of the 7 square meters of unsettled black soil above was directly cut off. It's like cutting a cake. Hua Mi was immediately excited. Without any hesitation, she left 1 square meter in the material warehouse as a teleportation point and turned directly back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. This time, she was determined not to run around and stayed in the Lotus Xingxing supermarket so that no one would find her, so as to avoid quarreling with Gong again. As soon as she stood in the misty backyard of the supermarket, Hua Mi was almost buried by the jelly water. She looked at the jelly water that had risen to her waist in surprise and touched it with her hand wearing rubber gloves. The jelly water is in a more solidified state, and when you scoop it up with your hands, it becomes a paste. All the black soil was buried in jelly water. No wonder there is a crisis warning. Hua Mi trudged back to her supermarket with difficulty, found a vacuum cleaner in the level 13 warehouse, and started to modify it herself. She transformed the vacuum cleaner's trash can and replaced it with condoms. Hua Mi, of course, you can find someone who is good at hands-on work. This water pump is definitely more useful than a vacuum cleaner. Hua Mi, how many water pumps did you purchase in total? Yirong, it's so cheap. The rescue center is selling out. Many people from Xiangqing are leaving with their families. I exchanged an orange for a water pump, so I got 100,000 in total. They said there were 100,000 oranges, but in fact the number was more or less, because none of Yirong and the others knew how Hua Mi got so many oranges. She has an entire underground garage full of oranges. Chichuan's gang of speculators had been transporting oranges from City B to Xiangqing for the past 2 days. So Yi Rong discussed it with the owner of the water pump business and decided to sell the oranges in tons and directly asked the owner to drive away the truck full of oranges. Trucks are easy to find now. If you can't find one in Xiangqing, you can look for one in City B. Apart from these 2 cities, truck drivers can't go to other cities to transport goods, so they can only run back and forth between Xiangqing and City B. Of course, a caravan supermarket cannot accommodate a water pump worth 100,000. It was enough to pile a small part of it in there, and the rest of the large number of water pumps could only be piled up in the square around the RV supermarket of the rescue center. Fortunately, before stacking the water pumps, Yi Rong and Yu Mengmeng pumped out all the jelly water in the square. Hua Mi placed the newly acquired 6 square meters of black soil in the backyard of the supermarket. He took out a handful of seeds from the level 13 warehouse and scattered them into the 6 square meters of black soil. Because a lot of fruits were planted before, and now the stock of each kind of fruit is tens of thousands, Hua Mi specially planted some side vegetables this time.
Coriander, spinach, bok choy, tomatoes, cucumbers.
She also found species of Hericium arenaceus in the 13th level warehouse. Tip: the energy of the level 11 factory is overcharged. The remaining energy can be taken out and used to recharge 1%, 2%, 3%, or 100% obtain. Energy Light Group X1 obtain. Energy Light Group X1. It's not what Hua Mi wanted to say, but after recycling a jelly water ball, she was given such prompts crazily, which made Hua Mi dizzy. She counted them carefully, not knowing the origin of this jelly water. Every time she recycled a jelly water ball, her level 13 storage would increase or decrease by 100,000 energy light balls. Fortunately, these ethereal energy balls don't take up any space at all, and no matter how many there are, they can all be stored in the level 13 warehouse. However, the fluidity of this jelly water is very poor, so the drainage system of the entire city is completely useless. Fortunately, because of the poor fluidity, it will take some time for the black soil to be submerged after Hua Mi absorbs all the jelly water inside and outside the supermarket. With this time, Hua Mi can temporarily solve many problems. She teleported directly into the wall behind the RV supermarket, put the water pump inside into the level 13 storage, and then immediately released it, which was considered to be stored in the warehouse. In addition, Hua Mi left 10,000 boxes of condoms for Yi Rong and the others. There are 24 condoms in a box, enough for Yi Rong and her friends to use for a long time. As the rest of the water pumps placed outside the RV supermarket had not yet been put into storage, Hua Mi sent a message to Yi Rong, asking them not to move them for the time being. Don't leave the filled jelly water balls lying around. Ask someone to take them behind the wall of Lianhua Shengxing supermarket. Ever since the community wall was erected, there has been no one near the huge Lotus Shengxing supermarket. Hu Jing and his relative, who is a contractor, only continued to renovate and reinforce the wall next to the community wall, leaving a large area of ruins inside. The entrance to the underground garage has also been lengthened and moved directly to the side of the road. The truck towing goods is parked directly at the wall, and a special small forklift is driven into the underground garage to transport goods into the garage. So, Hua Mi's Lotus Shengxing supermarket and a large number of ruins were surrounded in the center of the wall. She thinks this is great. From now on, the entire area of this wall will be covered with her black soil, and it will be lush and green all year round, with a wide variety of fruits. Although Yi Rong didn't understand what Hua Mi wanted to do with these jelly water balls, she had no other good way to destroy them. Yi Rong, okay, when will you be back? Is everything going well in City B? It must have gone smoothly. If not, Boss Gong and Xiangqing would have been restless long ago. Hua Mi, yeah, it went smoothly. After sending the message, Hua Mi instantly returned to the material warehouse teleportation point outside City B. In the dimly lit supply warehouse, Hua Mi just stood still and saw Tang Yu, Chao Fong, and Fong Yuqi looking for her. I'm here. Hua Mi stood in the corner, shook the black sleeping bag in her hand, pretended to have just woken up, and asked them, "What's wrong?" She thought something big had happened. For a moment, Hua Mi was tense all over and prepared to face a powerful enemy. Fong Yuqi ran to Hua Mi first, frowned and asked, "Sister Hua, where's the second season of The Millionaire President's Bride?" Everyone is anxious to watch it. After watching the first season, that woman ran away again. There are 100 episodes in the first season. She misunderstood him for 80 episodes, she ran away for 99 episodes, and he chased her for 90 episodes. During this period, the vicious mother-in-law and the bad sister-in-law took turns to appear for 100 episodes. In the last episode, everyone thought they had finally got a happy ending, but she ran away with the ball. It was so frustrating. The whole thing could be explained in one sentence, but it had to be dragged on for 100 episodes. If there was nothing to watch, I would have wanted to quit watching the show. Fong Yuqi, a tough guy with 2 fluorescent devil horns on his head, clenched his fists in anger. The male protagonist is also an idiot. He believes anything anyone says to him. How did he become the president when he is so stupid? Didn't the senior executives of the company undermine him? Chao Fong followed closely behind. Sister Hua, where's the disc for the second season? Season 2. Hua Mi looked around in the level 13 warehouse and shook her head. No, you can go online and look for some online resources. She reached into her pocket and grabbed a universal signal connector, then turned around and pulled out a brand new, bitten-off dragon fruit brand computer from her sleeping bag and handed it to Chao Fong. Once you have found the resources, just connect the projector. Fong Yuqi, Chao Fong, and Tang Yu quickly turned around to look for resources. Hua Mi looked at their tall backs as they were immersed in the TV series. She walked to the iron gate of the material warehouse alone and looked at the huge stone outside the door. Taking a deep breath, Hua Mi spent 120,000 yuan in cash to upgrade the factory. Level 12 factory. Water bottle. Mineral water. Waterproof tarpaulin. Self-priming filter type anti-particulate matter respirator. Orange juice. Ethanol. Painkillers. Sterile gauze. Hemostatic gel. Goggles limited production. Condoms X40. 000. Semi-finished pickled fish X30. 000. Chocolate cake X20. 000. Resin gloves X10. 000. Semi-finished braised lion head X5. 000. Semi-finished braised spare ribs X2. 500 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X14 as the factory is upgraded. More and more things can be produced on a fixed basis. The materials in the level 12 factory interface are becoming more and more crowded, and many of the materials have been squeezed out of the text. But it's fine that there are only a few words, but why are the quantities of limited edition items getting smaller and smaller? Hua Mi felt that this factory was too arbitrary. Braised spare ribs were delicious. She liked braised spare ribs better than braised lion's head. As a result, the braised pork ribs were only given X 2500. After upgrading the factory, Hua Mi checked it again and made sure that the level 13 warehouse could be successfully upgraded this time. She rubbed her hands together, and in one breath, she put the huge stone outside the door back into the level 13 storage. Unlock storage level 14, space 14 by 1. When a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X15, Hua Mi was reluctant to throw such a huge stone into the recycling bin. Sister Hua, be careful. Chao Fong walked over and saw a large amount of mud rushing in from the gap of the iron door of the material warehouse. He was anxious and rushed over. But he saw Hua Mi leaning against the iron gate, and in a flash, she closed the gap in the iron gate. The speed was so fast that not a single bit of mud was allowed to rush into the material warehouse. Chao Fong rushed to the crack in the door that was only as wide as a finger, and curiously raised his hand to touch the half-dried mud flowing in from the tiny gap, whereas the big stone blocking the door. Maybe the big rock was carried away by the rolling mudslide. Hua Mi explained perfunctorily that if she didn't have to touch the garbage before putting it back into the garbage station, she would definitely close the door tightly without leaving any gap. Chao Fong, who was still trying to figure out where the huge rock outside the door had gone, reluctantly accepted Hua Mi's explanation. He looked worriedly at the half-dried mud that squeezed in through the crack in the door. This is pouring mud in again. Then Chao Fong lowered his head and looked at his feet. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this time, a string of sweeping robots swept past his feet, swarming over to clean up the half-dried mud that had poured in. Fong suddenly realized what was wrong. It turned out that the ground was very clean. They had spent so much time before, using their bodies to hold the door shut for several hours, and only a lot of mud had been poured into the warehouse. But look at it now. In this warehouse, except for a puddle of mud near the door, there is not a trace of mud anywhere else. There is no spot of mud. Fong rubbed his head in distress. He wondered if he had been locked up in such a dark, enclosed space for too long, which led to some cognitive illusion. Sister Hua, I might have a mental problem. He looked at Hua Mi and told her his discovery. Hua Mi was stunned for a moment. She just wanted to release these garrisons a few days later, but she had no intention of making them mentally ill. She thought about it and then explained, look, there are so many robot vacuum cleaners here. They must have swept it away. Don't worry about yourself. We will be out in a couple of days. After Hua Mi said this, Fong felt better. It was good that there was no problem with his cognition. But can a robot vacuum cleaner clean up so much mud? Oh, forget it. The more you think about it, the more confused you become. It's more relaxing to watch Million Dollar Bride. After Fong turned around and left, Hua Mi quickened her pace, using her fingers to touch the mud that was flowing in from the crack in the door, continuously collecting it. The sweeping robot under his feet was like a mosquito, sweeping all over the floor, making the floor of the material warehouse spotless. Finally, the semi-dried mud flowed away, and all that was left was some solid soil. The soil doesn't flow well, but now we can start digging out. Hua Mi took out a bunch of engineering shovels from the level 14 warehouse. These engineering shovels were bought by her online in the early days of the earthquake. There were not many of them, only a few thousand. But it was enough for these people. She called her 8th uncle's clearance team, Fong Yuchi's B City Garrison, Fong and Tang Yu, and asked them to start digging with engineering shovels. Then she wondered if she should start digging from the outside. She now had a teleport point in City B, so it was convenient to come and go. It means that it has to be transmitted back to Xiangqing first, and then driven from Xiangqing to the outside of the material warehouse. This is a bit troublesome, and it is not easy to explain to Gong. Finally, Hua Mi decided to let them dig first, just dig casually, to have a sense of participation or something, but not to let them get into any trouble because it would be bad later. She told everyone that Gong was digging outside, so they could dig out from inside and meet up halfway. Everyone was full of fighting spirit. They took their engineer shovels, found wheelbarrows, and transported soil into the warehouse one cart at a time. Hua Mi stood behind them, recycling the cart full of dirt into her own garbage station. At the same time, seeing someone who was exhausted, Hua Mi directly threw a ball of energy at them. This energy light ball can replenish a person's physical strength and energy, making people not feel tired, and the brain does not need sleep. But there was no way to replenish their hunger, so Hua Mi also found Sichuan's small group and gave them rice, pots, semi-finished sauerkraut fish, chocolate cake, semi-finished braised lion's head, semi-finished braised spare ribs, as well as coriander, spinach, bok choy, tomatoes, apples, pomegranates, kiwis, etc. Let them prepare a table. Those who were tired of digging tunnels could return to the supply warehouse and sit down to have a feast. There is also the 3rd season of The Millionaire President's Bride in front of several tables for you to watch. Such treatment actually made the garrison and clearance teams feel happy while digging tunnels. A group of big men were sweating profusely and enthusiastically discussing the content of the 3rd season of The Millionaire President's Bride. Soon, the tunnel was dug deeper and deeper, and standing at the door of the material warehouse, the people digging the tunnel could not be seen. Hua Mi chose the right time, wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and had a good sleep, then stretched herself, took a flashlight, and walked out of the door of the supply warehouse. She dug a new tunnel. This tunnel perfectly bypasses the tunnel dug by the garrison and clearance teams, and is only wide enough for Hua Mi to pass through. As she walked forward, the mud in front of her was recycled into the garbage station without leaving any piles of soil, and there was no need to push a cart to transport it to the material warehouse. Therefore, Hua Mi dug the tunnel very quickly, and she got out of the 2 mountains earlier than anyone else. Then turn back, find the right direction, dig from the outside to the inside, and prepare to meet Fong Yuqi and the others. Hua Mi dug very quickly and estimated the workload. As long as Fong Yuqi and his team maintained this speed and dug in this direction without digging off course, they would be able to connect the tunnels in less than 2 days. To finish all this, it only took Hua Mi a few seconds to disappear. Next, she immediately returned to the supply warehouse to eat, drink, and sleep, officially entering the pregnancy care mode. Gong became increasingly busy, and he dismissed half of the people working in the entire headquarters building. Because Xiangqing's network signal was completely cut off, no one could use the internet except those who had a universal signal connector who could freely access the internet and make phone calls. I can't make a phone call either. Many people in Xiangqing were scared by the jelly water and ran to City B. But more survivors came to Xiangqing. The information obtained by these survivors who came to Xiangqing had not been updated yet, and they did not know about the jelly water in Xiangqing. Their information is still at the stage where Xiangqing can buy sufficient supplies with money. Therefore, even if the Xiangqing administrators who were dismissed by Gong Yi wanted to report the news of Gong Yi's mutiny, they couldn't do so. In the Xiangqing management building, Yu Guanglin was trapped in his office. As the top boss in Xiangqing, he has an entire floor of office space. Because he couldn't stand Gong Yi's strong oppression, he angrily handed over the account password of Xiangqing reserve funds. At this moment, he was sitting in the corner of his office with a decadent look on his face. Hearing footsteps, Yu Guanglin looked up and saw Qin Ziren standing in front of him. "Why weren't you sent away?" Yu Guanglin was a little surprised. In the whole building, those who should be trapped were trapped, and those who had a good attitude and cooperated with Gong Yi in the handover work were released only after handing over the city management work. Qin Ziren was originally the emergency area management commander who was dismissed by the Xiangqing management system, and he did not have any work to do. "Why are you still here?" Qin Ziren lowered his head and looked at the purple bruises on Yu Guanglin's face. "I'll be out soon, Commander. We have to think of a way to turn the situation around." Yu Guanglin's eyes flashed with reluctance. He looked up at Qin Ziren and said, "What else can you do now? Facing that lunatic Gong Yi, who else can do anything?" Qin Ziren took out a document that authorized him to be the first secretary of the Xiangqing management commander. "Commander, if you trust me, I can find Hua Mi. No matter what means I use, I will make her stand on our side." All they know at the moment is that Gong Yi was very forward-looking and stockpiled large quantities of supplies before the earthquake. Even after the earthquake, he made a lot of money and entrusted Hua Mi to buy a lot of supplies for him. Only Hua Mi knows where Gong Yi hides these supplies. If Hua Mi could be asked to reveal the location of the supplies, at least Xiangqing's management system would not be so passive. This batch of materials can be used for anything, and it will be enough to start my own business in the future. In other words, they might be able to use some coercive means to convert these supplies into their own. Even if we have to use some illegal means, as long as Hua Mi tells us the whereabouts of that huge batch of materials, it will be fine. Yu Guanglin's eyes fell on the authorization letter in Qin Ziren's hand, and he asked, "How sure are you?" "I don't think that woman is easy to deal with. Besides, this is against the rules." At that time, Yu Guanglin and Hua Mi had dealt with each other outside the RV supermarket. Now the garrison in Xiangqing is very convinced of Hua Mi. They should be convinced, after all, Hua Mi can purchase supplies for them. Even an old fox like Yu Guanglin could see that there was an abnormal relationship between Hua Mi and Gong Yi. If the administrator of Xiangqing wants to take action against Hua Mi, the garrison will not just sit there and watch. Qin Ziren lowered his eyes to hide the cruelty in them. "It's already this late. The garrison used force against us first. If we can't retaliate, isn't that the end of the game? People can always find various reasons for their behavior and excuse their evil deeds. Yes, who made Gong Yi beat someone? Who made Gong Yi have such a wicked ambition? Who made Hua Mi help the tyrant? Isn't it all Hua Mi's fault?" Yu Guanglin stopped talking and took the power of attorney from Qin Ziren. But he didn't sign it and threw the letter of authorization aside. "I don't care what you want to do. I don't ask about the process, I only ask for the result. If the result is good, I will sign this letter of authorization. If he doesn't sign, Qin Ziren's actions will have nothing to do with him. Moreover, Yu Guanglin did not express his opinion. He did not say that Qin Ziren should do it, nor did he say that Qin Ziren should not do it. Anyway, he only cares about the result and doesn't care about the process. Qin Ziren understood that if he could get Hua Mi to help as an administrator, he would be the first secretary of the Xiangqing management commander. Otherwise, he would die at the hands of the garrison. He accepted such a deal. Yes, that's right, this was a deal between him and Yu Guanglin. Men are adventurous. Since ancient times, men have been responsible for hunting. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come in danger. If you want to reach the top overnight, you have to do something risky. At this time, Gong Yi sent the account number and password of Xiangqing's reserve funds directly to Hua Mi. Gong Yi, are you sure you can still purchase supplies with cash? Hua Mi, yes. She lay in her sleeping bag, replied a message to Gong Yi, then put her hands back into the sleeping bag and continued to sleep. In the pregnancy-nurturing mode, Hua Mi wished she could grow together with the sleeping bag. But Gong Yi sent her another message. Gong Yi, don't force it. If the money can't be used, just tell me directly, and we'll think of other ways. Hua Mi, it works for now. My supplier still accepts cash transactions. She curled up in her sleeping bag, texting Gong Yi while opening the Citibank's website and logging into the Xiangqing City account. At first glance, my God, Xiangqing's reserve funds are so huge, it's in the trillions. But there is no way for this money to directly enter Hua Mi's cash register system. Just like the money that Gong Yi placed in the rescue team's public account, there was no way to transfer it directly to Hua Mi's cash register system. You must buy the supplies from Hua Mi's level 14 warehouse. Gong Yi, are you okay over there? Nothing happened, right? Gong Yi's message did not stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Chuan ran deep into the material warehouse. Sister Hua, it's connected. We can go out now. Hua Mi, I plan to return to Xiangqing. The supplies here have been arranged. The entire supply warehouse, except for some necessary food and mineral water left for the hundreds of garrisons, had been replaced with Hua Mi's oranges. She went to a supply warehouse in City B and filled a whole warehouse with oranges. Hua Mi, Gong Yi, let me tell you, this B City material warehouse is built perfectly. The circuit system and air purification system inside can be used as a long-term material warehouse and shelter. Hua Mi, and I've seen it, the materials used here are all pure thick and good steel. The B City material warehouse can be preserved. She left a teleportation point in here, so of course it can't be destroyed. So, although it is possible to go out now, Hua Mi plans to transform this place and instigates Gong Yi to set up a sentry post here. Gong Yi, come back first. How many condoms do you have left? He could safely hand over 10 billion to her, let alone these trillions in Xiangqing. So Hua Mi can set the price at will, and Gong Yi never bargains with Hua Mi. He also knew that although Hua Mi's supplies were more expensive than before the disaster, she didn't charge exorbitant prices. She still had a fixed price. Hua Mi, the condoms are so useful. I have to sell them at a higher price. I can't sell them by box. I have to sell them by piece, 9,999 each. As for the specific modifications, let the garrison do it themselves. After finishing this matter, Hua Mi crawled out of her sleeping bag and went to the seat prepared by Chi Chuan and others. Because the tunnel was dug through, everyone was very excited. Some people waved their arms. The commander is amazing. We have only been digging for a few days, and the tunnel is already open. The collapse of 2 such thick mountains would have affected a large area, but they only took 2 days to dig them out. This shows how much effort Gong Yi put in. Someone else asked curiously, why is it that the tunnel is open, but there are no garrison personnel? After these words were spoken, many people at the tables fell silent. They were very confused. After the tunnel was opened, many of them went out to check, but there was not a single guard stationed outside. So, where did Commander Gong and the rest of the garrison go? Chao Fong and Tang Yu looked at each other and were about to take out their phones to ask where the commander was. Hua Mi stood up at this time and said loudly, something happened in Xiangqing. Hurry up and widen the passage so that we can transport supplies to Xiangqing for disaster relief. After saying that, She sent the video on her phone that Yirong had sent her, which showed that the jelly water in Xiangqing had risen to her thighs, to Chao Fong, Tang Yu, and Chi Chuan. It's so weird. Fong Yuqi moved closer to Chi Chuan and also saw the video, with a serious look on his face. Hua Mi shook her head. No one knew what kind of water this was. She only knew that by recycling this jelly water, her energy light ball would increase a lot. This indirectly showed that the energy contained in this jelly water was much greater than that of ordinary water. I also heard Hua Mi say to Fong Yuqi, Xiangqing is like this now. I guess Ruby City will be like this in the end. All the water balls were thrown into the garbage dump in City B. Fong Yuqi shook his head at Hua Mi's arrangement. He looked seriously at the deep end of the warehouse, where the oranges were piled high. The commander asked us to guard this warehouse. If our garrison in City B leaves, the supplies in this warehouse will be in danger if no one is guarding it. Although this material warehouse was buried by a mountain, there were still some oranges in it. Anyone with a keen eye can always follow the clues and find the supply warehouse. Hua Mi felt that Fong Yuqi's concerns were reasonable. Although she didn't think the oranges in the warehouse were valuable, she wouldn't feel sorry if they were snatched away. But she really doesn't like others snatching her things. It's hers. No one can take it away from her. I have an idea. Hua Mi clapped her hands and said to Fong Yuqi, you have so few people stationed in City B, so you should continue to guard the material warehouse and widen the tunnel. Send a few more people to City B to organize the police in City B and let them absorb the accumulated water. Last time, she met a policeman from City B named Yang Honglin. She had a good impression of him and thought he was a very responsible person. Fong Yuqi agreed, and everyone immediately split up into several groups. He went to City B to gather the police, while Tang Yu stayed at the supply department, leading several hundred people from City B to Garrison, guarding the supplies while widening and reinforcing the tunnel. This is a huge project because the tunnel they have dug in a hurry is rugged and narrow. Especially the large part of the tunnel that the commander had people dig could only accommodate one person. Cars cannot enter or exit, and there is a risk of collapse at any time. Therefore, while widening the tunnel, it also needs to be reinforced. Ikegawa and Uncle Eight's team were responsible for carrying the oranges from the supply warehouse out of the tunnel and loading them onto trucks. This does not prevent them from bringing oranges to disaster relief. And Hua Mi said that she would go back to Xiangqing to deal with some things first, so she found a deserted place and returned to Xiangqing instantly. She drove her car and prepared to go to the Xiangqing garbage dump first. It takes several hours for the jelly water to accumulate. It takes at least 24 hours to absorb all the jelly water on the road and wait for it to accumulate to the thigh level again. In the past 2 days, all the jelly water balls made by Yi Rong and others were piled up in the Xiangqing garbage dump. If the garbage dump is not cleaned up, it will soon be full. At this time, someone guarding outside the Lotus Xingxing supermarket saw Hua Mi driving a nanny car out of the wall. He immediately informed the man behind him, "Tell Xiren that Hua Mi has appeared." The man behind him got out of the car and went to inform Qin Xiren. The man who was originally sitting in the driver's seat of the car drove behind Hua Mi. The telephone signal in Xiangqing was completely cut off, so communication was very difficult and there was no way to achieve instant communication. So Qin Xiren found some of his classmates in college to help him win back Hua Mi. Yes, he told his classmates that this was to win back Hua Mi. At this time, he was in a large tent outside the rescue center and was annoyed by Fong Xian's pestering. Fong Xian, I've told you many times that I only treat you as my sister. The person I like in my heart is your sister. Hua Mi life is already trivial enough, and women like Fong Xian are becoming increasingly disgraceful. There was nothing else to say. It was just because when Qin Xiren was trying to move up, Fong Xian couldn't help him at all. People should be more realistic. This kind of woman can be used as a pastime when you are bored in peaceful and stable times. But when there was no way to guarantee this kind of survival, Fong Xian only brought endless burden to Qin Xiren. Fong Xian cried and hugged Qin Xiren's arms. "Brother Xiren, you can't abandon me. If you don't want me, who are we and Dad going to rely on next?" Before he finished speaking, he heard someone outside calling Qin Xiren. "Xiren, hurry up, We found Hua Mi brother Xiran Fong Xian chased out of the big tent and stood in the rain. She saw only a white mist in front of her, and there was no trace of Chen Xiran. She stamped her feet in anxiety. Chen Xiran went to find Hua Mi just like that, and left just like that. Why was it always Hua Mi? As long as there was news about Hua Mi, Chen Xiran would abandon her without hesitation. Fong Xian was very unwilling. She walked angrily to her father Fong Huai's tent, lifted the tent curtain, and saw Fong Huai counting supplies in the tent. All the survivors live near the rescue center. With the hard work of Xiangqing's urban clearance team, the ruins of the entire collapsed city are being cleared bit by bit. What was leveled, what was filled, and now the entire Xiangqing has become a huge bear depression. But many people don't know this because many people don't wear goggles in front of their eyes. It's already very good if they can roughly figure out what is a few meters ahead. In this case, the goggles sold in RV supermarkets are priced at 55,000 yuan each, and many people buy them. Of course, those who bought goggles did not include Fong Xian and Fong Huai, because Fong Huai simply didn't have that much money, and Fong Xian's income from work was not enough to satisfy her luxury consumption. In the past, Fong Xian had to give her money every month. So Fong Xian came to find Fong Huai just to discuss with him and go buy a pair of goggles to wear. Otherwise, if she wanted to go find Chen Xiran, she wouldn't know how to find him in the thick, white fog. Fong Xian saw Fong Huai stuffing oranges into his bag, and she asked hurriedly, "Dad, where are you taking these oranges?" "I saw your Uncle Ming. He invited me to play a few rounds of cards with him. TSK, I'll be back soon." Fong Huai had no money, but fortunately, nothing could stop a gambler, and Xiangqing could now use food as bargaining chips. Especially oranges. One orange is 9.9. If you can win a hand of cards, you can get a bunch of oranges. Fong Xian was anxious after hearing this. She grabbed Fong Huai's bulging backpack and, "Dad, please don't gamble. I don't have any income in this world. I heard that the rescue center has canceled the 2 snacks and even the free breakfast. Dad, the situation is getting more and more serious. We should save some food. Those who can leave Xiangqing have left, and those who cannot leave Xiangqing do not have the conditions to leave. For example, Fong Xian and Fong Huai, they have no car and no money. Moreover, after arriving in City B, I don't know whether 3 meals a day will be provided for free." So Fong Xian and Fong Huai stayed in Xiangqing by garrisoning and drawing jelly water as long as they could. When you really can't survive anymore, it won't be too late to think of other ways to survive. So, at this time, you should stock up more food to avoid starving to death on the way. This is something Fong Xian gradually figured out after Dai Fong's death. After Dai Fong, Fong Xian grew up rapidly. She began to realize the importance of materials, especially after Chen Xiran showed obvious impatience with her. In her mind, the status of material things has surpassed that of men. Fong Huai looked very impatient. He shook off Fong Xian's hand and said, "These oranges are just worth so much. If you lose, you lose. If you lose, find a way to ask your sister for it. I've already told you that your sister was raised by our family, so she should be filial to me and your mother. Why are you panicking? And her man, Gong, you should also go and get to know him. Don't hang around Chen Xiran all day. You don't need to spend too much energy on that useless man." It shouldn't be Fong Huai who instigated Fong Xian to do this kind of thing, but Fong Huai's wife who should do it. But the two fled all the way from the small town to Xiangqing, and the couple got separated along the way. Finally, Fong Huai arrived in Xiangqing safely, but his wife was nowhere to be seen and he couldn't get through to her on the phone because of the poor signal. Fong Huai is a strange guy. After arriving in Xiangqing, the first thing he did was not to look for his wife or his daughter Fong Xian, but to find a Ming who lived in the same town with him. The two of them invited people from the same town and gambled until they were crazy and lost all their money. Finally, Fong Huai sighed at his bad luck and found Fong Xian. Fong Xian was thrown aside by her father and then turned around and tried her best to stop Fong Huai from taking the oranges to gamble. Fong Huai couldn't help it and started punching and kicking Fong Xian. At this time, Hua Mi had already arrived at the Xiangqing garbage dump. She had already noticed the car following her, but Hua Mi did not stop it. Because in Xiangqing, all the open roads are garrisoned. Even if the other party wants to harm her, Hua Mi has no way to kill them directly. It would be better to lure them out of Xiangqing and find a place where they can't be seen. After getting off the car, Hua Mi looked at the garbage dump in front of her. She looked in surprise at the large area in front of her that was piled up like a mountain of jelly water balls. It was really spectacular. The jelly water balls piled up all the way up, making the garbage around them look insignificant. The spheres that appeared in front of Hua Mi were huge and transparent, and in the dense rain, they looked like bubbles piled up together. There is a kind of weird beauty. She took 2 steps forward, and the car that had been following her stopped. Hua Mi. The person following her spoke up and asked curiously, "What are you doing in a place like this?" It was obvious that the man following Hua Mi knew Hua Mi. She said nothing and turned to look at the man, who looked very strange. Hua Mi had already forgotten all the unimportant people in her memory. Even Gong, a man she had spent one night with, was forgotten by Hua Mi, let alone the cats and dogs who were not very important in her previous life. The man took 2 steps forward and smiled at Hua Mi. "Xiren asked me to follow you. He said you had a fight with him and he wanted to win you back, so he asked us to be friends and help him." "Oh, a nice guy with excessive kindness." Hua Mi turned around, wearing a raincoat, and was about to speak when several cars came behind the man and a group of men got out of the cars. There must be more than 10 to 20 of them in total. She raised her eyebrows. "It seems like there's more to it than just getting back together with my ex-girlfriend today." "That's great." There are no garrisons at the garbage dump because the area of the garbage dump is too large. All the garbage and water of the entire Xiangqing are here. You can see how big the range is. "Hua Mi, what's the problem between you and Xiren? You two are such a perfect match. Why did you have to make such a fuss?" Hua Mi finally remembered who was speaking. He is a man named Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaoyu standing at the front of the group of about 20 people, Hua Mi couldn't help but smile. This Xiaoyu was Qin Xiren's roommate in college. No one knows where Qin Xiren died in his previous life. But Xiaoyu is still alive. He even lived to meet Hua Mi and told her that the person Qin Xiren had cheated with was Fong Xian. If Xiaoyu hadn't said these words, Hua Mi would probably never know until her death that the sister she had risked her life to protect in the apocalypse had betrayed her in this way. Is she sad? When she first heard about this, did Hua Mi feel heartbroken? The answer is of course no. Her feelings for Qin Xiren had gradually dissipated after she found the little duck. The same is true for 2 lifetimes. Hua Mi just felt angry and unwilling. Fong Xian played tricks on her, but she still protected Fong Xian for so long in the apocalypse like a loyal guard. Of course I will be angry and unwilling. Looking at Xiaoyu, Hua Mi said, "What's going on?" "You mean, I was cheated on by a scumbag, but I can't leave him? What do you want to do by bringing so many people here?" And Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected Qin Xiren to call so many people. He thought Qin Xiren had only called him Hua Mi Xiren, and we didn't mean that. It's just that you know he really likes you. The world is so difficult nowadays. It's rare for you to meet a man who really likes you. He wants to win you back, so he called us to help. Hua Mi sneered, "But I don't want to look back." "Can you force love into anything? What if you don't look back?" And Xiaoyu frowned, as if he also felt that this matter was very difficult. If he had known this earlier, he would have ignored it. As Qin Xiren's roommate, and Xiaoyu knew that Qin Xiren had cheated on Fong Xian, Hua Mi's sister. Qin Xiren was not in the right in this matter, so it was only natural for the girl to break up with him. As a result, Qin Xiren called over a dozen or 20 people to block Hua Mi, a girl, in the garbage dump. Moreover, Xiaoyu was not very familiar with these dozen or 20 men. Some of them have tattoos on their bodies, which makes them look tough. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a tattooed man rudely say, "You are Hua Mi, right? My brother told me that he likes you and wants to be with you, so stop being so hypocritical. At this time, there is a man who wants you, and you are still not satisfied?" Several men nearby also advised in a gruff voice, "That's right. Just do what I tell you to do.
Don't disobey me.
You've been dating our brother Chin for such a long time. Do you still want to find someone else? I think if a woman doesn't obey, she should be beaten up, and then she will obey." Hua Mi looked at these people coldly, then looked at the awkward and uncomfortable expression on Insiuyu's face. "I remember Chin Ziren and I didn't get a marriage certificate, right? What arrow is this? Can such a thing be forced?" Because of her personality, she didn't like getting close to people, especially men. So Chin Ziren pursued her for 3 years, and she agreed. She was with Chin Ziren for a year, but whenever he got close to her, she backed away. She was not shy at all. She was the tough one who had adult love with him. Gong, he was just the one who was forced on her. So now when she was told that she had known Chin Ziren for a few years and had been in love with him for a year, she could not look for another man and had to be tied to Chin Ziren. Hua Mi found it ridiculous. And Insiuyu didn't know what to say. The nature of today's situation had completely changed. He saw several burly men with their fists raised, ready to step forward to scare Hua Mi, so Insiuyu immediately said, "Hua Mi, look at the current situation. Don't be stubborn. If you have anything to say, wait until Ziren comes." He said this with a bit of annoyance, because he felt that Chin Ziren's behavior was a bit too much. 20 or so men surrounded a woman like Hua Mi and threatened her. "It's too lowbrow." Hua Mi raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and looked at Insiuyu. This Insiuyu didn't seem to be a bad person. She said, "Okay, you're right, I'll wait for Chin Ziren to come." The 10 or 20 men were still talking at the same time. "Just be obedient, don't be stubborn, or we will really beat you up if you continue to be stubborn." "That's right, Ziren is doing this for your own good. I heard that you found a Garrison as your man. That's what's wrong with you. How can you be so fickle?" And Xiaoyu was a little anxious. He looked at so many men surrounding Hua Mi, a lonely woman, and ordering her around. The condemnations became more and more severe. Hua Mi lowered her eyes, folded her arms, and said nothing. And Xiaoyu began to feel that these men were going too far. They are bullying a woman. At this time, the last car drove over and Chin Ziren finally arrived. Hua Mi, who was surrounded by a group of men, finally raised her eyes, with a bright light reflected in her eyes. Chin Ziren got out of the car. Among the men, the man with tattoos turned around and raised his chin towards Chin Ziren. "This woman is pretty. No wonder you can't stop thinking about her. TSK, if she wasn't your woman, I would have wanted to play with her too."
Thank you.
Chin Ziren patted the tattooed man on the shoulder, looking like a good brother. "I'll treat you to dinner later." Then, he walked up to Hua Mi, with a satisfied look in his eyes. "Ami, are you scared?" Hua Mi moved her hands and asked Chin Ziren, "Where did you find all these monsters?" Chin Ziren smiled politely and gestured to the man with the tattooed arms. "My childhood neighbors, you know how life is, you can't get by without some friends. Ami, don't worry, they won't do anything to you without my permission." "Chin Ziren, who was your neighbor when you were a kid?" Hua Mi continued to ask, tapping her arm with her fingertips. When Chin Ziren walked towards her, she did not move. "They've been to jail, they've killed people, I gave them some benefits, now they listen to me." Chin Ziren stepped forward and stood in front of Hua Mi, with a look of pride in his eyes. "Look, Ami, if you had been so obedient earlier, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I've said that I'm the best and you're the best, so we should be together for the rest of our lives." Hua Mi slowly pulled out a 1-foot-long machete from her sleeve. "Ha ha ha ha, this woman dragged out a knife. You are so delicate. Why would you want to learn how to play with a knife? Exactly who are you trying to scare? Are you thinking we're just decorations?" The dozen or so men that Chin Ziren had called over all laughed at Hua Mi. The man with tattoos walked over impatiently and said to Chin Ziren, "You are a very disobedient woman. Let us give you to the brothers first, and let her suffer a little. I will make sure she will obey you." Chin Ziren hesitated for a moment, then looked at Hua Mi and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Insiuyu on the side came over anxiously and said angrily, "Chin Ziren, are you crazy? How can you do this to a woman?" He was wrong, he was really wrong. He thought he was here just to help Chin Ziren and Hua Mi get back together, but he didn't expect that he would see the evil of human nature. Qin Ziren pushed in Xiaoyu away and looked expressionlessly at Hua Mi, who was holding a knife in the rain. You saw it, Ami. I just want you to come back to me, be obedient, and have an easier life. Otherwise, you know what you will face next. I don't want to do this to you, but please don't force me to become a devil. Hua Mi stood in the rain, without moving. Seeing Hua Mi didn't say anything, one of the men under the flower-armed man stepped forward and stretched out his hand towards Hua Mi, ready to slap her. You really don't see the coffin. Before he could finish his words, Hua Mi slashed at him with a machete, directly cutting through the man's shoddy raincoat, and hot blood spurted out of his chest. Scattered the sky. Everyone was silent. Hua Mi had an expressionless face, as she moved her eyes inch by inch to look at Qin Ziren. The man who was hit in the chest by her knife thrashed on the ground for a few times, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. The sky darkened, and the white mist turned black. Qin Ziren's face turned serious. Before he could say anything, the man with tattoos cursed, "You witch, I'm going to kill you." He took out a string of chains and rushed towards Hua Mi. A large group of men also rushed up. They didn't think there was anything wrong with so many men beating one woman, because they were just vagrants on the streets. When the disaster struck, the police in Xiangqing disappeared. Behind the garrison's sight, the evil in their hearts grew endlessly. Hua Mi walked forward and started swinging her knife. That was how she fought. Every time she swung her knife, she would chop at the brain or neck. If the other party could dodge it, he might not be killed by her sword. But if the opponent can't dodge, she will chop off his head directly. The two heads rolled in the rain and rushed over to the man with tattoos and others. They were horrified and stopped, looking at the two headless corpses standing in front of Hua Mi one by one. Excuse me, once I enter combat mode, this is how I normally fight. Hua Mi, who looked weak, smiled at everyone sheepishly, then looked at Qin Ziren and asked deliberately, "Qin Ziren, are you scared?" There was a strong hint of sarcasm in his tone. The man with tattooed arms gently waved at the other men. They had not given up yet and planned to attack Hua Mi from behind. But Hua Mi is a woman who has lived in the apocalypse for her entire life, so how could she be easily ambushed? Compared to the mutant animals that approach silently, the noise made by humans when they launch a sneak attack is really too loud. It was as if she had eyes on her back. She turned around and cut off the hands of the two men behind her. The muscle memory was completely awakened. Before Hua Mi could think clearly, the hand holding the knife rose automatically. It is necessary to chop off the heads. Otherwise, the zombies and mutant animals will not die. Go, go. Run, run. The man with tattoos finally realized that the woman he met was not an ordinary one. With this clean and neat method of killing by beheading, Hua Mi is either a professional killer or an extremely perverted person. How could such a small character like them handle this? How could Qin Ziren get involved with such a woman? The group of men called by Qin Ziren dispersed, and Hua Mi did not chase them. She waved her hand, and a huge rock fell from the sky. The more it is crushed, the better. Amidst a loud bang, Hua Mi strode towards Qin Ziren, holding a bloody fruit knife. "Ah, don't come over here. Don't come over here." Qin Ziren was terrified. To be honest, when Gong was mutinying, the scene was not as cruel and bloody as today. He had no time to care about whether the boulder fell from the sky or not. He was just frightened by Hua Mi's cruel methods and kept retreating. Finally, he remembered that he had brought a gun with him today in order to have the courage to do his evil deeds. So Qin Ziren retreated while hurriedly taking out the gun from his pocket and pointed it directly at Hua Mi. He shouted tremblingly, "You, don't come over here. I just want to teach you a lesson. I don't want to kill you. It was you. You were the first to disobey. You sold the ancestral home for so much money. You had so many supplies, but you never told me. You helped Gong fight for power, but what about me? I am your boyfriend. I just want to find someone to scare you. If they bully you, I will stop them in the end. You don't listen to the management system, so what's wrong with teaching you a lesson? Just tell me where the garrison supplies are hidden, and I won't make things difficult for you. Just let me go." He stepped back step by step, his expression broken. Hua Mi, with tiny bloodstains on her goggles, walked forward step by step, and took the time to think of a question. Qin Ziren's hand holding the gun was unsteady. Is this accurate? Yu Si rinsed her goggles clean again, and she walked towards Qin Ziren step by step. The oppressive aura gave people enough psychological pressure. Qin Ziren soon suffered a mental breakdown. The moment he pulled the trigger at Hua Mi chopped off Qin Ziren's palm with a knife. The heavy pistol fell into the mud. With a broken palm, she felt a little miserable because the edge of the cheap fruit knife was curled. If you don't have the right weapons, how are you going to kill zombies in the future? Hua Mi simply threw away the curled fruit knife in her hand and continued to walk towards Qin Ziren, who kept shouting and retreating. Did she think that because the edge of the fruit knife was curled, she didn't have a knife anymore?
How naive.
She pulled out a fruit knife from her sleeve. And Xiaoyu shouted, Hua Mi, stop it. Don't kill anyone. It's never too late to turn back, Hua Mi. In the rain, Hua Mi turned back expressionlessly and glanced at Xiaoyu, who was pointing a gun at her. In front of her, Qin Ziren, the man with a broken hand, was rolling in the mud. Seeing Xiaoyu pointing a gun at Hua Mi, Qin Ziren immediately screamed, Shoot! Shoot! Hurry up and shoot this witch. His voice was broken. He was filled with anger, fear, and pain. He regretted it so much now. Why didn't he kill Hua Mi directly when he took out his gun? Now Hua Mi has the upper hand, and Xiaoyu didn't dare to kill anyone. What he saw tonight was Hua Mi chopping off several people's heads, which scared him to death. Seeing Hua Mi turning her head and looking at him quietly, it seemed as if Hua Mi would raise her knife and chop him in the next moment. And Xiaoyu is more timid than Qin Ziren. His whole body was shaking, and he said sadly, Why has the world become like this? You are obviously a couple. Why do you have to fight to the death? He dropped the gun in his hand and cried loudly, Why? Why did it become like this?
Why?
Who can tell him what is wrong with this world? After the earthquake, there is strange jelly water, and people who leave the city will encounter mudslides. Even the relationships between people have lost the most basic civilized morals. Where is the goodness of human nature? Where has it gone? Is there only evil left? Hua Mi glanced at the gun that Xiaoyu dropped on the ground and said calmly, Kindness without ability will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, before Xiaoyu could react, Qin Ziren, who had a broken hand on the ground, suddenly jumped up and ran away. Hua Mi chased after him with a knife in hand, and Xiaoyu was still standing there crying loudly. He felt that what he saw tonight had made his heart die. What hope is there in life? The whole world has fallen into darkness. What hope is there? His spirit has completely collapsed. Maybe Hua Mi is right. How can a person like him survive in such a dark heart? How can he survive? Qin Ziren was stumbling in front, while Hua Mi was following behind calmly. Qin Ziren panicked and ran headfirst into the jelly water ball in front of him. There was no way forward. He turned around with a look of horror, looking at Hua Mi, who was like a madman, and begged, Ami, please don't kill me. I did it all because I love you. Everything I did today was only because I love you too much, Ami. To love me means to find a bunch of terrible men to humiliate me? Hua Mi took 2 steps forward and saw Qin Ziren's hand quietly groping for a stone. He continued to plead calmly, No, Ami, believe me, I won't let them touch a hair on your head. They will listen to me. Even if they take off your clothes, they won't do anything to you. I just brought them here to scare you. Hua Mi continued to walk forward. Hearing this, she couldn't help but sneer. Do you think that evil without the restraint of violence can be stopped at any time? A large group of men surrounded her, a woman, with no guards around her and no means to restrain them. Is evil so easy to stop? What's more, Qin Ziren, I don't believe a word you say. Hua Mi stood in front of Qin Ziren. He suddenly raised his intact hand and held a stone to hit Hua Mi's temple. He shouted fiercely, You are the culprit for all this. I am your boyfriend. Again, ex-boyfriend. Before Hua Mi went to find Zigong Yi, she had already officially broken up with Qin Ziren. Qin Ziren always thought she was joking. After such a long time of rebirth, Hua Mi would reiterate every time that Qin Ziren was her ex-boyfriend. It was just that Qin Ziren was unwilling to be dumped. He was unwilling to be killed by the witch Hua Mi. He still wanted to be a superior person and to be successful. In the next moment, he found that the scenery in front of him was spinning, spinning, and spinning. Finally, Hua Mi's feet in leather boots appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of me gradually turned into a crack and finally disappeared into darkness. Hua Mi put away the knife in her hand and turned around without even glancing at the headless Qin Ziren behind her. She walked to the side to collect the jelly water balls, and as she was collecting them, she unknowingly came to Xiaoyu's place. Xiaoyu was kneeling in the rain, surrounded by several headless corpses and holding a gun in his hand. Is this a mental breakdown? Hua Mi raised her eyebrows and continued to collect the garbage without making a sound. After a while, she saw Xiaoyu pick up the gun in his hand and pointed it at his own temple. She stopped collecting supplies and asked, "Do you have any sisters at home?" And Xiaoyu, who was kneeling in the rain, was shocked. He turned around and looked at Hua Mi, who was standing in front of the transparent water ball. On a rainy night, the crazy woman and the headless corpse made Xiaoyu feel a sense of fear in his heart. He looked at Hua Mi in horror, and when Hua Mi took a step forward, he took a step back in panic. So Hua Mi didn't go forward and asked again, "You don't have any sisters at home?" And Xiaoyu nodded, then shook his head. My mother just gave birth to a sister for me." He was only in his 20s, but his mother, despite her advanced age, gave birth to a younger sister for him, and the whole family adored her.
A sister? Hua Mi thought about it.
When she met Xiaoyu in her previous life, he was alone, without parents or sister. I think he died in the turbulent times of the end of the world. So Hua Mi said again, "I know of an evil that eats children." "What nonsense are you talking about?" And Xiaoyu yelled at Hua Mi. No matter how dark people's hearts are, how could they be so dark? Cannibalism was a thing in ancient times. It is impossible to happen now. People nowadays have improved so much in terms of quality and cognition. How could they do such a thing? "Is your mother young?" Hua Mi ignored Xiaoyu's roar and continued, "I also know a kind of evil. As long as it is a woman, from an old man half buried in the ground to a baby in swaddling clothes, as long as it is a woman, get lost. Get lost. Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." And Xiaoyu was so angry that he couldn't find anything to hit anyone with, so he took the gun in his hand and shot at Hua Mi. "Just throw the gun away." Hua Mi raised her foot and kicked the gun that was thrown at her, and instantly put it into the level 14 storage. In the dark rainy night, Xiaoyu couldn't see clearly where his gun was thrown. He just continued to go crazy, holding his head in his hands, but still hurriedly got up and ran back. Because he had seen only the tip of the iceberg of this evil, he was afraid. These days are making people collapse and despair, but his sister is still young and his father is in poor health. If human nature is really as evil as Hua Mi said, Xiaoyu is afraid that his mother cannot handle it alone. During the whole process, he was so mentally stimulated that he didn't notice at all that a huge stone fell from the sky in the dark night. Watching Xiaoyu stumbling away, even forgetting to drive the car, Hua Mi sneered, turned around, and put all the garbage on the ground back into the garbage station, including the cars those people drove over. And her boulder, which is her weapon and cannot be lost. A whole night passed, and Hua Mi still hadn't collected all the jelly water balls that covered the garbage dump. In the distance of the garbage dump, a large garbage truck was driving towards us, with its cargo box full of jelly water balls. The driver didn't notice at all what the difference was between today's garbage dump and yesterday's garbage dump. He just unloaded a truck full of jelly water balls and drove away from the garbage dump. Hua Mi collected garbage until dawn. Just as she was about to go back to sleep to take care of her baby, Gong called her and asked, "Why aren't you in the group going back to Xiangqing?" Hua Mi looked at the sky. It was so early. Those people from City B who were returning to Xiangqing came back so early? But when she looked at the time on her phone, she was shocked to find that it was already noon. Hua Mi looked at the dawning sky again and frowned slightly. "Gong, why is it so late today?" I don't know. Let's talk about it when we get back. At this time, Gong was standing inside the iron gate entering Xiangqing. He was also surprised by the weather this morning. As garrison soldiers, they all had a fixed biological clock, no matter whether it was winter or summer. When the time came, my eyes opened before my mind was clear. When he opened his eyes today, he thought he had neurasthenia and insomnia or something, but then Gong realized something was wrong. It wasn't that he woke up in the middle of the night, but that it was still dark. Yes, it was time for daybreak, but it was not yet daybreak. Where are you? I'm here to pick you up. It's very dangerous outside, he asked, and he was not exaggerating, but just look at the current environment: earthquake, mudslide, thick fog, jelly water, and now a dark special effect. This is a deliberate attempt to push humanity into a dead end. Given this environment, people living in the wild are truly doomed. No matter how capable Hua Mi is, he cannot stop the torment of nature. Upon learning that Fong was escorting Chun and others to deliver supplies back to Xiangqing today, Gong hurried over to see Hua Mi. As it turned out, the person he was most worried about was not in the team returning to Xiangqing. Hua Mi was silent for a moment. I left separately from them and have returned to Xiangqing now. See you later. She hung up the phone with Gong and looked up at the dim sky. If she hadn't been wearing goggles, she would have been unable to move in this environment. Thinking about this problem, Hua Mi returned to her Lotus Xingxing supermarket, and she decided to upgrade her factory. Maybe after upgrading, there will be 2 more supplies that can help her survive better in the dark. Level 13 Factory. Water bottles, mineral water, tarpaulin, self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator, orange juice, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, hemostatic gel, goggles, condoms, resin gloves limited production, semi-finished pickled fish X40, 000, chocolate cake X30, 000, semi-finished braised lion's head X20, 000, semi-finished braised sparrows X10, 000, semi-finished pizza X5, 000, semi-finished crispy pork X2, 500 win a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X16. Well, this limited production is actually all food. Hua Mi felt it was a bit exaggerated. She set her sights on Lottery X16. Because she has found a large warehouse like the supply warehouse in City B, and now her oranges are supplying the survivors of 2 cities, Hua Mi feels that her level 14 space can still hold on for a while. She left the supermarket, walked to an open space in the backyard, and carefully clicked on Lottery X1. Get self-heating hot pot, tomato flavor. X100000 unlock storage level 15, space 15 by 1. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X16, it was food again, and it had burst her level 14 storage. Hua Mi felt that the tomato-flavored self-heating hot pot was of no use to her survival in the dark, so she ordered Lottery X1. Get the conditioning pack, cumin powder, X100000, remaining lucky draws X15. Hua Mi. Is she going to sell mutton skewers? Giving her so many packets of cumin powder is more than enough for her to sell mutton skewers for a lifetime. Give me something useful. Hua Mi roared, her hair standing on end with rage, and clicked on Lottery X1 several times in a row. Get laundry detergent X100000. Get potato chips, lime flavor. X100000. Get health pot X100000. Get AK-47 X100000. Get melon seeds, caramel flavor. X100000. Get mechanical pencil X100000. Unlock storage level 16, space 16 by 1. When a lucky draw X1 remaining lucky draws X10. What's all this mess? Hua Mi didn't look carefully to see what was in the level 16 warehouse. She glanced at the subtitles and was shocked. What the Hades is this? Health teapot? It goes perfectly with the Qingxin Mingmu tea she drew last time, so she can drink a pot of it. At this time, the doorbell of the supermarket wall rang. The doorbell was connected to the inside of the supermarket. The contractor was indeed a professional engineer. He pulled the lines so far for Hua Mi that she could sit in the supermarket and see through the surveillance camera who was coming to the door. It was a bunch of men with colorfully dyed hair. One of them was the man with tattoos who trapped Hua Mi at the garbage dump last night. This group of people is obviously difficult to deal with and looks very aggressive. They pressed the doorbell for a long time, but there was no movement from inside. A man with dyed yellow hair turned around to look at the man with tattoos. "Brother, is the person not in here?" They were all fellow travelers who had fled from outside the city into Xiangqing. As soon as they entered Xiangqing, before they felt the harm of the jelly water on the road had been drained away by the garrison. After confirming that the rescue center in Xiangqing could still provide 2 meals a day, everyone stayed in Xiangqing. After hearing the tattooed man's confusing words, saying that the woman living inside the wall had killed all of his brothers, everyone immediately started to clamor to come over and take revenge. The man with tattooed arms was frightened. He didn't want to come in the first place. A professional killer like Hua Mi was not on the same level as professional thugs like them. But he couldn't resist the instigation of his brothers. If he couldn't avenge himself, how could he survive in the underworld in the future? In fact, the man with tattoos didn't quite know what happened yesterday. Because it was too dark at night, he just kept running forward. Then he heard a loud noise behind him. He was so scared that he didn't dare to look back and just kept running forward desperately. When he ran back, he found that none of his brothers behind him had returned. So, he was considered a fish that escaped Hua Mi's net. Just like that, a bunch of hooligans who had just arrived in Xiangqing gathered in front of Hua Mi's wall. Seeing that the gate still didn't open, someone couldn't help but shout, "Drive a car and break down this wall." Yes, I heard that there are a lot of supplies here. The supplies for the garrison are all dragged out from the basement of this community. This matter is no longer a secret in Xiangqing. Many people believe that the garrison has a huge amount of supplies, which they transport into Xiangqing from a secret storage point and store in the underground garage of this community. Then the supplies are hauled out from this underground garage every day. Especially recently, after the supplies at the garrison logistics office behind the rescue center were used up, Gong ordered the direct cancellation of this garrison logistics office. From then on, the garrison in Xiangqing and the RV supermarket all dragged supplies from the basement of this community. Soon, the gang found a car and drove towards Hua Mi's fence in the evening sky. "Hey, what are you doing?" Several patrolling garrisons, holding their guns, pointed them at the group of colorfully haired thugs on the opposite side. "Don't act rashly." The garrison was shocked that someone dared to cause trouble in Xiangqing. Looking at the group of hooligans gathered outside Sister Hua's wall, the garrison believed that they must be survivors who had just entered Xiangqing not long ago. When the gang saw a few guards showing up with guns and threatening them, they were startled and then burst into laughter. The 2 or 3 garrisons in Xiangqing actually threatened them with blank guns. The garrison on the opposite side said nothing, holding the gun, with goggles on his eyes, aiming at the hooligans closest to the wall. They are not the police. They won't keep telling you not to move or say that they will do something to you if you move again. It's enough to just say harsh words once. If those hooligans continue to act rashly, we will have no choice but to shoot them to death. They had never encountered tough garrisons in other cities because the garrisons in other cities were not equipped with live ammunition. In some cities, the garrisons are busy rescuing people and the police are maintaining order in the city. In some cities, the garrisons have to rescue people and maintain order in the city. In any case, they don't have live ammunition. Without the permission of the garrison headquarters, the garrison cannot privately open the city's armory to equip live ammunition. Bang of a gunshot. The gangster who was driving the car and preparing to ram the iron gate of the wall had a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. There was a small crack in the glass in front of him. The car under his feet suddenly lost speed and rushed forward, directly hitting the gray wall. There was another loud bang, and the front of his car was smashed to pieces. The gangsters who were preparing to party all around suddenly fell silent. "Oh my God, this is..." Someone shouted. "Xiangqing garrison has live ammunition." Immediately afterwards, all the thugs in the surrounding area started running in all directions. Like a headless fly. Several guards with guns quickly caught up. They were not police officers, they were just guards, so they missed many of the police procedures. Once someone disrupts order, they will be caught and slowly interrogated and re-educated. They just shot straight away. The hooligans who are being pursued by the garrison should run away if they can, and those who cannot should surrender. Those who refused to surrender were regarded as stubborn elements who could rebel at any time and were shot dead directly. Gunshots rang out one after another in the night. Those who could surrender all lay on the ground, holding their heads in their hands, crying and shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was wrong, I was wrong." Only then did they realize that what they had been warned when entering the city not to cause trouble in Xiangqing, otherwise their lives would be in danger, was true. At this time, Hua Mi also saw what was happening outside from the surveillance camera. She walked across most of the community, came to the edge of the wall, opened the automatic iron gate, and saw that the front of the car that had hit her iron gate was already shattered. There was a body in the driver's seat, which was deformed due to being squeezed. But there was not a single speck of dust rubbed off Hua Mi's fence. She squatted between the shattered front of the car and the wall and looked at her own wall. The craftsmanship of Hu Jing's relatives was really good. The wall she built was stronger than a bunker. Hua Mi immediately took out her phone and called Hu Jing. "What are you guys busy with recently?" "Put up a layer of electric wire mesh on my fence." Hu Jing was startled on the other end of the phone. "Miss Hua, do you still want to put up the wire mesh?" "Yes, high pressure." She has to protect her black soil. After all, the black soil she planted in this community can produce a lot of crops. If it is not protected well, it will be easy for someone with ulterior motives to steal the crops on her black soil. Today is a perfect example. If there were no garrison and this iron cast wall today, these hooligans would definitely rush into the wall. They are not relatives of the Hu Jing family. The relatives of the Hu Jing family are very honest, and they will not go inside the barbed wire if you tell them not to. Therefore, once those thugs were allowed to climb over the wall, if Hua Mi let any of them live, the secret of her black land would be revealed. Just in case, the high-voltage wire mesh has to be put up. Hu Jing felt very confused and went back to talk about this matter with his relative, the contractor. When they were repairing the wall, they felt that Miss Hua's request was a bit strange. If this community store supplies for garrison and RV supermarket, then they should reinforce the basement. But Hua Mi kept asking them to build ground protective measures. It's probably a trick. The contractor, with his mouth full of gold teeth, gestured. "Miss Hua is a smart person. We have been working on the reinforcement of the underground parking garage, and others have set their sights on the underground parking lot. But now, people are only looking at the ground walls, where there is nothing but collapsed houses." As he spoke, the contractor winked at Hu Jing, as if he was very smart and Hu Jing didn't understand anything. Hu Jing's phone rang again, and it was Hua Mi calling. "By the way, what kind of cement do you use?" Hua Mi asked casually. She thought the quality of the wall was really good. She had never seen a cement wall that was hit by a car, but still had no dust falling off. "It's the cement you provided, Miss Hua." Hu Jing replied that Miss Hua gave them a lot of cement last time, and they used it all to build the wall. There was still a lot left, which was piled up next to Hua Mi's wall.
Hua Mi understood.
It seemed that the contractor's construction team had good craftsmanship, and the batch of cement she won in the lottery was also very good. Immediately, Hua Mi hung up the phone with Hu Jing, rubbed her hands, and called Gong. "Boss, do you want to build the strongest lighthouse in the world? How much?" Gong didn't waste any words. He already knew what happened to Hua Mi and was driving over. "Just transfer the money yourself. You are in charge of the money." Listening to the tone of his words, he sounded as familiar as the male owner of a family. When his wife asked him to buy something, he said impatiently, "Buy it. You have the money, so just buy it." The car is moving forward. The sky was getting darker and darker. There was a little light at first, but now it was completely dark. Not a single star can be seen in the rainy night. Realizing the casualness in his tone, Gong hesitated for a moment and began to explain, "I'm still worried that if this continues, the whole world will never see the sun again. Your suggestion is very good. Building a lighthouse will at least allow people who are trekking in the dark to find the direction of Xiangqing. So, how much is it? Just decide for yourself."
What is he talking about?
Well, it's very righteous. Ha 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 ha, no problem. It's just a small amount of money. Just 100 million. Hua Mi really didn't bid. This was all the cement she had. There was no other cement of such good quality in the world. 100 million was not expensive. Gong just laughed. I don't know why you took so much money. Okay, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, two bright lights pierced through the darkness and fell on Hua Mi. A tall and majestic figure got down from the Garrison off-road vehicle. Gong glanced at Hua Mi beside the car, then turned to look at the man with tattoos who was being pressed down by the Garrison. When the man with the tattooed arms saw the Garrison commander's shoulder straps on Gong, he immediately shouted, "That woman is a murderer. She is a murderer. She has killed so many people. Kill her, Commander. I want to report her." Since the Xiangqing Garrison is so abiding by the rules, they should first arrest the real killer. The man with tattooed arms twisted in the Garrison's hands. Gong glanced at Hua Mi. Hua Mi rolled her eyes, fell on the smashed car next to her, covered her chest. Oh, I'm so weak. She remembered that Fong Xian was always like this, holding her heart like she sure, which often aroused the male's strong desire to protect. Hua Mi will try it today. Gong raised his head, pressed down the two guards of the man with tattooed arms, and pushed the man with tattooed arms away, without saying a word. As garrisons, everyone from top to bottom was extremely strict with rules, so they didn't see Hua Mi kill anyone. They couldn't just arrest and beat up the weak girl and force her to admit that she had killed someone just because someone randomly said that Hua Mi was a murderer. Following the rules does not mean being panic-stricken or going to extremes. After everyone had left, even the body of the gangster, who had been shot in the middle of the eyebrows in the car behind Hua Mi, was dragged away. Gong walked up to Hua Mi, who was still acting awkwardly, and said, "That's enough." He raised his hand, pushed Hua Mi's forehead with his palm, and snorted at her unhappily. No one saw it. "Stop pretending. Tell me what happened?" Her tea skills are far inferior to Fong Xian's. Hua Mi stood up straight, smiling. "What's going on? I don't know what he's talking about." She wouldn't be so stupid as to admit that she killed Qin Ziren and a few thugs. We can't make things difficult for Gong, right? A quiet girl like me, I can tell at first glance that I won't fight. Facing Gong Yi's suspicious gaze, Hua Mi's eyes were full of sincerity. Gong Yi stood in front of her, standing straight, looking carefully at Hua Mi, the little liar, but she did not admit it. In fact, she had never said a single honest word in front of him. I discovered something when Chao Fong and his friends came back this time. Gong Yi's two long legs stood leisurely, and he also raised a fake smile to Hua Mi. Why are they discussing the $1 million bride for no reason? They've even watched the 4th season. Why do you think this is? Mention this, he felt a little headache. When did his garrisons become addicted to soap operas? They kept saying, "Woman, you caught my attention," and it had become their catchphrase. It's always like, "Yo who woman, you got my attention, give you $1 million, leave him." Gong Yi felt that either he was mentally ill, or the garrisons under his command had all been brainwashed into love. He captured 2 garrisons who had returned from City B and questioned them, only to find out that they had been buried by 2 mudslides in City B. Gong Yi couldn't tell what he was feeling when he first heard about this. He felt very angry at first, because before he left, he repeatedly told Hua Mi to protect herself and evacuate as soon as possible if she encountered any danger. The result? She was buried by a mudslide. But soon, Gong Yi's anger dissipated little by little. She was not an ordinary woman. She handled this matter very well. Not only was she unharmed, but his garrison was also kept intact. If we ignore the garrisons that kept saying, "Woman, you belong to me," and the garrisons that were buried in the mudslide, everything would be quite normal. Well, that's not the point. The point is that Hua Mi is back safely. So Gong Yi once again became the scapegoat for Hua Mi Chao Fong, and the others said that it was because he sent people to dig most of a tunnel that allowed them to get out of the supply warehouse in City B so quickly. Gong Yi had no choice but to nod and acknowledge. "Oh, that, ha ha ha." In the rainy night, Hua Mi smiled, feeling inexplicably guilty. She suddenly looked up at Gong Yi very seriously. "I noticed that you look really good when you smile. You have 2 dimples on your face." Will her future children also have dimples on their faces? Are dimples hereditary? Hua Mi actually found herself looking forward to it. Because she had turned off the colorful lights on her goggles, Gong could clearly see the envy and anticipation in her eyes. What are you looking forward to? His heart suddenly started beating wildly, and his ears couldn't help but feel hot. He couldn't help but turn his face away. What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you something and you talked about something else. It's not serious. She was not serious. Did he know it on the first day? Hua Mi smiled a little naughtily and asked with great interest, Gong, do your parents have dimples on their faces? Gong took a deep breath and was about to speak when a car sped towards him from behind. The car stopped and a guard jumped out. Commander, Yu Guanglin is missing. The disappearance of a city's administrative commander is not a big deal at this time. But you have to go and see it for yourself. Gong turned around, with his back to Hua Mi.
I'm Buse.
I'm leaving. He actually took 2 steps towards his car, but then stopped, turned around, and stuffed a gun into Hua Mi's hand. Be careful and don't hurt innocent people. This is not allowed. He is a person who does not follow rules, but has principles and bottom lines. At this time, if he just follows the rules, he will be like his Garrison brothers in other cities, who will not even know how they died. So, under the premise of maintaining principles and bottom line, Gong doesn't mind turning a blind eye to Hua Mi's murder, as long as she can handle it cleanly. Also, protect yourself. Gong gave Hua Mi instructions, and his figure disappeared in the rainy night. I made a work plan today and sorted out the things I wanted to do, but didn't finish last year. Hua Mi stood alone in front of the wet wall with a gun in her hand. She looked up at the sky and completely lost track of time. Because it was no longer daylight and the rain was still falling, if you didn't have a watch, you wouldn't have any idea how much time had passed. But now, people are living on the edge of poverty, so how can they have the mood and conditions to look at the watch? Many people are afraid that their mobile phones will run out of battery. The survivors who trekked out of the city to Xiangqing and City encountered danger one after another. The expressways and national roads in both cities are accessible, and the jelly water in Xiangqing is also under control. Soon, another large number of survivors gathered at the gate of Xiangqing. They want to go to Xiangqing to make a living. The garrison dispatched a large number of personnel every day to search for survivors in distress outside the city, which gave many survivors an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Not everyone has the word bad guy written on their face. In Xiangqing, in places that the garrison cannot see, there is always darkness growing. The gun in her hand still had the remaining warmth from Gong Yi's body. Hua Mi thought that this life would always be different from the previous one. At least in this life, she could still feel a little warmth of humanity. At this time, a subtitle appeared in front of Hua Mi's eyes. Start security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Clearing the black soil of B City Material Depot and the Hunan B Expressway section rating. Primary Protection Project 8 square meters of black land are obtained. Please select a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X11, Hua Mi left a square meter of black soil in the supply warehouse in City B. When she left the B City supply warehouse, Tang Yu led the B City garrison and stayed in the supply warehouse with his 8th uncle and others. But because the road needed to be cleared for construction projects, Hua Mi could only obtain the upgrade of the black soil, so she had specifically instructed her 8th uncle's clearance team to reinforce the tunnel while connecting the material warehouse to the main road. This way she can complete another building upgrade, black soil. 8th uncle and his men listened to Hua Mi very much, so Tang Yu and his men reinforced the tunnel while 8th uncle and his men cleared the road. Sure enough, the clearance team acted quickly and immediately refreshed Hua Mi's black soil level. Because the Hunanbi Expressway is a protective project, dredging the 1 square meter of black soil where the Hunanbi Expressway reaches Hua Mi can naturally be considered a protective project. Hua Mi entered the fence, settled the newly acquired 8 square meters of black soil, and planted Chinese cabbage, white radish, potatoes, carrots, lettuce, cauliflower, cabbage, and corn. After planting the vegetables, Hua Mi looked at the crops in his level 15 storage. In addition to the oranges, which were the largest, there were also quite a few grapefruits and apples. She remembered that the first thing she planted was straw, which was originally used to weave mats for Yi-rong. Later, Yi-rong was too busy to take care of it, so she gave up on weaving mats. Now she has a lot of mat straw in her level 15 warehouse. Hua Mi hurried to the underground garage and threw all the grapefruits and apples in the level 15 storage into the garage. She sent another message to Yi-rong, Chi Chuan, and Chao Fingchuan. Hua Mi, I got a lot of grapefruits and apples. You guys ask your teams to pick them up. There aren't many grapefruits and apples, but there are still hundreds of thousands of them each. Once they are thrown out of the level 15 storage, a lot of space will be left in the full warehouse. Yi-rong, the oranges haven't been sold out yet and you're selling grapefruits and apples? Will they go bad? Chi Chuan, Sister Hua is awesome, Sister Hua is awesome, Sister Hua is the best, yeah. Finally, I don't have to eat oranges all day. Yeah. Chao Fong, yes. The three of them replied to Hua Mi's message immediately. Hua Mi took a look and saw that the three people had different personalities and reactions. She simply dragged these three people into a group so that she wouldn't have to copy a message to three people in the future. At this time, Hua Mi's phone rang. It was Shurdyedya calling. He said anxiously on the other end of the phone, Miss Hua, the Beast City Rescue Center is overcrowded with injured people. Our clearance team is surrounded. There are so many people, we can't handle it anymore. The clearance team had just entered the Hunan-B Expressway and was about to head toward City B when they discovered that there were a bunch of people on the road and roadblocks had been set up on the road. Yes, this group of people took advantage of the Hunan-B Expressway that Hua Mi was clearing. They set up roadblocks on the Hunan-B Expressway and prevented the clearance team from going to City B. If you want to get through, you have to leave supplies behind. Miss Hua, what should we do? We don't dare to ask Captain Tang and the others to come over now, for fear of exposing that person's location. Shurdyedya hid in the garbage truck and secretly called Hua Mi. All the uncles and aunts in their clearance team were surrounded by that group of people. He was the only one who saw that something was wrong and quickly hid in the garbage truck. Hua Mi calmly asked for the direction. The clearance team was located close to the B City Supply warehouse, and it would be faster for her to go there. So, Hua Mi comforted her. Calm down. Just act cowardly when you need to. Save your life first. I'll be there soon. After saying that, she hung up the phone with Shurdyedya, turned around and instantly went to the supply warehouse in City B. During the teleportation process, Hua Mi seemed to hear a special sound of gold coins falling. She didn't care too much about it, thinking that she was just hallucinating. She just stood there in the material warehouse in City B and immediately walked out. Tang Yu and two garrisons were walking in from the tunnel outside the door. A garrison said, Captain Tang, we found another small tunnel next to the door of the supply warehouse. Someone may have discovered the supply warehouse in City B and dug another tunnel while we were not paying attention to steal our oranges. Seal it up. Tang Yu walked and gave instructions, then suddenly stopped and looked at Hua Mi in surprise as she walked out from the depths of the warehouse. Sister Hua? He was a little surprised and looked back outside the door. Sister Hua, aren't you going back to Shangcheng? I'm back in City B again. Hua Mi walked quickly without stopping. You continue to guard here. I'm busy. Let's talk later. She was too busy fighting. Watching her passing by like a gust of wind, Tang Yu turned around with a confused look on his face. Was it because their security measures were not in place? Not only did a small tunnel appear, but they also didn't notice when Sister Hua entered the B City Supply warehouse. As expected, the vigilance of these garrison troops has been reduced a lot. Team up! Tang Yu shouted, gathering all the garrisons inside and outside the B City Supply Depot. From today on, we have to hone our reconnaissance and defense capabilities. While guarding the supply depot, we also have to train. Things like this that happened under the garrison's noses must not happen again. Hua Mi hurriedly left the material warehouse in City B. She did not call Tang Yu and the other garrisons, and she got on the Hunan-B Expressway alone. On the Hunan-B Expressway, there were many survivors like her who were trudging through the rainy night. Because there are roadblocks ahead, the more you go toward City B, the more survivors there will be. Many stopped on the roadside, unable to move, and no supplies could get across the roadblocks. None of them drove a car because there was no smooth transportation between their city and City B and Xiangqing, and even if there was gas in the car, it would not be able to move. In this case, walking to City B or Xiangqing is the most reliable option. The closer Hua Mi got to the roadblock, the more survivors she found. The group of people who set up the roadblock on such a dark road were quite professional. They set up a wire fence and piled sandbags on the wide road surface of Hunanbi Expressway. Behind the sandbags, there was a row of cars parked with a row of people tied to the roofs of the cars. A bright searchlight was erected high up, illuminating the roadblock clearly inside and outside. Hua Mi cursed inwardly, stupid bee, and put on her goggles to count all the thieves inside and outside the roadblock. Looking more closely, the row of people tied to the roof of the car turned out to be her clearance team. Listen, everyone passing by, hand over half of your supplies and you can pass. Otherwise you will end up like them. A voice full of domineering power came from the loudspeaker next to the searchlight. The direction was pointing to Hua Mi's tow truck team on the roof of the car. This means that if any survivors on this road want to cause trouble, they will be tied to the roof of the car and tortured. The survivors passing by were all exhausted and just wanted to pass this roadblock as quickly as possible to go to Xiangqing or City B to buy supplies. According to their location, City B might be closer. As they got closer to the roadblock, the number of survivors increased. They were crowded together in a black mass, waiting to pass the roadblock in a disorganized manner. Hua Mi was standing far away, behind a dense crowd of people. She was thinking about how to deal with this fight. By the way, let's take a look at how this group of people rob people on the road, so that we can gain some experience. But there were too many people in front of her and she had no wings, so she couldn't fly over. There was a family on the roadside. The woman was holding a crying baby in her arms. The man next to her took out a half bottle of mineral water and covered the woman and the child with his own tarp. Give her some water first. We don't have any milk powder now, and we don't have the conditions to make it. Hua Mi stood behind the crowd and watched. Next to this family were two elderly people with crutches in their hands. The old man tremblingly took out a mooncake from his pocket, broke it into 2 pieces, took the small piece for himself, and gave the big piece to his wife. The crowd that was moving forward suddenly stopped, and then there was a commotion with someone shouting, "I don't have any money. I'm going to save this money to buy supplies in City B. I can't give it to you." Because both Xiangqing and City B can use money to buy supplies, this roadblock not only requires passers-by to hand over half of the supplies they have, but also requires them to hand over 9/10 of the money they have. The exploitation is too severe. A group of men rushed out of the roadblock and started beating and kicking the man, who kept shouting, "I have no money, no money." They beat him half to death and threw him on the side of the road, preventing him from passing the roadblock. Hua Mi frowned, not interested in squeezing through the crowd to the front. When she crawled to the front of the group, how long would she be able to reach the roadblock and fight? So she broke away from the group, walked up to the parents holding the baby on the side of the road, tilted her head and asked, "How old is this child?" "Do what?" The man was full of vigilance and protected the mother and child behind him. Staring at Hua Mi smiled and said, "I'm not doing anything. I'm just curious. The child is so young." She spoke. She took out 2 bright oranges from her raincoat and asked the woman behind the man very seriously, "Can such a young child drink orange juice?" The woman shook her head, then nodded. "Actually, no, but in this environment, I don't have any milk, and I've fed our child rice soup." They still had 1 last can of milk powder, but according to the rules of the group of people who set up the roadblock, they had to take out half a can of milk powder. This last can of milk powder was found by her husband with great difficulty. Along the way, unless the children were extremely hungry, they would not make milk powder for the children. Most of the time, they would try to make some porridge and rice soup for the children. Therefore, milk powder is very precious to them. So the couple decided not to cross the roadblock and at least feed the child before handing over half a can of milk powder. Hua Mi stuffed the 2 oranges in her hand to the man in front of her. "Then you guys eat and then feed the child after you're done." This the man was a little surprised, holding 2 bright oranges in his hands, not knowing what to say. Hua Mi handed over a QR code again. 9.9 each. "Please scan 19.8 for me. thank you. This costs money. The man and the woman were both stunned. The man hurriedly took out a wet wallet from his pocket. My phone has no signal. Can I pay in cash? Hua Mi agreed. Last time, Chun and his friends dragged several large sacks of cash from City A. At first, Hua Mi thought that her cash register system could not use cash. As a result, as soon as she deposited the cash into the warehouse, the amount in the cash register system increased. The man gave Hua Mi a $100 bill. Here, this is the only one we have. Do you have anything else to sell? Hua Mi took out a set of newborn onesies and said, I see the cloth you used to wrap your baby is soaked. Change the baby's clothes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The man was so grateful that he burst into tears. When he first took out the $100 bill, he actually didn't think about what other supplies Hua Mi could take out. It turned out that this dry space cotton newborn jumpsuit was exactly what his child needed. It is not easy for such a young child to be able to walk here alive with his parents. Children born and raised in such an environment must have more tenacious vitality than weeds. The woman holding the child also stood up and thanked Hua Mi repeatedly. Hua Mi turned to the two old men holding mooncakes and gave each of them an orange. She then took the 20 yuan in cash that the two old men tremblingly handed over. There was no other way. She had no change, so she took out a box of Chen Who granules, opened it, took out a small packet from it, and handed it to the two old people. I don't have any cash to change, so a small bag of Chen Who granules will serve as change. The old man raised his hand and pushed the Chen Who granules in Hua Mi's hand back. No need for change. Actually, we should give you a little more money, but we are old and don't have much cash on us. The cash is all in the bank, but now there is no mobile phone signal and no internet, so the old couple can't withdraw their coffin money. That's why I was very ashamed and only gave Hua Mi 20 yuan. The old woman next to the old man reached out and held Hua Mi's wrist, lowered her voice and said, Go. Good boy, go quickly. She is still a young girl and doesn't understand the wickedness of human nature at all. Look at the people around her who are eyeing them greedily. They are all hungry and cannot overcome the obstacles in front of them. At this time, a young woman selling supplies appeared, and the consequences can be imagined. But it was obviously too late for Hua Mi to leave now, as there were people all around her. All the people who were originally waiting in line to pass the obstacle gathered around. Even though Hua Mi only took out a few oranges, everyone wanted to try their luck. Maybe they could buy an orange? Someone took out a $100 bill and asked in a low voice, Do you have any other supplies to sell? I have money, and I don't need your change. One person asked, and a large group of people gathered around, asking, I have cash here, can you sell me some supplies? I have electricity, my phone has power, as long as I can get some signal, I will have the money to transfer to you. Hua Mi was surrounded by a crowd. She said calmly, Don't worry. Those of you who have cash can line up first. I have a self-heating hot pot here. As she spoke, she took out a box of self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, from her raincoat, and held a bottle of mineral water in her other hand. I have this, with mineral water, both together for 69.9. I'll sell it to you if you pay. I have $100, here you go, here you go. The man who squeezed to the front stuffed a $100 bill into Hua Mi's hand and almost snatched away Hua Mi's self-heating hot pot and mineral water. He didn't even ask for the change. He just ran away with the self-heating hot pot and mineral water. A bunch of people shouted, I want one too. Give me some, give me some. These people gathered around Hua Mi like a flock of sparrows. Hua Mi was also not vague and kept taking out the self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, and mineral water from her raincoat. Thanks to her raincoat, it looked extra big. The sky was dark enough, the surrounding environment was chaotic enough, and people's hearts were panicked enough. So Hua Mi kept taking supplies out, and no one found it strange. Just as emotions were gradually getting out of control, the commotion here finally attracted the attention of the group who set up the obstacles. A group of men rushed out from the obstacle, holding sticks in their hands, and started beating the survivors who surrounded Hua Mi. He attacked me head-on without showing any mercy. For a moment, there was chaos outside the barrier, with all kinds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This is exactly the effect Hua Mi wanted. Some survivors finally couldn't help yelling and cursing.
Who are you?
Why are you setting up a roadblock here? We just want to go to Xiangqing and City B to buy some supplies. Life is already so difficult, and you still want to exploit us. Who gave you the power? In fact, many people have questioned this issue, but because no one has taken the lead, no one is willing to be the first to stand up and resist. But now there are people selling supplies outside the barrier, and you can buy them with cash, without having to go to Xiangqing or City B. The survivors saw hope. What people fear most is having hope. Once they have hope and then it is shattered, when disappointment is overwhelming, human nature is likely to collapse. The group of people who set up the obstacles beat the survivors with punches, kicks, and sticks, and finally, the anger of the survivors was completely ignited. It was hard to say who was the first to start the counterattack. All the women, children, and elderly people who had no fighting power huddled on the side of the road. Try to hide yourself in a safe place. And all along the road, people were beating each other, and anyone who was holding a stick was beaten. Who told you to set up these obstacles? What right do you have to set up these obstacles on this highway? The commander of the Xiangqing garrison didn't say to block the road. Those of you who block the road will be shot. Hua Mi shouted, encouraging the survivors to rise up and resist. She took advantage of the chaos to enter the barrier. There were still a few men in the barrier. They were about to go out to control the situation outside, but when they saw a woman coming in, Uncle 8 was tied to the roof of the car and shouted loudly, "Miss Hua, run quickly, don't worry about us or them." Before she finished her words, Hua Mi had already pulled out her steel bars and in a few strokes, she beat up all the people who had set up obstacles. She deliberately controlled her strength and didn't hit the man on the head. After subduing him, she grabbed the man's collar and threw him out of the obstacle. Go and receive the anger of the survivors. In a few moves, Hua Mi dealt with all the men who came to beat her. She climbed onto the roof, untied her wreckers, counted them. Where's 10 Diedia? Here. 7th uncle ran to a corner and carried out 10th Diedia, who was beaten half to death. At the beginning, their clearance team was the first to resist the group of people setting up roadblocks, but because they were all elderly people in their 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were no match for those strong and powerful young people. The oldest one, Diedia, hid in a garbage truck, but was eventually found and beaten up by the group of people. Hua Mi looked around and pointed to a fairly spacious van on the road. She also took a bunch of medicine for Uncle 7 and said, "First check on 10th Daddy's injury. Drive the car further away and don't block the road." At this time, the survivors and the people who set up the obstacles were already fighting each other fiercely. Not to mention, there were quite a lot of people setting up the obstacles. There were at least 50 or 60 men, and all of them were good fighters. But there were also many young and strong men among the survivors, so the scene became a mess. Hua Mi had no time to join the group fight. She led the elderly tow removal team to the largest van, ready to bring Diedia in and give him medicine first. The rest of the people went to check the cars blocking the road one by one, drive them away, and remove the obstacles. As a result, when Uncle 8 opened the car door, he saw a car full of cash. The rest of the cars contained either cash or supplies. "Sister Hua, come quickly." 8th uncle closed the car door immediately, fearing that the cash in the car would be snatched away by the survivors. Although this cash was originally looted from the survivors. Hua Mi came forward, took a look at the cash inside through the car window, and said to Uncle 8 and the others, "It seems that setting up roadblocks is a very profitable business. In just a short period of time, this group of people have obtained so much supplies and cash." Hua Mi was a little moved. On the chaotic highway, some survivors managed to overcome the obstacles. Hua Mi hurriedly ordered her clearance team, "This won't work. The car is full of cash and supplies. If the survivors start to scramble, we won't be able to maintain order. Leave all the supplies in the car. Drive directly to City B. We'll treat Diedia's injuries when we get to City B." The elderly clearance team acted quickly and unloaded all the supplies from the car. After it was empty, they helped Diedia up and drove to City B. The supplies that had just been thrown off the vehicle were snatched away by the survivors who had broken through the obstacles. Supplies are extremely important at this time. Even an orange is worth fighting for. Except for Shurjedia, only a few people from the tow clearance team remained there. The rest drove a car, each filled with money, and headed toward City B. Hua Mi took her 7th uncle and 8th uncle who stayed behind and prepared to carry out the clearance work after the scene was stabilized. As a pregnant woman, she never looked for a fight, so Hua Mi tried to walk close to the roadside. As she walked, she came to the family where she had sold newborn onesies just now. The woman was holding a crying child in her arms, squatting on the side of the road, avoiding the bloody fighting. The old couple were supporting each other and walking along the roadside towards the obstacle. They were fully equipped, wearing 2 sets of mountaineering suits. Although they walked slowly, each step was steady. Hua Mi walked over, squatted beside the woman holding the child, and asked, "Where's your husband?" The woman was using a raincoat to protect the child in her arms. Upon hearing this, she looked up at the group of survivors who had the upper hand on the road. He went to help. Then, the woman looked at Hua Mi again and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" "It's very unsafe here." Too unsafe. If she hadn't had to stay there and wait for her husband to come back, she would have taken her child and headed towards City B. Hua Mi did not answer the woman. She pulled out a neatly folded piece of tarpaulin from her raincoat. "Do you want to buy tarpaulin? I don't think it's a good idea for you to hold your child like this. Or..." The woman nodded hurriedly. The raincoat she was wearing was too small and could not cover the child. It was really urgent to have a piece of waterproof oilcloth to wrap the child. The woman hurriedly asked, "How much is this tarpaulin?" Sometimes, she really felt that the child was still alive not because of how well she and her husband took care of him, but because of the tenacious vitality of the child in her arms. Hua Mi smiled encouragingly at the woman. 200 yuan for a piece of waterproof tarpaulin is considered very cheap nowadays, and it is also the same price in Xiangqing. Hua Mi's price has not increased by a penny. The woman quickly took out cash and bought the tarpaulin from Hua Mi, saying, "Thank you. Thank you." I don't know how to thank her. To be honest, at this moment, even if Hua Mi sold her a piece of tarpaulin for 2,000 yuan, the woman would agree for the sake of the child in her arms. At this time, all the people who set up obstacles were knocked down by the survivors. A man with blood all over his head was pressed down on the road and yelled viciously, just wait for me. Do you know who my boss is? My boss is Chun Who from City A. Just wait for me. Chun Who from City A? No one had heard of this name. Someone kicked him and cursed, "Who knows Chun Who? You have no right to set up roadblocks. You're just criminals who rob people on the road." Everyone learned a message from the bloody man on the ground. It turned out that they were all survivors who had traveled a long distance from a nearby city. No party represented the authority of Xiangqing or B City, so what right did this group of people have to set up a roadblock here? For a moment, everyone was furious, and someone shouted, kill them, so they won't hurt anyone again." Hua Mi, who was squatting on the side of the road, looked solemn when she heard the name Chen Who from City A. That's not an easy role. Compared to Chen Who, the tattooed thugs from Xiangqing who have appeared now, and the thugs who set up roadblocks on the Xiangbi Expressway to rob supplies and cash are child's play. It can be said that in these cities in the southeastern region, anyone who wants to get involved in gang warfare has a big brother above him. The eldest brother has an older brother above him, and the eldest brother's older brother has an older brother too. The last big brother is Chun Who. Most people don't know this name, and many low-level gangsters may not know it either, because Chun Who is very white. He is engaged in a very legitimate business, and is a successful, yet very low-key entrepreneur. He is also very keen on participating in various charity auctions every year. They even built several primary schools in poor mountainous areas and refused to be reported. Judging from his current resume, Chun Who has no problems at all, and he can even be named a model entrepreneur or something. But Hua Mi is a person who has lived a lifetime. Although the order of disasters in this life is different from that in the previous life, the people are the same. When the end of the world comes, the power of the day decreases and the month increases, and the devil hidden in the dark gradually no longer needs a human skin, the model entrepreneur and the kind-hearted man who never reports his crimes, begins to show his most brutal side. Obviously, there weren't so many hooligans in Xiangqing and City B before, but now they are coming in large numbers. That is Chen Who above, extending his tentacles towards these two cities. The survivors in front were beating and scolding the hooligans who set up the roadblock. Hua Mi came to her senses and said to the woman holding the child, "I have a tent to sell. Why don't you get a tent first and sit inside to wait for your husband? The child is so pitiful." After saying that, she pointed to the garbage truck lying on the side of the road, walked over. Hua Mi opened the garbage truck and, under the woman's surprised gaze, took out several tents from the level 16 storage. They looked like they were just a few brand new tents that had been taken out of a garbage truck, with the covers still on. The woman was so happy that she wrapped the child in her arms with a waterproof tarpaulin. She took the tent from Hua Mi and saw that it was a fully automatic quick-opening tent. She didn't even have to set it up herself. "How much does this cost?" "This one? 830 each." Hua Mi casually gave a number and said that she actually bought these tents online when the earthquake just started. After sending a message to her 8th uncle, Hua Mi thought about it and sent another message to Gong. "Hua Mi, have you heard of Chun Who from City A?" Gong. "The Chen Who is well connected with both the black and white worlds? A famous philanthropist entrepreneur. I know him, but I am not familiar with him. For a person of Gong's level, he must know Chun Who, and Chen Who should have left a pretty good impression on Gong. Now Chun Who has not completely revealed his true face, so outsiders just think that Chen Who is good at both black and white. Who would have known that he was only bleached on the outside and completely black on the inside? Hua Mi, have you noticed that Xiangqing and Cheng have become increasingly chaotic recently? There are many hooligans." She hinted to Gong that these gangsters flocked to Xiangqing and City B, and there must be a big hand behind the scenes fanning the flames. So she had to remind Gong. After all, in her previous life, Chun Who was in power, and the garrisons and management levels of various cities became his umbrellas of protection. Even some city garrisons eventually became Chun Who's private property. Chun Who is in City A, which is very close to Xiangqing. After the highway is opened, the driving distance between Xiangqing and City A is even shorter than that between Xiangqing and City B. If Hua Mi was Chun Who, she would definitely find Gong first. She wanted to assimilate him, win him over, annex him, and use him to possess him.
Hua Mi shuddered.
"No, cross this out. Gong, what do you want to say?" Gong stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, holding a mobile phone in his hand. Behind him was his garrison, reporting to him the direction in which Yu Guanglin escaped. "It's City A, Hua Mi. What I want to say is that you should be careful about Chen Who." Hua Mi couldn't say anything more. Those people's schemes were much more complicated than hers. Even if Hua Mi lived several more lives, she might not be able to outsmart these people. So she wouldn't spoil the plot for Gong. The more she said, the more trouble it would cause. As long as Gong could control himself, it would be fine. Gong lowered his head and frowned as he looked at the screen of the mobile phone in his hand. In fact, he had just received the garrison information from City A yesterday. "Gong, the weapons depot in City A has been stolen. It's a mess over there. Don't run around during this period." The clock on the wall was ticking, and the sky was getting slightly brighter. Who could believe that it was actually noon at this time? The rain was still falling. Not only did it not stop, it seemed to be getting heavier. For those who survived, life became increasingly difficult, and more people traveled across mountains and rivers to Xiangqing and City B. Sometimes it's really not that Gong wants to let those gangsters in. The devil is covered in human skin, and even if you use X-ray to detect, there are only internal organs under the skin. I can't see anything clearly. Hua Mi received a very important piece of news from Gong that the armory in City A had been stolen. And she just instigated the survivor to beat Chen Who's younger brother until he was bleeding from the head. By the time Hua Mi came to her senses, Chen Who's brothers had disappeared somewhere unknown. 8th uncle had found all the tow trucks, and the two people still left on the highway only suffered minor injuries and were not in serious trouble. After receiving Hua Mi's message, 8th uncle and 7th uncle came over and saw Hua Mi squatting in someone else's tent. Seeing the two people coming, Hua Mi hurriedly got out of the tent where the woman holding the child was, but before she could say anything, her 8th uncle said, "Miss Hua, there's a landslide ahead. What should we do?" They had just rescued the obstacle removal team from Chun Who's little brother when a landslide occurred again, blocking the road. Hua Mi sighed. "What can we do? We have to clean it up. We still need to use this road. The oranges shipped from the material warehouse in City B have to be transported to Xiangqing and City B using this highway. This road is blocked, so we can only take the national highway. The detour of the national highway is too big, and there is estimated to be more risk of landslides." As she spoke, she handed a long fruit knife to her 7th uncle and 8th uncle and said to them, "Let's clean up the garbage first and make plans to return to City B. We'll talk about it after we find Fong in City B. There is no need to worry about the safety of Xiangqing and City B. Gong is no pushover. There are garrisons in the city, so Chun Whose tentacles can't get any more arrogant." Hua Mi was only worried about the area outside the city, especially the safety of the clearance team she had placed outside the city. If you want to maintain the safety of the clearance team on Hunanbi Expressway, you have to communicate with Fong the captain of the garrison in City B. In fact, before Fong returned to City B to drink jelly water, Hua Mi gave him a universal signal connector. He consulted Gong his superior, and Gong allowed him to accept Hua Mi's arrangement. Hua Mi reminded Gong about Chen Who's matter, and Gong would naturally inform Fong Hua Mi's purpose of looking for Fong is to have Fong garrison her and let her stroll more on the Hunanbi Expressway, or even the Hunanbi National Highway. I listened to Hua Mi's explanation again. If you encounter any danger while clearing the mountain, remember, you must give in when it's time to do so. I'm in front, and you follow me. It was too dark, the road was not safe, and it was raining. If we walked together, and there was a mudslide, we would be wiped out and buried. There's no way to find someone to dig it out. So the clearance teams all walk separately / they don't gather together to clean up a section of road, but each person is separated by a long distance. In this way, if someone encounters a landslide, the others can dig him out. But the key point now is that with such a large landslide, there are only 2 people in their clearance team, and now with Hua Mi, there are only 3 people in total. Or on a road where thugs may appear at any time. No matter how I think about it, it seems difficult. When Uncle 7 heard this, he looked at Hua Mi with a worried look on his face. "We all have knives. What about you, Miss Hua? How can you walk to the front? Otherwise, why don't you walk in the middle?" They were scattered on the road, and none of them were clearing the mountain together. For every section of the road, a team would leave Miss Hua alone in the front. What if a lot of hooligans came again? How to deal with them? Hua Mi said to Uncle 7, "I have a gun, it's okay. Everyone don't be too anxious, just walk slowly, and take as much as you can as exercise." The woman behind me put the child in the tent, and came out of it. She said, "It just so happens that we are going to City B as well. Miss Hua, let's go together." She heard her 7th uncle and 8th uncle call Hua Mi that way, so she started calling her that too. The woman's husband also came over and said to Hua Mi, "My name is Wu Shigao. My wife is Ge Chuling. We'll go together, I will go last." Seeing Hua Mi hesitate, Ge Chuling said hurriedly, "My husband is a children's taekwondo coach. We can take care of each other along the way. I'm a children's taekwondo coach, so I can teach taekwondo to the kids in the future." Therefore, Wu Shigao and Ge Chuling are neither burdens nor useless people. If they encounter any thugs on the way to City B, Wu Shigao can help fight. Well, Hua Mi's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately without any objection. She took out several powerful flashlights from her raincoat and distributed them to her 7th uncle, 8th uncle, Wu Shigao, and Ge Chuling. "When it's raining and dark, each of you take one. No matter who is at the front or the back, everyone must stay in touch." As he spoke, he gave Wu Shigao and Ge Chuling each a universal signal connector. The 2 looked at this thing and didn't know how to use it. They thought Hua Mi gave each of them a low-quality toy. It was Uncle 7 who explained, "It's very useful to stick it on the back of your phone. You can surf the internet after using it. It's really high-tech. As he spoke, he demonstrated to the couple the internet speed on his mobile phone, which was faster than riding a rocket. The couple's eyes widened in surprise. Then, Guchuling looked at Hua Mi with trepidation and asked, "Miss Hua, is this very expensive?" "Expensive. 50,000 each." Hua Mi took out her QR code and handed it to Wu Shigao. "But now that you have this universal signal connector, you can use the money you earned online to buy supplies in City B and Xiangqing. Why are you still hesitating? 2 universal signal connectors only cost 100,000 yuan. If you can't use the money you got online, there is no other way to get the money out. Because ATMs also need to be connected to the internet." Many people knew that Xiangqing and City B still accepted cash transactions. The ATMs they found along the way were either damaged or the boxes containing money were missing. Either the cash box is empty, or you cannot withdraw money even if there is internet and electricity. Now that there was such a signal connection, the money on the internet was just there, so Wu Shigao immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Hua Mi. It can really be scanned out. Not only that, you can use the internet, make phone calls, and anything else. It's simply amazing. After solving the communication problem, a small team took powerful flashlights and started on their journey. Wu Shigao folded up the tent. Because Guchuling had to take care of the child, everyone asked her to drive a garbage truck with the child and walk in the middle of the team. Hua Mi walked ahead alone, symbolically carrying a powerful flashlight and an engineer shovel in her hands. She looked back and saw her 7th uncle shoveling mud to the side of the road, following her 100 meters behind. It was dark, so she dimmed the light of the powerful flashlight and quickly cleared the mud from under her feet, leaving some mud on the side of the road for the people behind her to clean up. At this time, Hua Mi walked across a high ground and heard several rustling sounds, which were particularly clear in the sound of rain. Realizing there was someone in front of her, Hua Mi stopped cleaning up the mud. She climbed over the mud hill and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a man rushed over and pounced on her. She turned sideways and kicked the man, sending him flying. It crashed directly into the mud in front. "MD, this woman is a tough one." Several hooligans rushed out and surrounded Hua Mi. On a rainy night, the leader of the gang was playing with a knife in his hand, looking at Hua Mi with an evil smile on his face. "Sister, you are really bold. Not only did you walk alone at night, but you also dared to hit our people. Do you know who our boss is?" "I don't know." Hua Mi stood in the middle of a crowd of people. She looked at the faces of these thugs, all of whom had scars from being beaten by the survivors. It seems that these thugs are the ones who set up the roadblocks just now. There should be more than just these few people. Sure enough, the rascal who played with the knife pointed behind him with his thumb and said, "We have people behind this all the way to City B. You just kicked one of our brothers, so we won't let you go so easily." Another scoundrel sneered and said, "Our boss is Chen Who. You know, this road is under the control of our boss from now on. Now that the brothers are hungry, you should hand over the supplies you have and play with us for a while. We will let you get to City B safely, otherwise." Why are all the younger brothers under Chen Who the same? They either want to rob people of their money or their women. There is no goal of being fresh and unconventional, and it is impossible to be original even if you are just a mediocre person. When this group of people surrounded Hua Mi, Uncle 7, who was 100 meters away from Hua Mi, quickly lay down and called Fong Yuqi. "Oh no, Miss Hua is about to be insulted by a group of hooligans. Hurry up, send someone as quickly as possible. Quick. It's too late. Miss Hua will be dead." At this time, a gangster in the front shouted excitedly, "Let her take off her clothes and dance for us. Ah ha ha ha. Take it off. Take it off, hurry up, ha 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 ha. Take it off." 7th uncle was extremely anxious and wanted to rush out, but his skills were limited, so he could only wait anxiously for 8th uncle to come up behind him, and then wait for the children's taekwondo coach to come over. The gangsters around exchanged colors with each other. The gangster standing behind Hua Mi sneaked up. She kicked the gangster who wanted to attack her away. "If you keep playing tricks like that, I'll get you all shot. Now, all of you listen to me. I'm going to rob my fellow thieves today." She asked all the hooligans to take off their clothes. Seeing the shocked and frustrated expressions on their faces, Hua Mi felt cold in her heart. You're not going to take off your clothes, right? Hua Mi didn't even look at him, just pointed the gun in her hand and shot a gangster in the abdomen. The gangster fell to the ground. There are real bullets in her pistol. No one dared to act rashly anymore and could only follow Hua Mi's instructions and take off their clothes one by one. You're done? Take off your pants too. Dance for me. What does it mean to treat others in their own way? This is it. Hua Mi held a gun in her hand, with a lewd expression on her face. If anyone danced a little slowly, she would point the gun at the person and say, "Hurry up, be more cheerful, jump faster." Flower search. Gong Yi's face turned pale, and he shouted from a distance.
He was so worried about her.
He was originally planning to go to City A and passed by City B to take a look. Then he heard Fong Yuqi's report that Hua Mi was in danger, so Gong Yi immediately brought people over. But when they got here, they were shocked. Fong Yuqi and Yang Honglin looked at each other. No one had expected such a scene. Didn't they say that it was Sister Hua who was insulted? Why was it moved? Hua Mi in front turned around and looked at a group of garrisons in the distance. The malicious expression on her face suddenly changed. She smiled very innocently and cutely. She raised her hand and greeted Gong Yi in a clipped voice. "Hi, my friend from afar. What a coincidence. Unfortunately, he came here specifically to save her." "Yes, I heard that a group of men here were insulted, so I came here specifically to save them." Miss Flower Yang Honglin followed and stood behind Gong Yi. He looked Hua Mi up and down and saluted her. "Ms. Hua, thank you for showing me the way. Do you still remember me? My name is Yang Honglin. I used to be a policeman in City B. Now I am still responsible for maintaining order in City B." Since he was responsible for maintaining order in the city, Yang Honglin should not be involved in matters outside the city. However, there are not many policemen in City B. Since Fong Yuqi returned to City B, he has been calling for policemen to help draw jelly water, and all the policemen who can respond have responded to the call. Those who did not respond to the call probably cannot respond again, or do not want to respond. So there are only a few policemen in total, so they can only act in conjunction with the garrison. The garrison was distributing shorts to them one by one. Looking at the claws that Hua Mi stretched out, oh no, the white hand, Yang Honglin also stretched out his hand, shook hands with Hua Mi quickly, and then kept a distance. Hua Mi wanted to talk to Yang Honglin again, but Gong Yi, with a stern face, stood between her and Yang Honglin. He put his hands on his waist, his sharp eyes blazing with fire, and just stared at Hua Mi. Hua Mi raised her hand and touched the back of her neck, feeling a chill on her spine. "Hey, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" He talked about other things, avoided looking, and avoided the question. Gong Yi poked Hua Mi's forehead fiercely with his finger. "Why are you so careless? Why do you make me worry so much? I'm your father, right? If you were a garrison in my hands, I would have locked you up in a small dark room for several years." Not long after, he told her on the phone to stay in the city and not run around because the armory in City A had been stolen. What does this prove? It proves that a large number of weapons have fallen into the hands of civilians. This is a very dangerous thing. Gong Yi does not need to endorse the consequences of the proliferation of guns among survivors. At this time, Hua Mi clearly knew that those gangsters in Xiangqing and City B were all Chun Who's tentacles, but she still provoked them. How big a grudge will this create with Chen Who? Gong Yi doesn't care about being enemies with Chen Who, but he is very worried that Hua Mi will be remembered by Chen Who. He was very angry, and Hua Mi's head kept leaning back because of the poking he did. She was a little annoyed by the poking and held his fingers with one hand. Boss, calm down. Would you like some tea? Heart-clearing and eye-brightening tea." As she said this, she stuffed a tea bag into his palm with a fawning look on her face, which made Gong Yi want to strangle her to death. Really, if Hua Mi, who is so jumping around, was really a garrison in Gong Yi's hands, he would have beaten her up long ago. "Now I can't beat you or scold you. I'll just lock you up in a small dark room, but I can't keep you there." What should he do? Go back, quickly. Gong Yi gritted his teeth, grabbed Hua Mi's wrist with his backhand, and led her towards the armored vehicle behind him. Hua Mi took one look at the armored vehicle and asked happily, "Gong Yi, let me tell you, I got a lot of diesel before, but now I don't need it, so I'll sell it to you." The price has gone up now. A barrel of diesel is 9,999 yuan. Do you want to buy it? She kept talking as Gong pushed her head into the armored vehicle. After he got in, she gave instructions to the garrison inside. Return to the Xiangqing garrison camp. During the whole process, Hua Mi said this and that, wanting to sell this and that, but Gong ignored her. Buy. No matter what she said or how much the price was, he would buy. The armored vehicle slowly moved forward. Hua Mi sat in the armored vehicle, excitedly looking here and touching there. It was her first time riding in an armored vehicle. It was the highlight of her life. In her excitement, she didn't even notice that Gong took her to the garrison camp. Because of a landslide, it was cleared by Hua Mi alone. Good Chuling and others behind them saw that they had connected with the garrison, so they all got on the garbage truck. They followed Yang Honglin and Fong Yuqi's team, suppressing the group of boiled chickens wearing only shorts, and quickly returned to City B. The sky, which had just begun to brighten, has now become completely dark again. When the armored vehicles and garrison jeeps in front passed the entrance of City B, Hua Mi immediately asked, "That's not right. Aren't they going to drop me off at City B? Where are we going?" At the gate of City B, there were survivors queuing up to enter the city. My seventh uncle, eighth uncle and others followed Fong Yuqi and Yang Honglin and stopped at the gate of City B, but Gong Yi's armored vehicle did not stop. Gong Yi, who was sitting next to Hua Mi, was looking at the map in his hand. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his eyes. "I'll take you to the garrison camp and torture you to the point where you'd rather die than live." He thought Hua Mi would at least panic for a moment. After all, she was a woman following a group of men, so she would definitely appear nervous. Who would have thought that Hua Mi would giggle, lean back leisurely, and stick out her flat belly? "I haven't been to the garrison camp yet. I'd like to go and see for myself." Why should she panic? The garrison at this time was not bad, and Gong Yi was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others' misfortune. It's just right, take the kids out to see the world. Wu Shigao and Gu Chuling already had psychological trauma from these obstacles that blocked the survivors. When the garbage truck arrived, Wu Shigao frowned. "How much supplies will be confiscated when we enter City B?" The survivor in front of them heard this and turned back to Wu Shigao and said, "I don't know about other cities, but there are barriers at the gates of Xiangqing and B City. They are not looking for supplies and money entering the city. They are checking criminal records." Criminal record? Gu Chuling looked at the survivor with some curiosity. "Where do the internet signals in Xiangqing and City B come from?" Wu Shigao didn't understand this again. Uncle Seven raised the universal mobile phone signal connector in his hand. "I use this. So it is absolutely true that this is black technology. If you stick this universal signal connector on a router or wireless modem, people nearby can access the internet wirelessly." Gu Chuling couldn't help but sigh. "If I had known earlier, I would have bought a few more for Miss Hua." Seeing the people from the tow clearance team waving at them at the city gate, his seventh uncle and eighth uncle hurriedly said something to Yang Honglin and walked towards their own tow clearance teams. Seeing this, Gu Chuling and Wu Shigao followed decisively. The couple had already decided to cling to Hua Mi's thighs until they died. Seeing Gu Chuling and Wu Shigao following them, the rest of the clearance team had no objection. After all, there was too much garbage on the Hunan-B Expressway. The clearance team needs a lot of people to work to clear the mountains. Eighth uncle looked at the hurt 10th daddy and asked, "Daddy, are you healed? Can't you rest for a few more days?" "It's almost done. Miss Hua's medicine is very effective. Now I don't feel any pain at all." Sherdyeodya was shaking his arms with a smile. It wasn't that he was trying to hold on, but that he really didn't feel any pain at all. There were several cars parked behind their clearance team, filled with cash looted from the survivors by Chun Who's tentacles. All of these were brought back to City B by Sherdyeodya and the others, waiting for Hua Mi to collect them. These cash belonged to Hua Mi's spoils of war. Yang Honglin and others did not ask, and Sherdyeodya and others did not report it. After all the members of the tow clearance team were present, everyone began to discuss where to start clearing the mud on Hunan-B Expressway. A team of more than a dozen people could not actually do much work, but fortunately, Hua Mi had helped them clear the Hunan-B Expressway before. They don't need to clean up the large pieces of mud. Their team only needs to keep the road clean and free of gravel. Good Chuling and Wu Shigao followed the clearance team with their children, and the group arrived in front of Chichuan's small gang stall. The group of friends all knew their 7th uncle, 8th uncle, 10th aunt, and others. When they saw the clearance team coming, they hurriedly took out the prepared supplies and gave each person a sack. Even Good Chuling and Wu Shigao have it. The sack of supplies included an engineer shovel, half a sack of oranges, 2 apples, and a grapefruit. Also, a self-heating hot pot, a box of Buplurum chinense granules, a bottle of orange juice, a bag of potato chips, lime flavor, a bag of melon seeds, caramel flavor, a box of heart-clearing and eye-brightening tea, a bag of cumin powder, a bag of laundry detergent, a bottle of mineral water, a medical kit, a portable water pump, and a box of condoms. With so many supplies, is there a share for each person? Go Chuling looked at the big sack in her hand in surprise. The sack was bulging and was almost as tall as her. Yes, Sister Hua said that this is a benefit for you. The clearance team was frightened this time, so we need to give you some benefits to comfort you. Because the level of the black soil needs to be raised, Hua Mi must ensure that the members of the clearance team and the engineering team are in a good mood. So her benefits are also very generous. Ikegawa's friends looked very proud. Who is our Sister Hua? She's very rich. She either doesn't give out benefits, or she's extremely rich when she does. Looking at the expression on his face, it was as if he was the rich one. His face was full of pride, and the words "hurry up" and "praise me" were written all over his face. Good Chuling immediately cooperated and praised. That's right. It's fun to work with Sister Hua, right? Ha 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 ha, that's right. We have to do good things for Sister Hua, and we will benefit from it in the future. Ikegawa's friends were particularly happy. They couldn't describe the feeling, but they just stood on the right side, and others recognized them, and they felt particularly proud. At this time, Hua Mi had been taken to the garrison camp in Xiangqing. Because the garrison camp in Xiangqing is located between City A and Xiangqing, and is closest to the armory in City A, Gong went from where Hua Mi had the accident to the armory in City A, and could drop Hua Mi off at the garrison camp in Xiangqing. Why did you put me here? Are you really going to torture me? Hua Mi stood in the empty garrison camp. It was quite big, but there were only a few garrisons. Gong got out of the car, pinched Hua Mi's shoulders, and turned her around. He stood behind her and pointed at the building opposite Hua Mi. This is my dormitory. It contains the 8 honors and 8 shames, and the garrison discipline. If you memorize them, I'll come back to pick you up. After saying that, Gong Yijin left Hua Mi alone here. He led his men away. 2 garrisons guarding the camp came over in unison, looking kind and enthusiastic to pick up Hua Mi. Sister Hua, don't let the boss scare you. We'll take you to the boss's dormitory. Gong really intended to make Hua Mi memorize the 8 honors and 8 shames and the garrison rules and regulations. After walking for a distance, he sent a message to Hua Mi, Gong, if you memorize the 8 honors and 8 shames and the garrison discipline, I will give you a box of bullets later. A box of bullets. Hua Mi immediately boosted her spirits and followed the garrison guarding the camp into Gong Yi's dormitory. After all, he is the big boss of the garrison. Gong has a separate small dormitory in the garrison dormitory building. There is nothing extra in it. It is either garrison uniforms or garrison uniforms. This guy doesn't wear any other clothes except his garrison uniform. After the 2 garrisons guarding the camp left, Hua Mi watched around in Gong Yi's dormitory. He didn't even glance at the 8 honors and 8 shames and the Confucian rules and regulations on the wall, but instead found her photo frame on the tidy desk. To be precise, it was the photo that was published in the newspaper when she was admitted to university in her senior year of high school, and the people in their small town interviewed her. The accompanying picture is particularly funny, inspirational girl. Both parents died, but she never lost her ambition and won the title of university with the first place in the small town. This is a very old photo. Where did Gong get it from? She looked at the photo frame. It was old and looked like it had been there for several years. Hua Mi took a photo of the photo on Gong Yi's desk and sent it to Gong Yi. Hua Mi, photo.jpg. Hua Mi, look what I found. The person in this photo looks so familiar.
Gong Yi, oh.
It seemed like he did it on purpose. Yes, Gong did it on purpose. He deliberately let Hua Mi go to his dormitory and see that photo. Hua Mi, you don't plan to say anything?
Gong, what?
That photo was cut out from a newspaper when I was on a mission. This is his dream girl, but he doesn't plan to tell Hua Mi. He could imagine how proud Hua Mi would be once this secret was revealed. But even though he didn't say it, Hua Mi had already guessed it. Hua Mi, boss, have you been secretly in love with me for many years? Gong didn't reply to the message. He didn't know how to reply. Hua Mi, ha 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 boss, you are immoral. You are taking advantage of others. She always thought that she had prostituted a little duck, but she didn't know that the little duck had slept with his dream lover. So all in all, she was at a disadvantage. No, it's not a loss. She buys one and gets two free. Gong. Yes, I took advantage of someone who was in danger, but you promised me that night that you fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to date me. Since he was going to break this layer of window paper, Gong, he might as well just make it clear. He didn't know what Hua Mi was thinking. Maybe she drank a little too much that night, but he took it seriously. He never expected that Hua Mi would completely forget about him the next day. So, he wanted to take responsibility, but others just patted his ace and acted as if nothing had happened. What could he do? He couldn't just be a scoundrel and keep pestering the girl from now on, could he? Gong, if you didn't lie to me, I wouldn't touch you at all. She made up some sweet words to make him lose his judgment, but he believed them. Hua Mi, you sound like a victim right now. Gong, I'm not a victim. I'm very happy. I'm just very annoyed with you. You're not interested in me, but you drank yourself to death. If it were another man, you would probably do the same. This is what Gong has always cared about the most. She didn't know how to protect herself. Although it was the first time for both of them that night, she was obviously in trouble and got herself drunk. She was very sad and told him a lot of stories about scumbag men. He looked like he was out to get drunk and was ready to risk everything. Unfortunately, Gong, he was a novice when it came to love. He really doesn't understand anything and is very innocent in this regard. If he wasn't innocent, he probably wouldn't have treated a paper girl as his dream lover and secretly loved her for several years. So, afterwards, Gong, the innocent boy, also thought if Hua Mi had not met him that day, but met some random person, would Hua Mi have slept with him like this? When he thought of this possibility, he felt that Hua Mi deserved the title of scumbag. He was helpless because his dream lover was of such a character. Hua Mi, no, I'm also very picky. Even after such a long time, I still remember that I picked the most handsome duck in the whole bar.
Gonggi?
What did you say? Duck? Hua Mi, man, I made a typo, hee. Hua Mi, so, I am also very picky. I won't move if you're not handsome. You have to have confidence in yourself. You are the most handsome man in the whole bar. Was charging his phone in the armored vehicle while raising his eyebrows at Hua Mi's message on the screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thank you. He felt comforted. Hua Mi, so Gong, why are you so innocent? You've been in love with a paper man for several years? It must have been 4 or 5 years. Gong no longer wanted to reply to Hua Mi's message. She had no idea that she was just a paper figure on his desk. Judging from the tone of her message, she seemed to be discussing the paper man in his heart just based on the facts. What's wrong with liking a paper man? He was locked up in a garrison camp full of King Kong monks, where even the bikini magazine could not be brought in. It seemed particularly normal for him to like a paper man. The armored vehicle was shaking. Gong and his team had already boarded the Hunan A expressway. After a distance, the road was blocked, so they had to abandon the vehicle and walk into the garrison camp in City A. This time, he went to the garrison camp in City A to check the whereabouts of the weapons. Soon felt bored staying in Gong Yi's dormitory. It is impossible to memorize the 8 honors and 8 shames and the Confucian rules and regulations, not even in this lifetime. Board Hua Mi called Chi Chuanzi. We are on the fork between the Xiang A expressway and the AB expressway, and we see someone setting up a roadblock. Let's go up and shoot them. How about robbing? Chi Chuan was transporting a truckload of oranges from the B City supply warehouse, preparing to ship them to City B. Hearing this, he was shocked. We've made enough money already. Why would we go and rob others? He is now struggling to supply the two cities with supplies, so how can he have the time to engage in thieves' robbery? Little did she know that Hua Mi on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a moment. Immediately, she patted her thigh happily. Okay, Chichuan, your idea of robbing thieves is great. I'll call my 8th uncle and the others, and we'll do as you suggested, robbing thieves. Ikegawa. No, I didn't say anything. Don't talk nonsense, just do as you say. Hua Mi hung up Chichuan's phone angrily. Look at Chun Who's tentacles. That group of people only set up a roadblock for one day, but they ended up making a lot of money, several large trucks of cash and supplies. Definitely make a fortune. Moreover, there is no moral shackles when gangs rob each other. She is such a clever little girl. Immediately, Hua Mi turned around and returned to the supply warehouse in City B. Before leaving, she deliberately took pictures of the 8 honors and 8 shames and the garrison rules and regulations on Gong's wall, and planned to find time to make a cheat sheet to deal with Gong when he inspected it. There was no way. Gong's box of bullets was too tempting. Just like that, Hua Mi was thinking about how to make a cheat sheet in her mind. She walked around the B City supply warehouse and found that most of the oranges in there were empty. So Hua Mi directly took out the oranges from her level 16 storage and filled up the B City supply warehouse again. She also placed a self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, X100 000 in the corner, clearing half of her level 16 storage. She planned to leave some space to go to Xiangqing and City B to buy some weapons. As a result, when I looked at my level 16 storage, I found that there was AK-47X100000 in it. Hua Mi was stunned for a moment. Where did she get so many AK-47s? She took out an AK-47, opened the magazine and looked at it, then immediately deleted the photos of the 8 honors and 8 shames and the Qinggui Jiejia on her phone. I have an AK-47X100000 with bullets, so why do I need that box of bullets? Hua Mi was extremely proud, even more proud than when she discovered that Gong had been secretly in love with her for several years. She has so many AK-47s that even if she doesn't have more bullets, it will be enough for a long time. So, Hua Mi happily upgraded her factory. She thought that maybe after the upgrade, her factory would be able to produce bullets for her. Level 14 factory. Water bottles, mineral water, tarpaulin, self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator, orange juice, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, hemostatic gel, goggles, condoms, resin gloves, protective clothing, sterile boots limited production, semi-finished pickled fish X50, 000, chocolate cake X40, 000, semi-finished braised lion's head X30, 000, semi-finished braised spare ribs X20, 000, semi-finished pizza X10, 000, semi-finished crispy pork X5, 000, semi-finished Orleans. Roast chicken X2, 500, semi-finished pork with preserved vegetables X1, 000 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X12 level 14 factory. Only produces food, no weapons for Hua Mi. She was a little disappointed, so she turned her disappointment into production and produced everything that could be produced in limited quantities. Not only that, she also produced X100 000 copies of the fixed producible materials. Last time, Shidiadia sent her a message saying that there were more and more injured people in City B and medical supplies were becoming increasingly scarce. Hua Mi went to the supply warehouse in City B and put a large pile of medical supplies. Those medical supplies were not necessarily all produced by his own level 14 factory. Many of them were previously exchanged from Kuminghong. After all, most of the medical supplies produced in her factory are used to treat external injuries. And now the physical condition of these survivors is far from reaching the level of mutation. Only when there are survivors whose bodies have mutated will these basic diseases in the human body disappear. Yes, that's right. The constant natural and man-made disasters in the end of the world will eliminate all unfit humans. Those who survive in the end, even if they are ordinary humans, will have much better physical fitness than people today. At that time, there will no longer be a need for the various medicines we have now, and we will only need to keep the trauma medicines. Moreover, there will be people with special powers in the future, and their special powers will be of various kinds, including healing powers. Minor underlying internal diseases can be treated by people with healing powers. The prerequisite is that the person who treats the psychic is easier to talk to and will not ask for an exorbitant price. After producing a large amount of supplies, Hua Mi discovered that the energy bar of the level 14 factory she consumed was only reduced by half. As the factory is upgraded, the factory's energy bar becomes longer and longer. It turns out that in order to produce so many materials, Hua Mi has to recharge the factory's energy several times. But since the energy bar has become longer and longer, Hua Mi's level 14 factory can store more and more energy. She suddenly had an idea and took out an energy light ball, holding it in her palm, thinking to herself, recharging the energy of the level 14 factory. Level 14 factory energy plus 0.1% tips to brush out. So this energy light ball can not only increase the physical strength and energy of ordinary people, but also charge energy for level 14 factories? This is really useful. Hua Mi took out another ball of energy light, played with it in her hand, then took out one of her power banks and threw the ball of energy light on it. Originally, she hadn't planned to charge the power bank at all. As a result, a ball of energy light went down and the power bank exploded. That is, because too much energy was charged. For the small power bank, the energy of this ball of energy light was an unbearable burden in its life, so it bulged silently.
What a pity.
Hua Mi threw the bulging power bank she was using for the experiment into her recycling station and got 2 energy balls back. After she had finished all these and filled the entire B-City supply warehouse to the point where there was not even room for an orange, she then leisurely walked out of the gate. The garrison guarding the gate was already numb with the appearance of Hua Mi. They just stood up straight and saluted Hua Mi without asking any extra questions. After exiting the tunnel of the B-City Material Depot, Hua Mi turned to the nearby garbage dump. Because the mudslide had submerged the B-City Material Depot, the excavated soil was piled outside by the garrison, forming a large garbage dump. Hua Mi collected all the mud in the large landfill and the domestic garbage from the garrison. He walked onto the Hunan B Expressway. 8th Uncle's clearance team and Ikegawa's small team were on this road, and the 2 teams just happened to meet together. 8th Uncle. Hey Chi-Chuan, you're sending orange to City B again. Ikegawa. Hey, Uncle 8. Cleaning again. The 2 teams were chatting and smoking in the rain when a team coming from a distance came over on foot. At first, Chi-Chuan thought it was Tang Yu's garrison team. He was about to greet the newcomers and ask them why they didn't even drive the car. The other party fired a shot and hit the tire of a truck behind Ikegawa's convoy. The sound of a tire bursting was heard. Chi-Chuan cursed, MD, not a good person. He quickly called out to his friends behind him, as well as Uncle 8 and others across the street. Hurry, get in the car, run. Although it was dark and drizzling, Ikegawa's line of supply trucks, numbering more than 10 in total, were all loaded with oranges, so it looked quite impressive. There were survivors along the way, and everyone knew that Chi-Chuan's team was transporting oranges to Xiangqing and City B. It was obvious that they had been targeted for a long time. However, Chi-Chuan did not expect that the other party would open fire as soon as they came up. Now one of the wheels was broken, and the last truck would definitely not be able to drive away. I can only abandon the last car. Has morality become so corrupt now? People are openly looting supplies? The survivors who were walking on the road scattered and hid on the road. Ikegawa called on his 8th uncle and others to get in the car. Suddenly, a bullet came and hit Ikegawa directly. Ikegawa fell to the ground. He was shot. 8th uncle grabbed Chi-Chuan and shouted, Chuanzi, Chuanzi.
Who are these people?
Those who set up the roadblocks ahead were just minor rioters. No one was killed. Why did this group of people kill people as soon as they came up and had a disagreement? Before the 8th uncle could figure it out, he was also shot. Run. Forget about the supplies, run. With blood spurting from his mouth, Ikegawa shouted at the speculators and the tow clearance team. The gunfire became more frequent. Wu Shigao pushed Ge Chuling to the side of the road. He made a hushed gesture to Ge Chuling, looked down at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms, and whispered to Ge Chuling, "Run quickly. Treat yourself as an ordinary survivor on the road.
Run."
After he finished speaking, he turned around and went to rescue Ikegawa and Uncle 8, who were shot. It is said that if you take money from someone, you should help them get rid of their misfortunes. Since the couple received so many welfare materials from Miss Hua, they couldn't just not do some work. Early this morning, someone called me in a very aggressive tone, saying that my car was blocking his path and asked me to move my car. I called my mother and prepared to go out. "Mom, what am I going to do? I don't want to go. I don't want to leave." "Me? Go ahead. He's pretty fierce. What if he scolds me?"
No.
Ge Chuling cried as she watched Wu Shigao's back running away in the rain. She wanted to call Wu Shigao back, but at this moment, she didn't dare to make a sound. The daughter in my arms started crying loudly because of the gunshot. She didn't dare to stay where she was, for fear that the group of people who hijacked the supplies would be so cruel that they would not even let the children go. Ge Chuling sobbed, looked in the direction, and ran towards City B with her child in her arms. She thought, at least she could keep her life and inform Miss Hua. Behind her, Wu Shigao joined the battlefield, but in fact, it did not bring much change to the current one-sided massacre situation. But he was much more agile than the elderly clearance team, and he carried back Ikegawa, who had been shot, as well as his 7th uncle, 8th uncle, 10th aunt, and others. The rainy air was filled with the smell of blood. There were 12 people in the clearance team, plus a hungry baby, and 10 people in Ikegawa's small trading gang, driving 10 trucks to transport the oranges. In the end, the only people who were not shot were Wu Shigao and Ge Chuling, plus a baby in Ge Chuling's arms. All the survivors around ran away. Wu Shigao ran back, took out the welfare medicine bag given by Hua Mi, took out the hemostatic gel from it, and applied it to the bullet holes of his companions one by one. It was raining heavily, but he was in no mood to care about anything else, and was only concerned with saving people. The road was quiet for a long time. Ikegawa and others endured the pain and fell to the side of the road in a disorderly manner. Several gun-toting men came out from the roadside, and a gun was pointed at Wu Shigao's forehead. "There's a living person here." Someone said in a cold tone that they thought they had killed everyone in the clearance team and Ikegawa's supply transport team. "Kill him," another person whispered. In the rain, Wu Shigao closed his eyes resignedly. The man pointing a gun at him was about to pull the trigger, but Ikegawa, who was supposed to be dead on the ground, suddenly jumped up and knocked the man to the ground. "Wu Shigao, run."
Run.
Chichuan shouted. He actually had no strength left. The only reason he was still holding on was because Wu Shigao squeezed a large amount of hemostatic gel for him. The damaged blood vessels inside the body are also clotted. It hurts. The bullet hole hurts so much. But it's not that life-threatening. The man who was thrown to the ground pointed the gun at Chichuan's stomach and fired several more shots. Snap, snap, echoed throughout the rainy night. Hua Mi, who was driving on Hunanbi Expressway, suddenly stopped. She cursed inwardly and ran forward quickly. There was a flash of lightning across the sky. Ahead were several men standing in the rain, 10 trucks full of oranges, and corpses scattered on the roadside. There is also Wu Shigao kneeling on the ground. "Rascal, dare to touch her." Hua Mi took out an AK-47, held it in her hand, and without even looking, she started shooting at the people in the rain.
She used the AK-47 like a machine gun. Da.
Tang Yu and others who were rushing over not far away listened carefully in the rainy night. Just now, it was the garrison's guns that were firing, and now someone was counterattacking with an AK-47. One of the garrisons whispered to Tang Yu, "This guy must be a lunatic. Who would waste bullets like this now? It's like they don't care about the cost." Whether they were garrisons or civilians who had obtained a firearm through improper means, they all regarded the weapon in their hands as extremely valuable. At this time, everyone knows that a bullet represents a life. Although human life is becoming less and less valuable, precisely because of this, more and more people are not willing to die. There are so many things that a bullet can do. For example, now, 20 bullets can be exchanged for 10 truckloads of oranges. Hua Mi took an AK-47 and beat the 5 robbers who were robbing oranges into pieces. She rushed over and shot one of the robbers who was still breathing. Wu Shigao fell to the ground, so frightened that he couldn't make a sound. Anything? Hua Mi walked over with a gun in hand and bent down to look at Wu Shigao, lying on the ground. He hurriedly got up from the rain and wiped the water off his face. I'm fine, Miss Hua. I'm fine. This was the first time that Wu Shigao discovered that killing could be so quick and efficient. The way Hua Mi fired the gun looked as if she was shooting BB bullets. They were completely devoid of the cruelty and heaviness of the group just now. Yes, Wu Shigao finally discovered that there was something wrong with Hua Mi. She felt it was easy to kill people, and even felt that human life was worthless. This is chilling because if people today want to do evil, they will definitely go through a very painful psychological struggle. Not everyone is born with the ability to release the evil in their hearts. There must be some kind of opportunity or inducement for them to show their evil to the fullest. In the transition from a civilized and polite environment to the current one, the evil people will also go through a not-so-pleasant process of liberation. Even if it is a robbery, it is not a pleasant robbery. There is no such thing as a pleasant killing. But Hua Mi is different. You can still see a very beautiful side in her. Most of the time, she is more sunny and hopeful than anyone else. Even when she was killing people, she did it as if she was playing a game. She did not have any psychological struggle, as if she was born to fit in with such an environment. How many of us died? Hua Mi held a gun and asked Wu Shigao expressionlessly. Just as Wu Shigao was about to speak, Chi Chuan on the ground hummed and slowly got up from the ground. He touched the bullet holes on his abdomen. There were bullet holes but no blood. Ikegawa was shocked. The bullet hole that was coated with hemostatic gel was now filled with transparent gel. But he didn't apply hemostatic gel on the other bullet holes, so why are they not bleeding now? Has his body's blood coagulation mechanism become so good? It's not just Ikegawa, the 7th uncle, the 8th uncle, and the 10th aunt are the same. The smartest thing Wu Shigao did was to apply hemostatic gel to the people as soon as he rescued them. Hua Mi looked at them one by one and found that most of them were still alive. I say basically because these people are not far from death. As long as no one takes the bullets out of their bodies, they will soon die. Fortunately, Tang Yu arrived soon. On the one hand, he ordered his garrison men to send Chi Chuan, 8th uncle, and others back to City B. On the other hand, he ordered his men to carefully examine the 5 people on the ground who had been shot like sieves. The final conclusion given to him by the garrison was that there were definitely more than 5 people involved in the robbery. I had originally written a very emotional letter to you, expressing my desire to participate in that event. 5 people at the scene. Chun Lu was still there when the 10 trucks of oranges were robbed. When Hua Mi rushed out of the material warehouse in City B, Chun Lu had already evacuated the scene with the remaining people. He led the remaining dozen people and hurriedly retreated towards City A. Halfway through, Chun Lu was unwilling to give up. He asked one of his subordinates, "Who is that woman who just rushed out?" Because he didn't watch the entire process, Chun Lu was not sure whether Hua Mi had any support behind her. The only thing that is certain is that the 5 people they sent out to test the waters were all wiped out. Chun Lu was very unwilling. That's right, when they decided to rob the supply warehouse in City B this time, they didn't know whether they would succeed. Therefore, Chun Lu decided to send 5 people out to test the waters first. If these 5 people can find out that the transportation team of the B City Material Depot is of average strength, then in the future, they can develop more in this direction. It is even possible to take over the supply depot in City B in one fell swoop. The man next to him didn't answer him, but took out a satellite phone and said, "Third Master, it's the boss call." Chun Lu picked up the phone, and a male voice came out, with a hint of worry and concern. "It's hard to get supplies from Xiangqing and B City." "Elder brother." Chun Lu looked helpless and asked, "How did you know?" He did not inform his elder brother before he went out to grab supplies. "Nonsense, as soon as you move, I know what you want to do." The reason why Xiangqing and B City are what they are today is because their commander is Gong. If you want to take their B City material warehouse, you have to see if this person is easy to mess with. Chun, who sounded a little annoyed on the other end of the phone, come back quickly. We'll talk when you come back. Gong is not easy to deal with, but Chun Lu, this young boy, dares to provoke anyone. Chun Lu on the other end of the phone looked disapproving. What's the meaning of Gong E and Gong Air? Is our Chen family afraid of a commander? Brother, don't try to persuade me. Why are Xiangqing and B City able to operate? It's because the B City supply warehouse is many times larger than our city supply warehouse. It seems that a B City supply warehouse can fully satisfy the survivors of the two cities. It would be better to give these supplies to our Chen family than to give them to those survivors. This is how the world works now. Whoever gets the supplies gets the world. Xiangqing and B City have so many supplies. What's wrong with giving some to the Chen family? The Chen family got the supplies and weapons depots in a city, and they can get the supplies and weapons depots in B City, just like they did. Yes, that's right. Chen Lu has big ambitions. He not only wants the supply depot in City B, he also wants the weapons depot in City B. He even wants those from Xiangqing. But everyone knows that a lot of Xiangqing supplies have been wasted by Yu Guanglin, and they were all distributed for free to those cockroach-like survivors. The armory in Xiangqing had already been pried open by Gong Yi. If Gong Yi can do it on the first day, the Chen family can do it on the 15th. Chun Who sighed on the other end of the phone. You're still too young. I have told you a long time ago to keep calm.
Keep calm.
We are not without money. Anyway, they can buy the supplies in Xiangqing and a city with money. We can just buy them with money. Chun Lu looked arrogant. Brother, you've been timid for so many years. How much trouble is it to spend money to buy things bit by bit? I see that the supplies in the B City supply warehouse have not been used up after so long. I don't know how much supplies there are. You might as well just grab them. Young Master Chun and Chun Who are family. Yes, Chun Who is his brother. On the surface, the Chen family members have different personalities, but deep down, they are all the same. The same goes for using any means to achieve the goal. But Chun Who has more social experience than Chen Lu. He has been doing well in the white world over the years and has quite a few insights from dealing with those people in the white world. No matter what you think, come back first and we'll talk about it later. Since he couldn't persuade Chen Lu, Chun Who thought about bringing his third brother home first, and then find someone to look after him after he got him home. Don't let Chen Lu go out and provoke Gong Yi again. After hanging up the phone with Chen Lu, Chun Who stood in his villa and said to Yu Guanglin behind him, the young people today are different from us back then. These young people don't know that some rules and regulations can be implemented in our city, but they may not be implemented smoothly in other cities. For example, in the 3 cities of A, B, and Xiang. In A, the Chen family can cover the sky with one hand, but not in B and Xiang. The tone of Chun Who's voice showed that he had completely treated City A as the private city of their Chen family. The 2 cities, Xiangqing and City B, were grouped under the name of Gong Yi. Currently, these 2 cities are under the jurisdiction of Gong Yi. So the rules that can be implemented in City A, such as the strong are respected, the strong bully the weak, the Chun family is in power, etc., may not be applicable to Gong Yi. Yu Guanglin responded with a nodding and bowing look. This was exactly the attitude that Gong Yi hated the most in him. Boss, the garrison commander of City A is dead. Upon hearing this, Yu Guanglin looked at Chun Who in shock. The garrison commander of City A was dead? Chun Who actually killed the garrison commander of City A? City A was probably the most chaotic city among the cities near Xiangqing. That was because at the very beginning, all the garrisons in City A received orders from the commander of City A. The garrisons in City A were to guard the material depot in City A and wait for the Chen family to take over. No garrison may enter City A for rescue at will. Therefore, from the very beginning, there was no garrison rescue in City A, not even a single garrison rescue. Of course, according to the regulations of the garrison headquarters, the garrison could not enter the city without the permission of their superiors and the headquarters. Therefore, the fact that the garrison in City A did not provide rescue did not attract much attention. They were just doing what they were supposed to do within the rules. However, compared with the garrisons in Xiangqing and B City, the garrison in a city this time always lacks a little bit of human touch. Compared with Gong Yi, the actions of the garrison commander in City A have aroused even more resentment. For this, the garrison commander of City A might as well learn from the garrison commander of City B. After the disaster, he shot himself because of his dilemma. Yu Guanglin always thought that the garrison commander of City A was just following the rules and was quite rigid and ruthless. He didn't know until today that the garrison commander of City A had always been in Chun Who's hands. The Chin family's reach is so long that they can even control the garrison commander of a city. No, now it's killing. Presumably, when the disaster began, the Chin family had already taken control of the garrison commander of City A. It is no wonder that after Yu Guanglin entered City A, he saw that the people of City A were living in a miserable state. There were uncollected corpses on the roadside, and groups of people were standing on tall buildings, waiting in line to jump off the buildings. There was no rescue, no temporary rescue center, nothing. The city of A has long been in a mess. No, it is even more chaotic than a pot of porridge. It has become as chaotic as a pot of rice paste. If a city loses its management commander, the garrison commander can take over as the management commander. Without the garrison commander, the management commander can also directly manage the garrison. The prerequisite is that there must be a commander who is effective. It is obvious that the management commander of City A has been a member of the Chin family since the very beginning. In order to control City A, the Chin family only needs to kill the garrison commander of City A. In today's world, even if the Chin family has absolute power in City A, it doesn't matter because gradually, the management headquarters will not be able to control any city. Yu Guanglin pondered. So now the A city material warehouse is in the hands of the Chin family? After the Chin family took over the supply warehouse in City A, they did not use the supplies in the warehouse to help the survivors. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died in City A. The Chin family has already taken all the supplies in City A's warehouse. Chen Who was standing in front of Yu Guanglin, looked indifferent. The commander of the A city garrison should have died long ago. If he had revealed the weapons depot of a city earlier, we might have killed Gong Yi long ago. Would he have taken over Xiang City and B City in his turn? After hearing what Chun Who said, Yu Guanglin was even more shocked. It turned out that the Chin family not only took over the material depot in City A, but also the weapons depot in City A. Now the Chin family is no longer satisfied with the supply warehouse in one city, and they are now reaching out to the supply warehouse in City B. Speaking of which, there was a woman. I think I know who the woman the third brother was talking about is. In Chun Who's hand was the information about Hua Mi given to him by Yu Guanglin. This information was compiled for Yu Guanglin by Qin Ziren when he was still alive. It details how Hua Mi made her first pot of gold. Didn't he just sell the ancestral house of his family, and then because of various luck, he changed his business to a supermarket and finally met Gong Yi in the process of reselling. Chen Who carefully looked at the information given by Yu Guanglin. He is a capable person. Chen Who turned around and looked at Yu Guanglin. Can this woman be won over? We couldn't win her over. We tried, but she didn't give face to anyone, not even her ex-boyfriend. Yu Guanglin shook his head. Chen Who understood. That's because you haven't suffered enough. If you have suffered enough, you will naturally be obedient. The third child in our family is always running around, which worries me to death. He just needs a woman to settle down. Yu Guanglin, what do you think about me giving our third son a woman? Yu Guanglin, who was standing in the luxurious and high-end living room, did not respond. He kept talking to himself. He felt that Chen Who might not know Hua Mi well enough. It doesn't matter. Once the Chin family finds out, they will know how to deal with this woman, Hua Mi, in the right way. At this time, Gong Yi had received a message from Tang Yu about Chi Chuan and others being robbed at gunpoint at the B City supply warehouse. He also knew that some accomplices in the robbery team were heading towards City A. Gong Yi immediately hung up the phone and turned back to tell the brothers who were heading to the armory of the A City garrison camp, intercept that group of people and kill them without mercy. No matter who the other party is, even if they are garrisoning, those who attack the team transporting supplies to City B and Xiangqing at this time are all enemies of Gong Yi. They will all be killed without mercy. Is better not to garrison. If it is not garrison, It proves that this group of gunmen have obtained the weapons in the armory of City A, and they are all the garrisoned enemies. Weapons are a type of material that is strictly controlled, and this is the same in all cities. At this time, the armory in City A had just been stolen, and the weapons were in the hands of the first and second handlers, and had not yet been completely spread out. The people who were killed at this time must be the ones who stole and looted the armory. Death is not a pity. The garrison behind Gong quickened their pace and tried to snipe Chun Lu and others. Gunshots rang out in the wilderness, and Chun Who's third brother, the third young master of the Chin family, never returned. There wasn't even anyone to report the death. Hua Mi followed Chi Chuan and the others all the way to City B. She was covered in blood and was taken through the Green Channel and directly released into City B. There were more than 20 people in total, and all of them except Wu Shigao were hit by bullets. When they were about to go to the rescue center at the city gate, Guchuling rushed out holding the child and came to Wu Shigao crying, "Oh my God, you're still alive and well, I'm almost scared to death." On the way to City B to report the news, Guchuling had already prepared herself to be a widow. She had made up her mind. She wanted to avenge Wu Shigao. From today on, she would learn martial arts, become a disciple, and learn how to shoot. When she got a gun, she would definitely learn how to shoot and kill people to avenge her dead husband. When he looked up, he saw Wu Shigao and Hua Mi, both of them getting out of the garrison jeep, covered in blood. Behind the team, there were 10 large trucks loaded with oranges. Hua Mi took a look and told Wu Shigao, "Calm down your wife and children first, and come find me later." Sister Hua. Yang Honglin hurriedly ran out of the city. He watched the people from the clearance team and the transport team being carried past him, and then looked at Tang Yu. What happened? Tang Yu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. They say that the clearance team and the transport team were ambushed by the garrison? Or did Sister Hua use an AK-47 as a machine gun and shoot the robbers to pieces?
Tang Yu didn't know what to say.
All the people who were supposed to be dying on the stretchers were chatting loudly or quietly. "Hey, hold me steady, I'm a little shaky. I have 2 bullet holes in my body, don't knock my bullets out. I have 1 less bullet than you, but my bullet hole is in the stomach. Ouch. It hurts so much. Mine is on my ace. I can only lie prone, but you guys can all lie prone. I really envy you guys who can lie prone." Yang Honglin, who learned what had happened, looked at Hua Mi with an expression as if he was looking at a female warrior. He followed behind Tang Yu and Hua Mi, watching a garrison team send the clearance team and the transport team to the emergency area.
Yang Honglin comforted Hua Mi again.
"It's okay, Sister Hua. The painkillers and hemostatic gel provided by the garrison are very effective. All the preliminary medical treatment has been done. Now we just need to remove the bullet." Before sending the clearance team and the transport team to City B, Tang Yu led the garrison to provide the most basic wound care to Chi Chuan and the others. All the medical drugs used were provided by Hua Mi. Therefore, the most basic care has been completed, and Ikegawa and the others didn't even feel any pain. Yang Honglin didn't know that these medical supplies that became popular in City B and Xiangcheng were all provided by Hua Mi. He had always thought that it was provided to them by the garrison. So he didn't suspect Hua Mi, and just kept talking about how effective and good those painkillers and hemostatic gels were. Looking into the emergency room, the operating lights were on, and Hua Mi suddenly said to Yang Honglin, "How many police officers do you have there?" Yang Honglin closed his mouth and looked at Hua Mi, with a puzzled look on his face. She asked how many police officers were left to do what? Hua Mi said to Yang Honglin, "Can you split into 2 teams and join my clearance team and material transport team?" The work of these 2 teams cannot stop for a moment. Because Hua Mi's level 16 warehouse is about to be filled with oranges and crops grown on the black soil, she urgently needs Chi Chuan's material transportation team and the small trading gang to help her sell some of the fruits. The grapefruits and apples that were planted first were growing in number, and the pressure they put on her was also increasing. Compared with oranges, the production quantity of grapefruits and apples was a bit of a latecomer. And through this incident, Hua Mi wants to get more weapons. When there are no bullets, those AK-47s can only use 1 and leave the other empty. If Hua Mi's Lottery X1 is a point like this, it's hard to draw anything good. But she found that if she ordered quickly and drew more than 10 times in a row, there would often be 1 or 2 chances for her to draw an unexpected surprise. So, Hua Mi now has 12 chances to draw. She has to clear some space and click on all 12 chances. It would be best if she could win the weapon in all of them. This further highlights the importance of the clearance team and engineering team. Without these two teams, she wouldn't be able to quickly get a chance to win a lottery. Yang Honglin counted on his fingers. If you can mobilize 20 people, including the students from the police academy who were recently recruited, Sister Hua, if you need them, I will immediately find weapons for them. Yang Honglin also knew what was happening outside the city. After this incident, everyone's scalp felt numb for a while, and they still couldn't relax. So, he thought that the children from the police academy could not leave the city. So, he let the children from the police academy maintain order in the city, and he and some veteran policemen would go out to fill in the tow clearance team and the material transport team. Those children in the police academy are the hope of the police force and the future of the police profession. He must protect them well. They can't be allowed to get hurt. Hua Mi's face was smeared with blood. She nodded slightly. She would follow Yang Honglin's arrangements. She just wanted people to do the job. Tang Yu frowned and said, Sister Hua, the garrison will send people to take over the transportation of supplies. The police can temporarily take over the work of the obstacle removal team. After all, the transportation of supplies is much more dangerous than the work of the obstacle removal team. Yang Honglin said hurriedly, We are not afraid of danger. As long as we can ensure the smooth operation of a city, we are willing to die. The garrisons and police rushed to do the most dangerous work one after another. Even if it is death, such a death is glorious for them. Some garrisons and police officers died in various frame-ups and inappropriate situations, such as the garrison in City A. Until now, Hua Mi still didn't know what happened in City A. She only heard Gong Yi say a few words, but she could feel the frustration in Gong Yi's heart. Who can say that the armed robbers who robbed the Sichuan transport team had nothing to do with the theft of the armory in City A? There must be. Gong Yi felt aggrieved because in his mind, the garrison should be invincible. The group that stole the armory in City A challenged not only the self-esteem of the garrison in City A, they challenged the self-esteem of garrisons all over the world. Any garrison, including Gong Yi, cannot allow the dignity of the garrison to be trampled upon in this way. Do you have enough weapons? Hua Mi tilted her head and looked at Tang Yu calmly. Tang Yu was stunned. Before he knew what Hua Mi was going to say, he saw Hua Mi take out an AK-47 from behind her raincoat. She held the gun horizontally and handed it to Tang Yu solemnly. Promise me that you will not let any of those who come to rob you go. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. This is the only way to justify the AK-47 I gave you. The garrison in City B, together with the garrison in Xiangqing, has a total of about 3,000 people. Hua Mi doesn't know the exact number, but she decided to give each of Gong Yi's garrisons 10 AK-47s. She wants anyone who dares to challenge her and hinder her interests to die. Then, Hua Mi turned around, took out another AK-47 from her raincoat, and handed it to Yang Honglin. When you have organized your team, come to me to get the guns. My request is the same. No matter who the other party is, anyone who interferes with your clearing of the obstacles will be killed. Hua Mi hates people who mess around with weapons. Like Gong Yi, she hates anyone who has no principles and breaks the established rules, even if they themselves often break the rules. But they still have principles, and even if they steal supplies, they can save people's lives. After arranging the work of the clearance team and the transport team, Hua Mi went to look at Yang Honglin and others who were retrieving bullets. There are not enough medical staff in City B, less than 1/10 of that in Xiangqing, so all the young nurses who can go have their jobs. Hua Mi saw a medical student who had just been admitted to medical school, removing the bullet from Chi Chuan with tears and snot. Ikuwa took painkillers and felt no pain at all. He also comforted the medical student. It's okay, just take it. It doesn't hurt me at all. Really, although it doesn't hurt me, but don't shake your hands and don't make the hole bigger, okay? Hua Mi thought there should be no problem here. She turned around and said to Gu Chuling and Wu Shigao, You two should divide the work. Good Chuling, you should not go out of the city to clear obstacles with the children. Do you see the stall at the city gate? That's mine too. You can go there to sell supplies. Hua Mi doesn't keep idle people in her hands. She would not just keep Good Chuling idle just because she was a mother. There is no such thing. This is the end of the world. Such an extreme living environment dictates that everyone must work many times harder than before in order to obtain certain survival supplies. After arranging the work for Wu Shigao and Good Chuling, Hua Mi found a deserted place and instantly returned to the material warehouse in City B to prepare to clean up the space. She heard the sound of gold coins falling again. Hua Mi felt very strange. Why did gold coins drop every time she teleported? So she took out 100,000 copies of various fixed production materials in her level 16 warehouse and filled the corner of the B City material warehouse with oranges. He immediately returned to the RV supermarket warehouse in Xiangqing. Sure enough, Hua Mi heard the sound of gold coins falling again. This RV supermarket warehouse is not very big, and it will be filled up after a little bit of crowding. Hua Mi took a look at the stock in the RV supermarket. All the condoms she had placed there before had been sold out. This place was located inside Xiangqing, so condoms must be selling well. So, Hua Mi deliberately put a large portion of condoms in the goods in the RV's wall warehouse. As if to verify it, Hua Mi opened the control panel of Apocalypse Supermarket and instantly returned to her own Lotus Xingxing supermarket base. The sound of gold coins falling was heard again, and this time Hua Mi saw it clearly. She said that every time she teleported, she could hear a faint sound of gold coins falling next to her ears. It turns out that every time she teleports, a certain amount of sales will be consumed. In order to determine the teleportation fee, Hua Mi put all the oranges and mineral water in the level 16 warehouse into the underground parking garage. She teleported again and returned to the supply warehouse in City B. This time Hua Mi saw clearly that each teleportation would cost her 1,888 yuan. Yes, teleportation costs money. Just because of this money, for her current huge turnover, which will increase countless times every second, the teleportation fee is not noticeable at all. Hua Mi had always wondered what the use of having so much money was. Now she knows that teleportation costs money, so even though her teleportation fee is 1888 each time, her spending still cannot keep up with the speed at which she makes money. Exchange Mall. This interface suddenly popped up just below the display interface. Hua Mi opened the Exchange Mall and saw that there were only a few tickets, namely, Xiangqing. Lotus Xingxing Supermarket 1,888 yuan. Exchange, now Xiangqing. Rescue Center 1,888 yuan. Exchange, now City B. Material Warehouse 1,888 yuan. Exchange, now. Hua Mi clicked on the ticket of Xiangqing. Lotus Xingxing Supermarket and immediately exchanged it for a ticket. Xiangqing. Lianhua Xingxing Supermarket written on it in large letters. How is this used? Hua Mi turned over the teleportation ticket and saw the instructions for use written in small print on it. Basically, as long as you tear up the teleportation ticket in your hand, you can teleport to the Lotus Xingxing Supermarket in Xiangqing. You can teleport one person at a time. If you want to teleport 2 people, you need 2 tickets. The teleportation ticket is bearer name. Whoever tears the ticket will be teleported. Hua Mi didn't know whether she was happy or unhappy. She couldn't treat her 3 teleportation points as tourist attractions and let everyone come and go in her territory in an instant. Hua Mi tore up the ticket and was instantly transported back to the Lotus Xingxing Supermarket in Xiangqing. Just when she was wondering how this thing would generate value, a string of subtitles appeared again. Turn on security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Building a Xiangqing Watchtower rating. Advanced Protection Engineering. Get 9 square meters of black land. Please choose a site for the black land. When a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X13. Hua Mi was just thinking about how to use the teleportation ticket, and when she felt sleepy, someone sent her a pillow. She was very happy. She has just acquired 9 square meters of black land, and now she can plan how to use this 9 square meters of black land. It just so happened that she had almost emptied the level 16 storage. Hua Mi was ready to go. Since today was a good day, she would take all 13 lottery opportunities in one go. Get Orleans roast chicken X10000000. Get milk chocolate 16 pieces. Gift box X10000000. Get hot pot base. Clear soup bone X10000000. Get deep sea cod fillet 10 pieces. X10000000. Get cartoon buns 10 pieces. X1 million. Get spittoon X10000000. Get the bunny headband X10000000. Get kitchen knife X10000000. Get PKM X10000000. Get 84 disinfectant X10000000. Get Xiaomi 5 kilograms. X10000000. Get pork ribs 500 g. X10000000. Get semi-finished pork with preserved vegetables X10000000. Hua Mi drew all 13 chances in one go, and she was lucky enough to win the PKM machine gun. It's a machine gun. She was so happy that she immediately sent a message to Gong. Hua Mi, I encountered a happy thing. I will sell you a few tickets when you come back. Gong. Gong was at the border of City A, counting the bodies on the ground. He led a small team of Xiangqing garrison and ambushed Chen Lu and his group. No one on Chen Lu's side survived, and they were all killed. Commander, we checked, and there are no survivors. A garrison officer held a pistol in both hands and handed it to Gong. This is what we found on them. These are all guns that were stolen from the garrison armory in City A. So Chen Lu and his gang were indeed related to the theft of the armory in City A. Gong looked at the gun in his hand and cursed. Check the identities of these people. Soon, Chen Lu's ID card was found. Someone stationed there hurriedly contacted the police in City B to check Chen Lu's household registration and criminal record. Currently, Yang Honglin is the only one who has police officers in Xiangqing and City B, and the garrison just happened to contact Yang Honglin. Yang Honglin also had a universal signal connector given by Hua Mi in his hand. He immediately gave Gong feedback. His last name is Chun? Chen Lu? He is Chun Who's third brother. His Chun family is a local tyrant in City A. He has no criminal record. Chen Lu's resume is very clean. With such a clean resume, either he is a law-abiding citizen by nature, or someone has washed his resume. Yang Honglin was leading his team of veteran police officers, eating a self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, while sweating profusely. When the veteran policemen in their police force heard the name Chen Lu, they sneered. How could Chen Lu be a law-abiding citizen? Everyone knows that he was involved to some extent, but no one has any evidence. No one knows how Chen Lu finally settled the matter. But the impact of this incident was so great and so bad, and Chen Lu's resume was still so clean. Everyone knew there was a problem. Yang Honglin relayed the words of the old policeman to Gong. Gong said hung up Yang Honglin's phone and called Hua Mi again. Are you running away again? I told you to stay still. Why can't you stay idle? After hearing what Yang Honglin said, Gong was not worried about anything else but that a certain monkey was running around all day and being targeted by the Chin family. Hua Mi was walking towards the Xiangqing watchtower, smiling. If I were to stay idle, wouldn't you have more things to do over there, boss? She walked to the bottom of the watchtower, joking and talking, and said to Gong on the phone, I have an idea. Let's work together. You give me a piece of land under the watchtower in Xiangqing, and I can build whatever I want. Hua Mi wants to build a teleportation point under the watchtower in Xiangqing. It's just like playing a game. If there are survivors outside fighting monsters or people and they get tired and don't want to walk anymore, they can just kill the survivors and return to the city. And Hua Mi can sell tickets. Hua Mi has just acquired 9 square meters of black land. She can cut 1 square meter out of it and build this teleportation point outside the city. She will make it beautiful and grand, and it will have a fantasy feel at first glance. Then we can build some protective structures around it and carry out several more safety protection projects. Hua Mi has already thought of all these. The reason why she wants to cooperate with Gong is because Hua Mi wants Gong to send garrisons to protect this teleportation point. Of course, Hua Mi certainly couldn't explain this grand, mysterious and magical thing to Gong too clearly now. Because she herself couldn't explain it clearly. Hua Mi asked Gong, where are you now? I'm coming to find you. She said she didn't understand, so she planned to let Gong experience the magic of teleportation. In this way, she could use Gong Yi's name to tell everyone that she had a teleportation point back to the city that could kill someone and teleport. Gong Yi looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground. I'm still on my way to the armory in City A. In fact, there is no need to go. The fact that Chun, who is holding the garrison firearms in his hand, has already shown that the theft of that batch of weapons is actually related to the Chin family. It is most likely that the Chin family did this. Gong Yi did not plan to go deeper into City A. He was currently leading relatively few people, and provoking the Chin family would be a drain on him. After weighing the pros and cons, Gong Yi planned to contact the remaining garrisons in City A first. He could not abandon the garrison in City A. If any garrison in City A was willing to go with him, he would bring them back to Xiangqing. So after Gong Yi reported the location to Hua Mi, he stopped where he was and asked the accompanying radio operator to use the garrison channel to send a message to the garrison in City A. He told all the garrisons in City A that he was waiting for them in Xiangqing, and if they lost their commander, he would be their commander. He will lead them to continue building a human Great Wall and consolidate the last line of defense for mankind. After sending this telegram, Gong Yi knew that it would most likely be seen by the Chin family. However, I believe that the reason why he did not go to City A also applies to the Chin family. The Chin family will not be so stupid as to lead people directly to Xiangqing. Almost at the same time that Gong Yi's telegram was sent, Chun, who received the content of Gong Yi's telegram. The dark villa looked like a castle. Lightning flashed across the roof. Chun, whose fat body stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. Behind him stood the garrison captain. Ever since the garrison commander of City A settled down in the Chin family villa, all information about the garrison has been sent to the Chin family villa. Chun, who has a face full of fat, which makes his eyes look as small as green beans. He turned around and looked at the captain of the A city garrison. His face was covered with fat and looked like a flower. I heard that this guy named Gong Yi is very ambitious. He was able to drive you Guanglin from Xiangqing out of the city. He must have bad intentions in letting you go to Xiangqing. Lu Xingyuan, who came to deliver the message to the garrison commander of City A, stood up straight and said nothing. In fact, he didn't understand why he should give the telegram in his hand to Chin, who instead of to the commander of their city garrison. Is it true, as Gong Yi said in the telegram, that their garrison in City A has lost its commander? Go back first and tell the garrison brothers to stay in City A. We have no shortage of supplies for the garrison in City A. Even if our Chin family has to fight for everything, we will support the garrison in City A. Chun, who spoke very sincerely, just as previously reported, he was a very kind man. In fact, since the beginning of the earthquake, the Chin family has been donating money and materials to Xiangqing and doing good deeds for a while. There were even reports that Chen Who personally organized a convoy filled with wealthy people to go to Xiangqing to provide disaster relief. At that time, the news about the good deeds of wealthy people like Chun Who is everywhere, which made the people in City A feel very complicated. People outside say that Chun Who is a kind-hearted man and a conscientious entrepreneur. In fact, only the local people in City A know that the Chin family is like a local tyrant in City A. Everyone in City A knows that the Chin family is not easy to mess with, but if you mess with the Chin family, you'll either get some money or lose your life. To give the simplest example, let's talk about Mr. Chen Lu. Chen Lu has harmed many girls in City A, and people are even in panic. It is said that he drives on the street, and whenever he sees a good-looking person on the side of the road, he will pull her into his car, no matter who she is, how old she is, or whether she is married or not. Of course, there are also innocent girls who refuse to accept this. The result is either a large amount of hush money or the disappearance of the whole family. The kind that disappears without a trace. In recent years, the Chin family has built bridges and roads for City A and actively cooperated with the management's various management measures, doing everything perfectly. So how do people in City A evaluate the Chin family? They can only be avoided. When the earthquake spread to City A, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the earthquakes would never end, and the supplies in the entire city suddenly became tight. No one knew what was going on. Lu Xingyuan only found out later that when the management of City A was almost completely buried, the material warehouse of City A suddenly appeared in the hands of the Chin family. Including their city garrison commander, an order was also issued at the Chin family's home that all city garrisons were not allowed to enter the city to participate in the rescue and were to focus on guarding the A City material depot. There were no supplies circulating in the market, and food and drink seemed to have disappeared overnight. The Chin family controlled the supply warehouse of City A, and although they were once great philanthropists, they did not give away a single grain of rice. Under such circumstances, the widespread famine in City A seems particularly natural. After Lu Xingyuan left the Chin family villa, Yu Guanglin found Chen Who again. He asked Chen Who, "Aren't you afraid that those garrisons will really go to Gong after losing the garrison commander of City A?" Gong is indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Even Yu Guanglin has to admit this. Although Gong forced Yu Guanglin to leave Xiangqing, to be honest, many garrisons admired Gong Chen Who snorted, turned around, and sat in front of the fireplace in the luxurious living room. In such a tense and resource-scarce environment, the fireplace in his home still burns dry firewood. "I haven't done anything to the garrison in City A. So far, everything I have done has not harmed the interests of the garrison in the slightest. Why should they leave me?" Chun Who said that after he took over the material depot in City A, he did not treat the garrison in City A badly. Even when supplies were so scarce, he was still able to ensure the supply for the garrison in City A, so that the garrison in City A could not only have enough food and clothing, but also benefit their families. Chun Who asked himself that he had treated the A City garrison well, so why would the A City garrison abandon him and choose to join Gong in Xiangqing? Something that doesn't make sense. Look at all the cities near City A. Which city can do what I do? In my hands, there won't be any unnecessary sacrifices in the garrison. Chun Who believes that saving survivors, ordinary people, and common people is a meaningless sacrifice. There are tens of thousands of ordinary survivors, and they do nothing. When faced with natural disasters and man-made calamities, they just wait for rescue. At this time, who will rescue them? It's faster to dream. So the garrison is in his hands and does not need to do these things. The garrison only needs to serve the Chin family. As long as the Chin family has no enemies, the garrison can stay safe. Yu Guanglin felt that what Chun Who said was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. At this time, the news of Chun Lu's death was delivered to the Chin family villa. Chun Who was pouring red wine for Yu Guanglin. Upon hearing this, the bottle in his hand loosened and hit the glass table with a clang. He looked up in disbelief, looked at the person who brought in the message, and asked, "How did he die? This shouldn't happen. He just talked to his father Chen Sanshao on the phone not long ago.
How could he die?"
The person who brought the message gave a letter of Chen Sanshao's autopsy report. The bullet that hit the third young master was a garrison bullet. It had a number on it. I asked someone to check, and it turned out to be a bullet from the Xiangqing garrison. Pop, Chun Who threw the wine glass in his hand. "It's that rascal Gong. His third brother, his third young master Chen, was killed by that rascal Gong. How dare he? How dare he touch anyone from his Chen family? How dare Gong Yu Guanglin was silent, with his eyes downcast, not daring to speak nonsense at this time. He was now living under someone else's roof, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. Suddenly, a painful cry came from upstairs in the villa. Sanner, why did you die? Why did you die?" Then, the maid upstairs ran downstairs, looking at Chun Who in panic. Just as she was about to speak, a white-haired old woman cried and shouted loudly, Chun Who, Sanner is dead? How did he die?" My grandson Chun Whose eyes were red as he went upstairs to comfort the old lady of the Chin family. "Grandma, don't worry, I will avenge the third young master. Grandma, doctor, hurry up and call the doctor over." There was chaos in the Chin family villa. The murder of Chun Lu plunged the family into great grief. It has been many years since the Chin family was bullied like this. It is so infuriating and sad that the elderly have to send off the young. After a while, a group of family doctors carrying medical boxes hurried into the villa and went up to the second floor. Yu Guanglin stood in the living room on the first floor, quietly watching the food, clothing, and daily expenses of this huge family. As a member of management, even though he became the top leader of Xiangqing, he could not live in a big villa or even have his own family doctor. This is a regulatory issue. Therefore, Yu Guanglin envied the Chin family's luxury. Even a luxury. Chun, who quickly came down from the second floor with a gloomy face. Commander Yu, I heard you say that the girl named Hua Mi and Gong had an improper relationship? Before Yu Guanglin could say anything, Chen Who pointed at his villa and said, I'll give you a team of strong men.
Go and get that Hua Mi.
Of course, the purpose of doing this to Hua Mi was the most vicious, inhumane, and cruel way. Gong will eventually understand that the price of provoking the Chin family is that everyone around him will live in unrest. Yu Guanglin hesitated. I am the top executive in a city, and you asked me to do this. Do you like this villa? I'll give you an identical one. Before he could finish his words, Chun Who interrupted Yu Guanglin. In this world, everyone has a price. No matter how noble the other person's status was in the past, as long as the price is paid, you can make people do anything. Yu Guanglin stopped talking. At this time, accepting a villa that was exactly the same as the one owned by the Chin family meant that he had completely joined Chun Who's team and became one of Chun Who's own. Such symbolic meaning cannot be fully explained by two identical villas. He nodded slightly and agreed to Chen Who's price. After Lu Xingyuan left the Chin family, he came to the garrison camp in City A. As soon as he got off the car, several garrisons stood up and looked at him silently. He knew that they were waiting for a word from the commander of the garrison in City A, whether to stay in City A or leave City A. Lu Xingyuan opened his mouth and told the truth. I didn't see our commander this time either. Once again, the failure to see the garrison commander meant that they still could not enter the city for rescue and could only defend the supply depot in City A. He could only watch his arsenal being stolen without doing anything. Silence, a dead silence. Suddenly a garrison said, I quit. I'm going to Xiangqing. They all received Gong Yi's telegram, and they were all waiting for their garrison commander to come out and say something. Gong Yi said that they had lost their garrison commander. Regardless of whether what Gong Yi said was true or false, the garrison commander of City A just needed to come out and say a word. But as usual, he didn't give any feedback. Lu Xingyuan didn't even meet the garrison commander of City A. Now, it's not much different from losing the garrison commander. Everyone remained silent. A garrison came out, carrying his garrison backpack on his back, clearly indicating that he was going on a long journey. He walked up to Lu Xingyuan, stood up straight, saluted, his eyes firm. I am a garrison. From the day I joined the garrison, I swore allegiance to the commander's orders. I swore to live up to the word garrison. I swore that I am the flesh and blood great wall of mankind. I swore that I would use my flesh and blood to forge a minimum bottom line to protect people. So it is not enough to just have food and drink and be satisfied with the garrison now. That's not the case. They are not doing what they are supposed to do. They are not anyone's personal bodyguards, nor are they a team that can maintain their strength in the face of difficulties and dangers. In the garrison camp of City A, as soon as one garrison leaves, the second garrison and the third garrison will leave. They will first return to their own homes, settle their family members, and then go to Xiangqing together. Gong Yi has already said in the telegram that he will build a new camp for the garrison in City A and welcomes the garrison in City A to come to Xiangqing with their families. If the garrison in City A encounters survivors on the road, please help if you can and try to bring all survivors who are willing to come to Xiangqing. Apart from anything else, the fact that Gong Yi mentioned the survivors in the telegram was already a great encouragement to the garrison in City A. So Lu Xingyuan watched helplessly as most of the garrison troops in City A left the garrison camp. He didn't stop it, because he knew he couldn't stop it. The last garrison to leave stood in front of Lu Xingyuan and asked, Captain, you're not going with us? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. He stood in the rain, his determined eyes gleaming with a hint of stubbornness. The garrison in front of him frowned and growled, "Captain, let me tell you, why are you still staying here? Don't you know what will happen if you stay here? I'm telling you, you will become Chun Who's personal bodyguard and help Chun Who kill people for profit. Captain, we shouldn't be like this. You are able to be the captain, but you can't even understand this?" Lu Xingyuan smiled and said, "How could I not understand? But where did our garrison commander go? There has to be an explanation. Whether dead or alive, there must be an answer. If they were alive, why didn't they come out to manage the garrison? Why did they let Chun Who arrange for them? Why did they give the material warehouse in City A to the Chin family?"
Dead. How did he die?
Someone has to save the dignity of the A city garrison. Shouldn't the person who killed the A city garrison commander pay for his life? Let's go. Commander Gong Igong is a man of courage and will definitely lead you and enable you to maximize your value. Lu Xingyuan patted the shoulder of the garrison in front of him and watched him leave. Finally, he looked at the remaining dozens of garrisons and asked, "You're not leaving?" "We are not leaving. We are staying here with the captain to find our garrison commander." Someone answered Lu Xingyuan that the garrisons were also human beings, and they had their own ideas. Some garrisons chose to leave and go to Gong to maximize their value. Some garrisons also chose to stay and fight alongside Lu Xingyuan. They want to see the commander of the garrison in City A alive, or his corpse if he is dead. At this time in Xiangqing, Hua Mi had no idea that a group of strong men were running towards her in the rainy night. She was outside the iron gate of Xiangqing, looking up at the tall watchtower. Hu Jing and his relative, who was a contractor, were indeed very capable. They quickly built a watchtower using the cement provided by Hua Mi. Laser lights are installed in all directions of the watchtower. This laser light is particularly bright in the dark and can shine very far away. They can point out the direction of Xiangqing to the survivors who are walking alone in the dark. Hua Mi decided to place its external teleportation point under this watchtower. Behind her stood Hu Jing and the contractor. They followed behind Hua Mi and heard her say, "Here, I want to build a flat ground and make the pattern more complex and beautiful. It would be best if there were special effects light so that when someone steps on it, light will flow out from under their feet, slowly lighting up the pattern on the entire open space." Hua Mi described to the two of them that this technology should not be difficult because before the end of the world, many cities had those kinds of induction lights and touch lights. Hu Jing had some opinions. "Miss Hua, the effect you want is not difficult to achieve. We can install some lights and sensors to achieve it. But Miss Hua, why do we need these flashy things now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the contractor slapped Hu Jing on the back of the head. "We should do whatever Miss Hua said. Why do you talk so much nonsense?" After all, he was still too young. He didn't know that Hua Mi was their party, a tyrant. What party a tyrant said was the law of nature and the imperial decree. The contractor was seen with a mouthful of gold teeth, and from Hua Mi's nodding smile, "Miss Hua, your idea is very good. It's tall, big, and high. Don't worry, I will plant a few trees on your open space later and install lights on them. Whenever someone walks past these trees, the lights will flash." He gestured and raised 3 fingers. "I swear, if I don't make it as beautiful as the opening ceremony of the Olympics, you will chop off my head. That doesn't have to be so exaggerated." Hua Mi pointed to the center of the clearing. "Leave me 1 square here to be the center of the lighting effects. When a person stands on it, a column of light will be created. As for teleportation, it must be worthy of the seller's teleportation ticket price. Without some special effects, people would feel that it's not magical enough. Next time, maybe I would rather walk than take the teleporter back to the city." Then, Hua Mi turned around and said to the contractor and Hu Jing, "You guys work hard and finish this job as soon as possible. I have a lot of similar projects to repair later." Hua Mi allocated 1 square meter to the area below the Xiangqing Watchtower and handed over the construction of the teleportation point here to Hu Jing and his relatives. She returned to her own Lotus Xingxing supermarket and placed the remaining 8 square meters of black land within the community wall. In these 8 square meters, Hua Mi planted longan, pears, cherries, bananas, chestnuts, red grapes, yacon, and water chestnuts. Adding the fruits and vegetables mentioned above, the amount of crops Hua Mi can harvest every day is quite a lot. Looking at the huge amount of straw mats, Hua Mi sighed and called Yi Rong. Do you have the manpower to weave straw mats? I have too much straw here and need to clear some of it out. Where did you get so much matting? Yi Rong was a little confused. If Hua Mi was hoarding oranges and dark mustard-flavored hot pots, she could understand that. After all, it's food, right? But when people are in a hurry, they will definitely stockpile whatever they can. Besides, the mustard-flavored hot pot is actually not bad, just like durian. People who like this flavor will love it, but those who don't like it will just find it disgusting. Yi Rong really likes the self-heating hot pot with dark mustard flavor. She now has to eat it twice a day. Hua Mi actually has her own difficulties. The harvest of her black soil is determined by the time of harvest, not by weather or other factors. When crops are planted in the black soil, the underground rhizomes grow taller and thicker over time, and the yields of crops on the ground become better and better. The first thing Hua Mi planted was mat grass, and he just spread a handful of mat grass without considering the consequences. With her occasional one-click harvesting, the mat grass grew more and more lush, and its maturity time became shorter and shorter. Now, the maturity time of the mat grass is only a little slower than that of the oranges, with special effects. Without Hua Mi's supervision, these straw mats gradually occupied most of the space in her level 16 storage. Until now, it has become a pile of chicken ribs that are tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Yi Rong, well, we have limited manpower here. The garrison sends 1 or 2 wounded people every day. Although the problem is not serious, we still have to take care of them. We also have to run the RV supermarket business and stock the vending machines at the rescue center. But I've seen a lot of survivors come to Xiangqing recently. I'll find a few hardworking and reliable people to weave some straw hats, bamboo hats, straw sandals, etc. If these are woven more densely, they can also serve as rain shelter and foot protection. Didn't ancient people have things like plastic and rubber? They also relied on things given by nature to make clothes and weave hats and shoes. Hua Mi thought Yi Rong's suggestion was very good. Then tell them that if they work for me, I will not treat them unfairly. I will pay them by piecework. What can you do with money in Xiangqing? You can buy oranges and condoms as long as they are sold in the RV supermarket, vending machines, and the stalls at the entrance of Xiangqing. Money can buy it. So don't worry about having no money left. Hua Mi can pay someone to weave straw mats. The survivors can earn money by weaving straw mats and then have money to spend at Hua Mi. After discussing with Yi Rong, Hua Mi had almost arranged things in Xiangqing, and she was ready to set off to find Gong Yi. Just as Hua Mi left Xiangqing, Yi Rong, who had nimble fingers, began to weave straw mats outside the rescue center. When the news got out, it caused a huge stir in the rescue center. To be honest, everyone who comes to Xiangqing is extremely panicked. Because in today's world, except for Xiangqing and City B, money is completely useless. They came to Xiangqing and City B with money to buy supplies, as if there was a knife hanging over their heads, fearing that their money would run out, and one day they would no longer be able to buy supplies in Xiangqing and City B. They were also afraid that the money Xiangqing and City B obtained from the survivors would eventually cause a major economic collapse in the two cities, and they would lose their last 2 peaceful habitats. With more experiences, the survivors can summarize the experience of city collapse. The routines of all city collapse are the same. At the beginning, there were only a few supplies. Money is available at the beginning. Gradually, prices rose, and the money in the market suddenly swelled. Instant noodles costing hundreds of thousands per bucket and water costing millions per bottle gradually began to appear. In the end, when no amount of money can buy you a bite to eat, the economy collapses, supplies are scarce, people jump off buildings in droves, and the end of humanity begins to approach. Yes, who says they are not experiencing the end of the world now? The end of the world is everywhere, but people living in Xiangqing and B City are particularly lucky because they can still buy supplies with money. The end of the world has not yet come to these 2 cities. Therefore, the survivors who came to these 2 cities were particularly scared. They were afraid that one day, all the supplies in Xiangqing would be bought up with money, and money would no longer be money. The price of mineral water that used to cost 5 yuan a bottle would eventually rise to 5 million yuan a bottle. This explains why all the survivors spent all their savings and started stockpiling goods frantically as soon as they stepped into the gates of Xiangqing and City B. Look at those temporary tents built around the rescue center. Almost every tent is filled with food, drinks, and daily necessities. This situation of crazy spending has made people extremely poor. Everyone had a tent, or even several tents with enough supplies, but everyone's pockets were empty. They grabbed everything, even the self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, that the garrison particularly disliked, which was snapped up by these panic survivors. Almost every time the stock is put on the shelves, it is sold out. Because no one knows if they miss this opportunity, they will not even be able to eat the self-heating hot pot with dark mustard flavor. If you are starving to death, will you have nothing to eat? Everyone has this mentality. Even in this crazy buying spree, Xiangqing and City B always have sufficient supplies. No matter how much they buy, the supplies in the RV supermarket and vending machines are never sold out. The survivors began to worry again. What if the food in the tent ran out? What if they had no money in their pockets, but there were still supplies in the RV supermarket? What should they do when mineral water only costs 5 yuan a bottle, but they can't even take out a dime? This kind of anxiety from the heart has caused psychological problems for many people. What should I do if I feel like jumping off the building again? At this time, the staff of the RV supermarket suddenly announced that they would hire someone with ingenuity to weave straw mats. The survivors were so happy. Having something to do equals getting money equals having money to buy supplies equals being able to survive equals being able to cash in on your self-worth equals getting money. So within 2 minutes of the news being released, the RV supermarket was crowded with survivors. This forced Fong to send a large number of garrisons to maintain public security near the RV supermarket. Everyone, get in line, get in line. There will be plenty of job opportunities in the future. Don't be in a hurry. Don't crowd or shove. We only need people with nimble fingers. Survivors who can weave are prioritized. Don't crowd, don't crowd, don't crowd. Fong looked at the crowd in front of him. Under the bright searchlight, people were crowded together. Even the pouring rain could not cover up people's enthusiasm. They want to work, they want money, they want to buy supplies. Seeing that the enthusiasm of the people could no longer be held, Fong quickly sent a video to Hua Mi Fong. Video, I called again. Sister Hua, we can't handle it. If we continue like this, there will definitely be a large-scale stampede. There are too many survivors. They have been suppressed for too long and are now desperate to find a job. Hua Mi is flying towards Gong. Yes, that's right, flying. Hua Mi's body landed lightly on a piece of mud. She just lightly tapped her toes and flew forward a long distance like a bird. Landed on the other side of a stream. Hua Mi didn't care about this little change. Among the superpowers in her previous life, there was a very magical superpower that could allow humans to fly in the sky like birds. Her flying ability is just that little bit. Compared with those psychics who can fly in the sky like birds, it is simply not worth watching. Hearing Feng's words, Hua Mi smiled and said, "They all want to weave straw mats so much, but I don't have so many job opportunities here. How about this? Haven't you been spending your energy to absorb the jelly water on the ground? Just find some people to absorb the jelly water." Gong had given her Xiangqing's reserve funds before, and Hua Mi hadn't used the money yet. It was just right, so she gave the money to Fong and asked Fong to find someone to absorb the jelly water. When Fong heard this, he thought it was a good idea, so he hung up the phone with Hua Mi and immediately shouted through the loudspeaker, "We are now providing you with some extra job opportunities. Those of you who are not handy should not compete with those who are handy for job opportunities. Some of you who are strong enough, come to the garrison to get the water pump and condoms." Before he could finish his words, a large group of burly men gathered around Fong and surrounded him. The salary that Fong paid was not high. He paid according to the standard before the disaster. A burly man only earned 200 yuan for a full day's work. But with these 200 yuan, you can buy a bunch of oranges, a lot of water, and even a few self-heating hot pots in Xiangqing. Looking at it this way, 200 yuan is already a lot of money. Fong Hui stood far away, together with a few old gamblers, watching from afar the group of people under the searchlight, vying for a hard labor job. An old gambler sneered, "Fong, why? Didn't you say that the owner of this RV supermarket is your niece? Why didn't you ask her for some money?" Even if you don't count how much an RV supermarket can earn in a day, just imagining it is limitless. No matter what the RV supermarket sells, the shelves are always sold out. All the survivors line up in long queues outside the RV supermarket to buy supplies. Fong Hui spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into the water, making a disgusting gurgling sound. "That heartless guy doesn't even know if I've been to Xiangqing. I'll go ask him later." They had just finished a gambling game, and Fong Hui lost all his supplies. Now he didn't even have an orange in his hand. When a group of people saw that he always said that Hua Mi was raised by him with great difficulty, they started to make a fuss and asked him to go to Hua Mi to ask for money and supplies. Otherwise, they would have to take off Fong Hui's pants to pay off the debt. Fong Hui was overwhelmed by the atmosphere and had no choice but to bring a group of gamblers to the RV supermarket. As a result, the traffic was so congested that there was no place to stand. Not to mention finding Hua Mi to ask for money and supplies to continue gambling, he couldn't even get close to the RV supermarket. "You don't even know Hua Mi, what are you bragging about?" "That's right. I heard that Hua Mi is Gong Yi's woman. How could you have raised that Hua Mi? Aren't you afraid of making people laugh when you brag?" A group of old gamblers laughed, making Fong Hui's face turn red. He quickly returned to his tent and saw Fong Xian folding clothes in the tent. Fong Hui kicked him and cursed, "What's the point of you doing this now? I told you to go ask your sister for money and supplies, but did you go? You are such a bad luck. Why didn't you just throw it away with your mother?"
Dad.
Fong Xian's eyes turned red with grievance. She endured the pain and fear of Fong Hui kicking her. "I've been to the RV supermarket, but the Garrisons all knew me and were on guard against me." She was also very helpless. As soon as she left the tent, she felt that she was being watched by the Garrison. Once she wanted to approach the RV supermarket, she would be stopped by the Garrison. The Garrison paid too much attention to her. "Then go sell it." Fong Hui cursed without thinking, and he searched for supplies in the tent. "I lost so much money that my pants were almost taken off, and you acted like nothing happened. Go sell them tomorrow and get some money to help me make up for my losses."
Dad.
Fong Xian looked at her father in disbelief and exclaimed, "Dad, how could you say such a thing? What is for sale?" "They are now in the rescue center in Xiangqing and can eat 2 free meals a day. It's far from the time to sell out yourself." How could her father say such a cruel thing? Then, Fong Hui slapped Fong Xian on the face. "What kind of world is going on now? Don't you know? It's good enough to be alive. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you go out and sell yourself, or you ask your sister for money and supplies. You only have these 2 options." After saying that, Fong Hui packed up the supplies in the tent and went to gamble again. Fong Xian was left kneeling in the tent, covering her face from being slapped, tears streaming down her face. This is where she feels the most unbalanced.
Why?
Why does she have such a father? Why is Fong Hui not Hua Mi's father when they both grew up in the Fong family? If Fong Hui is Hua Mi's father, can their positions and identities be swapped today? Then Fong Xian would be able to deal with people like Gong Yi like Hua Mi, and would also be able to have a lot of supplies and money. And Hua Mi will take her place to deal with Fong Hui, a terrible father. Fong Xian cried and kept praying to God, asking God to let her switch with Hua Mi. Hua Mi continued to rush in the rainy night. Occasionally, when she couldn't find her direction, she looked up at the sky. On the Xiangqing watchtower, there was a laser beam pointing directly in the direction of City A. Not long after, she saw the armored vehicle that Gong Yi had parked at the end of a path. Hua Mi stopped at that moment and suddenly felt something was wrong. It was too quiet around her. There is an ambush. Because End of the World Supermarket is also considered her superpower. With the continuous upgrading of End of the World Supermarket, her superpower level is getting higher and higher, and she has a keen and clear perception of the dangers of the surrounding environment. She frowned slightly, took 2 steps forward, and walked to the row of armored vehicles where Gong Yi was. Then she turned her head and saw the people lying in ambush between some big trees. Hua Mi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come out with your skills, even I can spot you, let alone Commander Gong. She thought these people were lying in ambush around Gong Yi's armored vehicle in order to ambush Gong Yi. Yu Guanglin stood up with a smile. Miss Hua, we meet again. He came out under Chun Who's orders, heading towards Xiangqing, but later got lost in this forest. Just then, a laser beam appeared in the sky, pointing in the correct direction of Xiangqing. Yu Guanglin followed this laser beam and found the armored vehicles stationed in Xiangqing. He judged that Gong Yi should be nearby, so he thought of ambush Gong Yi, which could also be regarded as a token of his loyalty to Chen Who. As for Hua Mi, Yu Guanglin actually doesn't like to do such things that insult women. What Chun Who hated most was Gong Yi, who killed Chen Lu. Wouldn't it be better to make Gong Yi suffer a loss than to directly make a detour and attack Hua Mi from a lower dimension? This is why Yu Guanglin led his men to ambush around. How could he have known that his luck was so good that instead of waiting for Gong Yi, he waited for Hua Mi really? He couldn't let Hua go to find a way out, so that's it. Although Yu Guanglin himself doesn't like to do such things, Chun Who is his only way out now, so it can be considered a wrong move. Anyway, Hua Mi is not a good woman. According to Qin Ziren, Hua Mi is a very fickle woman. As soon as Hua Mi saw Yu Guanglin's sympathetic look, she knew that he probably didn't intend to do anything good for her. She took 2 steps back, protecting her lower abdomen with one hand and placing another hand on her lower back, looking like a frightened bird. Yu Guanglin, why are you here? When Yu Guanglin saw Hua Mi like this, he felt sorry for her. She was such a pretty woman. Actually, Chun Who has taken a fancy to you and thinks that if he can match you with Chen Sanshao, he can make Chen Sanshao settle down. As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward, with a look of regret on his face. You have performed very well recently. You have sufficient supplies. You are beautiful and smart. If you can become the woman of Mr. Chen, you can not only help control Mr. Chen, but also make the Qin family's supply warehouse more sufficient. Yu Guanglin did not take this for granted, but that was just the kind of person Chen Sanshao was: impulsive, lustful, and had a bad temper. I can't live without beautiful women all my life. So Chun, who had long wanted to find a woman for Chen Sanshao, at least one who is beautiful enough so that Chen Sanshao would not get tired of her in a short period of time. Whenever Chen Sanshao gets bored, he will want to go out and have fun. He can't be kept at home. Looking at Hua Mi, her beauty can make Chen Sanshao's interest in her last longer. But Gong Yi killed Chen Sanshao. Yu Guanglin shook his head, his eyes full of regret and sympathy. He took out a gun and pointed it at Hua Mi. So Chun, who was very angry, he vowed to teach Gong Yi a lesson. As he was speaking, 2 men came up from behind Yu Guanglin. They were very strong and looked like macho men. In addition, several men appeared from around Hua Mi, and each of them looked at Hua Mi with ill intentions. The way they looked made it easy for Hua Mi to think of bad things. In fact, they did intend to do something bad to her. In Yu Guanglin's other hand, he took out a fully charged cell phone. Don't mind, Miss Hua. I don't like to do this kind of thing, but Chun Who asked me to record the process. He hopes that everyone around Gong Yi will have a bad ending. Hua Mi turned around, looked at the 2 muscular men behind her, and then looked at Yu Guanglin. I thought you would at least have some beliefs of your own. Although you are a bit pedantic, you are the top leader of Xiangqing's management system after all. You should have your own bottom line and know what to do and what not to do. Just look at Ke Minghong and you will know what to do and what not to do. Although Ke Minghong always scolds Hua Mi, thinking that Hua Mi is only concerned with money, at least Ke Minghong has faith, principles, and a bottom line. But what about Yu Guanglin? He is willing to do such a thing. What's the difference between him and trash like Qin Ziren? Yu Guanglin didn't say anything. He suddenly hated people like Hua Mi, probably because her eyes were too bright. In such an environment where even people can turn into ghosts for a little material, Hua Mi is still talking to him about faith and bottom line. This made Yu Guanglin feel very annoyed. There is also a feeling of being angry and embarrassed. Not wanting to talk any more nonsense, Yu Guanglin turned his phone to video mode. Is it adjusted? Hua Mi looked at the phone in Yu Guanglin's hand and posed.
Come, fight.
Before Yu Guanglin could say anything, Hua Mi raised her hand and slashed, knocking all the guns and cell phones out of Yu Guanglin's hands, then turned around and started the killing mode. There were several loud thunders in the sky, the smell of blood wafted in the air, and the two ends of the laser beam above had pointed at City A and Xiangqing. Gong Yi in the distance suddenly heard several screams, and someone shouted, "Hua Mi." His expression changed, and he quickly led his men towards the direction of his armored vehicle. When he was the first to rush through the rainforest, he saw Hua Mi stepping on Yu Guanglin's back. She bent down with a knife across Yu Guanglin's neck. There were corpses everywhere, a group of corpses of big and strong men. Looking up, Hua Mi saw Gong Yi. The lightning was as bright as day. 2 strands of her hair fell out from her rain hat, wet by the rain. Her face was pale, her eyes were startlingly bright, and her lips were as red as blood. Such a woman, in such a downpour, was like a fox demon that had just shed its skin and transformed into a human, capturing a group of men to sacrifice to her. She practiced a weird and crooked way.
Gong Yi.
Save me. Yu Guanglin lay on the ground, his eyes full of fear. He stretched out his hand towards Gong Yi, his fingers trembling in the rain, sending a signal of helplessness and weakness. He needs Gong Yi's rescue. As long as Gong Yi said one word, just one word, as long as Gong Yi said one word, even if it was just 2 words, stop. Yu Guanglin's life today can be saved. Hua Mi held the knife handle with one hand and pinched Yu Guanglin's hair with the other, forcing him to reveal his protruding Adam's apple.
She was also looking at Gong Yi.
If Gong Yi wants to let Yu Guanglin go, she will let him go. However, she felt from the bottom of her heart that Gong Yi, the big boss, would not be able to go far. In the end times, courage, perseverance, bravery, wisdom, luck, principles, bottom line, faith, and a ruthless heart are all indispensable. There are very few big guys who can meet all the above conditions at the same time. Therefore, in the last days, the experiences of those who can finally stand at the highest position can be written into a book. A thick book. Now, let Hua Mi see whether Gong Yi has a heart that is cruel enough. Gong Yi walked over with an expressionless face. He picked up the mobile phone that Yu Guanglin had dropped on the ground, opened it, and watched the video inside. Then he understood everything why Hua Mi was like this. Gong Yi glanced at Hua Mi, and amid Yu Guanglin's cries for help, he turned and went into the woods. No, why are you leaving? Yu Guanglin had never expected that Gong Yi would stand by and watch someone die. How could he stand by and watch someone die? Gong Yi was the commander of the Xiangqing garrison. How could he stand by and watch someone die? He was such a principled man, but he just watched Hua Mi resort to lynching.
Why?
Wasn't this a kind of loss of principle? Until Yu Guanglin's death, he still couldn't figure out this problem. Gong Yi said that he has principles and bottom lines, but he could only watch Hua Mi treat him in such a cruel way. No matter how serious the crime I committed, why? I shouldn't be sentenced before trial.
Why?
Before he died, Yu Guanglin murmured to himself he didn't understand. Hua Mi tightened the knife in her hand and said in a cold voice, "I'll tell you why. It's too troublesome. There are too many people like you in this world. One death means one less, one less. Maybe we can save countless innocent lives and countless innocent women. So, in the days ahead, you must not do evil. Once you do evil, the end result will be death." When the voice fell, Yu Guanglin's head had already fallen to the ground. Hua Mi cleaned up the scene and threw all the garbage into the garbage station. Only then did she realize that for every piece of garbage thrown in, the energy of her level 14 factory could increase by 1/10. Bang! And her salary was directly raised by 1/10. The energy of the corpse is so powerful. But think about it, when people are alive, a lifetime is so long that they can produce countless garbage, which is actually a huge energy. After death, the body should contain energy. Kwafu's body can turn into mountains and rivers, let alone the little people created by Nuwa with mud. After cleaning up all the corpses on the ground, Hua Mi started crazy production mode. She produced all the fixed materials that could be produced. Hua Mi had already produced all the limited edition materials. After she had exhausted the energy bar of the level 14 factory, she bravely clicked on the factory upgrade. Level 15 factory. Water bottle. Mineral water. Waterproof tarpaulin. Self-priming filter type anti-particulate respirator. Orange juice, ethanol. Painkillers, sterile gauze. Hemostatic gel. Goggles, condoms, resin gloves, protective clothing, sterile boots, rescue rope, engineer shovel limited production. Semi-finished sauerkraut fish x60, 000, chocolate cake x50, 000, semi-finished braised lion's head x40, 000, semi-finished braised spare ribs x30, 000, semi-finished pizza x20, 000, semi-finished. Crispy pork x10, 000, semi-finished Orleans roast chicken x5, 000, semi-finished preserved vegetable braised pork x2, 500, semi-finished ginseng black chicken soup x1000, semi-finished pepper pork belly chicken x500 when a lucky draw x1 remaining lucky draw x1. These semi-finished products only need to be heated before being eaten, and they taste pretty good. Hua Mi looked at her level 16 warehouse and only produced 500 portions of pepper pork belly chicken, and her level 16 warehouse was upgraded. Unlock storage level 17, space 17 by 1, when a lucky draw x1 remaining lucky draws x2. While upgrading, Hua Mi walked into the woods and just happened to see Gong standing in the rainforest, looking at her with a serious gaze. When Hua Mi saw Gong like this, her heart skipped a beat, fearing that Gong would feel disgusted with her after seeing how she killed people. This is normal. After all, people nowadays have just entered this chaotic environment. They have not yet developed the awareness that the strong prey on the weak. Anyone who has seen Hua Mi kill people so decisively and efficiently would be hard not to be scared by her. It doesn't matter. She has never had any thoughts about Gong anyway. Hua Mi walked over and didn't want to pay attention to him. I planned to go past him and take a look ahead. She knew a kind of holy father who always looked at every murderer with a didactic tone and a critical attitude. Just like Yu Guanglin said, he needs to go through a trial. This is what the holy fathers think. They believe that no matter how serious a crime a person has committed, he or she must go through a cumbersome trial procedure before his or her life or death can be decided. This is true even in the end times. They even believe that life is the most important thing, and that death should not be used to resolve any hatred. Even those who have committed heinous crimes need life imprisonment. Hua Mi thinks that people who have such thoughts may be sick. Because after the human body mutates, all kinds of magical superpowers emerge one after another. People sentenced to life imprisonment will not only eat for free for the rest of their lives, but they are also likely to escape from prison because of the activation of their superpowers. Even if a person dies and their head is not chopped off immediately, they will turn into a zombie. Hua Mi was afraid that Gong was this kind of person. When he saw her cruelly chopping off people's heads, he would scold her for being too cruel. So, Hua Mi didn't want to talk to Gong. When passing by Gong reached out and grabbed Hua Mi's arm. Her arms were very thin, and Gong didn't understand how such a soft body could contain such great energy and how she could cut off a person's head so cleanly and efficiently. Put. Hua Mi tilted her head and looked at Gong. His hand slid down the raincoat covered with rain and pinched Hua Mi's wrist. Your hand is injured, he whispered, holding Hua Mi's wrist and walking towards the armored vehicle. You are good at fighting and killing, but why don't you protect yourself? Hua Mi was dazed as Gong dragged her hand along. The two of them walked through the rainforest and came to the armored vehicle at the end of the path. She watched Gong take out a bottle of ethanol from the armored vehicle and pour it on the small cut on her hand. Hiss! Hua Mi suddenly felt a little pain. The wound caused by the ethanol clamp hurt. She looked at her hand in surprise. There was only a small wound on it. She didn't know if it was accidentally caused when she killed a man. She used to not care about such a small wound. Do you feel pain now? Is it true that people who are cared for are particularly pampered? Just bear with the pain. Gong rummaged through the medicine box in the car, found a Band-Aid, put it on Hua Mi's small wound, cleaned her wound, and then looked around the armored vehicle.
The body is gone. What do you want to ask?
Hua Mi looked at Gong Yi's expression and hesitated.
How about I explain to you how the body disappeared?
No, I have completed my logical consistency. He didn't need Hua Mi to explain so much to him, because he discovered that not only were disasters in this world becoming more frequent, but he himself had also become very abnormal. Obviously, he can now lift an armored vehicle with one hand and stay awake for 10 days and 10 nights. Do you believe it? In fact, Gong Yi didn't tell anyone about this. He slowly released the hand that was pinching Hua Mi's cheek. I discovered it when we started the rescue.
What?
Hua Mi looked over and didn't understand what Gong Yi wanted to say. She was sitting in the armored vehicle. At this moment, there were only her and Gong Yi in the vehicle, just like breaking a piece of wood. At first I thought it was because the rescue operations over the past few days had exceeded my physical limits. But gradually, I discovered that this was not the case.
I haven't slept for a long time,
Gong Yi said, casually putting the sharp knife aside, and continued, occasionally when I feel tired, I just rest for 10 minutes. Then my whole body feels like it is full of electricity, and I am still full of energy. His eyes looked at Hua Mi. I know very well that I don't feel any discomfort in my body, I don't feel tired, and I don't even have the kind of hallucination that others say I have after overexertion of physical energy. On the contrary, I feel that I am in good shape and have never been better. Seeing Hua Mi's surprised expression, Gong Yi couldn't help laughing. He couldn't help but reach out and wanted to pinch Hua Mi's face again. There's no way this fox demon feels so good. His mind was like watching a movie, and he could recall the feeling of his hands that night with infinite clarity. He said he remembered all the details. The details were so clear that he even remembered clearly the small red mole on Hua Mi's soft lower back. Hua Mi quickly dodged Gong Yi's clutches. She raised her hand to block Gong Yi's fingers and asked seriously, "This situation has been going on since you started the rescue?" "Just 2 or 3 months ago." If she hadn't specifically checked the calendar, in this dark environment day after day, Hua Mi wouldn't have known how long it had been since the first earthquake. Every time, she went back to Xiangqing for prenatal checkups, as instructed by Xian Chiru. Xian Chiru said that she had not passed the first 3 months of the dangerous period, so she was specifically told not to have adult love. In fact, it was just groundless worry. Who could she have adult love with now? With her tough personality, which man would let her do it? Gong Yi shook his head. Actually, my sleep problem started when I joined the rescue team about a year ago. But at that time, he just felt that he was simply suffering from insomnia. In peacetime, he had no place to display his talents and was a rebellious troublemaker who felt he was invincible and could look down on everything. His superior, the commander, deliberately transferred him to the rescue team. Only after joining the rescue team did he discover what all his skills were for. It's not for being violent or to be the king, but it is for the people who really need him and to protect the city. So he was quite confused for a while and often had trouble sleeping. Later I took melatonin and sleeping pills. After taking these, his symptoms improved a little, but then he suffered from insomnia over and over again. He took medicine and suffered from insomnia again. I finally entered this mental state after the rescue began. Once people get busy, they forget to take medicine. As a result, my mental state got better and better. Gong Yi leaned back in his chair and tilted his head to look at Hua Mi. "Do you know what this is about?" Hua Mi stared at Gong Yi in a daze, shook her head, and then nodded. "You and I are not the same, but it is impossible for a person to go without sleep for 2 or 3 months. Gong Yi said, "I still sleep for a dozen minutes occasionally. So your total sleep in the past 2 or 3 months probably didn't exceed 24 hours. Hua Mi, who was sitting next to Gong Yi, thought about it and seemed to remember something. She raised her hand and patted Gong Yi's arm. "There is a kind of superpower called psychic power. I don't know if you have heard of it. You definitely haven't heard of it, and I haven't seen it either. It's quite mysterious. It means that people with this kind of psychic power don't need to sleep, and the spirit in their heads is extremely good." Gong Yi didn't understand and asked uncertainly, Are you saying I'm crazy? No way. How could he become a psychopath? If he had known this earlier, he would not have told Hua Mi this secret. I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm saying you're mentally ill. You're a psychopath. Hua Mi made two poo sounds and sorted out her words. She gestured with her hand at Gong Yi's head. Our brains can only be developed to this size, but the brains of psychics can be developed to this size. She took out a melon seed and gestured to a vast ocean with no boundaries. It's not that you're very smart. It's just that there is a kind of supernatural being with a very developed brain. They can create and destroy everything through imagination. This is the most powerful supernatural power I know of so far. As she spoke, Hua Mi seemed very happy. She reached out her hand to grab the empty space above Gong Yi's forehead, as if she wanted to grab Gong Yi's mental power and throw it into her own abdomen. For good luck, if you really are a psychic, you should pass on one to me. First, Hua Mi is not greedy, so she only passed one of her genes to her cub, and the other cub can inherit her end-world supermarket. That's great. It's more worthwhile to sleep with Gong Yi. Look at the legendary psychic, she has a chance to get one. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Gong Yi looked at Hua Mi's excitement with cold eyes. It's too early for you to be happy. You said it yourself. What kind of psychopath is this? He can create and destroy everything just by imagination. But look at me now. I can't do anything except not needing to sleep. He didn't quite understand what Hua Mi said because it contained too much information. She didn't seem to be afraid of his abnormality at all. Oh, in fact, Hua Mi herself was a very abnormal woman. Why are you so anxious? You are not Long Out Yen, who can complain about everything in the first episode. It's easy to determine whether you are a psychic or not. Hua Mi took out a bottle of mineral water from behind her waist and placed it far away from Gong Yi. She then took out an empty bottle and sat next to Gong Yi. You, pour me a glass of water. She pointed to a bottle of mineral water far away and pushed Gong Yi back to sit down. Looking at the mineral water bottle 2 meters away from him, Gong Yi lowered his head to look at the empty cup in Hua Mi's hand. He raised his eyebrows and understood that Hua Mi was treating him as a psychopath. How could he fill Hua Mi's cup with water just by thinking at such a distance? Okay, I'll pour it for you. Gong Yi got angry. He stretched out his hand and teased Hua Mi just like Hua Mi teased him. He casually grabbed a mineral water bottle in the distance, grabbed a handful of air, and threw it over Hua Mi's head. Anyway, she teased him, so he just retaliated. Splash! A pile of water was thrown on Hua Mi's head, pouring a whole bottle of water on her head. Ah, Gong Yi, are you looking for death? Hua Mi got angry. After she entered the armored vehicle, she took off her raincoat. Now the bottle of water fell on her head, and the cool mineral water went straight to the back of her neck. She was so angry that she punched Gong Yi with her fists. I haven't been this angry for a long time. I'm so angry. Come on, let's fight to the death. Dare to throw water at her?
Huh.
Dare to throw water at her, right? She will go to the father-son camp today. Hua Mi punched and kicked Gong Yi, and Gong Yi was stunned. He picked Hua Mi up, held her wrists with both hands, turned his body, and pressed her against the back of the chair. I didn't mean to do that. He lowered his head to explain. Seeing Hua Mi's red face, Gong Yi frowned, turned his head to look at the empty mineral water bottle that was still in the distance, and then lowered his head to look at Hua Mi. I really didn't mean it. Yes, you did it on purpose. I told you that you might be a psychic, but you didn't believe me and you threw water at me on purpose. Gong Yi, you're looking for death. Hua Mi struggled. Her body was trapped between Gong Yi and the back of the chair. Her head was full of water and all the water poured into her clothes. Now the clothes on the front and back were all stuck to her body, revealing her private parts in a very discordant shape. Seeing Gong Yi lower his head again, looking at the discordant scene on her chest, Hua Mi said angrily, "What are you looking at? You've never seen it before, right? Do you want me to take off all my clothes for you?"
You.
Gong Yi really wanted to. The next moment, Hua Mi opened her mouth and bit Gong Yi's chin. She was furious and said, "Don't even think about dying. Get out of here." It wasn't because she was shy or anything, but because she hadn't passed the dangerous period in the first 3 months and couldn't withstand Gong Yi's torture. I'm fine with that. I'll go out and calm down first. Don't be angry. Before he could finish his words, Hua Mi picked up an orange and smashed it on the back of Gong Yi's head. He took it with his backhand, didn't bother with the tigress, and quickly climbed out of the armored vehicle. After Gong Yi calmed down, he felt it was magical. He had just taken out a bottle of mineral water through his imagination. He closed his eyes, not knowing his special ability. Is this called a special ability? Hua Mi just said that this is a special ability. Yes, he didn't know what else he could do with this ability. Gong Yi closed his eyes. He wanted to know, besides being able to take things from a distance, what else could he do? Then he suddenly found himself in a very wonderful state. In the past, when he closed his eyes, everything around him was pitch black, but today, when he closed his eyes, the scene before he closed his eyes appeared in his mind. Finally, the scenery began to become more concrete and detailed. At first, it was only the scenery within his field of vision, and finally it was his surroundings, the armored vehicle leaning behind him, and the brothers who were defending and patrolling in the woods in the distance. Saw it clearly in his mind. He had no cameras, no monitors, and no high-tech equipment at hand, but the scenes around him appeared so clearly in his mind. It was as if he was a huge eye, looking down at this small piece of land from the sky. It was as if a small map appeared in his mind in the pitch-black environment, allowing him to better see everything around him in this dark continent. Then, Gong Yi closed his eyes, and in his mind, he saw the armored vehicle behind him being opened. Hua Mi changed into a fluffy sweater and got out of the car while putting on a raincoat. She walked in front of Gong Yi, who still had his eyes closed and didn't speak. Hua Mi smiled, thinking he was asleep, and she produced a pen from her hand. This time, Gong Yi used his brain. No, he used his mental power to see clearly that a pen appeared in Hua Mi's hand. Although she swung her hand behind her back and it looked like she was taking something out from behind, Gong Yi saw that Hua Mi was conjuring something out of thin air. She smiled wickedly, took the colored pencil in her hand, and was about to draw a turtle on Gong Yi's face. He suddenly opened his eyes and grasped Hua Mi's wrist with one hand accurately, looking at her with fiery eyes. Stop making trouble. Get ready to go back. Hua Mi withdrew her hand in boredom and took out a few Xiangqing Watchtower teleportation tickets from the level 17 warehouse. She stuffed it into Gong Yi's hand. I'm going back now. I won't wait for you anymore. I came to see you just to give you these tickets. Look, I got into a fight again. I'm a fairy who never gets into a fight. Hua Mi murmured, let's go. Instructions are on the back of the ticket. After saying that, Hua Mi turned around and walked into the woods. Gong Yi didn't call her because he saw her disappear without a trace as soon as she entered the woods. After a while, a garrison came running over. Boss, Sister Hua is missing. Well, no need to look for it, go back. Gong Yi covered for Hua Mi and returned to the armored vehicle, asking the garrison that followed him to drive back to Xiangqing. It is now known that Chen Who in City A has already formed a feud with him, so he is to go back and make good defenses. And his neurotic ability also needs to be studied carefully when I get back. As for the tickets Hua Mi stuffed into his hands, he also had to take them back and figure out how and when to use them. As a result, when Gong Yi returned to the city and was ready to arm his garrison to the teeth, he discovered that each of his garrison men was equipped with an AK-47. He called Tang Yu over and asked, "What's going on? Did you rob some city's arsenal while I was away?" Tang Yu quickly shook his head. "No, that's not it. Sister Hua signed it to us. She said that if anyone dares to mess with her again, we will shoot him." What does it mean for everyone to have an AK-47? Gong Yi may need to explain to Hua Mi who the users of AK-47 are. On their continent, no garrison uses AK-47s. There were none before, and even if there were now, it would not be possible for an arms supplier to provide an AK-47 to each of the 3,000 garrisons in a short period of time. Now there are more than 3,000 garrisons. Ever since Gong Yi openly poached people from City A, many garrisons from City A have gradually come with their families on foot from City A to City B and Xiangqing. The total number of garrisons in the three cities is estimated to be more than 4,000. Count all our people and register them on a list. Gong found a piece of white paper, closed his eyes, and began to draw a map on it. He wanted to establish a temporary garrison camp between Xiangqing and City B and close to City A. This location was very prominent and would be like a sharp knife, directly on the edge of City A. It is estimated that Chun Who will be mad to death, but this is exactly the effect Gong wants. He just wants to mad Chun Who to death. As for Chen Who, he never waited for Yu Guanglin to come back. Not only did Yu Guanglin not come back, but he also had no way to contact Yu Guanglin. Because the signal in all cities was blocked, the feedback from Xiangqing and City B was very slow. Chun Who didn't know what Yu Guanglin's progress was, but he received a piece of news that made him furious. The garrison in City A, who he had been hiding and preparing to treat like the Chin family's personal bodyguards, actually ran away. He pointed at Lu Xingyuan, furious. "Aren't you stationed here? Aren't you going to defend this city to the death?" "What? Your belief in the garrison is useless, right?" The chubby Chun, who was so angry that he took out a gun from the drawer and pointed it directly at Lu Xingyuan's head. "Tell me, why did you come to report this to me now? You waited for 2 days for all the garrisons in City A to leave before you came to tell me about this. What on earth do you want to do?" He seriously suspected that Lu Xingyuan did it on purpose. 2 days is neither long nor short. In the current environment with no communication, 2 days is actually a good time. But more than 2,000 garrisons left Chun Who's hands. In just 2 days, more than 2,000 garrisons left. The seriousness of this problem is comparable to the destruction of the entire City A. Without even the garrison to defend the city, what difference does it make whether a city is destroyed or not? Lu Xingyuan lowered his eyes, with Chun Who's gun against his forehead. "We tried to stop them, but we were too few in number and were held hostage by them. We were only released after they left." Yes, Lu Xingyuan admitted that he did it on purpose. He waited until all the garrisons had left before reporting to Chen Who. Chun Who held the gun and pushed it against Lu Xingyuan's forehead again and again, then put it down. His face was full of flesh and his green eyes were filled with a fierce light. "Don't let me know that you cheated on me. If I know that you cheated on me, I will make you live a life worse than death." He doubted Lu Xingyuan's intentions, but Chun Who needed manpower right now, especially since more than 2,000 garrisons in City A had left and only a few dozen of Lu Xingyuan's garrisons were left, and he was reluctant to kill them. "Lu Xingyuan, right?" Chun Who took 2 steps back, staring at Lu Xingyuan. "If you can sincerely pledge your loyalty to me, you will have countless benefits in the future." He knew this Lu Xingyuan. If there was a king-like figure in the garrison of each city, the one in Xiangqing was Gong Yi, the one in City B was Fong Yuqi, then the one in City A was Lu Xingyuan. For this kind of elite garrison that is outnumbered, if one dies, there will be one less. Lu Xingyuan didn't say anything, but just lowered his eyes, which showed his submission. In fact, it shouldn't be like this. If the garrison commander of City A was still fine, it wouldn't be Chun Who's turn to give orders to Lu Xingyuan. However, the order given to him by the garrison commander of City A few days ago was for him to listen to Chun Who. Lu Xingyuan didn't know where his commander was, nor did he know what happened to his commander. He could only lurk beside Chun Who. Otherwise, Lu Xingyuan would have killed Chun Who long ago. "Take the rest of your garrison to City B. I want the City B supply depot." Chen Who could no longer wait for news from Yu Guanglin. The garrison in City A had turned against him. Who knew what tricks Lu Xingyuan and his men would pull next? It is better to use this garrison as soon as possible. Lu Xingyuan nodded in agreement, turned around and left the Chen family villa, walking in the dark City A. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and the corpses on the road were soaked in jelly water, without a trace of human life. In the entire city, everyone who should die has already died, and those who should leave have already found ways to leave. The Chen family is like an isolated island, standing alone in City A. Except for those who depend on the Chen family, all those who can fight against the Chen family are either dead or gone. City A no longer has anyone stationed there to protect it. Chun Who asked us to hijack the material warehouse in City B. He has become suspicious of me and probably won't tolerate us. Lu Xingyuan stood by the roadside and whispered to the 2 garrisons who followed him. You guys go to the B City Supply Depot as planned.
Captain, what about you?
A garrison asked in a low voice. I'll take advantage of Chun Who's laxity and go into the Chin family villa complex to look for our commander. Lu Xingyuan spoke decisively. His family had been taken to Xiangqing by the garrison that had left earlier. Now he had no worries. The Chin family's villa is not just one villa, but a whole complex of villas, in which all the vassals of the Chin family live. This is a very dangerous thing. Someone in the Chin family now has weapons. Lu Xingyuan even suspects that the Chin family has already taken control of the police in City A. The garrison behind Lu Xingyuan looked disapproving. Captain, that's too dangerous. Once Chun Who finds you, you'll die. It doesn't matter. I will use my life to protect the dignity of the garrison. We can't let our commander fall into the hands of someone like Chen Who. From the day he stayed, Lu Xingyuan was ready to die. Are you garrisoned? A sound as thin as a mosquito's hum was heard. Lu Xingyuan's whole body trembled. He looked over in surprise and saw a vague shadow trapped in the rubble in the darkness. He and the two guards behind him rushed over and removed the bricks from the woman's body with their bare hands. Are you okay? Are you okay? Sorry, we're late.
Sorry.
As Lu Xingyuan spoke, he choked up. It doesn't matter. It's here after all. The woman spoke weakly, her body covered in blood, but it didn't matter. It was dark now, and no one could see it. With shaking hands, she unzipped her clothes and stuffed a baby who was less than a month old into Lu Xingyuan's arms. Take him to Xiangqing. Sorry for the trouble. I heard that Xiangqing is a good place and he'll grow up well. On behalf of Xiaojiu, thank you all. Xiangqing, Hua Mi flew back to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket in Xiangqing. She had just emptied out a small portion of the supplies in her level 17 storage in the underground parking lot, and the underground garage was no longer able to hold any more supplies. This is a difficult task. There are more and more people in Xiangqing now, and the rescue center still provides 2 free meals every day. The supplies in the Xiangqing supply warehouse had long been eaten up. The free food and medical supplies that Xiangqing people now enjoy are all produced in Hua Mi's level 15 factory. The daily consumption of materials is quite exaggerated. Let me put it this way, 1/3 of Hua Mi's underground parking garage is emptied every day. It can be seen how heavy the burden Xiangqing is under today. Hua Mi stood in the underground garage, looking at the full of supplies all around her. She was still waiting to free up some space so that the level 15 factory could produce more supplies. As a result, at this time, Hua Mi discovered that there were 2nd and 3rd floors in this underground parking lot. Hua Mi actually knew this before, but because she had been busy these days, she forgot about it. Hua Mi quickly ran to the 2nd and 3rd floors below ground level, which had actually been renovated by Hu Jing and the contractor. They had already discovered that this underground garage had a 2nd and 3rd basement floor. Everyone thought Hua Mi knew, so no one said anything. Now, Hua Mi's Lotus Xingxing supermarket has an additional 2-story underground garage for the transfer of supplies. Moreover, the area of the underground parking lot on the 3rd floor below ground is much larger than that on the 1st and 2nd floors below ground. Hua Mi immediately cleared out all the supplies in her level 17 warehouse, and this time added a rescue rope and an engineer shovel. She put some pickled fish in the semi-finished dishes. Although pickled fish was produced in limited quantities, every time the factory upgraded, she would be able to produce only tens of thousands of them. She couldn't finish so much pickled fish by herself, so she took out X100000 to sell. By the time she emerged from the underground supply warehouse, several hours had passed. A few hours is enough for Hua Mi to harvest a large amount of crops. She took out a big bag of cherries, ate them in her hands, and walked towards the RV supermarket. Xiangqing's urban clearance team has cleaned up Xiangqing thoroughly. Although there is no light, Gong asked the management to find a way to install many powerful searchlights in the rescue center. Basically, all the survivors' activities revolve around the rescue center. All the Xiangqing garrisons were also maintaining order and management at the rescue center. The task of pumping jelly water was instead given to the civilian pumping team. Xiangqing is starting to move slowly, at its own pace. Hua Mi ate cherries all the way to her RV supermarket. Hey, who is this? There are cherries to eat. Two men stood in front of Hua Mi, one in front and one behind. There were tents all around them. Seeing this situation, the people in the tent shrank their heads and hid themselves very experiently. Hua Mi had a cherry in her mouth. She turned around and looked at the man with a wretched face behind her. You're full and nothing to do now, right? Xiangqing only has a group of you guys to support? I just wasn't full, so I wanted to try what cherries taste like. Before the disaster, cherries were already expensive. Where did these people get the money to buy cherries? They were a bunch of gamblers and spent all their money on gambling. The world has become such a mess. Why can't they try the taste of cherries? Hua Mi moved her body and dodged the hand that the wretched man stretched out. She spat out the cherry pits in her mouth and hit the obscene man in the eyes. Ah! The wretched man covered his eyes and pointed at Hua Mi. This woman is courting death. Kill her, kill her. Oh, you want to kill me? Hua Mi thought that the men who surrounded her were just ordinary robbers. If you walk around in the apocalypse, you can meet 7 or 8 or even 10 such people on one street. Unexpectedly, the other party opened his mouth to kill her. Okay, come on, you're welcome. The man standing in front of Hua Mi was about to move when he heard someone shouting, "Don't touch her. Don't touch her." Fong Huai ran over breathlessly and grabbed the two gamblers who were about to lose their temper, with a flattering look on his face. Don't touch her. She's my niece. Please give me some consideration. Hua Mi squinted her eyes and looked at him. Who is this man? After thinking for a long time, she realized that this was Fong Huai. After not seeing each other for decades, Fong Huai has become uglier and uglier. Fong Huai came over with a proud look on his face and said to Hua Mi, "Ami, this is all a misunderstanding. They are my friends. Uncle has already told them to let you go. Well, you have cherries to eat, so just give them some and they won't bother with you." All in all, this group of people just wanted to eat her cherries. Hua Mi protected Cherry behind her, pretending to be reluctant to let her go, and looked at Fong Huai warily. Are you crazy? Fong Huai's smile froze and his face darkened. Ami, how can you talk like that? I am your uncle. We finally met, and we are a family by fate. Instead of honoring your uncle, you put on such an attitude. Do you have a conscience? He spoke in a crackling voice. From the time when Hua Mi's parents died when she was a child, to the time when he took Hua Mi to the Fong family, sent Hua Mi to school, and raised Hua Mi to grow up. In short, he was very kind to Hua Mi, and Hua Mi was unfilial by not even giving him cherries to eat. Hua Mi is ungrateful. As he spoke, Hua Mi started eating. There was no way. She was a pregnant woman. Whenever she stopped, she would think about eating and keep eating. She could finish such a big bag of cherries in a short time. Moreover, Hua Mi herself didn't have many cherries, because these were the latest cherries she had planted, and the first batch only ripened today, with only about 100 fruits. It will probably take a few more days for the second batch to mature. So, Hua Mi herself doesn't have much. The people around felt uncomfortable when they heard Fong Huai scolding Hua Mi like this while Hua Mi continued to eat and spit out the cherry cores. Someone opens his mouth and comes, Uncle Huai, you are right. This kind of person is really a wolf with white eyes. You shouldn't raise her. That's right. She ate such a big bag of cherries by herself, and her uncle refused to take any, and just kept eating. Hua Mi took out her phone calmly and called Chow Fong. I think the supplies in this rescue center are too much. 2 free meals a day, right? Don't give them free meals. They came all the way to Xiangqing to eat for free. They are spoiled. Dugwan said that if I really had no money, I could just use an eyebrow razor to castrate Xiaodio myself. Maybe I could unlock a new skill in the future. Is she joking? She knows Captain Chow Fong Chow. Fong Huai. Amidst the mocking gazes from all around, Fong Huai's 2 gambler friends looked at him in astonishment. Perhaps only they knew that Hua Mi was the owner of the RV supermarket, and that the RV supermarket had a special relationship with the Xiangqing garrison. If Hua Mi was really annoyed, she might really suggest to Chow Fong to stop providing 2 free meals a day at the rescue center. Whether Chow Fong listens to her or not is another matter. The most important thing is that she has a say in front of the garrison. This is just a joke. The wretched man took 2 steps forward, facing Hua Mi, smiling flatteringly. Your uncle had a hard time raising you. He told us that you are rich now, but he doesn't care about his life or death. We also think that this is unreasonable in the world, right? Hua Mi was still on the phone. Chow Fong, I'm not discussing this with you now. I'm officially notifying you to immediately stop all free meals at the rescue center. They want to eat and drink, and they have to buy it with money. Don't you have money? It just so happens that Xiangqing is pitch black, right? Let them work, either to light up Xiangqing or to repair houses for Xiangqing. Anyway, the money you Garrison has left with me is almost deducted. I will keep the remaining money for your Garrison's food expenses. If you continue to provide them with free food, you Garrisons will be left with nothing. Your boss's troops will definitely be hard to lead. If the Garrisons are hungry, their morale will be broken. What will you do? She deliberately made the problem sound big. In fact, not much of Xiangqing's money was used. What's more, Gong later found her reserve funds from City B. It is also several trillion. But Hua Mi thinks that keeping such a large number of survivors and providing them with 2 free meals every day is really pampering these survivors. There are some lazy survivors who simply don't work, who would want to work if they can survive on these 2 free meals every day. If you don't work, you can only be idle. There would be no one who would be so idle as to watch the show in a tent on the roadside and point fingers at Hua Mi. These are all problems caused by idleness. Chow Fong was frightened by Hua Mi's words, and he said hurriedly, Sister Hua, please don't be angry. Did someone cause you trouble? I'll issue a notice right away. In fact, we have long wanted to stop the 2 free meals at the rescue centers in Xiangqing and B City. It's just that I've been busy with this and that, and haven't been busy with this. From the beginning of the earthquake until now, the sun has not even come out, and the rain has been getting heavier and heavier. Xiangqing is busy using condoms to pump out the water and has not put much effort into management. Now that Hua Mi has raised the issue, Chow Fong will do as he is told. Although he was a garrison and a member of Gong Yi's army, he sided with Sister Hua in his heart. After getting Chow Feng's consent, Hua Mi felt relieved. Well, it's not a big deal. I can handle it myself. Okay, you can issue a notice quickly. I'll find someone to light up Xiangqing. She knew that Hu Jing's relative, the contractor, could find the source of light bulbs. When she asked the contractor to repair the Xiangqing watchtower teleport point for her, the contractor said that he could contact a manufacturer of light tubes. After Hua Mi hung up the phone with Chow Fong, she called the contractor and asked him to recruit a group of workers. She wanted to light up Xiangqing. Since the sun doesn't come out, we can't always live in darkness without seeing the sun. Humans have eyes, and they use them to pursue light. Fong Hui, who was standing by, was irritated by Hua Mi's attitude of ignoring him. He was so angry that he wanted to hit her. Encouraged by his gambler friends, he clenched his fist and shook it at Hua Mi. I think you are looking for death, right? If you don't fight for 3 days, you'll be like a house with tiles on it. Your wings are not strong enough yet. Before he could finish his words, Hua Mi kicked Fong Hui out, sending him flying and falling directly into the mud.
Hey, how can you hit someone?
Just because you have a good relationship with the garrison, you can be an ungrateful person and beat people up? That's too much. Why do you dare to hit someone? Who gave you the right to hurt the person who raised you like this? He worked so hard to raise you, not for you to beat him today. Accusations came pouring down on her. Hua Mi turned around and looked at these people who had nothing to do after eating, sneering. He worked hard to raise me? Shouldn't this be the other way around, saying that I worked hard in the Fong family, working like a captive, and it took a lot of effort to grow up? Don't criticize without knowing the inside story. Who gave you the courage to point fingers at other people's affairs? Are you living a good life? Don't you need to struggle anymore? The stories of Hua Mi's hard growing up in the Fong family were too trivial. Hua Mi couldn't explain them all clearly to these people. The more he talked, the more he fell into the public opinion trap created by Fong Hui, wasting his time, energy, and all his spirit here. Hua Mi took 2 steps forward and lifted Fong Hui up from the mud. She squatted down and said to Fong Hui coldly, "If you only let me eat leftovers and cold soup every day, even if you give me a bite to eat, then the money I've given to your Fong family for 5 years while working part-time since college is enough to pay for your food. Fong, why? In this life, I got through illnesses by sheer luck and perseverance. Since I was a child, the thing I feared the most was having to pay money to school. That meant I had to pick up trash day and night to get enough money. You, the Fong family, raised me? You let me sleep in the cupboard, that counts as raising me, and you gave me your leftovers, which even dogs eat better than me, that counts as raising me. Then the money I gave you later was enough to pay you back. What's more, in her previous life, Hua Mi treated Fong Xin as her own sister and protected her all her life. In this life, no one of us owes anyone anything. Hua Mi loosened the back of Fong Huai's collar and watched him fall powerlessly into the mud. Her eyes were filled with contempt. You shouldn't live in Xiangqing because you are trash. You don't deserve such a good Xiangqing, and you don't deserve the garrison's devoted protection of you. She knew Fong Huai, this man who was as soft as mud. As long as there was someone he could rely on, he would lean on him and would not let go even if he died. If Hua Mi hadn't scared Fong Huai this time, this man would definitely rely on her in the future. After saying that, Hua Mi punched and kicked Fong Huai again, not caring at all about the accusations from people around her. From beating Fong Huai until he cried out in pain to beating him to the point of being on the verge of death, Hua Mi didn't take much time at all and didn't exert any effort at all. Then, she picked up Fong Huai, who looked like a dead dog, and threw him directly at the feet of the garrison who came over. Don't let this person enter Xiangqing in the future. He is a gambler. Entering Xiangqing will only increase your workload. Hua Mi said this, and then looked up at the 2 wretched gamblers in Fong Huai's group. It's the same with people like this. If you let them in, they'll cause trouble. We should investigate the gambling phenomenon in Xiangqing. They have nothing to do after eating, and they have no pursuit in life except gambling. Screen all the people around Fong Huai, and throw out all those who can be thrown out. The 2 garrisons immediately stood up and answered in unison. Yes. Since Sister Hua had spoken, they naturally did as she said. The people around were still pointing and talking, but their voices were a little lower, trying not to attract Hua Mi's attention. They were afraid of being targeted by Hua Mi. These people are indeed bored and have nothing to do. Now, they don't have to do anything to fill their stomachs. 2 meals a day will not only keep them from starving to death, but will also keep them plump and white without them having to do anything. Just as they were whispering and accusing Hua Mi of being unfilial and disobedient to her benefactor, Hua Mi left the scene and strode towards the RV supermarket. After Hua Mi left, they changed from blaming Hua Mi to blaming the garrison. I don't know what's wrong with those garrisons. They actually listened to a woman. I heard that woman is Commander Gong's lover. So what? It's because of Commander Gong that we can show off our power. If we really listen to her, we can cut our 2 free meals a day. These words were said in front of a garrison. The garrisons were like silent people, keeping their mouths shut and not saying a word. They silently followed Sister Hua's instructions and brought Fong Huai and the other 2 despicable gamblers out of Xiangqing and entered the identity information of the 3 people into the Xiangqing monitoring system. As long as these 3 people enter Xiangqing's surveillance system, the siren of entry denied will sound. The people at the Xiangqing Rescue Center were really bored. Even when it was time to line up for food, they were still talking about Hua Mi. I've never seen such an arrogant woman. What's the basis for her to be so arrogant? Isn't it because she's prettier? What's the problem? Medical beauty was well developed before the earthquake. Who knows if her face was created by plastic surgery? As everyone was talking, they walked towards a place where they usually waited for the food to be distributed. Another person said, I hope the fruit for today's meal won't be oranges anymore. That's enough. It would be nice if it could be cherries. Hey, why aren't there any people distributing food today? Everyone was chatting about Hua Mi's gossip while queuing up to get their food. However, the free meals that should have been distributed in the past were nowhere to be seen today. Might be late. At the same time, Hua Mi had contacted Hu Jing and his relative, the contractor. The contractor went to the RV supermarket in person. Scale of this RV supermarket is no longer as simple as the 1 RV and 2 buses it was some time ago. Instead, it expanded several times. This again brings us to Xiangqing's current medical rescue system. Now, the rescue in Xiangqing is divided into two parts. Ordinary survivors are sent to the emergency area of the rescue center. The garrison, police, towing team, engineering team, and transport team were all sent to the RV hospital next to the RV supermarket. The scale of the RV hospital is far smaller than that of the emergency area. It is composed of several mobile carriages converted from buses. But it is precisely these few carriages that are currently the place in Xiangqing with a death rate of 0. Any injured patient sent to the RV hospital will receive the most caring medical care and is treated like a VIP in the eyes of all survivors in Xiangqing. Those who have the connections to enter the RV supermarket will, of course, try their best to get in. The contractor of the construction team was waiting for Hua Mi outside the RV hospital. The first thing he said when he saw Hua Mi was, "Miss Hua, are you really going to take those light bulbs? This quantity is too much. We have never done such a large project before." As the number of survivors in Xiangqing increases, more and more information is exchanged. The light tubes that the contractor mentioned are located in the lighting city in Xiangqing. Although the earthquake crushed many lamps, most of them were preserved intact. Some time ago, those lighting fixture owners who were familiar with the contractor found him, hoping that he could find a way to exchange these lamps for money. The contractor did not agree to their request at that time, so now Miss Hua has to collect the light bulbs again. Hua Mi agreed immediately. Let them count how many light tubes and lamps they have. I want all of them. Also, you can also look for your previous connections. I will take all the building materials you have. The sales revenue from her Apocalypse supermarket can be withdrawn for use, which gives Hua Mi enough confidence. She would use the money after the acquisition, so she discussed it with the contractor and asked him to start recruiting people to pave all the streets and alleys in Xiangqing, even ordinary houses. The workload was not small, so the contractor was a little nervous and asked, "So, Miss Hua, what kind of compensation will be given to the migrant workers?" 3 meals a day and 2 snacks are included, and 10,000 yuan a month. Hua Mi replied without hesitation that the salary was similar to that before the earthquake, working on a construction site, and earning more than 10,000 yuan a month. This kind of treatment, if put in today's world, would shock the contractor. Such a good treatment, Miss Hua. Do we have so many supplies? How come on his way to find Hua Mi, he heard people everywhere saying that none of the free meals that were supposed to be provided today were provided. Many people were speculating that the supplies in Xiangqing might be running out, so everyone was in a panic. Rumors were spreading, and no one knew who to believe. For Hua Mi, it is normal for people to be panic-stricken. At this time, she has to be prepared for danger. At this time, she still has time to pay attention to those trivial matters and chat about boring gossip. Hurry up and fight for survival. Don't worry about supplies. Hurry up and recruit people to do the work. Light up Xiangqing. I estimate that we have to wait until the sun comes out. I don't know how many years it will take. Hua Mi looked up at the gray sky. It should be daytime now, but because the clouds were too thick, it looked like dawn was about to begin. In Xiangqing and City B, free meals were no longer provided for 2 days. The survivors, who had been relying on these 2 free meals, gradually began to panic. This is not a good phenomenon. At least for them, it seems like a knife is hanging over their heads, causing them great anxiety. Even though the contractor had already started recruiting workers, recruiting a large number of them, providing them with 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, and paying them a salary of 10,000 yuan per month. There are still many survivors who are not satisfied, such as gamblers like Fong. When they were cleared out of Xiangqing, the Xiangqing garrison confiscated all the supplies in their tents. Those supplies are their gambling money. When Fong collected the gambling money, he was shocked by the amount of supplies hoarded by these gamblers. When he described it to Hua Mi, Rong, and Yu Mengmeng, he pointed to the expanded RV warehouse behind them and said, "This warehouse is probably not enough to store all their supplies." Fong was a little puzzled. How did they manage to store so many supplies? They usually use these supplies as gambling chips. It's incredible. Hua Mi was stewing pork ribs in the RV. Upon hearing this, she sneered. This is still considered a small amount. Their scale is not large. Wait for them to develop for a few more months and see that several RV warehouses will not be able to store their supplies. We should clear away these smog bugs as soon as possible so as not to make Xiangqing a smoky place. She knew in her previous life that people who frequently gambled would have enough supplies to fill up an entire skyscraper. Those people act as dealers and can attract thousands of gamblers and continuously supply them with supplies. Constantly, he tried every possible way to exploit the people around him, selling his children, making the family restless, but he still wanted to gamble. Yu Mengmeng was knitting socks. Upon hearing this, she quickly knitted the yarn while having wild thoughts. Then we will specifically pick on this kind of gambling gangs. Maybe we can make a fortune. That's right. Hua Mi thought this was a good idea, so she came over and said to Chao Fong outside, Mengmeng, this is a good idea. Report it to your boss. If he doesn't do it, I will organize someone to do it. Anyway, as long as there is money to be made, Hua Mi is willing to go through any difficulties. Just as Chao Fong was about to speak, he glanced and saw a Garrison jeep slowly driving over. It was Gong Yi's car. Gong Yi got out of the car and was about to walk towards the RV supermarket when a woman in a plastic cloak stood in front of her, crying. She lifted her cloak, revealing a pitiful face with a transparent umbrella above her head. Brother Gong, the woman, is Fong Xian. Gong Yi stood still, wearing the garrison's neat uniform, with the garrison commander's epaulets shining on his shoulders. He looked at Fong Xian in confusion, frowning. What did you call me? Brother Gong, I'm sorry. I know I did something wrong. Sister has not forgiven me, but Brother Gong, Dad is innocent. Dad raised my sister, and she treated him like this. People say she is heartless and ungrateful. I don't want others to say that about her. Brother Gong, I have no other choice. Brother Gong Yi felt goosebumps all over his body. He took out his mobile phone and flipped through his photo album. Looking at this photo, what do you think I will think of you? Gong Yi is only physically innocent, but he is not innocent in other aspects. After experiencing a tough female warrior like Hua Mi, Gong Yi's imagination of treating women is tough. They're all like Hua Mi. So Fong Xian ran up to him, calling him Gong Gij in a coquettish way. What on earth did Fong Xian want to do? Gong Yi knew. When facing a green tea girl like Fong Xian, Gong Yi just felt something was wrong. No matter how hungry a man is, he would not have any impulse towards Fong Xian after knowing her past. Fong Xian had a tearful expression on her face. That's all a misunderstanding. Brother Gong, Brother Xiren forced me to do it. I've always wanted to explain this to my sister. I'm innocent too, Brother Gong. Okay, can you straighten your tongue and speak to me? Gong Yi, who was stopped, was already quite impatient. Fong Xian walked forward fearlessly, like a boneless octopus, and was about to lean towards Gong Yi. Gong Yi was extremely angry. Without waiting for Fong Xian to get steady, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Fong Xian's forehead, angrily saying, Come one step closer to me. Do I look like someone like Qin Xiren? Fong Xian was petrified on the spot. This was her first time. She just threw herself into a man's arms, but the man pointed a gun at her head. What unforgivable mistake had she made? Gong, Commander Gong, I was wrong. Fong Xian finally stood up straight. Her tongue stopped curling, and her words became clear and not in a coquettish tone. My legs are shaking. Throw her out of town. Gong Yi angrily ordered the two guards beside him. This woman is also the same person with nothing to do. Hua Mi just said that all people related to Fong Hui should be cleared out of Xiangqing. Fong Xian ran out and went straight to Gong Yi to make her presence felt. From every word she said, she seemed to be saying, Oh, I don't want my sister to become the target of public criticism because of this matter. In fact, it was telling Gong Yi a message that Hua Mi had become the target of public criticism, and everyone thought that what Hua Mi did was wrong. So Fong Xian ran to Gong Yi and said all this. Did she think that Gong Yi would fall out with Hua Mi because of her? No. Gong Yi felt that what Hua Mi did was right. In fact, if Hua Mi does not do this, Gong Yi also plans to cancel the 2 free meals a day supply in Xiangqing and City B in the near future. It's not that he has no money, nor is he worried that Hua Mi doesn't have enough supplies. But some of the survivors are really not lovable at all, and are not worth garrisoning and keeping. Fong Xian was held up by the arms by the 2 guards beside the straight man Gong and thrown out of Xiangqing. Hua Mi and others in the RV couldn't help laughing when seeing the scene. Yi Rong looked at Hua Mi with an ambiguous expression. What does it have to do with me? Hua Mi rolled her eyes at Yi Rong, then saw that Gong had put away his gun and was walking toward her. Ami, come with me to a place. The man in uniform was standing outside the RV, his head tilted, a serious look on his face. He still felt unlucky. He had bad luck this time when he returned to Xiangqing. The first woman who spoke to him was not Hua Mi. Hua Mi was stewing pork rib soup in her hands and looked reluctant to go. She would have to go to the RV warehouse to put the straw mats in a while. There were so many straws that they grew more and matured faster and faster. Now the maturation speed of mat grass is almost as fast as the growth speed of oranges. With so much straw mats, they had to clear them out desperately. Now, behind the RV supermarket, not only were there a lot of straw mats piled up, but there were also straw mats, straw hats, straw sandals, and straw ropes that Yi Rong had people weave with the straw mats. These straw ropes are good stuff. Several pieces of straw are woven into ropes. With a little water, they will not break when burned by fire. They will keep rubbing against each other. Even a dozen men playing tug-of-war cannot break them. This kind of straw rope can be used to weave into straw frames and can also be used to bundle supplies. Yi Rong even said that they were planning to use straw mats to build some thatched houses. Anyway, as long as you think about it carefully, straw mats can be used in many ways. Yi Rong came over, took the spoon from Hua Mi, and said ambiguously, "Come on, leave this to me, you go ahead." "What are you doing?" Hua Mi looked at Yi Rong. What if she is Gong Yi's assistant? Yi Rong blinked at Hua Mi again, looking like she knew everything. Hua Mi reluctantly climbed down from the RV and walked in front of Gong Yi. "Where are you going?" "You'll find out when you get there. Anyway, I won't sell you out." Gong Yi tilted his head and motioned Hua Mi to get in the car. He returned to Xiangqing, driving an ordinary garrison jeep. As we walked forward, we saw survivors protesting on both sides of the street. Because there were no free meals to be distributed, many survivors ran to the points where supplies were usually distributed to protest against the Xiangqing garrison's cancellation of their free meals. It was raining heavily, but workers recruited from the public could still be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys, pumping out jelly water with pumps and condoms. It is precisely because of these people, who work in shifts 24 hours a day, that Xiangqing has not been submerged in jelly water yet. Seeing Gong Yi's car coming, the voices of the protesters on the roadside became louder, and many radical people even threw stones at Gong Yi's station jeep. Those who attempted an armed raid were quickly controlled by the garrison and dragged directly onto a truck. Once a truck was gathered, they were thrown out of the city. Hua Mi sat in Gong Yi's passenger seat, turned her head and looked at the survivors protesting on the street, curled her lips. These people are not lovable. Then he looked at the survivors working hard in the streets and pumping jelly water. These people are lovely. Seeing her like this, Gong Yi couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand, put it on the top of Hua Mi's head, and turned her head around. "Don't look at it. Since you have done it, there will be different voices." "Why think so much?" Hua Mi raised her hand and pushed Gong Yi's hand away. Gong Yi held her hand in return and pulled it silently. Hua Mi shook Gong Yi's hand away with all her strength, frowned and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "Just talk. Why are you touching me?" "It's disgusting. I have a new friend." Gong Yi straightened his expression and explained while driving. The people who came were the garrison commander of City C and the management commander of City C. It's rare nowadays to have garrison and management commanders so in step with each other. Hua Mi felt a little emotional. She didn't know much about City C, but in her previous life, 1 year after the natural disaster, she and Fong Xian lived a miserable life. But when all her energy is focused on introspection, she rarely cares about what is happening in the outside world. By the time she had the time and energy to pay attention to the outside world, most people were dead. Gong Yi was driving and moved his fingers, wanting to touch Hua Mi again, but because of her cold face, Gong Yi decided to hold back. Just like that, they arrived at the right side of Xiangqing, where a team from City C had already entered the city and settled down. Commander Gong. Outside a small restaurant that had not collapsed, City Commander Zhou Cheng, who was wearing the garrison commander's uniform, greeted Gong Yi warmly. He came forward and was about to give Gong Yi a warm hug. Gong Yi turned around, walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took Hua Mi out of the car. That attitude was so attentive. Zhou Cheng was stunned. What happened to the promise that everyone would dedicate their lives to their respective cities and grow old alone? No. Maybe Gong Yi had some difficulties. Maybe she was just a woman with whom he had a deep relationship, but a shallow fate. Zhou Cheng would not admit that he was jealous. He was a single dog who didn't even have a lover. How could Gong Yi, a single titanium dog, betray their vows? Gong Yi brought Hua Mi to Zhou Cheng and introduced them. Ami, let me introduce you to this brother I met when I was in Garrison University, Zhou Cheng, nicknamed Era. Zhou Cheng glared at Gong Yi fiercely, then looked at Hua Mi eagerly. Ami, you are Ami. I have heard of your great name for a long time. He said, how could a single guy like Gong Yi find a girlfriend? It turns out that this beautiful girl is Hua Mi and Gong Yi are just partners, a pure partnership. Gong Yi put one hand on Hua Mi's shoulder and led her forward. Let's sit inside and talk. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened again. He looked down at his hands. What was it like to be on a woman's shoulder? He had never felt it before. Zhou Cheng. Behind him, Gong Yi, who had already entered the room, sat down with Hua Mi and saw Zhou Cheng's disheveled back in the wind and rain. He finally couldn't help it and called Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng finally reacted and followed him into the house. Inside the room, the chief administrator of City C and his wife Qin had already started talking to Gong Yi. Hua Mi listened to a few words and found out that the management commander and the garrison commander of City C came together this time, just to buy supplies from Xiangqing. She only listened to a few words and then received the news that her garbage station had been upgraded. Unlock Garbage Recycling Station Level 8. Get Sweeping Robot X7 when a lucky draw, X1 remaining draws X3 as long as the energy of the Level 15 factory is fully charged, the garbage station can be upgraded. Hua Mi suddenly felt that this was a good way to increase her chances of winning a lottery. She looked at the Level 15 factory, which had already filled its energy bar and produced X100 orange juice. She currently has 21 sweeping robots outside, which can eat garbage 24 hours a day. So after a while, the energy consumed by the orange juice X100 was replenished. Unlock the 9th level of the garbage recycling station and get the sweeping robot X8 when a lucky draw X1 remaining draws X4. Hua Mi was about to brush it again when she suddenly saw Qin, the wife of the C City Management Commander, and turned around and started to retch. Excuse me. The C City Management Commander said in front of Gong Yi's astonished eyes. My wife is pregnant, so I hope to keep her in Xiangqing. Gong Yi looked at Qin in wonder and asked Ma Yongchun, the management commander of City C, doesn't your wife have a bad stomach? He often saw Hua Mi retching like this, but Hua Mi always told him that she had a bad stomach. Ma Yongchun laughed and said, what stomach upset? I thought it was stomach upset at first, but I didn't know that there was something waiting for me here. As he spoke, he gently stroked Qin's lower abdomen. His eyes were full of joy and worry. The joy is that he is finally going to be a father. What worries me is that, given the current situation in this world and the current situation in City C, I don't know if a child born at this time can be raised. Now I don't care whether the fish are good or not. I just care whether the fish can survive or not. Gong Yi looked at Ma Yongchun's expression in shock, then looked at Qin, who was covering her mouth with a shy look on her face. He slowly looked at Hua Mi beside him. Suddenly, a possibility came to my mind. But is it possible? Then I heard Qin say, Miss Hua, right? I heard that you have a lot of folic acid in Xiangqing. Even the garrisons in Xiangqing are taking folic acid. Ah, that one. Hua Mi saw that Gong Yi's face looked a little strange, but she didn't have time to talk to him so much. She just replied to Qin, yes, a little, but now it can only satisfy the pregnant women in Xiangqing. She had won folic acid x 10,000 in the lottery because she felt she could not take so much folic acid. So they found Gong and dumped a bunch of folic acid to each of the garrisons. But later she met Chiru, an obstetrician and gynecologist who suggested that she keep the folic acid for pregnant women in Xiangqing. Now that there are more and more people in Xiangqing, a bottle of folic acid per pregnant woman is still not enough. Oh, we don't mean to buy folic acid in bulk. We also know that these things are not easy to buy. Qingjin looked at Hua Mi with a smile. They got the information from Zhou Cheng, and the supplies in Gong Yi's hands were all bought from Hua Mi. So Qingjin was very polite to Hua Mi. I just want to buy some and eat it myself. Qingjin said as he stroked his belly with his hand and sighed. We in Sea City will definitely not buy the supplies that Xiangqing lacks. We just want to buy some of the supplies that Xiangqing has in excess. They were very humble, and no one knew how many cities Ma Yongchun and Qingjin had visited to buy supplies before coming to Xiangqing. All the cities rejected them. Only Gong Yi from Xiangqing said that he should ask the people who helped him purchase supplies. People are selfish, and Gong Yi is no exception. He is now the garrison commander of Xiangqing and City B and has a huge responsibility. It doesn't make sense for him to sell supplies to City C when his own two cities are not able to meet their needs. Therefore, the premise of everything must be based on the fact that Hua Mi has sufficient supplies. The reason Qingjin asked about folic acid was simply because she was pregnant and needed folic acid. She asked for herself. Hua Mi nodded, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down the supplies she could currently sell to City C: oranges, self-heating hot pot, dark mustard flavor, semi-finished Orleans roast chicken, respirator, mineral water, orange juice, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, hemostatic gel, goggles, condoms, resin gloves, protective clothing, sterile boots, rescue rope, engineer shovel, waterproof tarpaulin.
So many?
Zhou Qing stood behind Gong Yi, and he read whatever Hua Mi wrote. She wrote down almost everything that Hua Mi's level 15 factory could produce infinitely. Finally, Hua Mi handed the list of supplies to Ma Yongchun. I have all of these in stock, and I won't raise your price. I'll sell them to you in City C at the same price as Commander Gong. But there is one thing. I am not responsible for shipping. You need to drag the supplies back to City C by yourselves. The three people from City C were shocked by Hua Mi's list of supplies. They didn't expect that the list of supplies Hua Mi provided would be so long, although most of them are medical items. But they're also in short supply of medical supplies, extremely short supply. This is too exaggerated. Ma Yongchun looked at the list of supplies and was about to speak. Then I heard Hua Mi say, the first 3 items are limited in quantity. We can consider selling them to you in quantities under 100,000, but the rest are unlimited in quantity. You can buy as many as you want. Qingjin, who thought he would have to waste some time arguing, looked at Hua Mi in shock. Was she dreaming? Because she was facing obstacles everywhere in reality, she was so anxious that she had such a good dream. Hua Mi looked at Qingjin. I can guarantee your personal dosage of folic acid. I really don't have more here, and I have a lot of pregnant women here. Wait a minute. Gong Yi finally grasped the key point. He tilted his head, frowned, and asked Hua Mi, pregnant women take folic acid? Why do you take so much folic acid every day? Okay. That's a very good question. Hua Mi looked at Gong Yi with a smile, pursed her lips, and did not answer. Gong Yi looked at Qingjin in doubt. Should I take folic acid for stomach problems? If he remembered correctly, Hua Mi took folic acid 3 times a day. Qingjin smiled and waved his hand. Why should I take folic acid for stomach problems? I am taking care of the baby in my belly. The doctor said that folic acid supplements are necessary during pregnancy. A loud thunder sounded above Gong Yi's head, and all objects in the room shook. When Hua Mi saw this, she suddenly looked towards Gong Yi. His handsome face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Ma Yongchun from City C immediately protected Qingjin and shouted, "Earthquake!" Another earthquake. In fact, there are very few earthquakes in Xiangqing now, and even mudslides have become less frequent. But this does not mean that the disaster in Xiangqing is over. On the contrary, as Hua Mi said, humanity's disaster has just begun. Look at the spreading jelly water. As long as the people of Xiangqing stop pumping water for one day, Xiangqing, which has the lowest terrain, will definitely be submerged by the solidified jelly water. So this earthquake was not a real earthquake. Everything in the room was shaking, except the ground. The only possibility is that Gong Yi was behind this. Hua Mi leaned over to touch Gong Yi and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" The vibrating objects around them slowly quieted down. Gong Yi suddenly stood up and held Hua Mi's wrist. "Come out with me for a moment, and let's talk." He was eager to know what was going on, and he wanted to hear the truth. In the pouring rain, Gong Yi was about to speak, but seeing that Hua Mi was wearing thin clothes, he covered herself with a raincoat made of waterproof oilcloth. He sighed and opened the car door. "Go inside and talk." Immediately, without caring what Hua Mi thought, he stuffed her into the car. The wipers were shaking in front of the car window. Hua Mi saw Gong Yi get in the car and sit in the driver's seat. She asked, "Say what?" "What?" This woman is still asking him. What should he say? Gong Yi sat in the driver's seat and asked with a gloomy face, "Why do you need to take folic acid?" My stomach looking at Gong Yi's expression, Hua Mi, who had originally planned to tell the truth, subconsciously felt that something was going to go wrong, so she wanted to lie.
Gong Yi interrupted her.
"Don't talk about your stomach problems."
"I don't want to hear about it."
Hua Mi frowned. "So, what do you want to hear?" "Hear the truth." Gong Yi stared at her. "Hua Mi, is there any trust between people anymore? I trust you so much. Look, have you ever told me the truth? Let me ask you again. Why do you need to take folic acid?" His face looked frighteningly gloomy, and Hua Mi's body kept shrinking towards the car door. Gong Yi looked so ferocious, as if he wanted to kill someone. Yu Mengmeng's words suddenly rang in her ears. Yu Mengmeng said that her husband didn't want her to get pregnant and wanted her to have an abortion. Because her husband felt that survival had become a problem at this time, and raising another child was beyond his ability to bear. Don't all men want to have children at this time? However, Hua Mi did not cause any trouble to Gong Yi. On the contrary, she provided Gong Yi with a lot of help. "I want to make up for it." Hua Mi frowned. She secretly prepared to teleport. Under Gong Yi's murderous gaze, Hua Mi tried to remain calm and asked, "Gong Yi, why are you so fierce? This seems to have nothing to do with you."
"What's wrong with me?"
"What does it have to do with you? Are you pregnant?" Gong Yi glanced at the windshield wiper in front of the car window. "If you are pregnant, you take folic acid, which has a lot to do with me." Hearing this, Hua Mi couldn't help but sneer. "We are not lovers, nor are we married. We just slept together for one night. Even if I am pregnant, do you know that it is your child? Is it not okay for me to be with another man?" At this time, anyone who dared to persuade her to have an abortion would be her class enemy. How long? Gong Yi has confirmed that Hua Mi is pregnant. People really cannot be inspired in a certain direction. Once they are inspired, doubts will roll in like a river. Hua Mi pursed her lips and said nothing. She was wondering what the chance was of offending this big boss if she flew away now.
"Say." Gong Yi yelled, scaring Hua Mi.
She got angry and said directly, "What are you talking about? I'm pregnant, so what? The baby I'm pregnant with is yours, so what? I have money and supplies. Did I let you raise him? My baby will take my last name from now on. What does it have to do with you?" When a woman gets angry, a man can't handle it. Gong Yi was obviously furious, but he didn't dare to take any action. If this was the garrison under his command, he would have attacked them long ago. Hua Mi made him so angry. Not only did she hide the fact that she had a child from him, but she also took his child to fight. Thinking of all the fights Hua Mi had had before, Gong Yi was so furious that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to explode. But does he dare to touch Hua Mi? Every word she says is full of wit. Does he dare to try to hit her? Gong Yi clenched his cheeks, endured Hua Mi, and tried his best to calm himself down. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get angry and get sick, no one can replace you. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He is too strong. If I flick the cotton with just a finger, I'm afraid I'll hurt her and the child." Gong Yi could only endure it. "Hua Mi, please have some conscience. You know how I have treated you during this period. The day after we had that thing, the earthquake happened. Who are you going to find to have a baby with you? After that incident, things happened one after another. Although Gong Yi was very busy, he also knew that Hua Mi had no time to do anything with the man. As he spoke, Gong Yi grabbed Hua Mi's wrist. Okay, let's talk about the kids.
My child.
Hua Mi looked at Gong Yi warily, protecting her belly. You have no right to interfere. She had never had any relatives who treated her sincerely in her 2 lifetimes, so when she had her own flesh and blood, the sense of anticipation of this blood connection was probably something few people would understand. Moreover, these 2 little guys are about to pass the critical period, and even their heartbeats are showing. Hua Mi was not afraid of being laughed at when she told others that sometimes when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she would carefully feel the 2 babies in her belly. I seem to be able to feel that magical sense of connection. Hua Mi must give birth to these 2 little ones. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Without me, would you have a child? Gong Yi also started to act like a rogue. He was just like a scammer, and he had to show off his achievements. I was working hard to contribute that night, but you've always been so heartless in your words. You don't recognize me when you pull up your pants. Okay, I'm used to it, but kid, I also have a part to play. Hua Mi snorted coldly. Think about this question first, then come and talk to me. After saying that, she disappeared from Gong Yi's hands. Yes, just like that, pop, it suddenly disappeared. Gong Yi was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, cursed, and drove away. Zhou Cheng, the commander of the Sea City Garrison, chased after him and knocked on Gong Yi's car window. Brother, what's wrong with you guys? Do you want to sell these supplies? Sell, sell, sell. I have something to do. I have a child. Your sister-in-law is pregnant with me. Gong Yi rolled down the car window and looked at Zhou Cheng, who was standing outside the window like a petrified man. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable desire to show off and sighed deliberately. I can't help it. I didn't take precautions. You said we have everything. I'm thinking that I still have to give birth. Otherwise your sister-in-law will make trouble with me. It's not like we don't have the conditions to have a child, right? Looking at Zhou Cheng's sour eyes, Gong Yi felt inexplicably proud. Chenger, women are troublesome, and children are troublesome too. How are you going to take care of the baby after it's born? Oh, I forgot. You don't even have a woman. You haven't even tried meat yet. How can you understand the troubles of men like us who are about to become fathers? I won't say any more. I'll go find your sister-in-law. He suddenly understood what a good saying goes. How satisfying it is to base your own happiness on the jealousy of others. Gong Yi felt in a good mood when he saw Zhou Cheng's expression. Zhou Cheng watched Gong Yi leave with envy and jealousy. Why didn't he know that Gong Yi was such a show-off before? How come this single titanium dog has a child? A child of his own. Zhou Cheng is itching to have one. Most of the garrisons are monks. From the time I was a teenager, I entered the garrison camp and then went to the garrison university, where all the students were men. Therefore, there are many garrisons who have not eaten meat until they are in their 30s. Knowing the living environment of the garrison, you can imagine how much Zhou Cheng envied Gong Yi for having a child. Some readers have noticed that the male protagonist of this book is very similar to Yi Laoda in Fat Girl's book. Yes, when Fat Girl was first written, Yi Laoda was very popular, so I thought if one day I could write a male protagonist like Yi Laoda. But that year my writing skills were not good enough, so I didn't dare to write. Now that I have experienced a lot of vicissitudes, I feel that I can start writing, so Boss Gong, based on Boss Yi, was born. Zhou Cheng continued to be hit hard, and now he only thought that it would be great if he could have a girlfriend. It's not that they don't want to find a girlfriend, but they don't know how to find one. Their thoughts and bodies are all confined to a framework by the garrison discipline. At the beginning, you were not allowed to have a girlfriend while stationed. Even if they can be found later, most of them will be more dull than other men. The main manifestation is that courtship is like courting pleasure, and happiness is like wanting to kill. Which woman can understand them? Just like Gong Yi now, he was actually overwhelmed by a huge surprise in his heart, but he called Hua Mi countless times, but she didn't answer. Gong Yi's huge surprise in his heart turned into a huge anger. Find her for me. If I don't find this woman, I'm not Gong. He drove all the way to the emergency area of the ambulance center. Because Chow Fong once told him something. Chow Fong said that Hua Mi often went to see a doctor named Xian in the emergency area. At first Gong thought this was normal because Hua Mi did look very weak and in poor health. As a girl, it's okay to be a little bit pampered. But now thinking about it carefully, is this a matter of health? He just barged into the emergency room and alarmed Chow Fong. Chow Fong thought something serious had happened, so he hurried over. When he saw that it was Gong he smiled and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" "I'm looking for Xian. Where's that doctor?" Gong Yi's voice was so loud that it sounded like he was going to cause trouble. Xian was still in the office when she heard a ferocious-looking man outside the door looking for her. Before she could run, she was blocked by Gong Yi in the small office. A pregnant woman who was originally in Dr. Xian's office was so scared that she ran out of the door. Gong Yi sat down in front of Xian. "I have no other intention in coming here, and Dr. Xian, you don't have to be afraid. I just want to know if my baby in Hua Mi's belly has been with you all this time?" He seemed very anxious, which made Chow Fong, who was standing behind him, stunned. "Sister, Hua has a child? Or their boss? This doesn't seem strange. After all, many people can see the relationship between Sister Hua and the boss." All the garrisons felt that the only one worthy of their boss was Sister Hua. Apart from their boss, there is no other man who is worthy of Sister Hua. But their relationship developed so quickly that even a life was lost. It was too fast. Xian was a little flustered at first, but then she calmed down when she saw Gong Yi was indeed just sitting opposite her, looking at her eagerly. "You too, really, it seems like you don't want these two children," she said, with a reproachful tone, tapping the table and saying to Gong Yi, "I'm not saying anything, look how long it's been. This is the first time I've seen you here." "Two children?" Chow Fong asked in surprise. He thought that Sister Hua was pregnant with the eldest brother's child, which was shocking enough to him, but he didn't expect that there was something even more shocking. Xian looked at Gong Yi with condemnation. "I know the world is not good now, and many men don't want children, but you two are both in good condition, so why don't you want children either?" Chow Fong, who was standing behind Gong Yi, suddenly realized that it was no wonder that they had not heard any news. Sister Hua came to see Xian in secret. No wonder the eldest didn't know he had two children. It seems that the eldest brother doesn't want these two children. Who said, "I don't want it"? Gong Yi wanted to pound the table, but he was afraid to scare Xian and stop her from telling him Hua Mi's little secret. But he had to make it clear on this principal issue. He wanted two of his children. He wanted no less. This which kept this a secret. If she hadn't kept it a secret, would I have missed so many prenatal checkups? Thinking about it, Gong Yi felt regretful. He didn't want to miss any of his children's examinations, and this was the purpose of his visit to Xian. He wanted children, and he wanted to understand them. Xian looked at the man opposite her, who was so powerful that he could cover the sky with one hand in Xiangqing. At this moment, his attitude was both fierce and soft. These are two very contradictory emotions, but they are strangely mixed together and perfectly needed into this man's body. Xian stared at him for a while before opening the drawer and taking out a fetal care manual. "I will not provide you with Miss Hua's medical records without her authorization, but you can take a look at this first. It contains various precautions for pregnant mothers, such as what to eat, how to conduct prenatal education, etc. You can take a close look at it. You can ask Miss Hua for the ultrasound report of the children later. The two little guys are very resilient and are developing very well. You will be able to interact with the children soon. Don't miss it." As Xian spoke, Gong Yi nodded. In his big hands, he carefully held the pink fetal care handbook as if he was holding an imperial edict. Okay, I will definitely read it. I will definitely memorize it word for word." He looked like he had asked a wizard to consecrate a Bible. With a silly smile on his face, he held the manual and asked Xian, "Really? My two children are growing up well? They are my offspring. How can they not have strong vitality? Hey, what do they look like?" Do they look like me or their mother? It is said that people who are in love will say some stupid things. It seems that even though Gong Yi is not in love, he is already stupid now. Chen couldn't help laughing when she saw Gong Yi's silly look. We have to wait until they are born before we can compare. But I have to remind you, Commander Gong, don't follow others and insist on having a boy. Although the world is not doing well now, the survival rate of men in difficult environments is not as high as that of women. She knew that many people nowadays did not want to have children. After all, the world was in such a state, so why have children? Chen also knew that families who really couldn't afford an abortion also secretly hoped that the baby in their bellies was a boy. Because girls are so miserable. In this chaotic world, as a woman, her fate is bleak and her life will be very miserable. Gong Yi was stunned and shook his head quickly. I like them all, whether they are boys or girls, I like them all. He knew that the world today was not very friendly to girls, but he was going to be a father now. A father's strength is like the mountains and the sea, and he can stand up for his children. If he had 2 daughters, he would work hard to make the world a better place. Hua Mi hid alone in the Lianhua Xingxing supermarket in Xiangqing. It's not that she didn't want to answer Gong Yi's call, but Gong Yi's attitude made her feel very bad. It feels like he is Yu Mingming's husband. Having experienced the apocalypse for a lifetime and seen all kinds of tragedies in the apocalypse, Fong Xian, whom he treated as his own sister, has betrayed him again and again. Hua Mi is not someone who can easily let down his guard. Although Gong Yi trusted her wholeheartedly, Hua Mi could not completely trust Gong Yi. This is her shortcoming, indeed. But such shortcomings can allow her to live for a very long time in the apocalypse. So from the very beginning, when Hua Mi learned that she was pregnant, she was prepared to raise the child alone in the apocalypse. Look outside Xianqiru's office. There are so many men forcing their women to have abortions. She didn't really have high expectations for Gong Yi. All of Gong Yi's reactions were telling Hua Mi that he suddenly learned the news without any careful consideration. So at this time, Hua Mi didn't want to talk to Gong Yi. Once you decide to have a child, you must think carefully and make sure that you are prepared to spend the rest of your life being responsible for another life. This is not something that can be solved simply by saying, I can take responsibility and give birth to the baby. Therefore, from the very beginning, Hua Mi never thought of dragging Gong Yi into the water. She wants Gong Yi to think it over carefully. Does he want it or not? Yes, what needs to be done to fulfill the responsibilities of a father, Hua Mi really does not force this. No, then the 2 of them have to think carefully about it. Under the premise of not affecting the cooperative relationship, Hua Mi insists on giving birth to the child, and the child cannot recognize Gong Yi. Her children didn't need a father who didn't want them and didn't expect them. Her belly was getting bigger day by day, and she couldn't keep this secret any longer, so now was the right time to tell it. Once Gong Yi has figured out how to support Gong Yi, Hua Mi will not change. After all, the 2 of them have been working together quite happily so far. To sum up, Hua Mi doesn't think that answering Gong Yi's call on impulse is a good thing. She sighed, hung up the call from Gong Yi again, made a cup of tea in her supermarket, and quietly watched the heavy rain outside the window. The rain in Xiangqing is already so heavy, so I'm afraid that other cities that should be flooded have already been flooded. The sky is so dark and the living environment for human beings is becoming more and more difficult. She can really understand what those men who don't want children are thinking. If she were an ordinary man, without even putting herself in the shoes of an ordinary man, she would also feel that such living conditions are not suitable for pregnancy and childbirth. It was pouring rain. The sky was completely dark. The mountains and rivers were in shatters, and in the Lianhua Xingxing supermarket, a pregnant mother was feeling rare melancholy. The Hua Mi supermarket was not open to the public, and its area was as large as a residential community. The entire community was razed to the ground by Hua Mi to create her black soil. Turn on security scan. Completion of Security and Defense Works Defense Project. Completed the lighting construction of Xiangqing Road rating. Primary Protection Project obtained 10 square meters of black land. Please select a location for the black land. Get lucky draw X1 remaining draws X5. Suddenly a row of letters popped up. This light that paved a road in the city was also counted as Hua Mi's safety protection project. She was a little confused because her engineering team had cleared a road before, and this was also considered a safety protection. So many roads in Xiangqing have been cleared. Why aren't they considered her safety protection? Because it wasn't her people who cleared the road? So it didn't count as her contribution? Standing up, Hua Mi stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror and suddenly realized. She rolled up her clothes, looked at her hard belly, and called the contractor. That's right. It doesn't matter if we do it slowly as long as we do it completely by ourselves. Contact the tow removal team at the city management department and ask them to stop working. If they must work, come to my tow removal team. Hua Mi's words startled the contractor. Miss Hua, are you going to take over the urban management of Xiangqing? In fact, it can be taken over. It doesn't matter. After all, Yu Guanglin has run away now, and the management commander of Xiangqing has disappeared. It can be seen how chaotic the management level is. However, because Xiangqing is now taken over by the garrison, the basic functions are still running, such as the city clearance team, which has been moving all the time. I haven't taken it over yet, but I'm not happy that the city wreckers are always taking our business away, so I'll swallow it up first. Hua Mi said this, looked at the mirror and thought for a while, then decided to take off her pants and change into a looser pair of harem pants. Her belly was about to bulge out, and she could no longer hold it in. The contractor on the other end of the phone counted the roster of 400 people in his hand. Miss Hua, we already have 400 people in our engineering team. These 400 people were all carefully selected by me and have relevant circuit work experience. It is a very difficult task to lay lights on the roads in Xiangqing on rainy days. The contractor also needs to consider safety. If there are too many people, it will be difficult to manage. If the city tow clearance team is merged over, plus the original 10-person tow clearance team, plus the police officers on duty at Yang Honglin's side, there must be at least 500 people. This is considered a fairly large infrastructure team. With so many people, they have to pay 5 million yuan in salary a month and also provide so many benefits. You know, Hua Mi is a person who really loves to give out benefits. Every now and then, she gives them oranges and straw sandals. In this world where supplies are scarce and it is raining heavily, it is always better to have a pair of soft, tough, and comfortable straw sandals than to wear rotten shoes. So their engineering team and clearance team, collectively known as the infrastructure team, now have a pair of straw sandals for each person. The topic has gone off topic. What the contractor meant was that he was worried that Hua Mi would not have enough supplies to feed so many people. After all, the supplies in Xiangqing's supply warehouse have been used up, and the supplies that Xiangqing people eat are all from Hua Mi. Hua Mi has to support a city, as well as Qi Chuan's material transport team and the small trading gang. Can she support a 500-person infrastructure team? While she was talking to the contractor on the phone, Hua Mi's phone kept receiving calls. All of them were caused by Gong. She chose to deal with the contractor's matter first. Anyway, now that she had received Gong Yi's call, she didn't know what to say to Gong Yi. If they quarrel over the children, it will damage their partnership. Soon, Gong Yi found that the call could not be connected, so he sent a message. Gong Yi, you answer the phone, let's talk it out. Gong Yi, you can't be so unreasonable. I also have a share in the child, and I have made contributions. Just let me see him. He didn't seem to want a child, so Hua Mi thought about it, took out the most recent ultrasound report, took a photo of it, and sent it to Gong Yi. Gong Yi no longer replied to messages. Hua Mi was busy talking to the contractor on the phone again. You only have 500 people in your team? Sister Hua felt that she was being looked down upon. She thought the contractor might not know how much money she could earn every day. In this kind of world, the speed at which she makes money is only slightly faster than the world's richest man before the disaster. So, what is a 5 million yuan salary a month? She can afford a 50 million yuan salary a month. Hua Mi sighed. Bauer, you are so ignorant. There are only 500 people here, and you are yelling. Not only the obstacle removal team, but your engineering team must also speed up and do more infrastructure. You have to raise my wall for me by another 10 meters. If you are really short of manpower, just recruit more people. As long as they are honest and clean, recruit them into our infrastructure team. In fact, Hua Mi felt that the 2-meter-high wall outside the Lotus Xingxing supermarket was too short. It has to be continuously raised. When mutant animals appear in the future, 10-meter walls will appear short. Hua Mi changed into harem pants and sterile boots and came to the backyard of the supermarket. During this period, Gong became much quieter, with no phone calls or text messages. Hua Mi was waiting for Gong Yi's reaction after looking at the ultrasound report. The backyard of her supermarket was like an orchard. In the pervasive black fog, there stood a tree grove of fruit trees, all bearing fresh fruits. Hua Mi was thinking about what to do with her newly acquired 10 square meters of black land. Because one type of fruit is planted on 1 square meter, and as the root system of this type of fruit grows stronger, the fruit trees will grow more and more luxuriantly. Then the square meters cannot be so close to each other, otherwise the fruit trees will fight with each other, right? So these magical black soils have produced their own rarefaction. That is, as the fruit trees on your own land grow bigger and bigger over time, the distance between 1 square meter of black soil will automatically widen. So the dozens of square blocks of black soil that were originally close to each other are now sparse and scattered, like crooked teeth, scattered in Hua Mi's backyard. Especially next to the giant orange tree, there was nothing but darkness. All the black soil has been squeezed out by the giant orange trees. Hua Mi was a little troubled. She could only find a vacant lot in the front yard and settle 10 square meters of black soil. She then planted the following trees: citrus, plum, bayberry, mulberry, tea tree, jute, rubber tree, camphor tree, broadleaf basswood, and Ganoderma lucidum. Hua Mi planted all the seeds in her hand that could be planted, and when she saw some tree seeds, she planted those too. We can't just let the land go to waste. Besides, planting trees is good. If you plant trees, you will have wood to build houses in the future. After planting the trees, Hua Mi received a call from Chen. In human society, there is a kind of social interaction called lady social interaction. Chen's purpose of staying in Xiangqing, in addition to taking care of the fetus, was also to maintain a good relationship with Hua Mi. From Zhou Cheng, the management commander, and his wife of City C learned that Hua Mi was pregnant with Gong Yi's child. The two are definitely an official couple. Before leaving Xiangqing, Ma Yongchen spent 200,000 yuan to buy 2 universal signal connectors from the RV supermarket. To facilitate communication between himself and his wife, and also to facilitate his wife's diplomacy. Chen greeted Hua Mi enthusiastically on the phone. Our old Ma and Commander Zhou have gone back for the survivors in City C, leaving me in Xiangqing now. Thank you, Mrs. Gong, for your generosity. Mrs. Gong, I found a place to live in Xiangqing, and I also contacted a group of wives in our C City. Their husbands are all well-known figures in C City. I learned that Madame Gong and I know each other, and we all want to meet Madame Gong. Madame Gong, would you like to come out and play mahjong? Playing mahjong? Sorry, Hua Mi doesn't know how to play. Hua Mi didn't feel guilty at all about not being able to play mahjong as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. In her mind, this is a self-defeating activity. Not only will she not participate in it, she also has no interest in doing so. So Hua Mi politely declined Chen's invitation and sincerely reminded Chen, "You don't have to call me Madame Gong, because Gong Yi and I have no relationship. I am neither his wife, nor his girlfriend, let alone his lover. To be precise, I am just a supplier who gets what I want from Boss Gong. For adults, adult love is not a serious crime." Originally, she and Gong Yi had not reached a consensus on this matter, but now the impact has expanded further and spread to the circle of wealthy ladies in City C. Hua Mi could imagine what those wives in the circle were saying about her. Then she would have even less interest in wasting her time and energy on socializing as a lady. Chen paused on the other end of the phone, shocked by Hua Mi's honesty. "Miss Hua, you're joking. You two already have a child, and Commander Gong has only one woman. She is a woman who lives in the upper structure and enjoys a life of luxury." So Chen couldn't quite understand Hua Mi's thoughts. At this time, a woman should seek a safe shelter to ensure that she could live well. Just like her, if Chen's man was not Ma Yongchen, the management commander of City C, she would probably be like the survivors of City C now, living a miserable life and struggling to make ends meet every day. It is precisely because of Ma Yongchun's existence that Qin Jun has the time and energy to engage in social activities among the ladies in Xiangqing. You can still live a life of luxury.
So, what if I have a child?
Before hanging up Qin Jun's phone, Hua Mi said slowly, from the beginning, I didn't intend to use the child to tie Commander Gong down. He is him, and I am me. It's not like I can't raise a child, so why do I have to find a man to help me raise the child? I'm not saying this to target Madame Ma. I'm just born this way. If you rely on mountains, they will collapse. If you rely on the sea will dry up. If you rely on people, they will run away. So I've always relied on myself. I don't need a child to bind a man's heart, nor do I need a child to support me in the future, and I don't need a man to help change the child's material living conditions. I want a child just because I want my heart to be less lonely. On this long journey, I can have a blood relative who can be remembered by me while I am fighting. Gong Yi was sitting in the passenger seat of the jeep and Chao Fong was driving for him. No matter what Chao Fong said, Gong Yi didn't think about it and didn't respond. He was only thinking about his two cubs now. Hua Mi, photo.jpg. The information finally came. Gong Yi clicked it and saw two little seahorses on it. The ultrasound pictures are in black and white. Nowadays, being able to produce a black and white B ultrasound picture is considered to be a sign of advanced medical care in Xiangqing. I think many cities don't even have this kind of pregnancy test method. Gong Yi was shocked. After thinking calmly for a few hours, he couldn't help but send a message to Hua Mi. Gong Yi, why does it look like a seahorse? Did Hua Mi fight too much, so her children became mutants? Why did they grow up like this? Hua Mi in the Lotus Xingxing supermarket had ended the call with Qin Jun. Seeing Gong Yi's text message at this moment, she wanted to beat Gong Yi to death as a fool. Hua Mi, what do you think a baby who is less than 3 months old will look like? Hua Mi, Gong Yi, please stop being silly, okay? They started out as 2 tadpoles growing little by little. The last few times I saw them, they looked like 2 commas. Hua Mi is not exaggerating. Isn't this the case with all children? They grow little by little from a tadpole and finally become a baby, coming out of their mother's belly. Gong Yi, this is my first time seeing you. Can you show me the ultrasound photos from the previous times? After learning that the child was fine, he sat in the passenger seat, looking at the baby's photo on his phone, with a smile on his face. Chao Fong tilted his head to look at him, and outside the car window were colorful lights. The contractor worked quickly and has completed the installation of the lights on road. Once the lights were in place, this road developed into the most prosperous and lively road in Xiangqing. The roadside of, which is filled with colorful lights, is full of people setting up stalls and patrolling troops. Ever since Xiangqing canceled the free supply of 2 meals a day, more people have suddenly come out to do business. Someone had stockpiled a lot of oranges before and they didn't go bad even after being kept for a month or 2. Although many of the oranges looked a little old, when you peeled off the skin, the orange segments inside were still juicy and sweet. So many people took out the oranges they had hoarded earlier and sold them. So on the roadside of, the most common stalls are orange stalls. Of course, there were also many people who sold their belongings in exchange for money. Now, every meal in Xiangqing requires money. Money before the disaster was still quite important in Xiangqing. Dafu and Xiaofu took the money given by Hua Mi and stayed in front of these stalls every day, looking for all kinds of useful and useless things. The 2 of them kept Hua Mi's words in mind. No matter whether it was useful or not, as long as it was a good one, they would buy it first. Canceling the 2 free meals a day is a nuclear-level issue, and many survivors in Xiangqing cause trouble every day. Those survivors may make as much noise as they want, but once they are found to be destructive, for example, destroying the light bulbs that the contractor has worked so hard to light, or littering everywhere, they will be kicked out of Xiangqing. But more survivors, after the initial shock and panic, began to think with a normal brain about how to quickly acquire wealth while complying with the rules of the game, in exchange for more survival supplies. This is in line with the tone of extreme survival in the apocalypse. Fong withdrew his gaze from the car window and was suddenly shocked. He saw that under the illumination of the light outside the window, Gong, who was sitting next to the car window, had red eyes. Boss, for a moment, Fong was at a loss. People like them shed more blood than tears. I can say responsibly that this is the first time that Fong has seen their boss cry in all the years he has followed Gong.
I'm fine.
Gong rubbed his eyes, not because he was embarrassed, but because he was such a grown man, and yet he was crying in front of his subordinates. It was because there were tears in his eyes and he couldn't see the two little seahorses in the photo clearly. These are my two children. Gong showed Fong the photos in his mobile phone. Fong quickly stopped the car, turned his head to look over, and asked in surprise, "What's Sister Hua pregnant with? Why do they look like two little monsters? Do children look like this when they are in their mother's belly? Nonsense. Could it be that they are in your belly?" Gong took the photo back like a treasure, holding it in his big hands and looking at it carefully. As I watched, my eyes became red unconsciously. Now Gong will introduce his background. Garrisons are born like that. They are born by their parents but not raised by them. Many people may object to this, but this is the fact. They joined the garrison when they were teenagers, and it was like living in a Buddhist temple. They didn't have much contact with their original families. Even with the families they have formed now, they don't have much contact. This is probably to allow the garrison to maintain ideological unity to the greatest extent possible and to enable the garrison to better obey orders. Gong was born into a garrison family. The so-called garrison family sounds good to outsiders, but in fact only Gong himself understands that he was born in a garrison camp, grew up in a garrison camp, went home to the garrison camp, and left home is still the garrison camp. He knew the garrison better than anyone else, because ever since he was a child and could remember, everyone he saw was wearing a garrison uniform. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, and Grandma. The older generation are all hung on the wall. Without exception, they sacrificed their lives for the mission, and when they died, they were wearing garrison uniforms. His parents were stationed there, wearing garrison uniforms. They had uniform requirements, uniform management, and uniform tone of voice for Gong. Finally, they all died during a mission. The most outrageous thing Gong, who was born into a garrison family, had ever done in his life was to mistake a paper man for his dream lover. I had a crush on her for several years. A few years later, he spent a crazy night with his flesh and blood paper dream lover. How could a man who grew up in such an identity not be so excited when he saw the two little guys on the phone? From then on, he also had relatives in this world who were connected by blood, not just the kind that hung on the wall. Instead, it was alive and well, with flesh and blood, growing up in the belly of his dream lover and finally being born amid his deep anticipation. He would protect his daughters and raise them like princesses. He would use his best abilities to give his little princesses the best treasures in the world. Thinking about it, Gong's heart softened and he couldn't help but shed tears. After the little princesses are born, he will definitely not let their world be filled with garrison uniforms.
He has already thought about it.
He wants to prepare pink princess dancing shoes, a shiny princess crown, and a puffy princess skirt. Boss, the guys near the Lotus Xingxing supermarket said they saw Sister Hua in the underground parking lot below the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. Fong hung up the phone and turned to report to Gong. Gong nodded and said, "Go catch her outside the Lotus Xingxing supermarket." He had a serious look on his face, but his eyes were red. People who didn't know him would have thought he was going to deal with some important villain. Fong also had a serious look on his face. He stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Lotus Xingxing. At this time, Hua Mi threw the mats produced in the black soil into the underground parking lot, covering half of the underground first floor of the parking lot. There is no way there is really too much straw. Although Yi Rong recruited people nonstop and worked in 3 shifts 24 hours a day to weave straw mats, such as straw hats, straw sandals, straw raincoats, and straw skirts. She even found a contractor to build 100 straw mat houses with straw. Hua Mi was still able to accumulate a large pile of straw after a period of time. Without any intention, I had occupied half of the parking lot on the underground first floor. Except for the production of mat grass, which is already on par with that of oranges, the production of grapefruit and apple is only slightly slower than that of oranges. The last time the lottery was drawn, the growth speed special effect of the orange had already expired, but Hua Mi did not feel relieved. But because of the continuous harvest of oranges, the orange in her backyard has grown into a giant. Can you imagine that an orange tree occupies the entire planned supermarket backyard? Hua Mi had never seen such a thick and big orange tree in her life. The harvest every time was worth millions of oranges. Although the growth rate is not as fast as before, the yield of oranges harvested each time has not decreased. Of course, the area of mat grass is not much different from that of oranges, and the harvesting period of mat grass is short. After the initial struggle, the production of grapefruit and apples is now very good. There are also cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, and cantaloupes planted behind the grapefruits and apples, and their yields are gradually increasing. Now it also occupies a lot of Hua Mi's storage space. She dumped all the fruits on the underground parking lot on the first, second, and third floors. Then, he teleported to the teleportation point of Xiangqing Rescue Center. Gong Yi and Chao Fong rushed to the outside of Lianhua Xingxing Supermarket. Chao Fong pressed the doorbell and was about to turn around to ask Gong Yi to wait. But Gong Yi turned around and left. She is not here. Let all the brothers check where she is. After a while, Chao Fong hung up the phone with a confused look on his face and said to Gong Yi, "Boss, the brothers discovered that someone who looks like Sister Hua appeared near the RV supermarket." Walk. Gong Yi spoke briefly, jumped into the car, and rushed to the RV supermarket with Chao Fong. Hua Mi walked around the yard behind the RV supermarket. There were not many supplies that belonged to her. What was piled up were all things that Dafu and Xiaofu bought from various stalls. There were hand drums, desks, second-hand books, printers, air conditioners, projectors, A4 paper, blank printing paper. The second-hand books alone filled up the entire warehouse behind the RV supermarket. Some books were not well protected by the survivors and were wet when they were bought by Dafu and Xiaofu. As a result, after being stored in the backyard warehouse for a few days, the moisture was absorbed by the waterproof tarpaulin. It has definitely become a good book. Hua Mi casually flipped through the books piled up on the open space, then called Dafu and Xiaofu over and gave each of the two children 1 million in cash. Yes, cash. This is Hua Mi's latest discovery. In her cashier system, she can not only withdraw virtual amounts on social software, but also withdraw cash. Just click on the small plus sign behind Withdrawal Amount Yuan to open a lower-level page. There will be a choice above: withdraw virtual currency or withdraw cash. If Hua Mi chooses to withdraw cash, then brand new banknotes with serial numbers will appear in Hua Mi's level 17 storage space. Considering that there are many survivors now who do not have universal signal connectors, they can only choose to trade in cash. So Hua Mi gave Dafu and Xiaofu 1 million in cash each. You two take this money and buy all the books you can from those stalls. Buy as many as you can. She still hopes that her two cubs can read more books in the future. Because Hua Mi knows that if humanity's disastrous course continues in this way, there will be a break in civilization. In her previous life, she lived to the end of the world. The second generation of survivors was born and grew up in the end of the world. Therefore, Hua Mi can clearly feel how huge the impact of cultural gaps is on human beings. The difference lies in that the generation of survivors still understand what propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame are, can read letters, speak tactfully, do things in an organized manner, and understand layout. The second generation of survivors is a disaster. Everyone is illiterate, everyone eats raw meat and drinks blood, everyone has no sense of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and everyone is involved in all kinds of messed up CPs. Forget it. Hua Mi feels sad when she thinks of the second generation of survivors. So, kids, you must study and do your homework. Books are the ladder of human progress. Now Hua Mi wants to save as many of the ladders as she can. It can be regarded as her small contribution to the future second generation of happiness. After giving instructions to Dafu and Xiaofu, Hua Mi turned around and went into the warehouse behind the RV supermarket. She stuffed all the books and the office supplies bought by Dafu and Xiaofu into the storage room on level 17. The wall behind the RV supermarket was filled with condoms, mineral water, medical supplies, and fruits. Then, Hua Mi came out of the yard and walked around the RV supermarket. Now the entire square is occupied by Hua Mi's goods, and water pumps are piled up in the square outside the RV supermarket. Hua Mi took a look and gave the contractor a new infrastructure task. Hua Mi, you surround the square of the rescue center with a circle of barbed wire and build some sheds inside the wire mesh, using waterproof tarpaulin to cover the sheds. Hua Mi, I see the location of the rescue center's square. This place is very good. I will use it to store supplies in the future. The original garrison material department of the rescue center has now been demolished and converted into a food operation area. There were dozens of large stoves there, which were originally used to cook rice and fry vegetables for the survivors of Xiangqing. Now that Xiangqing's 2 free meals have been cancelled, this place has become much more deserted. It now mainly provides meals for the injured and medical staff in the emergency area who are unable to take care of themselves. The side dishes produced in Hua Mi's black soil just meet the needs of the emergency area. The yield of side dishes will increase over time, and with more harvests. The only thing missing was the rice and flour. There was a large amount of rice stored in her level 18 warehouse. However, because there was no suitable thresher, all of the rice and the rice stalks were left idle. As for how to deal with this batch of rice, Hua Mi decided to wait a little longer. She had previously bought a large amount of rice from an agricultural trade giant, and combined with the supplies from the supply warehouse in City B, it would be enough to feed the survivors in Xiangqing and City B for a while. Hua Mi will go back and discuss with Gong Yi and ask Gong Yi to find some threshers to thresh the rice so that the rice consumption can keep up. Hua Mi would debit all of these from the trillions that Gong Yi had given her. After replenishing the stock of side dishes, Hua Mi flew to the Xiangqing Watchtower teleportation point. At this time, Fong drove and took Gong Yi to the outside of the RV supermarket. Before Fong got out of the car, Gong Yi lowered his head and rubbed his eyebrows. She is not here anymore. Let the brothers look for her again. Boss, you haven't gotten out of the car yet. Fong was a little unwilling to give up. They were driving, and if Sister Hua was also driving, they should have arrived at the RV supermarket one after the other. She's not here. Gong Yi's cheeks moved, and he said this with a hint of gnashing of teeth. His nerve power or mental power. He can see all the people and things in this area. So even if he didn't get off the car, he knew that Hua Mi was gone. Vixens really know how to run. Fong called his brothers in Xiangqing in confusion. After a few hms, he hung up the phone and said to Gong Yi in surprise, "Boss, the brothers said Sister Hua is in the watchtower."
Chase.
Gong Yi is determined today. He must meet Hua Mi and make things clear about his daughters. Xiangqing Watchtower is located outside the Iron Gate of Xiangqing. It has been surrounded by a large area of racks, and dozens of migrant workers are bending over to bury light bulbs. Because they were working in heavy rain, a super large shed had been built with waterproof tarpaulin, and all the survivors had been cleared away. No one saw how Hua Mi suddenly appeared. The contractor, with a mouthful of gold teeth, straightened up and was about to say a few encouraging words, but when he turned around, he saw Hua Mi standing at the center of the teleportation point of Xiangqing Watchtower. "Miss Hua?" The contractor was a little surprised. He didn't know when Miss Hua came. He hurried forward and flattered her. "Miss Hua, you came without telling me in advance. Look how messy it is here. Be careful. Watch your step." Hua Mi pointed to a pile of tea for clearing the mind and improving eyesight, potato chips, lime flavor, melon seeds, caramel flavor, oranges, grapefruits, apples, cherries, pomegranates, kiwis, and cantaloupes.
These are souvenirs for you.
Come and have some when you are done with your work. A group of people looked over, all with a look of surprise on their faces. When did a small hill suddenly appear here? Sure enough, they were so busy with the infrastructure construction that they had forgotten that someone had transported a small hill of supplies into the greenhouse.
Thank you, Miss Hua.
It's really nice to work with Miss Hua. The contractors were not surprised by the appearance of these comfort items. Often when they were busy, a pile of supplies would suddenly appear on the construction site. It was a gift of comfort given to them by Miss Hua. Are real extra gifts that are not included in the daily salary. So, can the contractor not worship Miss Hua like an ancestor? These days, money and other things are virtual, and only real materials are real. So the contractor shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone cheer up and finish the work at hand, and then you can share the fruits and snacks." Okay. Everyone was in high spirits and full of energy. Supplies are in front of them, and that is their motivation. Miss Hua, come here and take a look. On a busy construction site, the foreman led Hua Mi mysteriously to a piece of cement space that had already been lit. He took out a drill and, under Hua Mi's puzzled gaze, started drilling at the smooth cement on the ground. This. Hua Mi looked at the motionless cement floor in surprise and asked, "What's going on? Why isn't the cement drill moving?" Then she realized that last time a few thugs had been looking for trouble with her. They drove a car and tried to crash down the wall of her supermarket. As a result, not even the dust on the wall was knocked off. The contractor said mysteriously, "This is the cement that Miss Hua gave us. It's strong and durable. If we can have more of it, we can rebuild the entire Xiangqing. Why would we be afraid of earthquakes?" Hua Mi was greatly inspired, but unfortunately, the cement in her hands was all won in a lottery, and there was no way to produce it in fixed quantities. She thought for a moment and said to the contractor, "It's not enough to just build cement. You need to build a circle of platforms around the open space to mount machine guns and build a few small artillery platforms nearby." As Hua Mi was talking, the contractor was puzzled. Is Miss Hua going to fight? Why is it so strictly guarded when it is just a piece of open space covered with patterns? However, the contractor is Hua Mi's chief lackey. Although he is confused, he will definitely not show it. He nodded and flattered her to the utmost. Yes, Miss Hua is right. How about we seek cooperation from the garrison and ask them to provide a professional attack and defense map? Okay, discuss this with Chao Fong. I want to make sure not even a fly can fly in at this point. Hua Mi pointed to the 1 square meter black land teleportation point in the center of the open space. Now no one can understand why she would spend so much money to build such a piece of flat land and make it so fancy. But when zombies and mutated plants and animals appear, they will understand how many lives can be saved by having such a teleportation point. As long as this teleportation point exists, no matter what kind of monster the survivors are trapped in, they can kill them and return to the city. So, can't this teleportation point be built stronger and safer? After explaining the situation to the contractor, Hua Mi found a deserted place, teleported, ran out of Xiangqing, and came to City B. Material Depot. As soon as she left, Chao Fong and Gong Yi's car arrived at the watchtower. This time, before Chao Fong could look over, the car they were riding in exploded. "Boss, it's dangerous," Chao Fong shouted and looked around. At the critical moment, only one thought came to his mind. Who dared to attack them? Chao Fong didn't understand. Who did it? Was it Chen Who from City A? The Xiangqing garrison had made enemies with Chen Who. Thousands of thoughts passed through Chao Feng's mind. At this critical moment, he rushed to the commander beside him, intending to use his own life to protect his commander. However, Gong Yi was knocked to the ground by him in the broken garrison jeep, his face also full of shock. He was just angry and wanted to tear Hua Mi apart, so why did the car explode? It exploded and broke into pieces, but he and Chao Fengren, who were sitting in the car, were unharmed. Gong Yi was as frightened as Chao Feng. Chao Feng was frightened by the enemy's sneak attack. There was no sign of it at all, and they didn't receive any news beforehand. The enemy is too powerful. They must have started a decapitation operation. Gong Yi was frightened by his own psychotic abilities. Looking at the garrisons running towards him from a distance and quickly forming a human wall around him, Gong Yi was too embarrassed to say anything. It wasn't that they were ambushed. He could see clearly everyone and everything within a radius of nearly 10 meters, so no one could sneak attack him. It wasn't like someone had planted a bomb under his car. It was caused by his neurotic abilities. Hua Mi said that his special ability was very powerful, and he could accomplish anything as long as he thought about it. It seemed to be true. Amid the human wall, Gong took a deep breath. No. He had to stay calm. Otherwise, he would accidentally tear Hua Mi apart, and he would regret it for the rest of his life. Boss, before Chao Feng finished speaking, Gong patted Chao Feng on the shoulder and said calmly, "Let the brothers check where your sister Hua went." They were on full alert, holding their guns, and placed their leader in the human wall of the Garrison Command Center. Chao Feng was stunned. Yes, at this time, the enemy had already started the decapitation operation, and the boss's car had been tampered with. How could they let Sister Hua go? Chao Feng protected Gong and quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. He asked nervously, then turned back with a serious look. "Boss, the brothers haven't seen Sister Hua in Xiangqing." "Oh my god, Xiangqing is going to be destroyed, and I can't handle it." Chao Feng cried violently in his heart. "Sister Hua must have been kidnapped by the enemy." Gong nodded. "She is no longer in Xiangqing." Then, Gong took out his cell phone and called Tang Yu. Tang Yu was currently stationed at the supply warehouse in City B. He greeted Hua Mi, who was walking out from the depths of the warehouse. "Sister Hua." Then, Tang Yu picked up the phone. "Boss. Is your sister Hua in the supply warehouse in City B?" Gong tried hard to control his emotions and closed his eyes. His neurotic ability only allowed him to see a map with a radius of a few meters, and he could not see places as far away as City B exist. When Tang Yu saw Hua Mi approaching, he stood up straight and saluted Hua Mi. "Sister Hua, the boss is looking for you." "Looking for me? Haven't we made everything clear?" Hua Mi reached out, took the phone from Tang Yu's hand, and asked Gong on the phone, "The ultrasound report can be sent to you. I have taken a photo and sent it to you. What else do you want to do?" On the other end of the phone, Gong took a deep breath and said calmly, "Let's talk about our daughters. Don't worry, I definitely want the children. I will be responsible for them, so, as their parents, we need to have a good talk." Hua Mi rolled her eyes. "I don't even know if these two children are daughters or not. How do you know?" "I guess." Thinking of his little princesses, Gong had a gentle smile on his face. "I think princesses are great. I want to have 2 little princesses." This was his hope. After Xian Shiru had that conversation with him, Gong suddenly had expectations about the gender of the child. He just wanted a daughter. He hoped it would be a daughter. Hua Mi was speechless because of this little duck. She calmly explained to the silly duck, "I'm happy that you want these 2 children, but I'm not sure if they are daughters." Hua Mi hasn't thought about whether it's a boy or a girl. They are all her children anyway, and they will be the same no matter what. But the man and the woman had completely different ideas. Gong wanted a daughter very, very much. He said to Hua Mi, "Didn't you say that I am a psychopath with special abilities and that I can achieve anything I want?" "Who told you you're crazy?" "That's mental power, boss." Hua Mi was about to jump up and down. How could such a high-sounding mental power become a psychotic power when it came out of Gong's mouth? "Yes, since I have the mental power, then I can definitely have a daughter if I want." Gong smiled on the other end of the phone and said to Hua Mi, "For the sake of our daughter, we need to sit down and have a good talk face to face."
How do you want to talk about it?
"What aspects of the child do you want to talk about?" Hua Mi thought that Gong, a big boss, might have the potential to be a daughter captive. Why did he keep talking about his daughter? Forget it. She would not bother with a daughter captive. Hua Mi is just listening to see if she is interested in what Gong wants to talk about. If she is interested, they will sit down and talk. If she is not interested, no matter how thick Gong's thigh is, Hua Mi will still refuse to cooperate. It's good that she has something to talk about now. Gong, who was in the human wall, gestured to Chao Feng, asking Chao Feng to prepare the car and head towards City B. "Let's talk about your current pregnancy problem and whether your daughters should have both parents after they are born." Gong had never spoken to anyone so patiently. His voice was the most gentle in history, and the people around him all pricked up their curious ears. "What? Sister Hua is pregnant? Or a daughter?" "What?" "Sister Hua's daughter's father, or their eldest brother." The tight-lipped Garrisons, while defending, ignited their gossipy souls one by one. So the boss said before that Sister Hua was just his female friend, which was indeed a subtle statement. Everyone can see that the boss has a special feeling for Sister Hua, and they really did not choose the wrong couple. Although the boss has no other CP for them to choose except Sister Hua. But they were still very happy that Lauda and Sister Hua really succeeded. From now on, Sister Hua would be their forever and true Sister Hua. Okay, I'll be back then. Hua Mi felt that the direction Gong Yi wanted to discuss was more reliable, and she did not object. For the sake of their children, they should have a good talk about these two aspects. She hung up the phone and was about to speak when she looked at Tang Yu, whose eyes were blazing with gossip. Hua Mi, who was just about to fly back to Xiangqing, was stunned when she heard this, and she looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was a little excited and turned around to report the matter to Gong Yi. They had been preparing for this day since the day they joined the garrison. Don't ask why they have to fight over and over again on the training ground for 10 years, constantly training how to attack and how to defend. The world is obviously at peace. Human society has sufficient supplies, and other cities will not attack our city. Obviously, everyone is speaking politely, and everyone shakes hands politely when they meet without making any noise or quarrels. If there are conflicts or disputes, they go to the police, and if there are disputes, they go to the internet to complain, and thousands of internet trolls will come to help. Obviously, in this world, there is no longer any need to station troops and use human flesh as shields to resist enemy fire attacks on a large scale. However, the garrison still practices day after day, attack, defense, and attack. What is the purpose? It is because there is even a 1 in a billion chance that the city they are guarding will be attacked by fire. Just like now. Gong Yi received Tang Yu's report calmly, and he was also very excited. After decades of hard work, today, the garrison finally has its place to be put to good use. Which garrison wouldn't be excited? Investigate the enemy's number and firepower, defend the material depot in City B, keep a close eye on the enemy's movements, and at all costs, do not let the firepower spread to City B. I will come to support you immediately. Gong Yi began to make arrangements in an orderly manner, then lowered his head and lit a cigarette for himself. The scarlet tobacco was burning, and all the garrisons around him moved rapidly. The radio telegraph car and armored vehicles were in place, and the number of people was counted. Some were left to defend Xiangqing, while the rest were loaded onto the garrison transport vehicles and set off for City B while conducting reconnaissance along the way. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare to launch a fire raid on the supply depot in City B, we will be done with it. In the speeding armored vehicle, Gong Yi was looking at the topographic map of City B in his hand while calling Hua Mi City. B is not the city where he is stationed, and he is not familiar with the terrain of City B, especially now that the mountains and rivers have undergone drastic changes in the earthquake. But it did not affect his redrawing of the map on the spot. I have to say that Gong Yi's neurological ability is quite useful at this moment. As long as his car keeps driving forward, he will be able to see the terrain map within a few meters. As long as he walked through enough places, he would be able to know everything around him in the dark without having to send out garrisons to investigate. Have you returned to Xiangqing?
Gong Yi fronet.
He had a bad feeling that what Hua Mi would say next might not be what he wanted to hear. Hua Mi in the B City Supply warehouse was throwing PKM into the corner. It's already this late. Why are you replying? I want to go fight. She held the cell phone in one hand and carried the PKM in the other. After thinking for a while, she placed a bunch of AK-47s next to the PKM. Fight, 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 it's so much fun. Gong Yi closed his eyes, inhaled, exhaled, and repeated it 3 times. He said gently, let's go back to Xiangqing. I know you have a way to get out.
You are not alone now.
Let's go back first. We are there. No. At this time, when the nest is overturned, no one will be left unbroken. You understand this better than I do, sir. So, what if I return to Xiangqing? This is the first real battle fought by the garrison. If we can't win this battle today, anyone can step on Gong Yi's face in the future. Anyone can form a team and attack City B or Xiangqing. Isn't Hua Mi in Xiangqing also in danger? Therefore, you have to defeat your opponent with one move and show your level of skills. Gong Yi was still trying to persuade her, but Hua Mi simply hung up the phone and blocked him. It was already this late, and she was still complaining. It turned out that the man would only affect her shooting speed. Beep 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 sound on the phone. Gong Yi's face turned dark, and he even wanted to strangle Hua Mi to death. Inhale, exhale, exhale, inhale, repeat 10 times. Why would he bother with a pregnant woman? What's more, the pregnant woman was carrying his child. Yes, it was because she was pregnant with his 2 daughters that Gong Yi couldn't help but get angry. He was worried about her, he was worried about his little princesses, so he didn't want the 3 of them to take any risks. It's human nature. It's human nature. Drive faster. Gong Yi urged the garrison to drive, his brows gloomy, hiding his overwhelming anger. In the Beast City Supply Depot, the reconnaissance garrison has reported back. There are hundreds of them, similar to the garrison at our supply depot. They may have intended a surprise attack at first, but some of them turned against us, and are now fighting among themselves. If the people inside hadn't turned against us, the target might not have been exposed so quickly. Tang Yu was organizing the garrison defense, and was stunned when he heard this. The firepower that came to carry out the surprise attack turned against them first. Is this to remind the supply depot in City B to be well defended? Those who betrayed us here will be saved. They are our own people. Tang Yu, come here. Here are PKMs and AK-47s. Use them to kill them. Hua Mi shouted in the darkness of the supply warehouse in City B. Tang Yu immediately ran over with the garrison to take a look. Wow, 2 large piles of machine guns and rifles, with at least 300 in each pile. There were originally 200 to 300 garrisons in the B City Supply Depot, but because of the gun attack and robbery on the Hunan-B Expressway, 200 garrisons in the B City Supply Depot were withdrawn to cooperate with Yang Honglin to guard the Hunan-B Expressway. So now, there are less than 100 garrisons left inside and outside the supply warehouse in City B, led by Tang Yu. For a garrison of less than 100 people, each person has 3 machine guns and 3 rifles. It's too exaggerated. Tang Yu looked at Hua Mi in surprise. Sister Hua, this is too much. I'm afraid we can't use it all. He didn't even ask where Sister Hua got the 300 PKMs and 300 AK-47s from. The boss said, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Because they were garrisoned, what they learned was how to fight back. The other side has no more than 100 people in total, and they're still fighting among themselves. Tang Yu's side has 300 PKMs and 300 AK-47s per person, which is really too many. This is not counting what Sister Hua gave them last time. Each garrison member is equipped with an AK-47. It's okay, just keep shooting. I don't have extra bullets, so I'll give each of you a few extra guns. I'll find you guns after you're done shooting. Hua Mi seemed very generous. If she could have won a few more boxes of bullets in the lottery, she wouldn't have to directly equip the garrisons with so many guns. Now the conditions are limited. To deal with a sudden attack of 100 people, Tang Yu's side already has heavy firepower. The price of heavy firepower is that each garrison carries 7 guns, which is a bit of a burden. When the vanguard rushed over, they ran into several garrisons in City A who were covered in blood. They were being chased by Chun Who's men. On the one hand, they were stopping Chun Who's men, and on the other hand, they were leading Chun Who's men to run all over the mountains and plains. Just don't go to the supply warehouse in City B. Seeing Tang Yu coming, the garrison leader of City A was holding a baby in his arms wrapped in a baby bag. He breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, go save him. Our Captain Liu is in Chun Who's hands. After saying this, he fell backwards and was caught by Tang Yu. Hua Mi originally wanted to join the vanguard team, but Tang Yu received an order from Gong Yi and refused to let Sister Hua go. Gong Yi personally gave the order and arranged Hua Mi in the logistics rescue team. The pregnant woman wanted to draw her gun? That was impossible. Even if Gong Yi chopped off his own head, he would never let Hua Mi take his 2 daughters into the vanguard. So when Hua Mi saw the garrison in City A, these garrisons in City A were almost dying. Tang Yu led the vanguard team to deal with the group of people who came for the raid. Hua Mi also learned from the logistics team that the people who came for the raid were Chun Who's men. Originally, Chun Who planned to send garrisons to rob the material depot in City B, but the garrison in City A was called upon by Gong Yi, and only a few dozen people under Lu Xingyuan's command fled. Therefore, These dozens of garrisons were sent by Chun Who in the name of the garrison commander of City A to rob the material depot in City B. At this time, Chun Who was just skeptical about the loyalty of the garrison under Lu Xingyuan's command. He used the mission of robbing the material warehouse in City B to test Lu Xingyuan and others. If the mission of robbing the material warehouse in City B was successful, then Lu Xingyuan and dozens of other garrisons could continue to be used. On the contrary, it would not be a bad idea to let Lu Xingyuan and others die at the hands of Gong Yi. Originally, Lu Xingyuan thought that this was the end of it. Chun Who had his plans, and he had his plans too. Lu Xingyuan planned to send dozens of garrisons to the outside of the B City supply depot. After completing his surrender, he had no intention of robbing the B City supply depot. But before leaving, a secret order suddenly came from the A City garrison commander, asking Lu Xingyuan to take charge of other things. There were only a few garrisons and hundreds of Chun Who's followers who carried out the robbery mission again. From that moment on, Lu Xingyuan knew that his plan had to be changed. In order to protect the B City supply depot, Lu Xingyuan decided to take advantage of the situation. He asked the assigned garrisons to continue to carry out the mission of robbing the B City supply depot, but had them turn against him halfway to remind Tang Yu at the B City supply depot. "Someone is coming to rob you. Defend yourself quickly." Lu Xingyuan led dozens of other garrisons to attack Chen Who. After listening to the logistics team's words, Hua Mi lowered her head and rubbed her brows. This Lu Xingyuan is really stupid. It's obvious that Chun Who has already suspected him, but he still led dozens of garrisons to die. Why is that? A garrison in City A took out a bloody baby from his sling and said weakly, "Because Captain Lu wants to save our commander with the least sacrifice and weaken Chun Who's power for Commander Gong." This is garrison. In fact, there is no need to explain this plan in detail. As long as it is garrison, this will be the choice. After sacrificing dozens of Lu Xingyuan's garrisons, it became much easier for Gong Yi to deal with Chen Who. Hua Mi looked at the few members of the rescue team stationed in front of her, and then looked at the baby in the arms of the garrison in City A opposite. The garrison in City A who were responsible for rebelling and alerting Tang Yu only had one bulletproof vest, and they didn't know where they got it from, so they used it to wrap the baby. Hua Mi reached out to take the baby, and when she looked down, she found that the baby was fine. The blood on his little body came from the garrison in City A. "Hold on, brother." The garrison in City B, who was in charge of medical care, was holding a medical kit and applying hemostatic gel to the garrison in City A who had been shot. However, the garrison in City A obviously could no longer hold on, and his vitality was rapidly fading. The medical garrison stuffed the bloody man with another painkiller. But there was no way. He was badly injured. The only reason he could hold on until now was because he wanted to get the baby in his arms to a safe place. Once he was sure the baby was safe, he used up all his life force. Hua Mi looked at the garrison in City A who was being given emergency treatment, but could not be saved. She sighed and hugged the baby boy who was crying loudly in her arms. She didn't know whose child this was, and why the garrison was desperate to send this baby boy to the B City supply depot. She asked the medical garrison who was rescuing him, "How's it going?" The medical garrison in the B City supply depot shook his head. "He has done his best, and so have we. He cannot be saved, no matter how miraculous Hua Mi's medical supplies are. For a person whose vitality is almost gone, no matter how miraculous the medicine is, it will be useless." Hua Mi's heart suddenly became heavy, and she suddenly remembered the hundreds of trillions of energy light balls in her level 17 storage. She knew before that this energy ball can be used by ordinary people. As long as ordinary people use the energy ball, they will not need to eat, drink, or sleep, and will still be full of energy. Then, can it be used on the dying garrison of City A? Hua Mi said, holding a ball of energy light ball in her hand, holding the baby boy, and throwing it at the bloody garrison of City A. "Oh!" The A City garrison, who had only vented their anger, shouted. The surrounding medical personnel immediately came over, and someone hurriedly put a stethoscope on him. "Hurry, he seems to have some strength, hurry up." There was only a slight increase in breath, but it was still very weak. Hua Mi thought about it, stood behind the medical garrison and threw several energy light balls to the garrison in City A. The garrison of City A on the ground opened his energetic eyes on his bloody face. He struggled up from the ground. I'm going to save Captain Liu. I can still do it. The surrounding medical garrisons were shocked. What kind of medical miracle was this? A person who was about to die could suddenly stand up, pick up weapons, and fight. Everyone reacted and rushed forward to hold his hands and feet. You can't move now.
Calm down.
The bullet in your body hasn't been taken out yet. Let me go. Let me go. I am full of strength now. I want to save our Captain Liu. I'm afraid their Captain Liu has already taken action by now. With dozens of garrisons, the chances of success in raiding Chun Who's villa complex are slim. In the supply warehouse of City B, several medical garrisons worked together to stop the garrison officer from City A. They gave him an anesthetic injection, a medical item that was available in Hua Mi's Level 17 warehouse. Only after giving the garrison in City A an anesthetic injection could he calm down and allow the medical garrison to remove the bullet for him. Hua Mi was also shocked by the reaction of the garrison in City A. It turned out that giving a person too much energy light ball would increase a person's strength. It seems that the garrison in City A is much stronger than before, and it takes several people to hold them down. Then Hua Mi held the child in her arms and turned to the remaining few garrisons from City A who were sent here. Relatively speaking, their injuries were slightly lighter than the previous one, and they were still struggling to survive. Hua Mi did not hesitate and threw 5 energy light balls to each of the garrisons in City A. She didn't throw more, fearing that everyone's strength would surge and the medical garrison here would not be able to hold it back. The medical garrisons who were originally conducting intensive treatment suddenly discovered that the breathing of several of the A city garrisons under their command was noticeably heavier. They breathed a sigh of relief. Whether this person can survive and live well depends on whether there are enough medical supplies on the one hand, and on whether his will to survive is strong on the other. The will to survive needs to be supported by its own vitality. Immediately afterwards, before the medical garrison could think about it, Tang Yu and his team came back with 7 guns each. Faced with heavy firepower, the enemy only had a small pistol in their hands, which was really not enough. They were quickly shot down, and no one was left alive. Even Tang Yu himself did not expect it to end so quickly. He said to Hua Mi urgently, "Sister Hua, the boss has already gone to City A. He probably won't come here. The most important thing for us now is to defend the supply depot in City B, Chun Who is expected to receive reinforcements. The battle has truly begun. Whether Gong is willing or not, Chun Who's blatant attack on the material depot in City B is a signal for him to start a war. What's more, Lu Xingyuan is now in Chun Who's hands." Hua Mi nodded seriously and asked, "Is there anything I can do?" "I can wield a machine gun as a suicide squad member." In her previous life, before she had stimulated her with related abilities, she joined the city suicide squad in order to earn a living to support herself and Fong Excavation. A tide of zombies or mutant animals surrounds the city. In order to deal with these disgusting things, the city management will first send a management team out to investigate. The reward is very generous, and you are paid first, and then you dare to die. The first time, out of 100 people in the suicide squad, only Hua Mi came back. She was so scared that she almost went insane. Later, in order to keep Fong Excavation alive, she had to join the suicide squad many times. The suicide squad would replenish the number of people who died, and each time they went out, there were always 100 people. So, Hua Mi saw the various ways that the members of the suicide squad died, and gained some ideas of her own on how to save her life. Later, some people began to survive, and like Hua Mi, they formed several regular teammates of the suicide squad. Later, those who survived and often went out with Hua Mi to risk their lives all developed superpowers, including herself. Ever since Hua Mi activated her with type ability, she never did such dangerous things again. At that time, her and Fong Excavation's lives in the base city gradually improved. So now it seems that Chun Who's firepower is really not worth mentioning. If Hua Mi could join the suicide squad, she could kill as many people as a mountain. However, her application was decisively rejected by Tang Yu. Tang Yu lowered his head and glanced at Hua Mi's lower abdomen. The boss told you to stay in the logistics team in City B and be responsible for rescuing people. He asked you to be the captain of the rescue team, so don't run around. Knowing that Hua Mi was a restless person, Gong Yi did not force her to stay. He could not let her live the life of a housewife in Xiangqing like Qingjin. Gong Yi assigned Hua Mi a task. Since she loved to make trouble, she just had to rescue people in the rear. Captain of the rescue team, you see how heavy the responsibility is for Hua Mi. You can't just give up. So for Tang Yu, the boss is now handing over 3 lives, his sister-in-law and the baby in her belly, into Tang Yu's hands. If Hua Mi goes to the suicide squad, she will step over his body. Tang Yu always does what he says. He would never let Sister Hua take any risks. Looking at the determined expression on Tang Yu's face, Sister Hua knew that she could not go to City A today. She held the baby boy in her arms and gave the baby a ball of energy light ball. The child then stopped crying and made a fuss. Now he was looking at Hua Mi with his big dark eyes wide open. Hua Mi sighed. Why are you so serious? I'm just talking. I quite like being the rescue captain. Then Hua Mi asked Tang Yu again, speaking of which, if Chen Who faced your boss, he would be defeated very quickly, right? How strong is he? Have you conducted a detailed investigation? In the previous life, when Hua Mi got to know Chen Who had already become a behemoth. His strength was developing very rapidly, and he had several private garrisons in addition to gangsters. They are all collected from various cities. Of course, there were also quite a few administrators who defected to Chen Who. Those thugs do all kinds of vile things in various cities and bases, and no one cares. If something happens, the administrator will take care of it. If the administrator can't take care of it, the garrison will come forward to suppress it. Why would the administrators and garrisons help Chen Who and be his backup? It was because the garrisons at that time were no longer the garrisons before the end of the world.
They are completely different concepts.
There's no way they are like Gong Yi and Yang Honglin now. They are the cutest people. They are a group of monsters disguised as garrisons, hated and despised by everyone. In Chen Who's previous life, there were people like this who protected him in various cities and bases. Although Chen Who is omnipotent in City A in this life, his power is far from as great as that in his previous life. Gong Yi now has garrisons in 3 cities, Xiangqing, City A, and City B, with a total of more than 5,000 people. With Hua Mi's heavy firepower, if they fight Chen Who, they should be able to kill him in the cradle, right? Chun, who has 10,000 people. The one who spoke was a garrison from City A, who was lying on the ground and being treated. Seeing Tang Yu and Hua Mi looking over, the Ace City garrison continued. This is just the number we know. There are 10,000 people. I don't know exactly how many people he has. Tang Yu frowned and asked, why are there so many people? My printer broke, and the handyman and me rolled up my sleeves and spent the whole morning fixing it. Now I plan to call the printer repair person and spend some money to have them come to my house to repair it. It is known that Chun, who has 10,000 people on his side, which is twice as many as Gong Yi's side, where Boss Gong only has 5,000 garrisons. Moreover, Boss Gong didn't bring many people to City A. He left 3,000 garrison troops in Xiangqing to maintain order, and another 1,000-plus garrison troops were stationed in City B, Xiangbi Expressway, and City B's Material Depot. The garrison that Gong Yi brought to City A might be only 100 or 200 people. Hua Mi's heart sank. She originally had some confidence in Gong Yi and felt that he would be able to nip Chen Who in the bud this time. As a result, the difference between the two teams was so huge, 10,000 people versus 100 or 200 people. How could they fight? The garrison of City A on the ground continued. Chen Who has an industrial park in City A, which has more than 30,000 workers. Since Chen Who took control of the material warehouse in City A, he has selected 10,000 strong workers from these 30,000 people. Before Captain Liu decided to raid Chen Who's villa complex, Chen Who had already taken over the material warehouse and weapons depot in City E. So, it is not difficult to imagine that the rebellion of several thousand garrisons in City A was of no concern to Chen Who, because Chen Who has armed all the 10,000 strong laborers he has. Lovely people always develop slower than hateful people. Because Gong spends his time saving people, while Chun Who spends his time plundering. Everyone says that Chun Who is a conscientious entrepreneur. In fact, Chun Who's industries have already involved all aspects of City B. He also owns a number of food processing factories. These food processing factories are located in the industrial park. He has great ambitions. He can obtain a large amount of supplies from his minions every day to support his team. The garrison in City A on the ground had obviously found out everything about Chen Who. In other words, in addition to the 10,000 armed forces in Chen Who's hands, he also has countless henchmen. Last time, it was Chun Who's henchmen who set up the roadblock on Hunan, the expressway. This is just one way for Chun Who to obtain supplies. Chun Who's tentacles are spread across all walks of life in the lower 9 classes. Even behind Fong Huai's gambling gang, there was Chun Who's shadow. The more chaotic the world is, the more opportunities there are for people like Chun Who to perform. Hua Mi was vaguely worried about Gong Yi, and she didn't know whether Gong Yi could defeat Chen Who this time. She held the little baby boy in her arms and looked at Tang Yu. So we're just going to do nothing and just guard the B City supply depot here? This is not good. What if Gong Yi dies? Tang Yu was also worried, but his fixed mindset told him that without the commander's order, he couldn't go anywhere and didn't do anything. Now, guarding the supply warehouse in City B and protecting his sister-in-law are things he has to do with his life. Hua Mi frowned and looked at Tang Yu. Well, she couldn't talk to Tang Yu. Hua Mi carried the child and walked back to the depths of the material warehouse in City B, where no one could see her. She placed more than a dozen rolls of straw mats on the ground. These straw mats were woven by Yi Rong. They are dry, dense, and only 1 finger thick. They can be used as tatami or mattresses without any incongruity. Hua Mi placed the baby boy sent by the A City garrison on the dry tatami, and then went to the B City supply warehouse and put a bathtub, a bunch of large barrels of mineral water, ethanol, painkillers, sterile gauze, hemostatic gel, goggles, condoms, resin gloves, and protective clothing. After everything was ready, Hua Mi found a medical garrison and asked them to boil some hot water to clean up the child and the A City garrisons on the ground. The straw mats and mattresses were laid out and covered with cloth, and a temporary medical point was set up in a short time. While everyone was busy, Hua Mi went to a dark corner of the B City supply warehouse and piled up AK-47X-10,000 and PKMX-10,000. She was afraid that Gong Yi's firepower was not enough, so she called Tang Yu over and pointed at the 2 piles of guns behind her. I know you have a way to contact your boss. Send these 2 piles of guns to your boss. There are 10,000 AK-47s and 10,000 PKMs. Let your boss split them. Tang Yu raised his head exaggeratedly and swallowed hard. Well, Sister Hua, I have verified that the boss only brought 100 people. It may be a bit difficult for one person to carry 201 guns to fight. Hearing this, Hua Mi became worried. Alas, there are only 201 guns for one person, which is too few. A box of bullets actually doesn't have that much. If they encounter a tide of zombies or densely packed mutant animals, a box of bullets will be used up in a flash. They are completely defenseless. She waved her hands and said passionately, you should establish a complete firepower supply chain so that when everyone runs out of firepower, they can have a seamless connection and get weapons at their fingertips. If someone is fighting on the front line, there must be someone holding the knife behind him. How about this? Since you are so busy, I will go and deliver a gun to your boss, and you tell me the location of your boss. Now Gong Yi has no time to reply her message, and even if she calls Gong Yi, he won't answer. Gong Yi has muted his phone. So, Hua Mi couldn't contact Gong Yi at all, and probably only Tang Yu knew where Gong Yi was now. Tang Yu stretched his legs and stood upright in front of Hua Mi. His lips were like a clamshell, and he didn't say a word. He silently rejected Sister Hua's proposal with this gesture. As I said, if Sister Hua wants to go to the front line, she has to step over Tang Yu's body. Hua Mi waved her hand and was about to speak when a garrison suddenly came running behind Tang Yu. Captain Tang, a team is approaching us. They are coming from the back of the supply warehouse and look like ordinary survivors. Each garrison has a pair of goggles, produced by Hua Mi's Level 15 factory. These goggles not only allow the garrison to see the distant scenery clearly in rainy and foggy weather, but also allow them to see at night. So they saw clearly that among the people coming to the supply warehouse in City B, those carrying large and small bags and dragging children with them were ordinary survivors. Ordinary survivor. How did you get here? Hua Mi and Tang Yu both felt that something was not normal. Because the material warehouse in City B is not near the national road or expressway. Although the national highways and expressways are almost in disrepair now, the survivors still set out from a certain city to visit Xiangqing or City B. In order to avoid getting lost, they would choose to walk on the original national road or highway. There are also many survivors who, by chance, run to the supply depot in City B, but they will be stopped by guards a few hundred meters away and pointed in the right direction. There wouldn't be such a large number of survivors, it would be like they had navigation and were heading here accurately. How many survivors are there? Tang Yu asked. It's hard to count. It's a large area. There are at least 2,000 people. The garrison who came to report frowned. As garrison officers, it was absolutely impossible for them to massacre civilians. But there were 2,000 survivors, and the garrison at the supply depot in City B had less than 100 soldiers, so they could not be stopped at all. Let me tell you a story today. Once upon a time, there were Xiao Bao and Xiao Zi who were forced to do business. They were going to perform on the streets to beg for tickets from a big devil named Bao Baozi. Xiao Bao. Haha, we are back again, Xiao Zi. Today we're going to perform swallowing iron swords alive and crushing rocks with chests. Please give votes to Bao Baozi. Reader. We've seen it last time. We want to see something new. Xiao Zi. Okay, as long as readers are willing to vote, we will perform an acrobatic show for you today, jumping through a ring of fire. Xiao Bao. I'll drill Emma. Where's my hair? From then on, Xiao Bao became bald. Hua Mi looked at Tang Yu in silence. She and Tang Yu both felt that it was unusual for these 2,000 survivors to come to the supply depot in City B. Sure enough, soon there were garrisons, and with blood on their heads, they ran into the supply warehouse in City B. Captain Tang, we went up to persuade them to change their route, but they didn't listen at all. It is obvious that this group of ordinary survivors were instigated, otherwise they would not have attacked the garrison. There are 2,000 survivors. Every punch from them is too much for the mortal garrisons to bear, not to mention that they can't fight back. Hua Mi immediately called for medical help to bandage the bleeding head of the garrison. Before she could ask Tang Yu what to do next, she heard a noise outside the B City supply warehouse. Tang Yu immediately ran out to check, and Hua Mi followed behind. All we could see was the human wall formed by the garrison troops at the entrance of the supply warehouse, which was constantly retreating, and they had nowhere to retreat. And in front of them was a group of survivors with their children. The survivors screamed at the top of their lungs. Get out of the way, we just want food, give us food. You can't monopolize so many supplies, these belong to us. Give us food quickly. The sounds that came one after another made Hua Mi feel familiar. In the previous life, weren't there many cases of survivors gathering to cause trouble because they were hungry? The only difference was that in the previous life, the forces that were besieged and demanding supplies would directly shoot at the survivors. Tang Yu won't shoot, and neither will any of the garrisons here. So they could only use human flesh to form a defensive line and were forced to retreat under the pressure of the survivors who were surrounding them. One of the survivors took out a stone and threw it at the garrison ahead, cursing, "You rascals who are doing nothing but sitting on your job. You are hoarding the supplies and not giving us any food. You are watching us starve to death. You have no conscience at all." In that group of survivors, there were children crying, old people coughing, women screaming, and men cursing at the human wall garrisons who were silently guarding the door of the supply warehouse. Some of the garrisons had their heads smashed and were bleeding. Tang Yu held a loudspeaker in his hand and shouted to the survivors outside, "These supplies are not for you to eat, but for the survivors in Xiangqing and a city. Go forward. There are also many mobile vendors on the Xiangbi highway. They sell supplies. There should be a rule for everything. The materials in the B City material warehouse are just a transit warehouse for Hua Mi. It is impossible for her to set up a stall by herself, nor is it possible for her to sell goods to various material sales points day after day. The project is too huge. It's not so difficult to find in Xiangqing, as there is only one RV supermarket selling the goods. But now, the RV supermarket has become a wholesale supermarket. Many vendors in Xiangqing will queue up overnight to wholesale supplies from the RV supermarket and then set up small stalls in and outside Xiangqing. There was originally only one selling point in City B, right at the city gate, and it was run by Ikegawa's small group of speculators. But now, the city gate of City B has also become a supplies wholesale point. The survivors will queue up overnight to wholesale supplies and then set up stalls on the Hunan B Expressway. The Xiangqing Underground Garage and the B City Material Warehouse are responsible for replenishing supplies to these two wholesale points. Because these two transit warehouses are large enough, Hua Mi can store supplies there for several days. The garrison only needs to focus on guarding these two transit warehouses. No matter how many warehouses there will not be enough staff for the garrison, and Hua Mi will be too busy to handle it, let alone there will be no teleportation points. So as long as the survivors get on the Hunan B Expressway and take the money to buy supplies, they can get them. Why not walk a few more steps? We have already come here, and if we walk a little further, we will see the mobile vendors. The prices of supplies sold by these mobile vendors are slightly more expensive than those in the RV supermarket and the wholesale point at the gate of City B. Moreover, the prices of goods sold by small vendors are not uniform. The farther away from Xiangqing and City B, the more expensive the goods sold by mobile vendors are. After all, they are like ants moving house, carrying the supplies such a long distance, so they have to pay some labor fee. Hua Mi stood behind Tang Yu and saw a man hiding behind an old man among the survivors on the opposite side, shouting, "Why should we walk such a long distance and spend money to buy supplies? You sound so nice, but the supplies in your warehouse must be reserved for the superiors. We won't get a penny." His words were full of instigation. Amid this instigation, the survivors, who were already suffering from hunger and cold, began to burn with rage. The situation was getting out of control. Hua Mi grabbed the loudspeaker from Tang Yu's hand and shouted, "Don't worry, there are a lot of supplies, but look, the elderly and children among you are almost unable to hold on. Now, the elderly and children, come to the front, and we will give you supplies." Faced with the excitement of the crowd, divide them first. A man on the other side immediately shouted, "Why should we distribute supplies to the elderly and children first? We are all together. Why? Don't listen to her. It's all a conspiracy. These people who are just sitting there doing nothing are always up to some conspiracy. Yes, maybe the food she gave was poisoned." Several men shouted loudly in the crowd, full of conspiracy theories. Hua Mi took down the loudspeaker and asked Tang Yu beside her, "Did you see clearly who the men who were shouting were? We have locked onto several targets." Tang Yu was wearing goggles on his face, so he could see more clearly than the other survivors. Moreover, the garrison had received professional reconnaissance training, and they immediately found the man who instigated the incident amid the chaos. The men who instigated the survivors had stones in their hands. They sandwiched themselves among the survivors and threw stones at the garrison. For what purpose? These men instigated the survivors to surround the material depot in City B and continued to attack the garrison with stones. Hua Mi said in a low voice, "You take care of the men who instigated the survivors, and I'll take care of the rest." As soon as the voice fell, Hua Mi did not wait for Tang Yu to object, and immediately raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "An old man, holding a child, come over here to line up. Come, line up. As long as you line up, you can eat oranges, apples, grapefruits, and cherries. Don't listen to her. She's lying." A man was shouting behind the two children, swinging a stone in his hand, trying to hit Hua Mi. If Hua Mi isn't dealt with, there won't be any chaos here today. However, the stone he threw was hit by a bullet, and with a bang, the stone broke into pieces in midair. There are snipers stationed nearby, and they have already set up an ambush. Their sights were aimed at the men among the survivors who were instigating riot. During the noisy confrontation, the medical garrison behind Hua Mi came to help. They pushed out carts from the warehouse in City B, on which were piled bottles of orange juice. There was an immediate commotion among the survivors on the opposite side. Old people began to come out, leading their children. However, it was blocked by a strong man. The man had dyed yellow hair and a fierce look on his face. "Where are you going? We are all together. How can you be divided so easily? Go back." It took them quite a bit of effort to gather these survivors, and they specifically chose to persuade the survivors, who included the elderly and children. They told these families with elderly people and children that there was a supply depot just ahead, but it was occupied by the garrison and was not distributed to them, the survivors of the disaster. "As long as everyone works together and unites as one, we can force the garrison to hand over the supply depot. When the garrison is driven away, the entire huge supply depot will be theirs." Such words are extremely inflammatory, especially for those who are struggling to walk in the rain, dragging their families with them, including the elderly and children. They were already starving, and hunger left them no time to think about anything. They could only follow the instigators to the supply depot in City B. What is the purpose? The purpose is to have a bite to eat. Yes, the purpose is to have a bite to eat. The old man who was stopped held his grandson tightly in his hand and said to the instigator, who was blocking him, "Please move aside. My grandson is so thirsty that he wants to drink this weird rainwater. Don't you see there is orange juice over there? This strange rain falls on the ground, and after a while, it will become solidified like jelly and will not flow at all. I don't know if it will cause any serious problems if I eat it. So anyone with a brain knows that you shouldn't drink this jelly water. Don't drink it. Don't drink it." But I was extremely hungry and had nothing else to eat except drinking the jelly water. Fortunately, I was drinking jelly water all the way here and didn't see anyone being poisoned to death. Now the old people and children who are extremely thirsty are facing the rows of orange juice, and no one can stop them from rushing to drink the orange juice. What's more, the reason they came here was just for a bite to eat. Seeing that he could not stop the old man from taking the child away from the 2,000 survivors, the man who instigated them showed a ferocious look on his face and directly pulled out a knife. A terrified sound came from the survivors. Hua Mi watched coldly. This is human nature. No one would be afraid of a garrison with a gun, but a gangster with a knife would be terrifying. It's just bullying the good and fearing the evil, because everyone knows that the garrison will not harm civilians, even if the garrison has guns.
Go back.
He instigated the criminal to point a knife at the old man in front of him and forced the old man to take his child and return to the team of 2,000 people. The old man was also scared and was handing a shiny small fruit knife towards her. The child in her arms, however, shook off her grandmother's hand and said, "No, I want to drink orange juice." The child ran towards Hua Mi as soon as he could. He didn't want to listen to the man with the knife. When the earthquake hit, he and his father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother were all buried in the rubble. It was their city's Garrison rescue team that dug their entire family out of the rubble. Although his father, mother, and grandfather had all gone far away, he knew that the garrison was full of good people. Despite his young age, he felt very familiar with the uniforms worn by the garrisons. Those bad uncles hit the garrison with stones, and he didn't want to play with those bad uncles. The child ran away, and the man with the knife cursed Nyang Shipi and turned around, stabbing the child in the back with a knife.
Ah!
Seeing this, the old man shouted in fear.
Ah!
The survivors also shouted in fear when they saw this. Just as the knife in the instigator's hand was about to pierce the child's back, a bullet shot out and hit the man's temple. The bullet went through his brain, blood splattered, and the shell fell to the ground. The instigator stood there, and before he could react, he saw the child running in front of Hua Mi. He fell to the ground, and his last thought was that he was careless and shouldn't have been so sure that the garrison would not shoot. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and he became the first one to be killed by the garrison. Who else? The survivors, who were originally noisy and aggressive, suddenly became quiet. It was like a frozen computer. I didn't even dare to move. The garrison was silent, and the survivors were also silent. There is actually nothing much to say about this. Everyone saw clearly what happened just now. If the garrison had not opened fire, the little boy would have been killed by the man with the knife. Therefore, no one can blame the garrison for this matter. We should also thank the garrison for saving a child. The child's grandmother, still frightened, followed the boy and ran to Hua Mi. During the stalemate between the two sides, Hua Mi looked down at the little boy with sparkling eyes and handed him a bottle of orange juice. Looking at the old man behind the boy, Hua Mi asked, "My orange juice is not for nothing." Ah! The old man didn't react. Didn't he say that he could get the supplies for free when he came? Under the old man's puzzled gaze, Hua Mi pushed out a cart from behind, on which was a pile of straw mats. "You drank my juice, how about you help me weave a straw rope?" Straw rope is now a consumable item, because it is used to bundle supplies, bundle up piles of supplies, and transport them to other places. The rope woven from straw is quite tough and easy to weave. Even a child can learn it quickly. The main thing is that Hua Mi has a lot of straw, and she never gives supplies to others for free. Hua Mi is not that kind-hearted. If you eat and use her supplies, you have to provide her with some value, and children are no exception. Hua Mi said to the child who was holding orange juice in front of her, "Child, I'll give you another bun. How about you help me take care of the baby?" The baby boy that the garrison in City A had risked their lives to send there was lying on a straw mat in the supply warehouse, babbling something inaudible. The adults are all busy and have no time to accompany him. So, Hua Mi plans to find someone to take care of the child. The little boy holding the orange juice nodded obediently and looked back at his grandmother. Grandma was also starving, so she agreed to Hua Mi's request without hesitation. Besides weaving straw ropes, I can also weave other things such as fans, straw baskets, carpets, and straw boxes. Almost all of us older people can make these small things. An old person in the family is like a treasure. That's true. Farewell, my printer. I bought another one because at the printing shop downstairs, it costs $1 to print one side and 30 cents to print 20 sides. As someone with severe anxiety, I often have to print things to relieve stress.